with the masquerade. Hey, out here with the past the same. I could probably use a fresh start out the window of the Target. I'm reflecting on life through Cherokee Park. Think about life through Cherokee Park. Yeah. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the envy on them, make you stare and see them. We ain't paying for them, now you ought to know I'm wearing.
is coming, they dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping, they you in front of the Baptist church. The trap is they job, they don't have to work. If this stitching, they act berserk. And expos up like afterbirth. My mama told me go to church. I was sitting 10 rows from the first day, dreaming about everything I probably get if I get the lady in front of me's purse and run out the back door. And if he ask for my relationship with the Lord, you can tell at the service I'm bored. Hold on. I'd rather be on a resort. Hold on. I'd rather be service I'm bored. I'd rather be serving this to a sort of thinking I know she is. I'm drowning, swimming in this. Got me drowning, I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning, I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning, I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning, I'm drowning. Who by the boat? I'm drowning, I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning, I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning, I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm from a place where they pull up on you with a going bang, bang, bang. No one warned you, ain't no time for no bang, bang, bang. You sleeping on the stretcher like late. I'm saying hey, trying to live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing if you see a and them is coming. They dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping. The reason I'm
check me out now. Tony, yeah, walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 cents. If a chick with me, she like big houses. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a rich, the clothes off. Pull her to the flame with my doze off. Try to count a million and I dozed off. And I got my fingers in the air. Yeah, hanging with Paul Bear. Yeah, turn you to lawn care. Rex in my Montclair. Yeah, this just a small shell. Hold up, make sure it's all there. I go to sleep in designer. Psych, I go to sleep in yikes, telling it honor a lie, right? Soon as I left, I got right. This a precision and detail. See, life is a beach, seashell. I sold the bags for retail. I'm from the block, no email. Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 cents. If a chick with me, she like big houses. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a rich, the clothes off.
I'm cool, yo. I'm starting to think no one told y'all. Designing my clothes, dog. How much you think my coat costs? I'm spitting like Mozart. This till I gotta flip Noah's Ark. New Lamborghini, the doze off. Fell asleep in the doze off. Get it? My diamonds and stones water. I TD like Coach Carter. Ain't talking about no soda. Girl with me want some products. I pull her on turning hands. I close the curtain once she turn her nose. This off white. I be rocking Virgil clothes.
Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 cents. If a chick with me, she like big houses. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a rich, the clothes off.
Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. But we show no remorse. Go get a bag, I drip and I sauce. He catch a tag, we knocking them off. After I hit boy, she hit the door. And them hundreds be coming in, all of this money, and I gotta give me some more. Big bag, bet it won't hit the floor. Talk hot, then we run your jaw. I'ma hop in the foreign and zoom off. That be my dog, I'm calling him Rudolph. I'm in love with the way I get chewed off. Pull up with Blake, he getting screwed off. Brand new Mozzie, big body, we cruise off. He think he hot, we knocking your crew off. Call me nasty the way that I shoot off. Shuggy with drip, I got the juice on. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my niggas, they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my niggas, they whip, Pop out in they head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
I'm in the track trying to whip it, flip it. She on my so I quit it. Walk in the club with my grillin'. You on my chain, come and get it. You trippin'. Listen here, cussy, you got two decisions. Do you want the or do you want the Smithy? Your life is a game, but you better not risk it. See, I'm in the track trying to whip me a pigeon. I move with it. Keep a on deck, he be moving with it. You can on your block. We don't know who did it on the block, and I'm about to go villain. Man, they took it in early. They know we spinning. Since you just can't put a hole up in it. We gon' empty them, so you know we dipping. And my dubby so high, he keep rolling. Gang.
Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in they head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in they head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
Good afternoon / good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another day here of ML Bot Ball, your number one source for baseball in these times of the COVID. And we're here to bring you a great AL Central matchup. This one is for the series win, as Kansas City won Friday, Twins won last night. And these teams going to settle things this afternoon on a Sunday. I'm joined in the booth today by Jaden Becker. How you doing, sir?
Doing great. We're going to see a matchup of two polar opposite teams in the same division. The Twins obviously have had a great season, and great is putting it lightly, as the Royals have struggled a bit last in the AL Central.
Yeah, the pitching matchup also couldn't be maybe more polar opposites. At least Kenta Maeda has been dominant this season for the Minnesota Twins, coming over from the LA Dodgers in the trade for Brusdar Graterol, the young reliever who hits triple digits, but Twins getting the immediate return from Kenta Maeda.
Yeah, Maeda has done almost everything right. As we load into the game, you see his stat line there, and whew, if that's not special, I don't know what it is.
Kent has been absolutely spectacular, and Royals pitcher Mike Montgomery, we're going to call him Monty, that is his nickname, also making his 14th start on the season, same as Maeda. And Montgomery, of course, when you're playing with these Royals, you might not get run support, but the Royals lineup actually hasn't been too bad. It's their pitching that's been the black eye of this team, as we see Josh Donaldson making some rain in the dugout.
You love to see that before a game, and you mentioned that lineup. Yeah, the lineup for the Royals has been struggling as well. There has been some power bats, and no one more powerful than Jorge Soler.
Yeah, Jorge Soler hit home run number 30 last night. It was a giant moonshot down the left field line that just curved inside the foul pole, but he continues to lead the American League in dingers. But as we've talked a little bit here, this Twins lineup is one that shakes a good stick. Max Kepler's been doing it well atop this Twins order for the entire start of this ML Bot Ball season, and Mike Montgomery starts him out with ball one.
Yeah, Kepler just continuing off of a great season last year, career highs in home runs, runs, and hits. He also led the major leagues in pull percentage, so able to rip that ball down the right field line.
Kepler fouls off that one. The big improvement for Kepler so far in this ML Bot Ball season has been his production against lefties. That's always been kind of the Achilles heel of Kepler's offensive game, but he's been able to make some solid contact against left-handers. We'll see how he fares against Mike Montgomery today, and he's down 1-2 here.
Montgomery, usually known for him being in a reliever role before he made it to Kansas City.
And this one's grounded to Lopez, who is playing in short right field, and that's going to be out number 1 as Kepler grounds out to start things out here at Kauffman Stadium.
Yeah, right into the teeth of the shift. That's what we were talking about. Monty, before he made it to Kansas City, he spent some time around the major leagues with the Mariners and Cubs, usually used out of the bullpen, but found a role as a starter here in KC.
0-1.
Montgomery starts out Jorge Polanco, the Twins shortstop, with strike 1 there. And yeah, Montgomery was actually drafted by these Royals way back in 2008. And said it was a bittersweet return to be back here in KC, but he does like to start, I think, from all things I gathered last year and read. And interesting to see how he'll fare in here in another starting role for the whole season.
Let's not forget, he did get that amazing save back in 2016, winning the Cubs the World Series.
Yeah, the big Game 7 save to notch things down for the Cubbies. So he'll be a legend in Chicago for a long time. As when you're that involved in something so big, you're going to be remembered.
Yeah, funny enough, that was his first save of the season. Believe that, first save of the season in Game 7 of the World Series. A lot of pressure there.
First time for everything, and Mike Montgomery, we're going to see how he's faring through this first time of the Twins lineup here. He has a full count to Jorge Polanco, and that's a 1-out walk as Jorge stares at a low sinker.
The catcher, number 8.
Great patience there by Polanco. Hit for the cycle last season, which is pretty impressive, and this season has continued to rake, batting an average of .313. Also a double-digit home run hitter, but that's not really rare if you're talking about Minnesota this season. 1 of 7 double-digit home run hitters.
Yeah, Mitch Garver with 19. You see there, second on the Twins. He's behind the ageless wonder Nelson Cruz, who hit his 21st home run of the season in last night's ball game. Garver swings and grounds the first pitch he sees here to second base. Lopez tosses on to Mondesi, and the throw on to first is in time. That's how we're going to end the top half of the first inning. Nice little 1-2-3 for Mike Montgomery. Get a look at Kenta Maeda's stats here, and just do your best chef's kiss. It's excellent.
And what's funny about him is that he's only played 3 years in the major leagues, but obviously he spent some great time in Japan. Youngest pitcher in Japanese baseball history to achieve the pitching triple crown. And Maeda proving himself as the top pitcher in the American League.
1-0.
Starts out Mondesi with ball 1 inside there. Kenta's not going to blow you away with an overpowering fastball or anything like that, but he does a really good job of mixing up that speed on his four-seamer, and that does enough to keep hitters off balance, and he's really good at painting it on the corners. Gets Mondesi swinging there to even the count at 1-1.
And what's so important is that he keeps runners off base. Lowest whip in the starting rotation of the Twins with 105.
Yeah, that whip is 4th in the American League as well, so Kent is top 10 in a number of pitching categories in the American League. You always do wonder a little bit when guys make that transition from the National League to the American League because you don't get a pitch to the pitcher, so Kenta Maeda proving any of those stereotypes wrong here as he has Mondesi 2-2, and he gets him swinging for his first punch out of the afternoon.
Yeah, Maeda not really known for his strikeout, but still has 86 strikeouts on the season, tied for second as Berrios leads the team with 88. Great way to get Mondesi off balance there as the ball went across the bottom of the strike zone.
Whit Merrifield steps into the right-handed batter's box, swings and fouls away the first pitch he sees from Maeda. And yeah, Kenta, you know, you always hear that old comparison between throwing and pitching. And guys, when they get older in their careers, they do a lot more pitching. And I think Maeda might be tapping into some of that this year as he's just been an excellent veteran and really a great number 3 option if you're in that Twins rotation.
Yeah, as it looks of right now, that trade was definitely a big win for the Twins as they have one of the best pitchers in the American League.
Yeah, it was one of a number of moves the Twins made to kind of signal that the window is wide open and they're looking to contend for a World Series here now this season and in the next couple seasons, hopefully, if everyone can stay healthy. And Kenta Maeda gets a little pop-up here off the bat of Merrifield, and Donaldson over to make the play for out number 2.
Batting third, the designated hitter, Jorge Soler.
That brings in the big masher, Jorge Soler, riding a 9-game hitting streak, and he is having one heck of a season. 65 RBI, 329 average to go with those 30 taters, and one of the very, very bright spots in what might be kind of a dark season for the Royals.
He's the first Royal in history to record 40 home runs in a single season. That was last year. This year already at 30. And we're in June, already at 30. Soler just doesn't know how to not hit a home run.
30 dingers by Flag Day is a heck of a milestone to reach, and Kenta Maeda has him 1-1 here.
What's best about him is that he also hits for average, batting at .329, obviously leading the Royals. And as you mentioned, really just the cornerstone of this Kansas City offense.
Yeah, he played in all 162 games for Kansas City last season. Did bat .265 overall, but when you hit those 48 home runs, going to be real interesting to see how many he finishes with this ML Bot Ball season, considering he's already at 30. Hopefully he can stay healthy and give us all a treat.
This is Maeda.
Oh, go ahead.
I was saying this is one of the marquee matchups that when we first saw the schedule, that Maeda and Soler, how are these two going to battle it out as you see a walk?
Yeah, nice walk there, worked by Jorge Soler. That's his 26th free pass on the season, and that brings up Hunter Dozier, who was injured for the majority of the start of this ML Bot Ball season. He's making just his 22nd start, and Kenta Maeda starts him out with ball 1 on a slider.
Had 3 strikeouts last game. We don't want to look to improve on that. Has hit pretty well for average, as 289 is nothing to scoff at, but I'd like to see to get the ball more in play.
Yeah, Dozier does have 5 strikeouts this series, but his one lone hit has reached the bleachers in the outfield. It was a home run on Friday night, and the Royals' 4-3 win, a surprise victory on paper. But I suppose you can't win them all when you're facing a division foe.
And this division has been pretty tough as you look at the beautiful new border, as you will. 3 teams all battling out for the AL Central. And we talk all the time about the Twins being the best team in this bot ball season, but they're not going down without a fight.
This one is lifted down the left field line into the seats, so we'll reset once more at 2-2. 2 down, 1 on for Hunter Dozier. This one is popped up into short right field. Kepler going to charge in and make the catch for out number 3. Royals will get a man aboard, but can't do anything with it as we're all tied up still here. 0-0. We're heading to the 2nd inning. We saw those standings flash there once again. You were talking about it's been a 3-horse race atop that AL Central. We were talking in our Discord this morning, the ML Bot Ball Discord, which we remind you to go to mlbotball.com. You can find all the links to all of our social media, our standings, our schedule, our daily fantasy. That's kind of a pick-em situation. It's super fun. You should check it out. But just want to remind everyone to check out mlbotball.com, join our little fake baseball community, and have yourself some fun filling the void. But Mike Montgomery pitching here to Nelson Cruz. 1-1. Cruz went 3 for 5 last night, had the home run, and drove in 4 runners.
Cruz, 2-time Edgar Martinez Award, meaning the best DH in the American League, of course. And Nelson Cruz has continued to be so dominant, as we talked about, leading the team in home runs with 21, also leads the team in RBIs with 55.
Got that average up to 291. Takes a close pitch there from Montgomery. 3-1 count, and there's one man on this Twins lineup who has the greenest of lights. It's probably Nelson Cruz. Nelson singles up the middle. Starts out the second inning for the Twins with a leadoff base knock.
That is it. The third base.
Great hit by him, able to drive that baseball right back towards the pitcher. Obviously, we know him for his home runs, but getting on base is also very important.
That brings up Josh Donaldson, Twins third baseman, and big offseason acquisition, signed the biggest free agent contract in Twins history. 4 years, $92 million, and he's got 13 dingers so far this year. Getting back to that AL Central race, Cleveland just a half game out. White Sox just 2.5 out of the Twins in first place at 48-24. Indians and White Sox would be leading any other division but the NL Central, where the Cubbies have been on a tear, as well as the Twins. They've been battling back and forth for the best record in ML Bot Ball. And going to be an interesting 3-horse race down the stretch here as we get into the warmer months and the AL Central battle heats up. 1-2 count here, Mike Montgomery to Josh Donaldson.
I would love to see, after the All-Star break, as things start to get more heated, these 3 teams at the top of the AL Central really fight for it.
Donaldson goes down swinging on a nice breaker there from Mike Montgomery for his first punch out of the afternoon.
Number 20.
Great strikeout there by Monty. Able to get Donaldson leaning, and hasn't really made most of that contract. Has a pretty low average on the season at 228. Does hit for power still with 13 home runs. Last season was known pretty much more for his defense. I think we could talk about that, as at 15 defensive runs saved at the third base position. Most of all the National League, so now with the Twins looking to improve but has struggled.
Yeah, and do not underestimate that defensive aspect in the Twins infield. That was kind of an issue for the Twins last year, as Sano now makes the move over to first base, and Donaldson's been holding down a fine hot corner for these Minnesota Twins in his start. So while the numbers might be a tad disappointing, you also have guys like this guy at the plate, Eddie Rosario, slugging almost 600 now, and he gets an opposite field base hit here and gets 2 aboard for the Twins with 1 down.
It looks like there was a steal and a hit and run. Had the shortstop Mondesi moved over, covering second base, and opened up a wide open hole in the infield.
Put Nelson Cruz on the move. That's kind of ballsy by Rocco Baldelli.
I could have put it better myself. Maybe the perfect word you could use there. Nelson Cruz didn't play the field once last season, and continuing in his older age to rake. Obviously not known for his base stealing or base running ability, but seems like Baldelli had something in mind.
Well, and perhaps Baldelli is just trying to keep pace with fellow AL Central manager, former Twins manager Ron Gardenhire. He sent Miguel Cabrera on about 10 stolen base attempts this season. So buckle up, folks. It's a powerful but speedy AL Central here, I guess.
And speaking about speed, the Royals are 6th in speed. Obviously, Alberto Mondesi and Whit Merrifield, 2 speedsters on the base path.
Sano goes down on strikes. That cutter in there at 89 makes a second K for Mike Montgomery.
The second baseman, Luis.
Swung too early on that one. Try to grip it and rip it. Got a little too excited. Might have been expecting a high fastball instead of that cutter.
Yeah, that's Sano's 84th strikeout on the season. He's right up there with Nelson Cruz, who has 82 on the season. Cruz has been a bit more productive, though, so if Miguel just makes a little more contact, you can live with that high strikeout total. But while he does have 10 home runs, you'd like to see a few more. That brings up Luis Arias here with 2 on, 2 down. Takes that pitch low for ball 2.
He's batting .264 this season. This is his second year in the MLB, his rookie season being last year. Finished hitting .334 in 92 games and has struggled a little bit, as we've seen at .264, but continues to put the ball in play.
It's a tough play for Franco, and it's going to be a safe base hit over there at first base for Luis Arias. Bases are juiced now for the Twins.
Great piece of running there, firing out of the box, and that was hit
Arias is
anywhere else.
Arias is not a speedster. Yeah. Arias is not a speedster one bit, even though he's a smaller middle infielder. He does not really have wheels. He's a pretty solid young fella, but that brings up number 9 hitter Byron Buxton, Twin center fielder, down 0-1. Now 0-2 here quickly on Mike Montgomery.
Buxton, obviously known more for his steals, third in the American League with 13. Obviously also known more for his glove, has struggled with the bat.
And struggling there, Mike Montgomery comes up with a big strikeout with the bases loaded. Gets Byron Buxton swinging for out number 3. Royals going to bring up Alex Gordon, Ryan O'Hearn, and Miguel Franco.
Leading up for the Royals, the left fielder, Alex Gordon.
Gordon, the longtime Royal, still putting up pretty solid numbers here in his 13th season, I believe now, all with Kansas City, and of course on those World Series teams. And if there's one guy you think of when you think of Kansas City Royals, it's more than likely Alex Gordon if you're under about 30 years old.
Yeah, the first thing I think about when I think of Alex Gordon is his rookie card back in 2006 with Topps that was prematurely released. He wasn't a part of that, I believe, 25-man roster at the time, and they released out his rookie card, and I was like, whoops, we did not mean to do that, and ended up having to punch holes in a lot of the card that they released with Alex Gordon, and now one of the most rarest cards in modern baseball history.
I actually did not know that. That's interesting, but you better be careful. Topps is a sponsor here of our of our Radar Top Speed gun, so don't trash them too much.
You gotta love Topps. Topps has done a great job for the past, since 1952. Topps has continued to be the force of baseball cards. There you go, I plugged them. Now they should be happy.
Boom.
Boom. There you go.
Alex Gordon has worked himself a full count here. Garver sets up outside, and it's a miss. Kenta Maeda issues a free pass to Alex Gordon to lead off the bottom of the second.
The first baseman,
veteran presence there at the plate. Able not to get too anxious. Over career total of 1,500 hits with the Royals. That's special. That's really special.
He also has 190 home runs, so just 10 away from that 200 mark, and that's a pretty solid power total through the course of a dozen plus years in the league, and you wonder how long he'll stick around. And with guys, you do have guys like Nelson Cruz, Miguel Cabrera, and even guys like Adrian Beltre a few years ago playing near 40 or past 40 and still being productive hitters. Speaking of a hit, Ryan O'Hearn's going to put 2 aboard for Kansas City to lead off the bottom of the second, and Kenta Maeda running into some trouble.
the third baseman,
Yeah, Maeda has struggled a bit this inning, but was able to complete last inning with no harm.
See Franco there with some interesting splits, home and road. Royals fans would sure love it if he could get a base knock here and get the hometown squad on the board first. Always nice to do that against the division leaders.
Now, you mentioned before, a lot of these older players developing into great hitters, even though they were great hitters in the past. But it all happens to seem to be thriving in the American League because of that DH. I am somewhat of an advocate of a universal DH, as some people are against that. And I completely understand, as a Mets fan, you would love to see Bartolo Colon hit another home run. But the DH has done nothing but continue the careers of players that might have not been able to continue. Like Nelson Cruz didn't play one game in the field last season, as we talked about, and I don't think he would have played last season at all because of that defensive liability.
Franco gives this one right. It's over the head of Kepler and bounces into the bullpen. A ground rule double, unfortunately, for the Royals.
That one just over the reach.
Yeah. Just over Max's glove, but that probably could have been 2 runs and a triple maybe for Franco. Instead, it's going to put the Royals up 1-0 here, and that brings up Nicky Lopez. Takes ball 1 from Kenta Maeda. Just missed there, 2-0. Lopez got that average above 200 with a couple hits last night. As the bottom of the order kind of gave starter Jake Odorizzi some fits, but Odo hung on long enough to get the win, struck out 8 in the Twins' 6-2 victory last night. But a big spot here for Nicky Lopez. Still nobody out. He's got himself a 3-1 count.
Yeah, he could play hero ball here.
This one's hit well to right field. Kepler chasing, and that one's gone! 3-run home run for Nicky Lopez. .389-foot shot, and the Royals' second baseman with his second home run on the season, and that puts his hometown squad up big here in the bottom of the second inning.
Extended his arms in front of the baseball, ripped it, and it's out of here. Beautiful home run from Nicky Lopez. Has struggled in the major leagues, but has been really successful in the minors. Let's hope a pace like that will continue. Maybe going his second home run of the season. That was beautiful.
Yeah, Maeda's only given up 5 home runs coming into this one. That was number 6, and it's a huge one here with 2 men aboard for Kansas City, and the 4-0 lead with a guy who has a sub-2 ERA. You have to be very happy right now if you're a Royals fan, getting Kenta Maeda tagged for 4 runs early.
Maeda gets to calm himself here, going against the rookie catcher.
This one's popped up. Garver takes off the mask, and he'll squeeze it for out number 1. So Kenta Maeda finally records his first out here in his second inning of work. He's at 42 pitches.
Now going back to the top of the lineup. Gotta see him once again settle himself. Going against a lot of speedsters now, so want to keep the ball off the ground and look for strikeouts.
Once again, the bottom of the Royals lineup doing damage. Mondesi takes strike 1 there. The Royals shortstop is second in the American League in stolen bases with 17, and he fouls that one off, quickly down 0-2 here.
Mondesi made his MLB debut in the 2015 World Series, so imagine getting called up to that. I know that a little bit too well.
Inside, ball 1.
And even count now is that 91-mile-an-hour fastball misses low. Mondesi, one of a number of exciting shortstops in this AL Central, both with the bat and most of them with the glove. You can exclude Jorge Polanco on the glove part, but Mondesi rips this one to center field. Buxton gives chase, and that'll be out number 2 here.
Now batting, center fielder.
Good jump there by Buxton. Mondesi known for having one of the best swings in MLB The Show Diamond Dynasty. If you're a player of Diamond Dynasty and you have a creative player, a lot of people like to use his swing because he is a switch hitter, and it's so pure, such a pure swing.
Whit Merrifield taking hacks, and he hacks the first pitch foul from Kenta Maeda, 0-1. Garver calls for it upstairs. Kenta puts it up there, but just misses that 92-mile-an-hour heater for ball 1, and almost at 50 pitches now.
And Maeda struggling through this inning, but seeming to grasp his footing after the home run shot from Lopez.
Up high once more. Kenta not going to go deep into a ball game normally. He has 75.1 innings pitched in those 14 starts before this afternoon's ball game. It's Merrifield swinging there on a 90-mile-an-hour fastball low. Two-two pitch. Outside, full count. Don't want to walk anybody in front of Jorge Soler, that's for sure.
Especially not Whit Merrifield, who is known for being a speedster on the base paths.
Royals center fielder looking at the full count pitch and takes it low for ball 4. The free pass with 2 down, and danger, 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 Will Robinson. There's a runner on with Jorge Soler at the dish.
This is where you got to be careful. Obviously, you got to keep that ball low in the zone. Don't want to hang anything.
1-0.
And he misses upstairs. He walked Jorge Soler in his first at-bat. Kenta Maeda struggling to paint those corners now. As we were talking earlier, he's now doing more. Whit Merrifield takes off for second base. That's an easy stolen bag, and now a runner into scoring position.
Speaking of speed, Whit Merrifield stole 20 bases last season and continues to put on the afterburners from first to second.
Yeah, that's number 9 on the season. He has been caught 3 times, but Whit Merrifield has another potential run on the bases for Kansas City, up 4-0, and a 2-2 count here to Jorge Soler. This one's lifted to center field. Buxton's going to chase it. It will be in the park, and that'll be out number 3 as Buxton fights the sun a tad bit there, but squeezes it, and the threat eliminated. But a huge home run from Nicky Lopez gives the Royals a 4-0 lead.
Leading off for Minnesota, the right fielder, Max Kepler.
Max Kepler back up to the top of the Twins order here as we start out the 3rd inning. He swings at the first pitch he sees and going to hit into that tad bit of a shift there. Nicky Lopez tosses him out for out number 1.
The batter, number 11.
Into the shift again. Back in the first inning, same exact result. 4-3 put out.
Yeah, Polanco and Kepler both struggled yesterday. They both went 0 for 5, which is very uncommon for these two. They've been the table setters all season long for the Twins, and kind of surprising to see them struggle a little bit, but as is baseball, everything always comes back down to averages, and Jorge Polanco has himself a 1-1 count here against Mike Montgomery. Monty's looking pretty solid here against this Twins order.
Yeah, Monty's looking pretty good, as you said. And looking at the top of the lineup, yeah, they did go 0 for 5 last game. But, you know, as you said, baseball is all about averages, ebbs and flows. People are going to be hot, people are not. What happens is that the Twins team has been so good is that the bottom of the lineup has been able to pick up the slack when the top of the lineup has struggled.
Polanco takes another one low there to work himself a full count. So we get a nice shot there of Mitch Garver taking some practice hacks at beautiful Kauffman Stadium. Polanco fouls that one off. Will reset after he knocked the changeup into the dirt. And this one's hit fair ball down the right field line. We'll see if Jorge goes for 2. He will. And he's in there with a 1-out double.
The catcher.
Great piece of hitting there. He would have pushed that one all the way up the right field line and got a little scared that the right fielder was going to cut that one short, but ball hit way too hard.
Saw there, that was Polanco's 21st double on the season. Jorge is entered today tied for 3rd in doubles in the American League, and we're going to see Mitch Garver here 0 for 1 this afternoon, and he has an 0-1 count against Monty. That one just misses. 1-1 count. Mitch Garver looking to pull that ball, and as a number of these Twins hitters, he's not afraid to pull it, but this one is an opposite field hit to right field. They're going to wave Jorge Polanco around, and that's going to put the Twins on the board here at Kauffman Stadium. It's a 4-1 ball game now after an RBI single from Mitch Garver.
Hey, you don't see a lot of catchers batting 3rd anywhere in the major leagues. And that's one of the main reasons why the Twins are so good this season, because everybody can hit. Everybody can hit, including the catcher, which is infamously seen struggles in batting average and home runs throughout the career of the baseball, the tenure of baseball. So having a catcher that can hit as well as he can, leading the team in average and OPS, is so important. A great RBI there from him.
Nelson Cruz gives this one a ride, but it's right at Whit Merrifield in center. That'll be out number 2 here in the top of the 3rd inning, so Mike Montgomery extinguishes that possible fire quickly as Nelson Cruz heads to the dugout.
Josh Donaldson.
Yeah, if you're a Twins fan, I guess you're kind of used to seeing a catcher bat 3, as we saw about 10 years of Joe Mauer in the 3-hole. But Garver's a whole different beast, as that power is legit.
Yeah, way more than legit. 19 home runs on the season and 52 RBIs, make that 53 off of the previous hit.
Little excuse me swing, and that's going to retire Josh Donaldson as Nicky Lopez snags it off the top of the turf. Twins get one back in the top of the 3rd inning. We're going to see Hunter Dozier, Alex Gordon, and Ryan O'Hearn taking hacks now for the Royals.
Heidi Watney joining us. Heidi Watney, obviously, Mike hasn't been working for the past few months. Here at Bop Ball, we struggle to afford to get that great mic, but if you'd like to donate to Black Lives Matter.
Good causes here. We're going to start switching it up on the charities. We started the first few months with Meals on Wheels. We felt that was a great organization to raise money for in a time of great need for that organization as well. Lots of folks utilizing Meals on Wheels, and now we're doing Black Lives Matter. I believe we're going to start voting in our Discord for different charities that we'll possibly support. So make sure to join the Discord and get in on that, and maybe you can have a suggestion for a charity that you appreciate. But yeah, Black Lives Matter, donate now. If you do subscribe to our Twitch channel, any money from that also goes to Black Lives Matter or whatever charity we're supporting at the time. But We appreciate all of you who have contributed, have subscribed, and we love every one of you. Hunter Dozier fouls that one just down the third base line. It's a 1-2 count. Kenta Maeda looking to rebound after a disastrous second inning.
The inning was disastrous for him, giving up 4 runs, but did find himself back on track after the home run. So we'll see if he can continue that.
The 2-2 pitch to Dozier. Garver sets up inside, and this one is fouled away once more. Garver sets up outside now, and Dozier pops this one up. Garver removes the mask. Another one caught up the elevator shaft, and that's out number 1 here in the bottom of the third inning. Going to see Alex Gordon coming to the dish now. Get a quick look there at those AL Central standings we were talking about earlier, that 3-horse race after the White Sox made a number of offseason additions. And they're looking like a real fine squad on the south side. I was really excited. The Twins had a couple weekend series, both at Target Field and in Chicago a few weeks ago now. Those were very fun and competitive series, and it's going to be a fun one in the AL Central, as we've noted many times here. Kenta Maeda with the 1-0 pitch to Alex Gordon. Gordon lifts it to left field. Eddie Rosario gives chase and makes the catch for out number 2.
Good jump there by Rosario. Sometimes when that ball's drifting away from you, you have to pick up speed again as you slow down to try to track down that ball. Did a good job staying with it.
See, we got a trivia question from our good friend, the Big Guy 73, says, name the top 10 players in batting average, minimum of 5,000 plate appearances in the last 50 years, 1970 to 2020. Tony Gwynn was an obvious number 1 answer. My obvious answer would be Rod Carew.
At the ball. Down 21.
Beardy, I'm terrible at trivia. I'm very sorry. The big guy knows this. I think he does it to me on purpose because he wants to see me squirm. So it's okay.
Oh, look at that. Rod Carew's number 2. So yeah. Oh, I mean, any baseball trivia outside of the Minnesota Twins, I'm usually not going to know it at all. I'm a terrible fan of baseball. I'm a diehard Twins fan, but a terrible baseball fan. So take all my baseball opinions with a huge grain of salt, as Maeda works quickly here and puts a 0 on the board after giving up a few runs last inning. We're going to see Rosario, Sano, and Arraez due up for the Twins to try and scratch back into this one.
Leading off for Minnesota, the left fielder, number 20, Eddie Rosario.
Montgomery begins his 4th inning of work with a nice strike on the outside corner there.
See a pretty aggressive shift on Rosario. Rosario loves to swing at the baseball, led the major leagues in percentages of most balls swung at in the strike zone.
Yeah, Eddie is labeled a free swinger as he lines one up the middle there. Mondesi in position thanks to the shift to make the easy play for out number 1. Although recently Eddie's been beating the shift here in ML Bot Ball, so maybe look out. Eddie Rosario may be starting to develop as a hitter a bit more. His home run last night was an opposite field shot as well, so perhaps the shift might not work as well against Rosario as it did there. If recent trends continue, Miguel Sano swings at the first strike there for an 0-1 count.
Yeah, Rosario definitely could see some great improvement if he continues at the pace he's at. Last game, 1 player of the game, batting 3 for 5.
Yeah, just a triple shy of the cycle last night. Our good friend and resident organist Shark Shavery said if Rosario would have hit a triple there in his last at-bat last night, he was going to toss in some money to Black Lives Matter. I said I'd match it, so maybe that's a thing we can get going. If somebody's on cycle watch, we got to have our broadcasters pony up some dough.
That would be something interesting. I think I can get down with that. I'm a big fan of Shark. Shark is one of the best organists I've heard in a long, long time. At Citi Field, they don't have an organist. I think one of the only Major League stadiums still with one is in Chicago, and Sharky continuing to be great and for the seventh inning stretch.
So no strikes out there. Minnesota Twins do have an organist, longtime organist Sue Nelson. Came over from the Metrodome days. She's been the Twins organist, I believe, for 30 plus years now.
And that's really nice to see, because Target Field is just a beautiful, beautiful stadium.
Arias doinks one down the left field line. He's going to try for two, and he's in there with a two-out double. Luis Arias hits his 10th double on the season.
Yeah, he finished last year 6th in AL Rookie of the Year voting for a reason, because he can move. I just said not really a speedster, but turns on the afterburners there to make it a second base. Really close play there now that I look at it.
Yeah, I think it's more the nature of his hits, too. Usually it's little doinkers and bloopers just over the heads of the infield and just in front of the outfield. So I think that kind of helps him stretch some of those into doubles. We'll see if Buxton can bring him home with a base knock, as there's 2 down, a 1-0 count. Mike Montgomery trying to extinguish this little Twins rally in the 4th.
I think Buxton struck out on 3 pitches his last at bat. Obviously looking to improve here. Ahead in the count. Got to be looking fastball.
But yeah, you said Target Field. If you are ever at Target Field, you can meet Sue yourself. You can meet Sue Nelson, the Target Field organist. She's in the Two Gingers bar right behind home plate, I believe 2nd level. Go get yourself a big ginger and talk to Sue. Buxton gives this one a little lift to left field, but that's out number 3. So Arias' 2-out double means nothing. Kansas City still leads 4-1 here, as they got a good lead on their AL Central Division leaders.
Leading up for the Royals, the third baseman.
Franco had that RBI double in his last at-bat over the head of Max Kepler. Drove in a run and starts out this at-bat with strike 1 from Kenta Maeda at 88 on the fastball.
Franco best known with his time in Philadelphia.
Ball that's outside.
Kenta Maeda up to 72, now 73 pitches as that one sails wide. We'll probably see Fernando Romero. I do it every time. Fernando Romero or Julis Chassin warming in the Twins pen.
Both of the long relievers for the Twins have had a pretty high ERA this season. Also struggled to keep runners off the base paths, but anything can happen in MLB Baseball.
Leadoff walk here, bottom of the 4th, as Kenta Maeda perhaps his struggles continuing here this afternoon, as he couldn't find the strike zone there, and he's going to pitch to now dangerous hitter Nicky Lopez. He's having a heck of a series here for the Royals.
Nicky Lopez, as we saw, that 3-run blast, breaking this game open early in the 2nd. Ball wasn't hit too hard, but doesn't matter. Got over the wall anyway.
Maeda gets strike 1 in there. That fastball at 90. As I said, he works that fastball. It goes anywhere from 94 to about 88, and he'll put it all up and down the zone. But Royals have figured it out a bit here today, but he has an 0-2 count here against Lopez. This one ripped to first base. Miguel Sano, did he get the tag down? No.
The catcher, number 9.
So out number 1 on a hot shot to first, and Miguel Sano had a chance to possibly double up the play there, but Franco gets back. So MJ Melendez, the Royals catcher, going to take hacks now with 1 down against Kenta Maeda.
That's the scariest moment if you're Franco, because you're stuck in no man's land. You don't know really where to go. If that ball goes past, you don't want to be stuck close to first base, or else you might get thrown out at second. If you stay where you are, you might get tagged out. So good decision by him there.
Well, at least Miguel didn't take off for second base like he did in last night's ball game on a hot shot to the right side. It was a silly little play. I think it's up in our Twitch clips. If you go look there, I think our good friend Tardis16 clipped that one last night for us. It was an awkward play on Bot Ball After Dark, but MJ Melendez has himself a 2-2 count here against Maeda, and now 3-2 as another pitch misses low.
Full count to the rookie. Drafted him in the first round of 2014 MLB draft, 267 on the minors.
Strikes out looking here on a Maeda fastball. That's just Kenta's second punch out of the afternoon, but a big one with a man aboard.
Caught him looking there right across the letters, and that just comes with experience.
We're going to see a pitching change. That's going to be it for Kenta Maeda. So Maeda not in line for a win and in line for the loss currently. That would be his first loss on the year. He's the only American League starter without a loss yet this season. And not the best afternoon here from Kenta Maeda, but Julius Chacin going to make his 26th appearance. He was signed by the Twins this offseason to compete for a 5th starter spot. Instead, he's carved out a niche as the long reliever and the main wrong reliever for these Twins.
Has traveled around the MLB, has seen time in multiple parts. Colorado, Arizona, Atlanta. Also spent some time in Los Angeles with the Angels.
And Arias boots it. Chacin gave him a tailor-made ground ball for a double play. Instead, Arias can't get the glove on it, and it's going to be 2 aboard now for the Royals.
It's the worst feeling if you're the pitcher just coming into this game thinking you can get out of it easily with the 1-pitch ground ball, but now has to face the dangers with Merrifield.
When there's 2 down, he didn't even need to turn the double play, but instead Merrifield looks at strike 1 from Chastain. And Royals are going to be looking at some more fastballs that can look rather meaty if they catch enough of the plate, sitting at just 91 there on the 2-seamer from Chacin.
And that's the perfect pitch if you have a 91-mile-per-hour fastball. Keep those low at the bottom of the zone. You don't want to give them any opportunities to lift it.
Gave him an opportunity there, but Merrifield's going to fly out harmlessly to end the 4th inning. So the 4-1 lead remains intact for the Royals. We're going to have the top of the Twins order coming up in the top of the 5th inning. Max Kepler, Jorge Polanco, Mitch Garver going to try and carve into this Kansas City Royals lead at 4-1. We get another report from our teleporting mime Heidi Watney. She's talking about Byron Buxton. He had some off-season surgery. There were some doubts if he would be ready for opening day this season, but he was ready for opening day, and there's been no injuries or problems with Buck staying in the lineup so far, and that's exactly what you want if you're the Twins.
The right fielder, Matt Kepler.
Last season, he had 33 stolen bases in a row. Byron Buxton in 33 stolen bases. That's insane. Just to even think that you can go from first to second just like that.
Ball 1, no strike.
Yeah, the interesting thing with Buxton is I don't even know if he has a single stolen base between second and third, and if he does, it's less than 5. He's been rather efficient going first to second, but Twins very much content to leave him at second once he's there, considering all of the offense they do have, especially now with all the power that they have. So maybe Buxton's stolen base numbers hurt a little bit there, as Max Kepler is going to beat the shift. This one is going to roll all the way to almost the warning track, but Max Kepler is going to have a leadoff double here in the top of the 5th inning.
Hit into the shift twice this game, both 4-3 put-outs, and now learned from his mistakes and saw the wide open gap that they give him. That's amazing. Sometimes the shift, it helps you, as we saw with Kepler getting put out twice, and it hurts you right there. A little microcosm of the shift and 3 at-bats.
That's Kepler's 20th double on the season now, and Jorge Polanco had his 21st double in his last at-bat. So perhaps those 2 table setters here who struggled yesterday going to help contribute to try and get the Twins back in this one, as Polanco grounds to O'Hearn at first, and that's going to be out number 1, but it does advance Max Kepler to third base.
Perfect piece of hitting there by Polanco. Didn't get through the infield, but kept it towards the right side of the field, allowing Kepler to move.
That brings up Mitch Garver. As we saw Kepler poke that one down the left field line, opposite field hit. There's been quite a few of opposite field hits up and down this Twins lineup in this series so far. Kepler's doubles in last night's ball game were opposite field doubles, and for a guy who normally pulls, it's for a lot of hitters in this lineup that normally pull, it is good to see him crack some in the other way, as Kepler's got himself a 1-1 count here as the sinker misses low from Montgomery.
Yeah, power equals pulling, and it's very rare to see a player have a lot of home runs, especially like the Twins, and push the ball to the opposite field. It's a lot easier just to grip it and rip it over the designated wall.
Garver taps this one just in front of home plate. It's going to be fielded by Melendez, and that's going to be out number 2. That holds Kepler, obviously, at third base. So a nice piece of fielding there. Good decision for Melendez to hop up behind home plate and make the play.
Yeah, even though Melendez has struggled with the bat, he has been very efficient with the glove, replacing the injured Salvador Perez. Going to be out for a couple more weeks with a dislocated shoulder.
Yeah, Melendez making just his 16th start of the season. He's been splitting time with Gallagher since Perez has been out. And that's a big bat missing from this Kansas City lineup, as Perez has mashed some super long taters so far this season. Speaking of mashed taters, Nelson Cruz takes strike 1 there for a 1-1 count. That one's in the dirt. It gets by Melendez, but Kepler's going to have to hold at third base.
I thought that was far enough there, BD. I thought he was going to take it. I really thought he was going to go from third to home.
Yeah, maybe Max didn't get a good read on it once it was in the dirt there, but instead we'll have a 2-2 count as Cruz swings through that sinker at 91. Ooh, heck of a take there by Nelson Cruz. That's a veteran take from the nearly 40-year-old.
I don't know how he spit on that one. That one right across the knees. Though that same pitch again, it could be called a strike.
Full count, 2 down. Kepler at third base. And Nelson Cruz is going to get a base hit to center field. That's going to give the Twins another run. It's a 4-2 ball game now on a 2-out base knock from the Twins veteran.
Once again, able to continue his dominance out of the DH position, and gets older and older, and it's like a fine wine. It gets better as it gets older.
Fine wine. He takes plenty of naps. The Twins built him a nap room, and we're going to have back-to-back base hits here from the Twins 4 and 5 hitters as Josh Donaldson gets a 2-out base knock.
Good piece of hitting there by Donaldson. Look at that big leg kick. Just ready to take the ball out of the stadium, as many of these Twins players are. As we talked about earlier, Donaldson still struggling with average, but his fielding and power has made up for it slightly.
Eddie Rosario having himself a heck of a series here in Kansas City. 1 for 2 this afternoon, and looking for a big hit here for the Minnesota Twins as Montgomery's looking at 82 pitches now as that one misses low.
Rosario only 18 home runs on the season, and I only say 18, but the Twins continue to rake.
This one hit weakly up the middle. It's fielded by Lopez, tossed on to Mondesi at second base, and that's going to do things for the Twins. They do get 1 run back. You see there they have 9 hits, just 2 runs to show for it, but Jorge Soler, Hunter Dozier, and Alex Gordon going to take hacks and try and get a few of those runs back here.
Leading up for the Royals, the designated hitter,
Jorge Soler. Arguably the most dangerous hitter in the American League, and we'll see if he can connect on a meatball from Jhoulys Chacín, who misses low and away for a 1-0 count.
Chacín was a spot starter last season. Appeared only in 6 games, 5 of those being starts, 7.36 ERA. Stayed with the Twins this offseason and could keep this game in control if he keeps his pitch count low.
The numbers don't show it, but he has done a pretty fine job filling in that long relief role for the Twins, as there's plenty of games where their starters have only gone 5 or 6 and they've needed a guy to go 3 or 4 innings. And, maybe with the Twins lineup and offense they have, there's plenty of times where they're up by multiple runs, and that makes things a little easier for Chacín. But he also comes in spots like this where Maeda only lasted 4 2/3, I believe, 4 1/3. And we'll see if Chacín can put up a few more zeros and at least get to a few of those more trusted arms out in that Twins bullpen.
Yeah, speaking of trusted arms, May, obviously being a great setup man, had a hold last game on 2 strikeouts. And the bullpen for the Twins has been another one of the reasons why the Twins have been continuing to stay dominant. Obviously had some struggles finding a closer early in the season, but Taylor Rogers holding 20 saves.
Strikeout of Jorge Soler there. Jhoulys Chacín gets him chasing the changeup low. Chacín right back to Hunter Dozier with the 2-seamer inside. Garver wants it inside again. It's there, the changeup at 81 for a 1-1 count. Another breaker. That was a slider in there outside.
Chacín's just getting into his rhythm now. Got to keep the ball over the plate.
Hunter Dozier with a 3-1 count here. Does have 4 home runs in his short time with the Royals this season, of course due to injury, but he's a big one to have back in the middle of this lineup, as that one's hit well but foul. It'll fill up the count with 1 down here in the bottom of the 5th. And Dozier fouls another one away, and having himself a nice little battle here with Chacín. And works himself a walk. Chacín doesn't like it, but I think he probably should be more mad at himself there. That's a 1-out walk to Hunter Dozier, brings up veteran Alex Gordon.
Kansas City can get back in control if we can get more balls in play. Don't want to depend on the walk.
Gordon 0 for 1 today. Takes ball one low there. You see a modest 4-game hitting streak for the Royals left fielder. And this one bounced to Sano. He comes in, charges, fires onto second, back to first, and safe. That pulled Chassin off the bag, so the double play opportunity is zilched as the relay throw from Polanco was offline.
Not the fault of anyone there. That play was happening pretty fast and just off the mark. Chassin was barely at first base when that ball was thrown.
Yeah, nice job by Sano there to charge in on it and make a heck of a throw down to second base. Sano does have he has a cannon. That was always one thing that was apparent over at third base, and good to see him kind of learning to field his position over there at first, given the off-season switch after the Twins signed Donaldson.
And a lot of people have issues with putting people at the first base position when they do have an arm, but a lot of people forget it is important, especially during those relays that go from right field towards home plate, first baseman involved.
Chassin with a big strikeout there to end the inning. That gets the Twins out of it. They're still a 4-2 ball game here at Kauffman Stadium. We're through 5 innings. And we're going to have a new pitcher on the mound for the Royals, Ian Kennedy, coming in for his 39th appearance.
Kennedy has spent some time around the major leagues as well. Yankees, Diamondbacks, and the Padres. Usually known as a career starter, but moved to the bullpen in 2019 spring training. Ended up working really well for him, recording 30 saves in 63 appearances, or 63 games. Excuse me, that would be pretty bad if he had 30 saves in 63 appearances. But
we see a righty and a lefty, Trevor Rosenthal and Richard Lovelady, out in the Royals pen. Kennedy did pitch in last night's ball game. The Royals used 5 relievers in last night's game against the Twins. Finally gets a strike in there to Sano for a 2-1 count.
Inside, ball 3.
And Sano watches another ball sail wide, 3-1. Again, Miggy with those high strikeouts, but he does have 32 walks on the season, so he always going to have a solid eye at the plate despite the high strikeouts.
And Kennedy not known for his control, leading the team in whip, meaning having the highest, which is not a good thing when you're talking about whip. 193.
Ooh, gets a friendly call there. Just caught a piece of the plate as Ian Kennedy gets Miguel Sano looking.
That one just clipped the black there. I understand why he took it, but that ball was right there on the inside part of the plate. Tough one to hit if you're Sano, but also a tough one to take as well.
That's a pitcher's pitch right there. Ian Kennedy plants one, just catches a pixel of that home plate, and the ump gave it to him. Nice call, Blue. 2-0 count here to Luis Arias. He's 2 for 2 this afternoon, so a solid day from the Twins second baseman, and he picks up his 3rd hit of the afternoon. He slices one into center field for a 1-out base knock.
They're coming into this game, not really a pure hitter, but has proved himself this game as someone that can make some solid contact, as you talked about. Not someone that's going to take it over the outfield wall, but maybe bloop it for a single or a double.
Buxton looks at strike 1 from Kennedy. 94-mile-an-hour four-seamer. Buxton gets a ride into this one, but it twists foul down the left field line. Buxton was having a solid season last year. At one point was leading the American League in doubles and was really seeing the ball well at the plate as he was putting together a fine campaign. Finally, it seemed like, if you were a Twins fan. And then, of course, as has happened to Buxton throughout his career, he ran into a wall that derailed his season, and he only played in 87 games for the Twins. So tough luck for Byron Buxton. He strikes out here with Luis Arias standing at first base. 2 down now. Ian Kennedy trying to put up a 0 and hold on to this 4-2 lead for the Royals.
And that conversation about Buxton needs to be had. Came into this league as a top prospect, and I wouldn't say that he has struggled because he obviously had some great moments in the field and on the base paths, even winning the Gold Glove. But has he panned out to be what Twins expected him to be?
Ooh, Kepler takes a close one there for strike number 1. Yeah, I think at this point, if you're a Twins fan, you just kind of accept what Buxton is with the bat, and you just live for those awesome plays he makes out in center field. Even when he's not crashing into the wall, some of the balls he's just able to get to off the bat, or even when there's a little bit of a shift on and he gets to a ball in a gap, it's a thing of beauty. That was not beautiful. If you're a Twins fan, Max Kepler strikes out to end the inning. Ian Kennedy comes in, preserves that 4-2 lead so far, and we'll see if this Royals lineup can start to tack on some insurance runs here in the later innings with Michael Franco at the dish. Chassin starts him out 2-0 here. The slider couldn't find it. And Baldelli has been bitten a couple times by leaving some relievers in about a batter or two longer than he should have. So we'll see how long of a leash he gives Jhoulys Chassin here, especially if he issues a leadoff walk to start out this 6th inning. Ooh, and he does. That was a close pitch taken there by Franco.
And you make a good point there about leaving relievers in too long. Sometimes they come into the game from the bullpen, go and sit down in the dugout, and have to come back out into the game as a long reliever. You should be able to handle that, but sometimes it's the mentality of coming out from the bullpen.
Get a great shot here of Nicky Lopez's blast into the Kansas City afternoon sun. And that put the Royals up 4-1 at the time. Ooh, look out. That one got away from Chassin a bit, and Lopez falls to the dirt, getting out of the way. Nice job, Nicky, going full matrix there.
Gotta be careful. Chassin doesn't throw hard, but any pitch coming that fast at your head, you gotta duck.
Chassin finds a piece of the corner there. The two-seamer just twisted into the strike zone for an even count now to Nicky Lopez, 1 for 2 on the afternoon. Ooh, and there's strike 2. Chassin has been clipping these corners a little bit and doing a pretty fine job at that.
Got that one too high there, Beatty. Got to be careful. Keep those up there. Those are going to be out of the park again.
And Lopez grounds to Donaldson, on to Arias at second. That is an around the horn double play for Jhoulys Chassin, and he's given his infield a nice little round of applause after that one.
Yeah, perfect. Kept that ball low, forced the ground ball. Great job there by Chassin, adjusting, forcing a double play.
Folks, we want to remind you this is just game one of a long day of ML Bot Ball. Waste away your Sunday with us on this fun little Twitch and fun little baseball community we've created. We got live broadcasting. We're raising money for Black Lives Matter all day. We've got a good slate of games, and Ulis Chassin starts Melendez out 1-2 here, or 1-0 here with 2 down. And that's in there for a strike. Our other games today, after this one, we got Arizona at San Diego, and we got Washington at your Mets at 3:45 Eastern. At 5:30 Eastern, New York Yankees at the Boston Red Sox, then Seattle at Los Angeles Angels, Oakland at Philadelphia, and then we're rounding things out with the London game, the Cubbies versus the Birdies, the Cardinals.
Your attention, please.
And that'll be our Bot Ball After Dark game, but looks like Chassin's going to get out of things here with a nice catch from Eddie Rosario. Got a new pitcher for the Royals once again, Trevor Rosenthal. He also pitched in last night's ball game. He's going to toss to Jorge Polanco to lead off the 7th inning.
Yeah, 1 inning pitch with 3 strikeouts. Was an all-star back in 2015 and has traveled around the league, known more for a time with the Cardinals, returned back to play last season after surgery to his arm.
Polanco up 2-0 here.
3-0.
3-0, and you do not want to lead off your 7th inning with a walk. As the old Metrodome Jumbotron used to say, walks will haunt. But perhaps we won't see a walk as Polanco fouls that one away for a 3-1 count now. And Jorge lifts this to center. Merrifield giving chase. He's setting up just in front of the track and reaches up for out number 1.
A little dangerous there. Rosenthal has had his troubles keeping runners off base with a 1.95 whip and has also given up a lot of runs this season on 8.10 ERA. Was signed this offseason to a minor league deal with the Royals in December.
Mitch Garver standing in now. You see there he's had quite the series so far. And Garver puts a charge into one. Merrifield chasing at the track. He looks up and that's gone. Mitch Garver with his 20th home run of the season. A 426-foot shot. 107.7 exit velocity gets the Twins within 1. Now a 4-3 ball game here at Kauffman Stadium.
Talk about a home run. Look at this one flying off of the bat. Second player on the Twins right now with 20 or more home runs, right behind Nelson, Cruz, and Garver, continuing to assert his dominance from the catcher's position, not only behind the plate but at bat, swinging the hardwood. And Beardy, what a shot!
Garver, when he gets one, he gets one. One of many in this Twins lineup that can do that, and Nelson Cruz is certainly another one as he swings through that one there, 1-1.
Just to think it's a 1-run game right now with all these power bats coming up to bat.
Uh-oh. Cruz lifts the one to center, but this one just gonna die again, just shy of the warning track. The Twins need to quit hitting him out to center here at Kauffman.
Now batting.
Pretty dangerous. The wind is blowing out towards center field. Kauffman, one of those odd stadiums where the batting eye is that garden area, or excuse me, that fountain area.
Josh Donaldson looking to bring a little rain here and perhaps tie this one up for the Twins. There's 2 down. Trevor Rosenthal looking to escape this 7th inning with that Royals lead intact, albeit half of what it was before he came into the game. Is Mitch Garver, man, he had a beauty of a 20th homer on the season, and Donaldson takes strike one there, a 99-mile-an-hour fastball from Rosenthal.
And Rosenthal trying to regain his footing after that blast.
Oh, look out, Josh. That one's inside. 3-1 now. And it's a 2-out walk. Nice take there from the Twins' third baseman. That brings up Eddie Rosario with 2 down here and a go-ahead run at the plate.
Rosario was the hero yesterday and could be the hero once again.
Got a pitching change for Kansas City. We're going to see Richard Lovelady. That's quite the name there, making his 10th appearance. Old Dick Lovelady.
That is a very... Wow, you broke me there a little bit. That is a great name. I was going to say one of the best names in baseball at the moment.
That should be a name reserved for Bot Ball After Dark. I'm not sure if we should be... We might get some FCC trouble if we say that name too much. But Eddie Rosario takes strike one from Lovelady, and we'll see how this lefty-lefty matchup pans out.
That's a ball.
He made his rookie debut last season. Had a tough time in the majors last year, but has pitched pretty well through college and in the minors.
Rosario fouls that 96-mile-an-hour heater away. It's a 1-2 count. A big pitch here for old Dick Lovelady. Gets him swinging. Eddie Rosario goes down on strikes. And a nice strikeout in a big spot. The Twins do get 1 run back on a huge solo blast from Mitch Garver. And this is kind of what I alluded to. Julys Chassin coming out now for his, I believe, over 3rd inning of work in a fresh inning, bottom of the 7th. He'll toss to Adalberto Mondesi for the Royals, trying to get a couple of these runs back on the Twins and put some insurance on the board.
This is a dangerous move, keeping him in. A ton of fresh bullpen arms still left.
This one's just popped up to center field. Buxton had to take a couple steps, and he squeezes it for out number 1.
Now batting, the center fielder, Whit Merrifield.
Julys Chassin up to 37 pitches now in his relief appearance, and he's going to toss to Whit Merrifield. 0 for 2 this afternoon.
1-0.
Merrifield came into this one batting .272. 4 homers on the season, 14 doubles. Picked up his 9th stolen base earlier in this one.
2 balls, 1 strike.
And you don't want to let him get on base because he'll move into scoring position real fast as Chassin gives up a base knock here. That's a nice piece of hitting from Whit Merrifield, who about went down to one knee to scoop that one out.
And look at that swing there. Really got down low, dirty for that ball. Great piece of hitting. Do what you got to do to get on base and possibly allow Soler to drive you in.
Ball 1, no strike.
Chassin pitches out here, and Garver, while known for that power, is not known for much power in his arm. And they're going to try and keep Merrifield as honest as they can over there at first base with 1 down here. And we see a toss over. That got away from Sano, but luckily blocked it, kept it in front of him, and avoided disaster.
They're doing the right thing here, but I'm not sure with Chassin still in the game, they want him throwing as much over to first base. This might be time to take him out.
Especially with Jorge Soler at the dish. Apparently, Rocco Baldelli is a believer in no-leash dog parks and no-leash relieving. Soler gives this one right down the line, but foul. That one was dangerously close to being extra bases for Jorge Soler. Swung on and missed there, 2-2. Nice pitch from Chacin.
Once again, got to keep it low. Can't hang anything, especially not to this bat.
Ooh, that one was hung, but it's going to twist foul down the right field line. Look out.
Surprised Soler was so late on that one.
We see another throw over to first, and Chacin better be careful there, as that one was a little high. His last one was a little low. And he leaves a meatball over the plate to Soler. Buxton chasing at the track wall. Gone! It's a 2-run shot for Jorge Soler. Kansas City takes a 6-3 lead on Jorge Soler's 31st dong of the season.
You look at this home run, and as you said, meatball right over the heart of the plate. I thought Buxton was going to get up and grab that one. That would have been a nice call. But just out of his reach and into the third deck, right into dead center field. Royals extending their lead.
Jorge Soler continues to lead the universe in home runs this season. 31 dingers. That's RBI's 66 and 67. What a solar flare in a dark universe of Royal baseball right now that Jorge Soler is. My goodness, that's a guy that you pay the price of admission to watch him swing the stick. That's a fun guy swinging the bat.
They're leading the American League in home run and at bats. Just has been a superstar for this team. Cuban native, continuing his dominance.
And we talked about leaving Chacin in for another inning of work, and Rocco Baldelli, I'm pinning this one on you if my Twins lose this one, as this one's grounded to Polanco at short, toss over to first in time. That's out number 2 here, bottom of 7.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised to see that Chacin is still in this game after that blast.
Twins do have a couple of big series coming up on the schedule against the big border battle against Milwaukee Brewers. Always a fun series when those two meet up. And then Twins going to play the Yankees, the vaunted evil empire, and a team the Twins seem to have a playoff curse against, but that'll be a big series for the Twins. Not sure you need to worry about saving the bullpen for that one, almost a week out, though.
The count is 1-2.
1-2 here to the Royals left fielder. Chacin's 57th pitch is inside for a 2-2 count. This one's hit well. Buxton's going to chase it, and he'll get there in the gap for out number 3. So Chacin gives up the monster blast to Jorge Soler, and that gives some insurance to the Royals. They now lead 6-3 over the division-leading Twins.
Leading off for Minnesota, the first
Miguel Sano now at the dish, looking for his second hit of the series. He had Friday's game off. Old Dick Lovelady's going to start his second inning of work. It gets Sano swinging on the two-seamer at 93 there.
Yeah, Lovelady looking for another strikeout. Sano has struck out 3 times in all 3 of his at-bats.
Outside.
Miggy trying to avoid that gold-plated sombrero, as we see a couple relievers up in the Royals bullpen, Greg Holland, Tim Hill. Righty and a lefty. Sano taps that one foul. It'll be 1-2 count here, and another potential strikeout chance for Miguel Sano. Swung on and missed. There it is.
Oh, no.
Now batting.
And just like that. Go ahead.
Yeah, right by the knees. And I call those one of those turnstile swings where you swing the bat in almost the same spot every time and not making contact because you're not going for the baseball.
Count 1-0.
Yeah, Miggy wearing a hat now as gold as that big chain around his neck. And Luis Arraez 3 for 3 this afternoon. Nice little day for the Twins second baseman, looking to make it hit number 4 on the afternoon. If they don't, we got to talk to some of our Royals fans. If they don't have Dick Lovelady shirts in Kansas City, I don't know what they're doing yet.
He did struggle last year, so I think his jersey might not be the best selling.
Oh, you don't need to shell out for a jersey. You just got to make a funny. You got to find a local T-shirt company that makes silly shirts, and you end up with some good ones. The Twins have a couple local T-shirt companies that make some really good T-shirts. Twins-themed T-shirts. And Arraez, fair ball down the left field line. That's hit number 4. Luis is going to try for 2. He's in there with a 1-out double.
The center fielder, number 25, Byron.
Second double of the day for Arraez, and just able to push that one right over the third base bag down the line. 4 for 4, 2 singles, 2 doubles, and turned himself into one other hitter.
Yeah, Arraez broke out last year, had that .334 average, and I can't remember which stat company it was, if it was Fangraphs or Pacoda, but somebody projected Arraez to lead the American League in batting average at .303 this season. So Arraez, I think he might be the real deal, still just 23, so has some time to pan out and maybe regress to a mean a little bit as he's hitting just .264 this year. But Buxton finds a gap. That's up against the wall. That's going to be another double here for the Twins, and it's going to be a 6-4 game now on an RBI double from Byron Buxton.
Surprised he stopped at 2 there with that 98 speed. Able to punch that one into the gap, and if he had a little bit more power, that one could have been a home run. Better off safe than sorry staying at second base, but driving in the run, he getting cut down.
Yeah, I think Buck could have packed a lunch between first and second, still been okay if he should have given 3 a shot. Instead, we're going to see Scott Barlow coming in now to pitch for the Royals, making his 20th appearance.
And Barlow leading the team in holds this season with 11, has struggled with ERA a bit, 4.58 on the season. And this has been the struggle for the Kansas City Royals, is that they haven't had great success down the stretch of a game going into 8th and 9th inning. Bullpen hasn't been able to hold their leads.
Yeah, about 80% of the Royals bullpen is, putting it kindly, it's absolute trash. And that's contributed to a lot of their losses. And who knows, if things shake the wrong way for the Royals, it could contribute to another one here today, as the Twins are threatening with just 1 out in the top of the 8th and a runner in scoring position.
Ball in.
2-2 count now as Kepler lays off the slider.
So dangerous for the Royals, top of the lineup up, so much power. Got to be careful.
Got Barlow to Max Kepler. The 2-2 pitch is swung on by Kepler. It's hit to center field. Merrifield giving chase. It's back at the track, at the wall. That one's gone. We got a tie game at Kauffman Stadium. A 2-run shot off the bat of our favorite German, Max Kepler. Another bomba for the Bomba squad. That one hit to center field. We had seen a few balls hit to center that just died short of the warning track, but Kepler gets all of that one, and Merrifield can only watch it sail over the fence, and what do you know, the Kansas City bullpen poops their pants once again.
Not a lot of home runs have been pulled this game. Many home runs have been driven to dead center field. Kepler set the MLB record for home runs in a single season by a European-born player, as you mentioned, the German sensation, Max Kepler, tying it all up.
A 6-6 ball game on a sunny Sunday afternoon here at Kauffman Stadium. We're glad to have you with us here on ML Bot Ball, as this one has turned real fun and dramatic late as Scott Barlow gives up the 2-run blast. That was Max Kepler's 11th homer on the season, and he continues his special swinging of the stick here in the ML Bot Ball universe, and Jorge Polanco looking now at a 3-1 count. Twins might not be done yet here in the 8th.
I was just about to say, we're still going through the most intense part of this lineup with so much power and so much strength.
This one's hit well to center. Merrifield going to make the catch and
The catcher, number
make the
8.
play. That'll be out number 2.
Garver.
Mitch Garver, he homered his last time at the dish. And that was a big solo shot from Mitch. Without that, this might be just a 5-6 game. Instead, the Twins have things all tied up here in the 8th, and Scott Barlow's going to try and get out of this 8th inning. This one is grounded to Mondesi at short. That'll be out number 3, so Barlow does get the Twins finally, but not before Max Kepler puts a beauty of a swing on one and ties this one up late at Kauffman Stadium.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Twins. Number 50.
Got a new pitcher on the bump for Minnesota. It's Sergio Romo making his 15th appearance. Sergio has struggled a little bit, especially against those lefties, but he's been death on righties. We'll see what he does against Ryan O'Hearn here, who's 1 for 3 on the afternoon.
And if you're the Royals here, you got to look at this as a 0-0 game. Just got to put some runs on the board, take that lead again. Sergio Romo, best known for his time in San Francisco, 3-time World Series champion. Also spent some time around the Major Leagues with the Dodgers, Rays, and Marlins. He was traded to the Twins last season and decided to stay, re-signed this offseason. Even though he has been struggling, does hold a career ERA of 2.92, which is definitely nothing to scoff at.
As with most fans, Twins fans fell in love with Sergio Romo almost immediately. Talking about those shirts, they made a Sergio Romo shirt, you know, the Surge logo, the Surge Soda logo. They made one that said Sergio.
Oh,
Nice
that's
green
nice.
shirt.
That's really nice.
Getting creative on the t-shirts up here in Minnesota. We got a pretty good t-shirt game. O'Hearn lifts this one to left, and that one's going back deep over the wall. It's gone. Kansas City gets the lead right back on Ryan O'Hearn's 15th dinger.
Call the cavalry, Beardy. This is a shootout.
The Bombas are flying here at Kauffman Stadium, and it is now a 7-6 ball game. Rocco Baldelli, you only have your own head to shake at your own self for leaving Jhoulys Chacín in there too long, and now Sergio Romo coughs that lead right back up for the Twins.
You can look at that one, an opposite field blast as they put the shift on O'Hearn. Don't need to beat the shift when the ball's sent over the wall.
Now batting, the third baseman.
You see Duffy warming up in the Twins bullpen. As this one's popped over to first base, Sano makes a little running catch in foul territory for out number 1.
Second baseman, Nicky Lopez.
Speaking of home runs, Nicky Lopez had the huge 3-run shot for the Royals that gave them an early 4-1 lead. And Romo starts him out low with ball one. Corey Guerin, the other righty, up in the Twins bullpen warming at the moment. Heck of an AL Central game here so far, and if these last few innings have been any indication, we won't be done, as this one is hit up short into left field, and Jorge Polanco out to make out number 2.
Just underneath that baseball. Romo got to be careful here. Don't want to hang anything else.
MJ Melendez, the rookie, 0 for 3 this afternoon. Trying to extend this 8th inning for the Royals. But a huge home run from Ryan O'Hearn.
I think it's good to remind people that Kenta Maeda did start this game. Gave up 4 runs early in the 2nd inning and was pulled, I believe, in the 4th.
This one's tapped to Donaldson at 3rd. The toss on to Sano at 1st will retire the Royals, but not before Ryan O'Hearn gives them the lead right back. Twins had equalized in the top of the 8th. O'Hearn says, no, sir.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Royals.
And we're going to see
Number 35.
Kansas City bring out Greg Holland for his 35th appearance. See there, just 1 save in 3 opportunities, and not the best numbers in 34 innings of work, but we'll see how he fares against the heart of this Twins order. Nelson Cruz, Josh Donaldson, Eddie Rosario coming to the dish for Minnesota.
1-0.
Yep, for the Royals, the closer spot has been a struggle. As mentioned, only 1 save on the season so far. Has blown 2.
Finds the strike zone there with the 93-mile-an-hour four-seamer. It's a 1-1 count to Nelson Cruz, the boomstick. He's 2 for 4 on the afternoon. He's had a wonderful series and has that average pushing closer to 300. Cruz swings through that breaker. 1-2.
Good job by Holland to mix it up there.
Right back, Cruz taps this one to short. Mondesi had to chase it, and Nelson Cruz is going to be tossed out easily for out number 1.
The third baseman, number 24.
Even though that was a routine play, Mondesi was playing back in that shift, of course, and a lot closer than expected, but still went up.
Yeah, maybe 10 years ago, Nelson can beat that one out, but he's dead in the water there most times with those little infield tappers. But Josh Donaldson going to take hacks now. 1 down here, top of the 9th.
Ball 1, no strike.
He stares at ball 1 from Greg Holland in the dirt.
These are the moments that the Twins got Donaldson for. These big moments. See if he can execute.
Not sure if there was any rain in the forecast, but a surprise shower has been known to pop up when Josh is at the dish. As Holland just catches the bottom of the zone there. Fastball gets it for a 1-2 count. Big pitch here for Greg Holland.
I got to count 2 and 2.
Misses low. It's a 2-2 count. Josh Donaldson. He does have those 13 home runs, but he hasn't hit one for a couple weeks now, so he is perhaps due, and
Full count.
he has a full count now as that one's way outside. Twins would love for some of that $92 million to pay off here. Donaldson taps it, Mondesi grabs it, and that's out number 2 as Donaldson's retired. So Greg Holland just 1 out away from saving this one and giving the Royals the series win.
Rosario up to bat now, only 1 for 4 on this game. Last game did play hero, had a home run and a double. Would like some of that magic from yesterday to leak over to this moment right here.
Big matchup for Greg Holland to try and preserve this 7-6 lead, get the Royals out of here with the 2-1 series win. And that'd be a big one, a nice little shot in the arm if you're a Royals fan. Getting a big series win at home against the division leaders.
That's ball 2.
As it's a 2-0 count here early to Rosario. And Eddie fouls that one away. 2-1. 2 down, top of the 9th. Holland working on his 14th pitch.
3 balls, 1 strike.
Full counted. Rosario is a free swinger. He's not afraid to let this one rip.
And Eddie's going to stroke this one to right field, but that's easily caught out there by, oh my goodness, Hunter Dozier. And that's going to do it. Royals get the win and the series win. A big one here in Kansas City on a Sunday afternoon. 7-6. Kansas City takes it. Gets their 23rd win on the year, and that's going to put the Twins in danger of losing their spot atop the American League Central. Nice game, nice series here for the Royals.
Pretty scary there for the Twins. They're going to go over to Milwaukee next. They're going to come to Minnesota for Milwaukee next. Milwaukee has struggled, so they could pick up the pace there, but they need to come ready for the 4-game set against the New York Yankees.
Nicky Lopez going to be our player of the game with that 3-run home run, and that was a huge one here in this one. Twins out-hit the Royals 14-6, but only get 6 runs to show for it. We're going to get some highlights here. We see Franco's ground rule double got the Royals on the board first in the bottom of the 2nd.
Bit of a shock that they gave it to Lopez there, given Hearn was the player that won them the game.
Lopez just his 2nd home run on the season, and he finished out this series pretty strong, got that average above 200, so congratulations to Nicky Lopez for saving your spot in the order. We see Garver grounded there for Twins' first run, then Nelson Cruz with another RBI single in this series. Made it a 4-2 game, then Garver's huge solo blast made it 4-3. That was Mitch's 20th homer on the season, as he continues to swing a hot stick for the Twins in that 3-hole. And here was another huge shot, Jorge Soler with his 31st home run. A 2-run blast made it a 6-3 ball game. And then we had Byron Buxton double after Luis Arias doubled in front of him.
Big hit by Buxton here. Didn't really expect it from him, but the wheels that got him to second base drove in that run, kept the game close.
And then the big Max Kepler blast, his 11th home run on the season, tied this one up in the top of the 8th inning, a 424-foot shot. Pushed the Twins to tie this one up after they trailed all game. But right back in the bottom of the 8th, Ryan O'Hearn said, no, Twins, we're going to win this one today with a 421-foot blast off of Sergio Romo. And that was how things ended here in Kansas City, as we see Eddie Rosario lined out on a sharp one to right field. And a big 7-6 victory for Kansas City. Nicky Lopez, player of the game, and that was a mighty fine ball game we got late at Kauffman Stadium. But stick around, folks. We got more bot ball coming at you with Arizona at San Diego. Looks like we got Jake W. Dean and Tyler Danberg in the booth with us. How you doing, friends?
Would help if I unmute myself. Can't hear me with the mute on, but I'm excited for some D-backs bot ball here today. Madison Bumgarner back on the mound, so should be a good pitching matchup, especially going against Garrett Richards. Big sad news though, Mike Leake's arm is just kaput. So the D-backs are going to be a little short-handed pitching-wise, but we can only hope that we get a game as good as the one that y'all just had. I thought the Twins were in it, had a chance, the momentum was on their side, and then the Kansas City Royals hitting home runs, which is not their style.
Never count out Ryan O'Hearn.
For sure. Well, hey, guys, we'll get out of your hair here, but for me and my partner, Jaden Becker, just want to say thanks for sticking around. Thanks for joining us on ML Bot Ball, and be sure to watch all our games this afternoon and this evening. Should be fun, and hopefully for you guys, this Arizona-San Diego game doesn't go extras. But I'm Beardy Buddha. For my partner, Jaden Becker, we're glad you stuck with us. Have a good one, folks. We'll see you around.
All right, well, it is time to head off to Petco Park in San Diego for Game 3 of this NL West series here. We're going to get some nice day ball to end out this one.
Yes, Jake, it's a pleasure to be here, and it's going to be a great game. Hopefully, if, like you said before, if it's going to be anywhere as near as good than that Twins-Royals AL Central game, then we've got a great one in store. We had a great game between these two teams last night, and we're excited to get underway from Petco Park.
Yeah, last night went into extras. It was quite a duel in the end. Both teams had the chance to win it multiple times, but eventually the Diamondbacks were able to get it done and move on with the win, tie up this series 1-1. So the rubber match here today.
Garrett Richards, he's going to get the go-ahead on the mound. He's had 14 starts, a 3-6 record, a 3.42 ERA, and his pitch repertoire is not that bad either. He'll clock in a fastball, a slider, a curve, a sinker, and rarely a changeup.
And Starling Marte, the familiar face, you would say, at the top of this D-backs lineup. However, really hasn't been getting it done as of late. The average has been dropping, and Snakes fans are just hoping he can maybe get back on the horse a little bit.
I do have to give Starling Marte a lot of credit. A lot has been going on with him. We send our condolences from ML Bot Ball to his family after the passing of his wife, so he's got a lot on his mind. I couldn't even imagine right now, but we send our best to the Marte family, but he's got to get things going. But he is, Jake, a very familiar face, whether it's in Pittsburgh or in Arizona in the leadoff spot.
Indeed, still that 234 average is not what the D-backs signed him for and not what they need, especially right now being just now 3 games out of the division race against the Dodgers, just a half game, I believe, out of the wild card spot, that second wild card spot held by the Atlanta Braves, as Garrett Richards leads this count to 1-2 rather quickly. And there we go, Starling Marte strikes out on the slider.
It's a great pitch by Garrett Richards, just going out and away, and Marte reaches over the plate. That's just great work, great communication between Richards and Luis Campusano.
Well, the second half of the Marte Parte now up. Cattell definitely been the better Marte so far this season. Right now, second in NL, second base all-star voting, but the big numbers, that 296 average, still has a lot of that power he demonstrated last season with 15 home runs on the year.
Yeah, and his OPS is still, it's 905 this year. He had a great OPS, 981 last year in his all-star appearance year, and he's just got to keep getting things going for this top of the D-backs order.
And Richards fires in. The 1-1 pitch is going to be swung on and missed. So far, a lot of swing and miss stuff for Garrett Richards. Makes sense. You know, he's got a pretty solid ERA on the season. Coming back from that Tommy John surgery he had in 2018. And Cattell puts one on a dime, but instead that is going to be the second out of the inning. No problem out there in right field for Will Myers.
Those aforementioned injuries to Garrett Richards, like you mentioned, a couple all-star campaigns that could have been, but he had that very bad season-ending ankle injury in Los Angeles and had another one that preceded that. And hopefully he can get things and keep things where he is currently, and he's off to a good start already.
Yeah, this is the first batter he hasn't gotten that first pitch strike to. Escobar ahead in the count 1-0, but he's going to take one right down the middle of that 89-mile-an-hour slider. If there was an off-speed pitch to try and drive on out of here, that looked like a nice choice.
I've got no problem with Escobar taking that pitch.
Well, he's now down 1-2 after that first pitch ball. Garrett Richards fires in, but Escobar gets bat to ball. Unfortunately, he hits it to the only man on the left side of the infield. The switch works perfectly for the Padres, and Garrett Richards has no problem going 1-2-3 against the Diamondbacks in the top of the first. We head to bottom one. There you go, the man, the myth, the most important signing for the Diamondbacks this offseason. Mason Saunders, Madison Bumgarner, whatever you want to call him. 2.43 ERA, 9-3 record. In fact, his ERA was a lot closer to 2 before his last start, in which he got absolutely shelled in the first few innings. So hopefully he can get back to ace-level form and get his 10th win on the year.
Like the start for Bumgarner there, just a little bit outside, but I really like his approach. No matter where he is, he'll keep continuing that strong windup, couple fastballs, mixing a few breaking balls. He also adds a nice cutter as well.
Indeed, that four-seam fastball there that you were talking about, right at the bottom of the zone. Part of Bumgarner's ability is just really to locate those pitches where he needs to, when he needs to. That's going to be swung on, hit out to left field. David Peralta is not going to be able to get underneath that, and that is going to be a lead-off single. So quickly, Bumgarner already facing a little bit of pressure from these dads.
Yes, and Fernando Tatis, he's off to a good start. He was 0 for 5 yesterday, but he's already off to a hot start early, and now we're going to see the red-hot Tommy Pham.
0-0 in, and that is going to be a generous strike on the four-seamer. Got to appreciate when the ump is on your side if you're Bumgarner.
Yeah, I don't know what the umpire was necessarily seeing on the high inside corner, but that just gets fit, and give some credit to Steven Vogt on the frame.
Well, that one didn't need a frame. That one actually crossed the plate there. The cutter low. Probably a good idea by Pham not to swing on that one. You hate to go down 0-2, but not sure what you were going to do with that pitch.
Smart take.
Ooh, Bumgarner tried to get the 3-pitch strikeout. Instead, fouled off, and will do it again at 0-2.
This is where Tommy Pham's patience and plate discipline comes in. If he sees the pitch he doesn't want, but it's in the zone, he's going to foul it away.
Well, there you go. He fouls off another one. Padres wearing the other version of their camo uniforms today.
These are probably my personal favorites.
That's going to be flared out to first base, it looks like. Indeed, Christian Walker able to get underneath it. Christian been getting a little more solid starting time over there at first, especially with Jake Lamb now down in AAA Reno, and Vogt playing more behind the plate.
Yes, Christian Walker, he'll add some nice defensive abilities. I think a little bit of that is why he's there, but it's good to see him get some time at first base when Vogt is there behind the plate.
Yeah, and really for Christian Walker, he's just a liability when facing left-handed pitching. You know, he's a righty who mashes righties, and he can't even touch the ball when lefties are on the mound. But someone who can put some smoke on the ball there, unfortunately, it's going to go right in between the infield and outfield there, and Cattell did not have a problem running over and getting underneath that one. So it'll be 2 down now for Bumgarner after giving up that leadoff single.
Talking about Christian Walker mashing righties, he did hit .259 with 26 doubles, 29 homers, and 73 RBIs in 152 games. That's close to the D-backs rookie record, and a guy who broke a lot of rookie records in his time is up at the plate now with Manny Machado, and he's already batting .210 in a relatively frustrating season to start.
Yeah, but by the way, Christian Walker is nowhere near a rookie, by the way.
No, but he set in 2019. He set the rookie record in the major leagues, rookie-wise, major league rookie.
Well, I mean, he had already played over 50 games in the big leagues before 2019, so I guess you could still consider him a rookie. I wouldn't, seeing as he had major league action all the way back in 2014. Yeah, he's been a good hitter, but just an inconsistent bat, especially this bot ball season. But that's going to be hit over to Nick Ahmed. Won't get the double play ball, but will just need the one out there at first, no problemo. Madison Bumgarner gets out of the inning without much damage. All right, we head to the top of the second. The D-backs back out here. David Peralta, one of the heroes from last night, he had a huge bomb that allowed the Diamondbacks to get ahead briefly in the game before some defensive miscues allowed the Padres to tie it back up at 2.
David Peralta, he's keeps on a contingent path such as last year. You take a look at his incredible 333, 393, and 576 stat line already, and you're thinking, man, he's on a hot start.
I mean, he was even doing better in the month of April. So was Eduardo Escobar and Ketel Marte. They were all hitting near 400 at one point. But all of them have cooled down relatively. David Peralta, though, clearly leading the team in batting average and continuing to lead the offensive charge as he swings on that one and is going to miss the slider. So Garrett Richards with his second strikeout, but a lot of swing and miss stuff so far.
A lot of swing and miss stuff. Like you mentioned, that's the second strikeout for Richard. Both of those Ks, he rung his batters up with that slider on the left half of the plate from our view, and that's going to keep continuing to be that equalizing pitch, I think, for Garrett Richards.
Well, we'll see now Christian Walker, the man we were talking about, already at 29 years old, so definitely getting up there in age. Took him a while to make it to the major leagues.
He's a former minor league teammate in Baltimore with Manny Machado for a short amount of time.
That's hit over to second base, quickly dealt with, so Christian Walker is going to be retired on the 4-3 putout.
Batting fifth, the right fielder.
Not much work for Brian Dozier over there.
Yeah, pretty easy play for him to make, and all of a sudden there are 2 outs.
And that'll bring up the Arizona State man, Cole Calhoun, born in Tempe, Arizona, the city I live in. And he's up here trying to get something going.
Gotta love his hunched over stance. A staple in the West, whether it's in the American League or in the National League. He just stays out in the West.
Swung on that one, so that'll be a foul ball, 2-1.
And Calhoun's got a lot of underrated power. In Los Angeles, he joined the ranks of Vladimir Guerrero, Tim Salmon. These guys with multiple 25-plus homer campaigns in Angels history, at least in the outfield, and Calhoun can do that too. He's done it a couple times.
Yeah, Calhoun this season, most importantly, has just been getting a lot of extra base hits, those doubles, as you saw at the beginning of this at-bat, up to 20 on the season, which is good for top 3 in this D-backs lineup, despite, quite a bit of sitting time after a stint where it seemed like he struck out every at-bat. As the 2-2 pitch comes in here, just inside, so the count goes full.
Yeah, Calhoun, a guy, he can also motor around the bases when need be, and his lifetime on-base percentage of .322 is not bad either.
Well, he won't get on base there as Brian Dozier makes yet another play there on the full count. And the D-backs once again go down quietly in the second. We head to bottom 2, Profar, Dozier, Myers up to bat for the Padres.
Leading up for the Padres, the left fielder, Scherzer.
So Jurickson Profar steps in. One of the biggest contact hitters in this Padres lineup this year. Probably not the ability. Yeah, not who you expected necessarily, as he takes that first pitch for a strike. Signed at a Curacao, but not the guy you expected to be leading the offensive charge for the Padres. However, with all their stars struggling right now, he's definitely a critical component.
No, but he was able to do it in Oakland for a couple years, and he's a very shocking bat to have, especially in that open stance you see in the middle of your screen.
So Bumgarner has him now in a 1-1 count. And he fires the pitch in. Going to be swung on, fouled off to the right-hand side. Bumgarner wasting no time, deals once again. That's going to be fouled off to the side once again. Looks like Profar just can't get the timing down on Bumgarner's pitches.
Yeah, because a lot of them are ending up in the opposite field or taking the other way.
We were talking about it. Bumgarner's mostly a four-seam cutter curveball kind of guy. And he's been throwing a lot of fastballs and cutters here today. Misses down low there to bring the count full, 3-2.
Look for that cutter down low in the zone.
Instead, he goes with the high fastball, and it's hit pretty easily out there to Starling Marte in center. So once again, a leadoff single for the Padres in this inning. Did not come to pass or mean anything in the first. We'll see if they can do anything different with it here in the second.
Good adjustment by Profar, but Vogt wanted it a little bit more down low, and instead Bumgarner misses and goes high, and Profar takes advantage of it out of the right side.
Now we see the man who made quite a few defensive plays in the top of this inning. Brian Dozier was busy over there at second, but it's been a little less busy on the offensive side of things. Went 0 for 4 yesterday with a strikeout and a walk. Hitting just .235 overall on the season.
He's a very good hitter off of against left-handed pitchers, so you can expect to see him to most likely have a better day than he did last night.
Would you say he hits better off right-handed pitching?
I said left. I had to correct myself.
Oh, okay. I was about to be like, do I not know which side Madison Bumgarner throws from? Because I'd be a bad Diamondbacks fan.
I was going to say, you'd have to be very good to be a righty and hit better, much better against right-handed pitching. But yes, Bumgarner is a lefty.
Yeah, Christian Walker, the only guy I really know to do it. That pitch, going to drop in front of Vogt, but he'll stick with it. And Profar looks like he's stuck there at first. No movement. Swung on, hit up just to the side of home plate, and that is going to be an easy out. Brian Dozier's got to be kicking himself, and Madison Bumgarner is smiling.
Back-to-back pitches, Stephen Vogt, a lot of activity. First, a huge block to make it a 2-2 count as Bumgarner missed. and then he had to elevate and get up and turn around and make that play to catch the pop-up. He had to accelerate after that got a little bit to the right of the batter's box.
Now Will Myers did not start the game yesterday, came in as a pinch runner. And you can kind of see why that 206 average for an outfielder is a little bit concerning. And definitely does not have the power to play that kind of classic first base cleanup position you might expect.
Will Myers can pretty much go anywhere, and he plays pretty much everywhere. You mentioned outfield, first base. They've tried him at third a couple times wherever he's been. They try and experiment with a guy like Myers because with a former first-round pick like Myers, you want to try and utilize the most out of him.
Yeah, well, he has not been utilized very effectively this season as he strikes out there, unsurprisingly, on the curveball. Just Bumgarner's first strikeout on the day through 5 retired.
It's a great idea by Bumgarner to go in, the breaking ball in at the hands of Myers to try and lock him up or jam him at the very least. And he does a little bit more than jamming, Will Myers.
And now it's Luis Campusano, the catcher. He also did not start yesterday. Hitting well below the Mendoza line, but both of these teams have really struggled offensively at that that 2 position.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Jake, because both these two teams, you look at 1 through 4, 1 through 5, both these teams are ridiculously loaded when it comes to the top, and I would probably have a more balanced attack around 1 through 9, but 1 through 5 is okay.
Well, we're not going to see anything there. Campusano does exactly what we expect. He gets out, and once again, the Padres have stranded their leadoff single. Bumgarner doing a little dance off the mound there. He's feeling good. A lot better start than his previous one.
For Arizona, the shortstop, Nick Ahmed.
Nick Ahmed, the Gold Glove shortstop, now here at the plate. He's been slotted into this 6-7 hole for a lot of the season as he takes that first pitch on the outside edge, strike 1. You know, been just a reliable bat for the Snakes this season, especially with how great his defense is.
Yeah, it's with a guy like Nick Ahmed, the offense is just a consolation, and to a 264 batting average with 16 doubles, 8 home runs, and 35 RBIs. Not bad consolation.
Count is 1 and 2.
And the count now at 1 and 2, so Nick Ahmed needs to protect the plate. Garrett Richards continues to look like he has the D-backs number. You know, Chris Paddock looked great to start out the game yesterday for the Padres.
Yes, he did. He got off to a hot start. And wouldn't say he wore down later in the game, but he held his own for most of it.
Yeah, really outside that mistake pitch to Peralta, as Nick Ahmed's going to hit that one to the other shortstop. And not going to be a problem for Tati. But yeah, you know, Chris Paddock really just kind of made that one mistake pitch to David Peralta. Outside of that was an excellent outing. And we're seeing a lot of the same things from Garrett Richards. And, you know, this Padres pitching unit overall this season against the Diamondbacks has been pretty excellent.
Yes, it has.
That first pitch there outside, a 1-0 to D-backs catcher Stephen Vogt.
No, I really am a proponent of Stephen Vogt, mainly because he doesn't wear batting gloves. It's not too many times that you'll see within back-to-back half innings 2 guys in Will Myers and Stephen Vogt that do not wear batting gloves. So I like the approach there from Vogt, the guy who has never worn a pair of baseball gloves. Nothing like it.
Yeah, the only gloves he wears are catcher's mitts.
There you go.
And he's taking this count 3-0. So the eagle eye from the veteran. He tries to take that one on the edge instead. The 97-mile-an-hour four-seamer is going to catch the zone.
Smart
like,
take there.
Yeah, I think he was taken all the way. 3-1. Ooh, Vogt hits that on a dime. It's not going to be caught out there in left field. Vogt, though, not that quick, so he won't be able to advance to second base. That'll be a single, I assume they're going to score it?
Yes, and on a 3-1 count, you know that Vogt had to have liked that pitch a little bit to the outside part of the zone. Good effort by Profar, just couldn't hang on as he hit the ground.
And now for some reason, Mason Saunders, Madison Bumgarner, one of the better hitting pitchers in the National League, is going to be bunting immediately, pulls it back to take the first pitch 1-0. Lays down the bunt this time. It looks like it is going to be no, it was not successful at second, so they end up getting Vogt the fielder's choice. And once again, I have a lot of questions about the decision to bunt with Bumgarner there, especially seeing as you're not sending Vogt before he gets the pitch down. And, ooh, they just got him there at second.
I didn't mind the call. I thought that was rather strategic with a one-out opportunity, but Vogt's not fast, Bumgarner's not fast, so one of those guys were not going to beat it out. I would have preferred a drag bunt situation instead of a push bunt that Bumgarner laid down.
Yeah, I'm with you there, and I, again, think Bumgarner being one of your better hitting pitchers, I mean, just let him take a cut at least, see what he can do. Instead, though, it's 2 down, and now Bumgarner's the runner at first, and he's not going to be able to advance on that pitch in the dirt whatsoever. 2-0 count to Starling Marte. Pitch comes in. That's hit on a line, but just foul.
Marte's got to look to advance the runner here in any way he can with 2 outs. So basically just swing away and see what you can come up with.
Indeed, indeed. Would love a gapper right here. But instead he's going to take a 4-seamer right about belt high. Swings on that one to stay alive. 2-2.
It's a great defensive swing by Marte. 2-2 count. Locked down low. Got to do your best to tip it away.
Garrett Richards misses badly. I don't know how Bumgarner doesn't advance. I guess he missed so bad. It hit the wall behind so hard that it just bounced back really quickly. That was a terrible pitch.
Love to be an acquaintance of that MLB The Show sign. He seems like a great friend because he definitely was on that pitch.
And there you go. Looks like Garrett Richards is a little bit in his head after throwing one to a completely different county here in California. Starling Marte going to be able to advance up the line to first. Bumgarner advances to second.
He threw that pitch prior all the way to La Jolla.
Indeed. As now Ketel Marte has a chance to drive in the first run of today's game. Runners at first and second, although there are 2 down, so needs to be clutch in this runners in scoring position situation.
Marte, a guy hasn't seen too much of Richards, 0 for 2 with a K and just a few at-bats. See what he can do, try and overcome and get possibly his first hit with a runner in scoring position against Richards.
And Ketel Marte right now leading the National League in doubles, so it's not out of the question that he could put a nice ball there in the gap, get a 2-bagger, and at least get 1 run home.
Yeah, we saw with our lead runner, Madison Bumgarner, he didn't go on that pass ball and at bat earlier against against Starling Marte.
Whew. All right, Ketel Marte trying to make it a 3-run game with 1 swing of the bat. Instead, that's just going to go foul down the line. So it's a 2-2 count here. High leverage situation. And ooh, the take there. Dangerous, but in the end, a good move. The count moves 3-2.
You have to be selective here if you're Ketel Marte, and he probably should. He's got a great eye, great on-base percentage. It's very cliche, but you got to do so.
And he takes low. Excellent job by the Diamondbacks to load the bases and also to make Garrett Richards just pitch after pitch this inning. I think he came in with under 30 pitches thrown and now up to 54.
And that's big with Eduardo Escobar up. I guess you can say you favor him with the righty-lefty matchup, and that's big when you got the Ducks all in a row at first, second, and third.
Yeah, Eduardo Escobar for much of the season was the NL RBIs leader. He's dropped off the last couple weeks, staying right at about 51 as he takes that strike in the upper inside corner. But this would be an excellent opportunity to add to his total of 51 on the season.
Garrett Richards just has to stay composed. He just has to take a few deep breaths and pitch his game with 2 down. There's still 2 outs here.
But he's been having issues finding the zone. Fails to do it there on the slider. Outside and a little bit low, 2-1. He's got to focus and just get something over the zone.
I'm interested with the few balls that he's thrown, with the many balls, that he's thrown. The fact that there hasn't been a mound visit is quite perplexing.
Well, either way, he gets a nice, generous call on the inside edge there, and it's once again a 2-2 count. One pitch could get him out of this, but if he makes a mistake, one pitch could put him far behind. It comes in, and oh my God, Eduardo Escobar just watches a pitch nearly down the middle. Not sure what he was doing. Anyways, it's a waste of a huge opportunity, and Eduardo Escobar continues to be cold as cold can be. As, Heidi Watney starts telling us about how bad the Padres' offense is, which it's bad, we're going to tell you about something that's a little more of a good cause. Don't forget that Tyler and I don't do this for any pay. We just do this for the fun and love of baseball. But ML Botball and our channel is raising money for Black Lives Matter today, as we have been for most of the last week. So if you want to donate, help us out, head to the link right below this video, or just type in !donate to the Twitch chat.
Yes, it all goes for a great cause. Jake couldn't have said it any better, and we'll be choosing a new charity in the next coming days, so that'll always be good. And it's great to see what Botball can do to aid those who miss baseball and to aid those who need that particular help from a foundation.
Indeed, Meals on Wheels to start off the season, now BLM, and we'll see where we go next as it's a 1-2 count to opposing pitcher Garrett Richards. Ooh, squeezed up there by the umpire. That looked like strike 3 to me. Instead, that 4-seamer's called, ball 2.
Garrett Richards can't get a break. He was in a tough situation on the mound. Now he's 2-2 count deep at the plate.
Well, gets lucky there. Not sure why Bumgarner's trying to pitch around the plate. If I'm Bumgarner, I just throw a fastball right in the lower part of that zone and tell Garrett Richards, watch, hit it. You won't.
I think that would be a very safe situation.
And there you go. It only took Madison Bumgarner 6 pitches to do it, but he gets the strikeout. Third on his line for the day. And he clearly leads the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, Jake, I don't know if your name's Jake Dean or Nostradamus, maybe both, because you called that outside fastball and Richards had absolutely no shot, but here's a more seasoned and professional hitter in Fernando Tatis Jr.
Indeed, he's already 1 for 1 on the day, led the game off with a nice little single out to the outfield. Ooh, Bumgarner's just throwing wild pitches all of a sudden. That 4-seamer nowhere near the zone. And the ump's very interesting. I'm not sure what shaped zone continues here as that curveball outside gets called for a strike, 2-1.
A lot of spin to a few of his fastballs. It just kind of slices with his delivery, and you see on that breaking ball, it's just identical between his off-speed, his breaking ball, and his fastball releases in his left hand.
Ooh, there we go, though. Sneaks that cutter in the high part of the zone.
Yeah, about chest high with Tatis, with a very lofty and lanky guy that he is, and a 3-2 count makes for another fantastic at-bat.
And that's going to be flied up there. Cole Calhoun's running into it, and he is able to get there quickly, no problemo. So Madison Bumgarner brings 2 counts deep, brings them full, but able to retire both of them. And there's now 2 down in the Padres' third. Tommy Pham, final opportunity for the Dads here in this inning.
An ongoing topic has been the lack of offense between these two teams the past couple of games, but also the lack of power. We haven't seen too many balls that have gone past maybe medium deep or to deep parts of the outfield. It's been rather shallow, or maybe a few ground balls that have reached to the gap.
Yeah, I mean, the first game was just a 3-1 game. Yesterday was 5-4, but that went to extras. And, you know, the last series that these two teams played, it was a lot of 2-1, 4-2 type ball games. There was one game against Dinelson Lamet where it went to 8 for the D-backs. But like you said, not a ton of offense in this season series. And can't imagine we're going to see tons with these two great pitchers on the mound. 1-2 count to Pham. Pitch comes in.
I got to count 2-2.
Interesting choice. Places the fastball high and outside.
Count full.
And if you're the Padres here, Jake, you just want to keep working the count. And they've done that. They've been doing it. Richards has worked the count. Pham is doing it currently. That's big for the Padres if they want to work out Bumgarner as much as they can, like the D-backs did Richards.
Well, it does not matter. Bumgarner finally able to locate one of his four-seamers, and Tommy Pham did not have a single prayer at hitting that baseball. That was well placed up in the zone. Tommy Pham goes far too low, doesn't cut as much as he expects it, and that's another K in the end of the third. It's D-backs nothing, Padres nothing here on this NL West battle.
Leading off for the Diamondbacks, the left fielder, David Peralta.
All right, the freight train back up at the plate. Like we said, he hit one far, far deep yesterday. Now up to 14 big flies on the season.
He's slugging .586. That's 7th in the National League.
That pitch is going to be called. The ball just inside. Good take by David. And Richards not wasting any time. Just pitch after pitch after pitch. Quick windup. And Peralta thought he had one there. Instead, that's going to be a souvenir for some fans down the first base line. And
I would say that probably starting in the 5th inning, there might be some Padres relievers warming up in the pen if Richards has to keep going.
Yeah, as he walks David Peralta and loses him there after a full count. Really, both of these pitchers the last couple innings, despite being effective in terms of looking at the scoreboard, just taking him a lot of pitches to get it done.
Yes, whether he's trying to get strikeouts or he eventually gets batters out, but after long 8, 9, 10 pitch at-bats, and that's been a common theme with Garrett Richards because he doesn't have that X-factor speed. He's got solid breaking balls, solid fastballs, but nothing too drastic. He's just a very good, routine, systematic pitcher.
And that slider, though, gonna miss. So Garrett Richards, once again, having some command issues this inning. Walked multiple batters last inning that eventually led to a bases-loaded situation, even though Eduardo Escobar struck out to end it. However, Christian Walker is going to do a very Christian Walker-like thing. Weak fly ball to the opposing first baseman in Eric Hosmer, and that's one down.
When you're down 2-0 in the count, when you're Garrett Richards, it's a very tough situation because especially when your stamina is a little bit low, your confidence is down almost all the way. That's big to get a pop fly and to frustrate your opposing hitter.
Yeah, and Christian Walker there, you know, he's a guy who walks a lot but also strikes out even more. And so sometimes you expect him to be able to take on those 2-0, maybe 3-0 situations, and instead he just gets a little overactive and swings at a pitch he shouldn't like he did there. And Cole Calhoun showing you how to swing at pitches you shouldn't. 0-2.
Calhoun's a guy that'll be able to drive a lot of fastballs up in the zone as well.
Well, instead, he's just doing a whole lot of missing at the fastballs here today. 4 strikeout for Garrett Richards, and Cole Calhoun continues to struggle with the Ks on the season.
Take a look at that pitch speed comparison. Richards, 98 miles per hour. That's his max fastball speed compared to Bumgarner's 93. And what makes Bumgarner so special is that he can reach that amount of speed with a couple of different pitches.
Indeed, Bumgarner and a lot of these D-backs pitchers a little slower. You don't have a ton of like fastball hurlers here for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, both these guys can mix up a lot of different pitches, and a lot of it runs through the catchers.
Nope, that's
down. Down low, so Garrett Richards again throwing a lot of balls. Those fastballs just not located well low.
There's one observation I could point out is that both these pitchers, Bumgarner and Richards, haven't shaken off their catchers too much.
He's out.
Well, not going to be a problem, though, as that's going to be an easy ground ball play for Brian Dozier. Throws over to Tatis at second. And despite that walk, we are through 3.5, excuse me, and the Diamondbacks have yet to score. Padres trying to change that for themselves as they come up for their 4th inning of at-bats. Eric Hosmer to lead it up.
Popped out his first time up, and he just has to try and get things going. Jake, he has found some struggles along the way, but he still is maintaining a 274 average, 8 home runs, 28 RBIs, and he's been able to work in a few big clutch hits.
And Eric Hosmer, like you said, you know, clutch hitting, but also just like some of the only hitting for this Padres lineup as he popped that one into left field when Manny Machado is barely over the Mendoza line. Tatis Jr. is really not popping off like you need him to, and Tommy Pham looks like he forgot how to hit for contact. You need guys like Eric Hosmer to start, just taking a little bit more of the workload.
Yeah, he's a guy that I wouldn't say he's totally out of the limelight as a superstar, but he's a couple years removed from his all-star days, so his ability to evolve into this role model veteran is important for young guys such as Fernando Tatis and even guys like Tommy Pham. These guys are, and Luis Campusano, who's behind the plate for the Padres.
The left fielder, number 10, Scherzer. Throw ball. Second baseman, Brian Dozier.
That's a ball.
Got 2 men on currently with 1 down, and Brian Dozier at the plate. Jake, are you there?
I think so. I lag out for a second, and all of a sudden the Padres have 2 base runners. I don't like this. Bumgarner ready to throw the 1-0 in. And that's going to be fouled back, 1-1. So he uses the fastball well there, high.
Yeah, and Profar, if we want to proceed to play before, just got a nice pitch to hit and throw it down the line.
Ooh, doesn't swing at that one, but it will cross the zone. So the count's now 1-2, and if Bumgarner could get this out or force Dozier to kind of just try and swing at anything, maybe hit himself into a ground ball double play.
That will be big for the Diamondbacks defense.
Instead, he's going to throw one curveball that it curved quite a bit. Very far from the zone. Ooh, that was the ground ball that he needed, but just a little bit foul. So, you know, Dozier not really ready for that curveball, but also at the same time just ready enough to foul it off. And that's going to be hit deep into left field. David Peralta's ready right underneath it. Not a chance to advance to third, especially given the placement of that ball into the outfield. And so, looks like Bumgarner does have a chance now to get out of this trouble once again.
Dozier got a pitch to hit, but Peralta was under there, got a good jump on it. No chance for the lead runner, and Will Myers has a good opportunity with a runner in scoring position and an extra runner behind him at first.
Yeah, I mean, you say he's got a good opportunity, but Will Myers and batting this season are not two things that go very well together. Just hovering around that 200 mark, 0 for 2 in the series. Barely playing at this point because of how bad his offense has gotten. But he's going to make me eat my words as he's going to hit that one deep, deep, deep to the gap. I don't know why Starling Marte took so long to play that off the wall, and that pitch is not going to be anywhere near the home plate. So all of a sudden the Padres get 2 on the huge double. Will Myers 7th of the season, and man, what was Starling doing out there in center field?
I'm not sure. He waited a long time. I think he just wanted to bare hand grab it and chuck it as far as he can to the cutoff man or all the way to third. That's a great piece of hitting by Will Myers. It's never too late to turn things around, even when you're in the darkest hour of your season.
As that one's also going to be hit hard, but to David Peralta this time. So Madison Bumgarner gives up 2 runs and once again struggling a little more than we've seen so far this season. The D-backs now trailed by 2 from sunny San Diego. So we get a nice view of the stands there at Petco Park. Yeah, Starling Marte there and a lot of the show outfielders just wait so long. They don't take direct action to get to the baseball. And it just means that hits that should really be holding runners there at third are just almost easy 2 RBI opportunities.
Yes, and that missile from Myers might be the X factor for a while, as we've approached already 4 full innings in the books.
Stephen Vogt's going to take the first pitch there on the very inside edge, 0-1. Stephen Vogt's been playing a lot better offensive baseball recently. 1 for 1 on his day, 5 RBIs in his last 10 games, and a huge home run that briefly put the Diamondbacks ahead yesterday. In fact, it was going to be the go-ahead run, but the Padres scored in the bottom of the 9th to tie it up. As Vogt takes one in almost on his elbow and one down at his knees. So the count's now 3-1 with Bumgarner on deck.
Now you mentioned that big home run that he had. It's coming up big for the Diamondbacks, especially when you see some time behind the dish.
And, ooh, just barely misses what would have surely been a double down the line. Just a couple feet foul. And we'll do it at a full count. Stephen Vogt. Why? Every D-backs batter's just watching these third pitch strikes on these full counts coming in, and Garrett Richards is loving it.
It's a fantastic pitch by Richards. Gets that slight break on the breaking ball. Those ones are lethal, especially for a guy that's got a sweeping type of pitch like that slider. That's been big for the Padres hurler.
Yeah, but really it didn't end up moving that much at the top of the zone, and even if it did, you'd figure Vogt understands that a pitch that's probably going to hit the zone is something you got to swing at. Instead, though, he watches it go by, and that's, I think, the third looking strikeout for Garrett Richards this game. As Bumgarner's going to quickly flare one to right field. No problem for Will Myers, 2 down.
Got a nice line drive, but right there out in right field was your boy Will Myers there to make the play.
I do not claim Will Myers. He is not my boy.
If you can sense my sarcasm there.
Anyway, we turn to a Diamondbacks outfielder, Starling Marte. He's going to rope that one, but he's going to hit it right directly to center field. Not going to be a problem out there. So one center fielder to Tommy Pham, the other center fielder, and that retires the side for the Snakes. We head to the bottom of the fifth. The Padres leading by 2. And the man responsible for keeping the Diamondbacks off the scoring column, Garrett Richards, now at the plate trying to hit once again.
That's 2 straight at-bats, Jake, for Garrett Richards to start off his team's bottom half of an inning.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's probably a little better than having him, end an inning in a clutch situation. But, never really the ideal situation to have your pitcher in that leadoff spot.
Yeah, I think they're more built to be with a runner on base and to try and bunt their way like we saw Bumgarner do for the Diamondbacks a while back.
Yeah, or even just try and maybe get a ball out to the deep outfield, try and just kind of move the guy up. Wow! Oh my! Umpire just did not see how that dropped out of the zone. That curveball super tricky, so tricky it confused Blue. And I wouldn't have swung at that. I don't blame you, Garrett Richards, but you're going down on a strikeout.
That's tough to see, tough to read when you're a righty and you get an elevating type of pitch like that curveball from Bumgarner that goes to the opposite low corner. That's tough to pick out.
Yeah, that was a fantastic pitch. Would love to see more of those curves right into that bottom corner on the inside. Instead, though, against Tatis, he's bringing the heat. That four-seamer went pretty much down the middle, challenged Tatis, and was not able to connect.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
2-2 count. Bumgarner readies, throws to home. High, so it is a full count once again with Tommy Pham sitting on deck.
Story of this game has been 3-2 counts.
Indeed. Pitch in. That is going to be a high foul ball. I don't know why David's running in. Wow, actually he gets to that one. That is some effort from the freight train out there, chugging and chugging and chugging, but finds his way to the station, able to get under that one right at the foul wall. And there's 2 down.
I'm not sure who got more out of that play. Was it Fernando Tatis popping it up even higher, or was it the beautiful run by David Peralta just to track it and read it and grab it? What a great play by the freight train.
And now you see why he was able to get a Gold Glove last season. Even in his limited action, which was probably one of the most surprising things about David Peralta's award at the end of the season.
Yeah, he came on nicely, but like you mentioned, he had some limited games.
Yeah, in fact, only played in 99, didn't even make the century mark, which is not great for a guy who's pretty much, I don't know if there's really franchise players all the time in baseball, and David Peralta's not always the best player in the lineup, but he is the fan favorite, I can tell you that for sure. As Tommy Pham takes that pitch low, 2-2.
And Peralta, he's been around the league enough, but even in those 99 games, he was able to crank out a nice 990 fielding percentage. So I think that has to be why you had to give him, even in 99 games, that Gold Glove award.
Indeed, was Wilson Defensive Player of the Year, in fact, in 2019.
Now what is the award? What's the trophy? What does that look like? Is that just a Wilson glove, the Gold Glove, like the Rollin?
Well, Tommy Pham hits one and he hit it deep. I mean, oh nope, I guess that's a foul ball. Just kidding. It looked like he was ready for a home run try. No, it looks like a nice little, like, kind of diamond-shaped thing.
Oh, interesting. I would think it'd be more like a glove, but you could just rebrand it from Rawlings to Wilson. Problem solved.
Yeah, looks like I guess they give one to each team, maybe? I'm not sure. Anyway, he got one for the Snakes last year as this 3-2 count. And there we go. Tommy Pham's going to swing through that one, so not able to get some access to that power that we've seen in the last few weeks. Almost hit one deep, but instead Bumgarner gets through 5, still has given up 2 and currently losing. But Ketel Marte and the Snakes hoping to change that here as Perdomo and Castillo start warming up in the pen.
It's probably about time, too, for the Padres. Wouldn't say it's long overdue, but it's got to start becoming something for manager Tony Lavulo, and we'll see some great performers up to start off this top frame of the inning.
As you see, Ketel Marte able to get a leadoff single there. That's exactly what the D-backs need, just some base runners, some ability to get some offense going.
Good piece of hitting there, just to try and get something to hit. And that was a nice piece of hitting by Ketel Marte. I don't know if Jake is still experiencing issues, but what a nice double rip by Eduardo Escobar into the left center field gap. He's able to bring in a few runs, and that's critical for the Diamondbacks, and finally a move will need to be made for the Padres. Jake, are you there?
I keep freezing at like the worst, most inopportune times. I guess this is why they send real announcers to the actual physical field. But looks like Eduardo Escobar might have finally hit his 52nd RBI.
And then we'll go to Drew Pomeranz. If Jake's still, are you still freezing, or are you back at thawed?
You know, I can see this mound meeting. Like, I needed to watch this happen, but couldn't see the beautiful double that was hit there by Eduardo Escobar, but I'm still just as excited about it. David Peralta now with the opportunity to hit some runners home. So Escobar now 1 for 2 on the day with runners in scoring position. Choked. Too bad he didn't hit that double when the bases were loaded.
Yeah, that would have been an incredible notched hit for Peralta, but yet he's got another second chance.
Escobar being active there with his lead on second. Not sure he needs to be trying that hard. Really just needs a ball hit out to the outfield, and I'm almost sure that the MLB The Show outfielders would not be able to get him out at home.
You would be surprised if we want to go back to Yankees-Red Sox yesterday. Jackie Bradley Jr. didn't even need the ground to double up a Yankees runner. I believe it was Aaron Hicks with a strike all the way from center field. So you know what? It can be done, but again, still, chances very slim.
2-1 pitch is going to be swung on hard by David Peralta. Is he going to get caught over in foul territory like he caught somebody else? And in fact, he will. So, Manny Machado, one of the better defensive third basemen, of course, able to range on over there. And the fans down past that home dugout are just, or away dugout actually, are getting a nice little show.
Yeah, Manny Machado and foul ground is basically the same thing as pretty much any dessert and whipped cream. It's just a perfect pair.
They just go together. As much as I hate Manny Machado, he can play some great defensive baseball. Now it'll be up to Christian Walker to try and tie this game with Eduardo Escobar sitting there on second.
It'll be a perfect time for Walker to get going. He's already 0 for 2 today, but he can overcome some difficulties and try and drive this runner in.
But there we go. That's exactly what we need from Christian Walker. And, wow, just another give up there in right field by Will Myers. So much so that Christian Walker's going to go for 3, and he's going to be safe, no problem. I'm not sure what happened there, but that's his second triple on the year.
He was able to churn out some speed. They drove in that fastball inside. Walker took it the other way.
He stops. He was the closer outfielder, and he just stops.
He keeps going, and you know what? Pham had the ball in center field. He was ready to release. Then Walker was in stride to touch second base. He still was going, so that was a great piece of base running, let alone a nice hitting job by Walker.
And just like that, it's a tie ball game here in San Diego. Neither of these teams want to lose the rubber match of this series. Shout out to Duggo for the interesting statistic. Christian Walker is now the triples leader for the Diamondbacks with Peralta, LeCastro, Marte, and all these guys on this team. I am not sure at all how that's possible. But, hey, you know, Christian Walker getting it done.
It shows that 2's nice, but 3 is better.
3 is always preferable, and Cole Calhoun now just needs to get a ball deep enough to get Walker home to bring the lead back into the Snakes' favor. Right now, though, he's looking at maybe taking a walk with the 3-1 count.
Just got to look to get on base here any way you can.
Cole Calhoun does have 25 RBIs and is somewhat platoon action out there in right field. Woo. Okay, Drew Pomeranz going to get a really lucky call from the umpire there. We're going to see that one again. I disagree. I don't know how a ball clearly below Cole Calhoun's knees is counted as a strike, but if I've learned anything, this umpire does not have a set zone. So what you going to do, swing when it's close.
You are correct, and now Nick Ahmed's got an opportunity, even though he's got 2 down. Still a great situation, but if you're Arizona, you got the game tied up, a great opportunity with a runner on third and 1 out before Cole Calhoun struck out. You got to try and drive in Christian Walker any way you can.
Yeah, I'm not liking how not aggressive both Calhoun and Ahmed have been in these counts. You know, for Calhoun, you're not even worried if he gets an out, popping it up, or even on the ground, because a ground ball might also score Christian Walker. You just wanted him to try and get it in play. Instead, he was trying to get the walk the whole time. Not sure I agree with the strat.
It was a great pitch nonetheless by Drew Pomeranz. Maybe the umpire had some influence on how great that pitch resulted, but it was a good pitch by the lefty Padres reliever.
And he continues some of those good pitches here as that high fastball kind of just catches Nick Ahmed off guard. He doesn't swing for it. 2-2, pitch comes in. Swung on, and that should do it. Unless, oh no, okay, gets the tag just in time. And that'll barely beat Nick Ahmed at first. It'll keep the game tied, but Christian Walker able to bring us even at 2-2 with a nice triple into the gap there in right center field. And all of a sudden, it's a brand new ball game, Tyler.
Yes, it is, and there will be some newer ball games coming up later. We'll have, coming up on ML Bop Ball, we'll have Nationals at New York, the Nats and the Mets, Scherzer and deGrom. We have another rivalry with the Yankees and the Red Sox, and we'll have another one of those games, and should be the series finale, if I'm not mistaken, and we'll see some more bats for the Padres coming up.
Yeah, you know, honestly, today is one of the better days in recent memory schedule-wise. Even the after-dark games, Quintana versus Flaherty, like, some great pitching matchups, some great rivalry matchups, and, you know, other than Duggo not being somewhere in the calls today, it's just about a perfect bop ball day, if you ask me.
Yeah, you have the Mariners and Angels as well, and then Oakland, Philadelphia. For those baseball history buffs, those are 2 teams that have shared the Athletics nickname.
As Vogt's gonna not get it? I guess
It was interesting how that came out.
I guess Vogt didn't catch the ball that hit his glove. I'd call that an error. Instead, I guess they're just going to call it a foul ball. 2-1 count now.
that'll be a mulligan. If we're going to put golf terms, that'll be a mulligan type of an error.
And that is also an error. Just one directly down the middle. Someone need to be banging a trash can. That's a changeup you want to drive on out of here. Instead, it'll lead Eric Hosmer to swing at a third pitch in the dirt. Excuse me, I can't speak anymore. And Vogt will throw it on down to Christian Walker for the first out. 7th strikeout on the day for Madison.
That's a worst-case scenario for the batter Eric Hosmer. You look at a changeup to go down to the count with 2 strikes, and then you swing at a fastball down in the dirt, and you get thrown out on the drop third strike attempt.
1-1 to Manny Machado, who, as we talked about earlier, is really struggling this season. Occasionally has come up clutch in RBI situations, but outside of that, has not been getting on base with any regularity, has been striking out a lot. Really just not a guy you'd want to pay $30 million a year to.
No, especially a guy who didn't prove too much when he was acquired in the latter half of the season by the Dodgers in 2018. Didn't prove too much.
But he's got a 3-1 count here. Bumgarner's going to miss just barely. So Machado able to get a base on balls. Not sure why Bumgarner was avoiding him that heavily. And with that mistake, Young and it looked like Duplantier, not sure I got a long enough look at it, will be warming up.
And now with Profar up, Bumgarner's got to pitch wisely because Profar's a guy that he's had his number today already with a pair of singles, and Bumgarner's going to try and get the last laugh if he can.
And that's a nice way to get the last laugh. Indeed, I was right. It's lefty-righty action. Young and Duplantier up in the bullpen.
I like Duplantier's stuff a lot. He's a young guy, a lot of poise, a big righty arm. And Young's also a guy that has a lot of different stuff that he can mix in, especially as a lefty. He kind of resembles a little bit of a Madison Bumgarner sometimes when he's out on the mound.
I don't know about that.
I don't know. It's nothing like Bumgarner's stuff, but he is able to mix in pitches and balance a lot of different arsenal weapons, such as a guy like Madison Bumgarner.
Okay, I can agree with you on that statement. I'm not sure he'll ever be anywhere near the caliber Madison Bumgarner. Snakes fans can hope, I guess.
Well, hopefully, if you are a Diamondbacks fan, but I don't see Alex Young having a type of World Series as Madison Bumgarner had, say, in 2014.
Look, I would just be okay if Alex Young had a good enough regular season that the D-backs made the playoffs. We'll start with that. As this full count comes in here from Madison Bumgarner to Profar. Profar hits it on the ground to Nick Ahmed, who turns it to Ketel. Ketel gets absolutely trucked by the slide. I think there should be a fine for Manny Machado there. Dirty players do dirty things. And does not matter, though. Snakes still get the double play.
Leading off for the Diamondbacks, the catcher,
Stephen Vogt now going to come up trying to get the D-backs the lead finally here in this game. They were able to tie it up in the last inning.
They're going to leave Drew Pomeranz out there. Hasn't pitched too many, but he's coming into his 20th pitch of his outing today.
Yeah, maybe with the extra innings game yesterday and, a little bit of struggles with the bullpen last couple days, even though the Padres kind of came into this series hot. Maybe they just want to go with a longer guy, hopefully gobble up at least 2 innings so that they don't tax their bullpen too bad.
Pomeranz has had his good and bad seasons. He had that fantastic season in Boston a while back, but he's still from what I consider a top-tier arm that can go long relief. He can start on a 5th or 6th day, especially when your rotation is backed up. He's a guy that can still have the longevity to pitch in starting situations and in long relief scenarios.
Yeah, and it's interesting. The one season Pomeranz was an all-star, he had a losing record. So, 11-12 in 2016 with these Padres and the Boston Red Sox.
It shows that you cannot value wins as much as you value, the ERA and value WHIP and even sabermetrics such as FIP. Those are important as well.
Well, even more than that, as Stephen Vogt looks like he's grounded out to Tatis Jr. Funnier, really, is that he was, had a winning record, 2.47 ERA with the Padres in the beginning of that season, then gets traded over to Boston, and for the rest of the season, his ERA is near 5. Maybe that's just American League action for you. But I think he wished he had stayed on the West Coast, at least stats-wise.
Well, in that season, there were some different distinctions between the two leagues, and that's what makes it exciting when you see a player traded from a league to another.
That is back, and gone! The Diamondbacks on Seth Beer's second home run of the season in just about a week up in the big leagues. Wasn't that far, only 376 feet, which for bot balls, some weak sauce, but hey, goes over the fence, gives the Snakes the lead, and, I wasn't even ready for that one. That was just all of a sudden, the D-backs have the lead, and Drew Pomeranz now on the hook for the loss. That one went out of here in a hurry.
Pomeranz makes a mistake to Seth Beer, and Beer just gets a hold of it. He's got a lot of upper body strength. For those who don't know, he has set multiple Team USA national records in the 50-meter and 100-meter swimming events back before his baseball days, so he's got a lot in the tank.
Well, somewhere Duggo is smiling about our decision to call up Seth Beer. And I'm glad that he convinced us to make that happen. This is the 1-1 count here to Starling Marte. What, Duggo, I know you're in the chat, but you're not right here with me. As it'll be 2-2 now from Pomeranz to Marte.
Shout out Duggo, another Arizona Diamondbacks residential expert.
Two even count. Marte also gets a nice piece of hitting in, but it's not going to clear the infield. I thought it might get down there as a weird kind of bloop hit. Instead, Tatis Jr. comes underneath it, corrals it for the second out.
That's the great ability of Fernando Tatis when you talk about his lateral movement, his ability to dive and get ground balls, but his natural height that comes arguably from his father, Fernando Tatis Sr., that definitely has to come from his dad, but he's able to just naturally jump and leap for those type of loopy line drives.
I was about to ask what the word loofty means.
I like the sound of it, but I do too. I don't think Webster's dictionary has a definition of that, but hey, we can make a campaign to give loofty a spot in the dictionary.
A lifted loopy ball. It's a loofty ball.
There you go.
2-2 count now to Ketel Marte, the second half of the Marte Parte. Oh, that ball is crushed. We'll see if that gets out of here. Nope, that'll just probably be a double. That made it all the way to the gap, though. No problemo for Ketel Marte. So, 26th on the year, continues to lead the National League in two-baggers.
Big gap there on left center, and just too much for Jurickson Profar to give chase, and got down in a hurry, and that was a good piece of hitting by Ketel Marte.
Down. Oops, sorry.
Oh, no. Was wondering if we were getting another free situation, but hope you're doing okay over there, Jake.
No, we're good. I was just a little slow on saying anything. 1-1 count. Eduardo Escobar at the plate. Ed, you know, got his 52nd RBI finally. And that is going to be fouled off to the side. So 1-2 count now to Ed. He's trying to get RBI number 53, really wake up from his run batted in slump.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
But he had that big double earlier, drove in that 1 run, and then Seth Beer knocked in 2 more to give them the lead. But that double was quite integral for the Diamondbacks to get back in it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the traditional.
And we now head to the middle of the 7th. It's the stretch. Unfortunately, doesn't seem like we're going to have Shark Shavery join us here today in the booth to give us some nice organ sounds. But we do get this beautiful home run from Seth Beer. And we will now see a substitution. So Yohan Lopez comes in as the first call to the bullpen for the Diamondbacks. That'll be the end of Madison Bumgarner's day.
And not a bad one for Mad Bum. Goes in, strikes out a bunch, and he comes out with his D-backs team in the lead. So it's going to be on Lopez to keep and conserve this lead for Arizona.
Yeah, Yohan Lopez has been an excellent option for the Diamondbacks out of the pen this season. His ERA has been under 2 pretty much all season long. So, you know, we didn't get Fogo power in the last inning, but if there was anybody to preserve Madison Bumgarner's lead and hopefully his 10th win on the season, it would be Yohan.
And that is my fault. I was looking for preserve, not conserve. I think I must have pulled a Michael Scott there.
0-2 count. Ooh, just high. Duggo bringing us some good trivia in the chat. Mike Fires with 10 wins in the AL. I guess exposing the asterisks does wonders for your baseball and mental health.
Yeah, not too many people can say that they've thrown a no-hitter as well as they've exploited and made public a cheating scandal. So that's that.
And Patrick Corbin right now, the only other NL pitcher with 9 victories. So Bumgarner has a chance to tie the Major League lead and get into the National League lead as Lopez brings Dozier to a full count.
Patrick Corbin, a former Arizona Diamondback.
That ball is hit far back out there to center, but Starling Marte's underneath it. Yohan Lopez retires his first out here in the 7th. Did take him 6 pitches, but no problem.
That's big for Lopez, especially a guy came in, didn't warm up too much from what we saw in the bullpen, but he came in, he did his job even if it took 6 pitches, but you calm your nerves. Now you have to face Will Myers, who's coming off that double to right center.
It was kind of interesting. He was neither of the guys warming up before that inning, but Lopez is the guy they will turn it over to. I think maybe that extra run, the lead, kind of convinced them to move towards Yohan. And fouled off to the left-hand side. 0-2 now to Will Myers. Ooh, gets the changeup call down there low. This time, the rather interesting extended zone from Blue works in the Snakes' favor. I understand the Padres' frustration with that one.
Yes, it's just another great curveball outside to a righty on the left third of the plate. Big pitch by Lopez to fool Myers, and that's the 2nd strikeout, first looking for Will Myers. Excuse me, swinging.
And now we head to the Padres catcher here today. Not Austin Hedges, who's sitting on the bench, but Luis Campusano. He's 0 for 2, and he looked at probably the most perfect down-the-middle pitch of the baseball game for strike 1. Takes that one outside for ball 1, and now it's an even count. Oh, but Campusano's going to get one in there. Weird. Calhoun able to... Wow! Calhoun just makes a fantastic defensive play. He gets that on a hop. Campusano, I think, thought that was going all the way to the wall and that he had a double the whole way there. Instead, he is just thrown out by, what would you say, 5-10 feet there, Tyler?
Yeah, just about as we end that half inning, and it looks like another change will be made. But going back to that play, Jake, just what a throw by Calhoun. Campusano, it looked like he was just about to, he was going from the start. He hit that bag, took an aggressive turn. He just kept going all the way to second base, but a nice throw on the line by Calhoun. A nice play, just all in all, by the shortstop Nick Ahmed to dig that out for the tag, and then got Campusano out to end the inning.
Well, there you go. That's what happened when you go to Arizona State. You make smart plays and your throws are right on line. I'm not biased at all, I promise, as David Peralta stands in here.
Ball one, no strike.
27,554 virtual attendance here in San Diego. Want to thank the 50 attendance we have on average so far this morning on the Twitch stream. Appreciate y'all coming out for some of the early games here on today's Bop Ball schedule.
Yes, thank you to all of our loyal viewers and new viewers, but not a bad showing by our virtual crowd for a 29-43 ball club.
Does help to be just a nice weekend beach day in San Diego.
It's always nice. It's always beautiful in San Diego.
Indeed, indeed. Ooh, David Peralta was taken all the way there. Don't necessarily mind it, but that slider was right down Main Street. 3-1 count now.
Just a sweeping slow pitch by Castillo. Now with the lefty-lefty matchup, you can drag that pitch away from the zone.
I disagree with that call. I thought Peralta was headed down to first base. Instead, it counts now full. And Peralta pops that up. That should be no problem for the center fielder. And that is correct. Tommy Pham ranges in. For a second, I thought that might get down for a blooper, but no siree.
Good play by Pham, just tracking it. Almost got it. Was the batter, and almost dropping, but I'll come up empty for David Peralta.
Well, I appreciate J-Bot and Duggo in the chat there helping us out with what the double switch was, as Perdomo and Stammen now up in the pen. Austin Hedges is taking over for Luis Campusano at catcher, so they were not happy with his base running.
That sounds about right.
You know, I probably would have taken Campusano out after doing something like that myself, but they don't let reactionary people like me manage baseball teams. As Christian Walker will ground out quickly to second base, Brian Dozier makes the easy play. He's been active in this one today.
And Dozier's gotten a fair share of ground balls his way, and he's been able to just drag him over to first. That's a great ideal position. If you had to play the infield, you got to play second. Easier throw to second or first, and that's a good play by a pro's pro and a 2019 World Series champion in Brian Dozier.
And Jose Castillo doing pretty solid for the Padres.
That slider's paying dividends for the Padres reliever.
Indeed, as he's going to throw over, running play by Castillo. And just a nice all-around play by the Padres infield there to get the third and final out. It's midway through the eighth.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Diamondbacks, number 28, Hector Rondon.
And Hector Rondon now going to be out here for the Snakes, trying to preserve the lead, get a hold here. And luckily, he gets a very easy task to start off the inning as Austin Hedges slotted in there.
those just tuning in that see Luis Campusano on our ticker on the left side, we had that double switch with Hedges in the previous half inning, top of the eighth.
Austin Hedges was able to hit a home run in the game yesterday. Was pretty surprised to see that, especially given that nearly 150 average. We're pretty much expecting it out every time.
Yes, but sometimes when there's darkness, there can be daylight, and I think even when it was after dark last night, Jake, Austin Hedges found some daylight.
Full count here from Rondon to Hedges. Pitch in, swung on, and I guess that was fouled. I didn't really see the ball, but he's still alive, so I'm going to assume that's what happened.
Rondon tried to go back to back inside 3-2 curveballs. That one just didn't fall.
Swings through that one, and oh, that pulls Walker off the bag. Thankfully, he's able to hustle back and Rondon strike out. He's going to stand as an actual out. Dangerous play there by Stephen Vogt. Man, has his defense left a lot of things to be desired today.
Yeah, that was a nice pitch. Dangerous on a 3-2 count, but it got your man to chase. But the issue here, obviously, it's Stephen Vogt. He recovered nicely, but he still threw on his knees. If there was one suggestion, I think it was the fact that he should have taken the time he had to throw, almost unlimited amounts of time, to get on his feet and throw over to first, but opted not to do so. But that's a nice heads-up play by the first baseman Walker to get back and step on first.
Yes, Tatis Jr. comes up here now as he was down 0-1, bumps that to Cole Calhoun in right field, who will get underneath it for the second out. But yeah, going back to the play, Hedges is not the quickest guy. Not a guy at least that you need to be that worried about how quickly you throw from home to first. You can beat him by just taking it nice, cool, calm, and collected. But we've seen the D-backs in San Diego this week have some defensive issues. Christian Walker blew an easy double play throw from just about midway between first and second over to the second base bag yesterday that extended that game. And so maybe the D-backs just need a little bit of fielding practice on their next off day.
Maybe it's just a little bit having to do with the long road that it has been during this week for the Diamondbacks.
But not a long road for Hector Rondon this inning. Just 12 pitches it takes him in order to get 3 Padres out. We now head to the top of the ninth. Nick Ahmed, Stephen Vogt, and whoever's going to bat for Hector Rondon, trying to get another run of insurance as Luis Perdomo, yet to give up an earned run so far in the bigs this season, yet to walk a batter, but that's just in 2.1 innings of work. Will try and set down the end of the Diamondbacks order.
Nick Ahmed.
Pitch in is low, 1-0.
Perdomo, a big believer in this splitter, slider, changeup, and an occasional fastball pitcher. He focuses on a lot of different types of pitches, but doesn't mix in that fastball too often.
I got the count, 1 and 2.
Yeah, indeed, when you look at his breakdown, throws that four-seamer about 50% of the time career-wise. But right after that, throws the slider almost as much sometimes. As last season, started working in the changeup a lot more, just about now 25% use of that changeup, but it does not matter. Gold Glove shortstop Nick Ahmed hits one deep, way back, 406 feet, his 9th dinger of the year, and Perdomo's now given up an earned run on the 2020 Bop Ball season. It was just a matter of time, and the Snakes lead by 2.
That's where the sliders, the sinkers, your splitters, that's where any of those pitches come to fail you when you drive it inside, you throw it in on Ahmed. He just totally blasted that pitch. He saw that slider coming in, got a great piece of it, And what a blast by the former Gold Glover, Nick Ahmed, to go ahead and hit his 9th home run of this season.
Now Stephen Vogt, who hit a home run yesterday, sitting up there. He's ready to go. Instead, he's going to hit one right over to the fans down the third base foul line.
An interesting development with guys like Stephen Vogt. We joked about him not wearing batting gloves, but it has been proven a fact that guys that do not wear batting gloves have a tendency to have their hands slip. So when Vogt's hands slip, they move over to the opposite field. You see him foul off a pitch the other way, and that's a constant thing that happens to guys like Vogt, guys like Will Myers. They're able to take it opposite field.
I really hope San Diego Studios thought that deeply about the batting gloves versus no batting gloves. I'm not sure they did, but I can get with it. I like it.
It's a different look.
That 2-2 pitch to Vogt's going to go low, so Perdomo really struggling here. Gives up the leadoff home run in the 9th to Nick Ahmed, and now has the count full against Stephen Vogt, who's been able to foul off pretty much every strike sent his way, no problem. He looks primed and ready to take a walk here. And, I did call it.
Yes, you did.
The pitcher.
Perdomo, oof. Those 2.1 innings to begin the season looked real good, but, no.
Your attention, please.
Not today. And now we will see the man, the myth, the legend, Timmy LeCastro, the fastest man in the major leagues by literal miles per hour. Number 16 for these Diamondbacks, occasionally plays in the outfield. Not the greatest hitter, but once he gets on base, he is an absolute monster with his wheels.
Yeah, he's a guy you like pinch hitting in situations with runners on, if you want to lay a bunt down, if you want to just get a nice bloop single. But he's a good option still. He's hit a pair of home runs, 8 RBIs, batting 260 plus. So he can get on base, and then when he gets on base, it's all bets are off. You know he's taking off.
Yeah, only issue right now is Stephen Vogt's in front of him, so need to get him at least a base away to allow LeCastro to get his wheels going. And it won't matter. Tim LeCastro going to be the first victim here in this inning. Luis Perdomo finally gets an out. It almost looks like he might have nicked that baseball, was real close to getting barrel to the ball, but instead that will be a strikeout in the first out here in the top of the 9th.
Yeah, it looked like he did get a piece of it, just dipped the bat on under and just missed by a tad. And if he would have gotten a little bit better of a bat on ball, it still wouldn't be going too far for LeCastro.
Starling Marte takes that pitch outside, 1-1. Gonna swing on that ball inside in that upper corner.
Your team's up 2 right now, and if you're Starling Marte, you're 0 for 3. Just try and get a piece, get some good contact, and get some good cuts in. But clearly, it doesn't go his way.
Yeah, the end of May, the beginning of June, it's been a struggle for Starling. Probably not a great point in Starling's life, unfortunately, right now. A lot of tragedy, both on the baseball field and with some family issues. So we hope that he gets it righted, turns it around, and has a much better second half of this season.
Well, we're rooting for you, Starling, but that pitch that struck him out from Perdomo was just an absolute beauty. A tight, clean sinker low out of the zone, and that fooled him. And we'll see if Perdomo can get another good count and a good strikeout opportunity against Ketel Marte, who's had the Padres' number today.
Well, hopefully I'll be screaming about a Marte Parte in a couple of seconds as it's 1-1 count here. And man, Ketel wanted that one. He swung pretty hard. Swung close, but misses. 1-2. Ooh, hopefully Ketel's feeling all right after that one. That one goes inside, hits him on the hip. Luis Perdomo, don't try and injure my guy.
Looks like the Marte Parte service showed up, but it looked like it was missing a few things. But nonetheless, he still gets on base, and Perdomo's woes continue.
And now Eduardo Escobar, who has a double, an RBI, and a run on his day, will come up to bat. Trying to get himself back in the NL RBI race. Has another opportunity with runners in scoring position here today. In fact, I think 3 of his 5 at-bats now have come with runners in scoring position. We'll see what he does with this one as he hits a long strike down the right field line. One of those opportunities, like I said, he hit a double, got that RBI. The other time, he did nothing with the bases loaded. We'll see what he does here. Oh my God, Machado runs in, like balances himself over, and I guess doesn't get it?
Yeah, it looked like it went over his glove on the top step of the third base dugout.
Does not matter, though, as Escobar is going to strike out. So I was hoping that RBI earlier might get him a little bit out of that funk, but no siree. But Nick Ahmed, he was ready to score. Had 3 ground outs before this, but then hit one deep to left field to give the D-backs an insurance run, and they will bring out Archie Bradley. Despite him blowing his first save last night in pretty classic Archie Bradley fashion, they will bring out the man who's 14 for 15 on the year. They call him Hollywood. They call him the Beard. He occasionally poops his pants on the mound. It's Archie Bradley.
Well, Archie Bradley is very interesting guy. He's started in a postseason game. He's relieved. Now he's in that closing position, and he's got one of the higher save percentages at 93% of his saves, going 14 of 15 so far.
Well, one pitch gets him 1 out there, so doing a little bit better than yesterday, but has to get through Manny Machado now. Archie Bradley is responsible for one of my favorite moments in D-backs history, though. That triple in the wild card game.
That was quite the journey. Usually it's about the destination, but for a pitcher like Archie Bradley chugging along the base paths ahead at Chase Field, you knew it was about the journey.
Indeed, that ball's not going to journey very far from Machado's bat as it's going to go right to Nick Ahmed. Nick Ahmed's like, dude, did you not see how far I hit the last pitch I got thrown? I'm going to get you out at first, and all of a sudden, 2 down, just 1 chance left for the Dads. And the D-backs looking like they're going to take this series 2-1 on the road here in San Diego.
You can't count out Jurickson Profar. He's got a pair of singles. He scored, came around his second time up, and can't count him out batting on the left side now for the first time today.
Archie Bradley throws a nice 2-seamer there. I thought that hit the zone, but Blue says, hey, hold up. I'm not ready to go home yet.
Got to enjoy the San Diego sun just a bit more.
I feel like you could do that after the game, but that one's a ball. We can agree there. 4-seamer goes outside and high. Not sure why Archie Bradley is trying to throw all these high fastballs here. Guy like Jurickson, I'm trying to throw low, just below the zone, get some nice ground ball contact.
Especially
just
after sorry, Jake. I was going to say, especially after Profar has had some good contact. His first at-bat, he dinged the high fastball up the middle. He's had some good pieces of contact as well on high fastballs.
Ball 3.
But Archie Bradley goes back to the high pitch there. I don't think that was a fastball. I'm not exactly sure what kind of breaking pitch that was.
Looked like Bradley went change on that one.
It didn't have a ton of movement, just definitely didn't have the same look as his 4-seamer. And that one's going to drop low, and he's going to miss with the changeup. So that is a 5-pitch walk. And, hey, it's not an Archie Bradley save opportunity unless there's a little bit of excitement. And the Profar C is coming true.
I do not like Archie Bradley going with the changeup there. It's just in a 3-2 situation. Can't afford to try and get that drop on the ball. I think he was just looking for that success he had 2 pitches ago when he landed that changeup high and tight for a strike.
Oh, and 1 pitch comes in just low on that knuckle curve, but gets the swing, gets the foul, and all of a sudden Brian Dozier down 0-2. 1 more strike, wins the series and the game. And we'll got to do it one more time, though, as that 4-seamer in at 95 miles an hour, about a foot below the zone, and Dozier not even trifling. But there we go, the big old swing, and Archie Bradley's back to his saving ways. Now 15 for 16 on the season. Bumgarner is going to improve to 10-3. Nick Ahmed's got to be happy with his defensive and offensive performance. And there you go. You bring the NL leading pitcher in. He gets the job done. The Snakes win on the road, and all of a sudden, Snakes just a game back in the wild card race, only 2.5 back in the divisional race. They're right there in the thick of things.
Look out, Los Angeles. The Diamondbacks are creeping up behind you, and like you said, they are making a case as to why they can also maintain a wild card spot.
Drew Pomeranz is going to take the loss, already his 5th on the young season. Not great. Madison Bumgarner gains your player of the game. I don't know if I agree with that 100%. I think both Seth Beer and Nick Ahmed deserve credit. Both of those home runs were kind of just momentum shifters. Really put some emphasis on today's game, but just an all-around clean game by the Diamondbacks. Nothing fancy, but getting the job done.
I would like to see Seth Beer or Nick Ahmed in there, and we'll see some more highlights of what they've done in the reel.
But first, this was the only real offensive action from the Dads today. This double that Marte just waited far too long on the bounce back, was able to get 2 in there. But then Escobar was like, hey, I got to get back to the RBI train. Hit one himself to a gapper in the center. Got 1 run back. And that was the top of the 6th. The D-backs had looked like they were struggling, unsure if they were able to get back. But then Christian Walker was like, oof, I'm ready. Hits that triple. Once again, played weird off the wall by the Padres outfield. Not great defensively in the outfield today by pretty much anyone.
Yeah, don't know why that wasn't cut off, but give a lot of credit to Christian Walker going for the 3-bagger instead of 2.
And then Seth Beer came in, pinch hitter, and he hit that one a mile into the sky. Just barely cleared the wall by a couple feet, but I mean, that one was absolutely rocketed. Perdomo shaking his head after that one, but day wasn't over. You know, just a 3-2 lead. The Snakes were holding on. Escobar unable to get an RBI, but then Nick Ahmed was like, hey, Seth Beer, hold my beer. 406 feet out to left field. Final run of the game gave the D-backs that 2-run lead heading into the bottom of the 9th, and Archie Bradley able to hold on despite the walk.
And he got that change up to get Brian Dozier, who looked like he wasn't going down without a fight, but here we are as Bradley gets his 15th save of the year. Bumgarner gets victory number 10.
And there you go, looking at the Snakes totals there. Just an all-around solid game by them. Will Myers, honestly, the offensive MVP for the Padres. Can't believe I'm saying that sentence. But it was definitely not enough. So there you have it. Bumgarner now 10-3. Pomeranz now 2-5. Garrett Richards gets the no decision in what you would call an okay start. Actually, a pretty decent start, honestly. But the Padres now down at 29-44. The D-backs improved to 11 games over 500. And it's time for the rest of the ball schedule as we see Max Scherzer and the Washington Nationals heading to New York to face Jacob deGrom. Big Fun P. Mister on the call. How are y'all doing?
Doing pretty well. Real excited for this one. deGrom and Scherzer, two of the best pitchers, not just in the National League, but in all of Major League Baseball. deGrom not pitching up to his normal standards this year, just a 5-3 record. Meanwhile, Scherzer leading the National League in strikeouts coming into this one. But the Mets have taken the first two of this series, so they'll be looking for a sweep.
Indeed. Well, Tyler, thanks for joining me on this one. It was a great game in the California sun. I think that'll do it for us, though. So, Big Fun P. Mister, best of luck on the call. I'll be watching this pitching matchup as it gets underway.
It was a blast, Jake, and let's now go to Gotham City.
Thanks very much as we just get warmed up here for this one, getting our jerseys set up, getting the call updated for you. We'll get in there and bring you a nice broadcast start. Get yourself nice cold water, stay hydrated on this nice day. Maybe get yourself a little snack. Maybe get your wallet out. Consider donating to Black Lives Matter. Raising money for them all this week. How you doing, P. Mister? Have that time. Good afternoon and welcome. This is Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. I am the Big Fun Eric Arment, joined by P. Mr. 3 as we bring you Game 3 of 3 between the Nationals and the Mets from Citi Field. Mets have taken the first two games of this weekend set, and today it is an ace-off. Jacob deGrom goes against Max Scherzer. deGrom trying to guide the Mets to a sweep. Scherzer trying to help the Nationals save face and pick up one game this weekend. P. Mister, tell us a little bit about Jacob deGrom this year.
Jacob deGrom, probably one of the brightest spots here for this Mets team. 5-3 record on the year, ERA at 3.7 over just about 90 innings of work, so he's liable to go deep in today's game. And yeah, runs are going to be an extreme premium today with both teams essentially sending out their aces today.
For the Nationals, it'll be pretty much the same lineup as yesterday. The one difference being Starlin Castro back in the starting nine. Trey Turner will lead it off. First pitch to him is in there for a strike, 0-1. Rest of the lineup after Turner: Adam Eaton, Juan Soto, Howie Kendrick, Kurt Suzuki, Starlin Castro, Ryan Zimmerman, Victor Robles, Max Scherzer hits ninth. Defensive alignment for the Mets: Jeff McNeil at third, Ahmed Rosario at short, Robinson Cano at second, Pete Alonso at first, Wilson Ramos does the catching, 0-1 pitch in there for a strike. Left to right in the outfield, Yoenis Cespedes, Brandon Nimmo, and Michael Conforto. Nice sunny Sunday afternoon out here in Flushing, Queens. Fans still coming in from the 7 train from the Long Island Railroad from their cars. 0-2, swung on and missed. Jacob deGrom starts off with a 3-pitch strikeout, getting Trey Turner to flail wildly at that slider out of the zone for the first out of the game.
Yeah, it's always great to when you see a swing like that off your first batter. You know you got something cooking today, and that was just a beautiful slider. Started inside and broke out.
That'll bring up Adam Eaton. See there, Eaton second in All-Star voting for National League right fielders. Ramos can't handle the fastball, 1-0. Eaton in yesterday's game, 1 for 4, had a double and a run scored. That's winning 6-3 yesterday. Bunt attempted to be dropped down by Eaton, but he just misses it, 1-1. Mets yesterday picking up 7 strong innings, a quality start from Rick Porcello. His first start in almost 2 weeks, went 7 innings to get the win. This bunt is now popped foul over the shoulder of Wilson Ramos. So Eaton tries it again, fails again. Now he's behind 1-2. Pitch. Grounded, picked up by McNeil down at third. Throw beats the speedy Eaton by a stride for the second out.
Yeah, it's a routine ball there. Range over to your right a little bit, grab it and flip it over the first.
Loving to see all of that action in the Twitch chat, hovering in the mid-50s for viewers right now. Pass that link around, folks. Love to see those numbers climb, especially on a Sunday, especially when we're all doing this here at Major League Baseball for a great cause. Been raising charity since the beginning. This week's charity, Black Lives Matter. And here's the childish Bambino, Juan Soto. First pitch low and away, 1-0. Soto in yesterday's game, 0-4-3, got plunked by Rick Porcello. 1-0. This is low and away, 2-0. deGrom tries the curveball, can't find the zone. Now the 2-0. Fastball swung on and missed. 99 mile an hour from Jacob deGrom beats the barrel of Juan Soto. Been a tough year for deGrom, only 5-3 with that 3.71 ERA. He's gotten knocked around a little bit, took a no decision in his last start on Monday. This one is in there for a strike at the top of the zone, 2-2.
But sometimes as a starting pitcher, those wins and losses don't tell the whole story just because it's so dependent on how your hitting is doing that day.
Yeah, deGrom left Monday's game against St. Louis in position to win, but a couple runners on base in a 2-run game. Edwin Diaz came on in that game, allowed both inherited runners to score, which ran deGrom's total up. Swung on and missed by Juan Soto. A couple of strikeouts for Jacob deGrom in the first inning. We make our way to the bottom half. Mets coming up, no score in Queens. All right, P-Mister, give us the skinny on Max Scherzer.
Max Scherzer, one of the three-headed lions of the starting rotation down there in D.C. 8-4 record on the year, 2.74 ERA, put up 9.2 innings so far this year in 14 appearances. So I'm expecting both pitches to hopefully go 6 or 7 here, and a whip around 1.08. So if you get a base runner on, you have to try to score with him.
Yeah, Scherzer leading the National League in strikeouts, top 10 in whip. You mentioned that three-headed lion, P-Mister. First pitch to Ahmed Rosario in there for a strike. One of those heads has been cut off for the time being. Steven Strasburg out 1 to 2 months. Has been replaced in the rotation by Eric Fetty, who took the loss in yesterday's game. Patrick Corbin's still there, but National's going to be missing Steven Strasburg for quite a while. 0-1. Swung on and missed by Rosario, 0-2. Rest of the Mets lineup, Jeff McNeil, Pete Alonso, Michael Conforto, Yoenis Cespedes, Robinson Cano, Wilson Ramos, Brandon Nimmo, the hero of yesterday's game, the Mets, and Jacob deGrom. Brandon Nimmo with a second-inning grand slam as the Mets won it 6-3. 0-2 is lifted into shallow right center field. Coming on for it is Robles. He'll have to play it on a hop. Ahmed Rosario with a leadoff single, getting the Mets started here in the bottom of the first.
And that's exactly what you want if you're in New York here. Get to him, get the Scherzer early, make him uncomfortable on the mound. Just a little blooper like that. But you were mentioning Strasburg going down for a month or two. If there's an NL East team looking to make a move, now's the time with Washington missing a big piece of their starting rotation. Might be able to pick up a couple games on them.
Yeah, the best candidate would be the Atlanta Braves coming into play today. 2.5 back of the Nationals. Now Jeff McNeil up. First pitch to him. Running is Rosario. It was an off-speed pitch. Rosario steals the base easily. 10th steal on the year for Ahmed Rosario in 12 tries. And just like that, Mets have a runner in scoring position.
They're taking a page out of Trey Turner's book there. First pitch stealing after you get on base there.
Great slider there by Scherzer, tying up McNeil. Count 1-1. Rosario stretching his team lead in stolen bases with that. Now the 1-1. Way high, 2-1. See on the sidebar, this is game 3 of 5 in your bot ball day. Got the Yankees and Red Sox up next, the Mariners and Angels after that. McNeil slices it the other way, fair down the left field line. That's going to score the first run of the game. McNeil's going to stop it first. Good job by Soto getting over to pick up that ball. But the single, the stolen base, and then an opposite field single by Jeff McNeil. 2 batters in, the Mets have a 1-0 lead on Max Scherzer.
Yeah, and that steal may prove huge later on here as Rosario able to score on that one. And this is exactly perfect stuff for the New York Mets. 1-0 down on Scherzer, and he's only thrown 7 pitches.
RBI number 36 for Jeff McNeil. will be on base for Pete Alonso. First pitch to him. Swung on and missed. 0-1. Big cut at the cutter. Alonso leads the Mets in home runs with 17. That number is good enough to have him tied for 7th in the National League. Also has 48 RBI. Now the 0-1. Swung on and missed again. Scherzer going to the changeup to fool Alonso. And that's been part of the problem for Alonso. He's just gotten fooled by pitches low and away.
Yeah, he's trying to put every single one over the wall, it looks like.
And there it is. Slider away gets Alonso stretching. Seen a lot out of him this year. Just in his sophomore year, he's had a lot of trouble with that slider that really darts away from him at the last minute. And we've seen a lot of Pete Alonso strikeouts falling into the opposite batter's box like that. It'll bring up Michael Conforto. Conforto 0 for 3 yesterday with a sacrifice fly RBI to give the Mets their 6th and final run. Takes it for a strike. 0-1.
Yeah, we were mentioning Pete Alonso striking out a lot. Might want to take a couple cues from Judge, because Judge was having serious strikeout issues last year. Seems to have figured it out a little bit this year over on the other side, but it may just be something in his swing or how he's seeing the ball this year.
The 0-1 to Conforto in the dirt. No chance for McNeil to advance. Good block by Suzuki. 1-1 to Conforto. Swung on, hit the other way. Liner. Couldn't tell if Turner got that on a short hop or on a line. Might have actually been better for Trey Turner if he just kind of let that ball drop in front of him, but it might have just been hit too hard. Could have turned an easy double play, but into the glove of Trey Turner for the second out. It'll bring up the heating up Yoenis Cespedes. You wouldn't know it by that batting average, 158, but Cespedes been on a bit of a tear lately. Takes it low, 1-0.
2 ribbies in the past couple games here, but yeah, Cespedes can start to turn around. The Mets might be able to put a charge here and start to cut into the deficit a little bit in the division and wild card.
Out now 1-1, as I notice our sidebar is a little bit mixed up. I'll fix that for you momentarily, folks. 1-1. In there for a strike, 1-2.
2 strikes.
Mets with a run on the Jeff McNeil single. Hoping to add a little more, because like you said, P-Mister, runs are going to be at a premium in this one. Anytime you get a runner on base, you really want to try and take advantage of that. 1-2. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. A couple of strikeouts for both starting pitchers in the first. But the Mets get a run. 1 run on 2 hits after 1 in Queens. It is Mets 1, Nationals nothing. As we make our way to the top of the second, a milestone to note for you by striking out Juan Soto to end the first. That is 100 strikeouts on the season for Jacob deGrom. Not much of a surprise that Jacob deGrom gets to 100 strikeouts in a season, but seemed worth noting.
Yeah, especially here before the All-Star break. He's definitely been on a tear for the past couple games, so hopefully he can continue this throughout the rest of the year and kind of carry these Mets to the end.
Howie Kendrick, the National League leader in hitting, takes a curveball low, 1-0. See, just before he struggled in his career against deGrom, just 1 hit, and that number will stay at 1 as it's lined over to Alonso for the first out of the second.
The catcher, number 28.
Pete Alonso had to be paying attention there as that one's lined right at his guts, so nice job to corral himself and corral the ball in for the out.
Here's Kurt Suzuki, had a solo home run to start yesterday's scoring. Hit that one to dead center off the batter's eye. And this one is ripped foul down the left field line, 0-1. Early going here at Citi Field, Mets up 1-0, the 0-1. This one is lifted to left field. Looks like it's going to hang up there. Moving back on it, Cespedes puts a foot on the track, makes the catch for the second out.
deGrom potentially setting himself up for a real nice day here. 17 pitches and 1 1/3 through. He might have a chance to go real deep in this one.
And now here comes Starlin Castro. Castro given a day off by Dave Martinez yesterday after an 0 for 4 outing on Friday night. back in the lineup today after Wilmer Defoe turned in the same line that Castro did on Friday, 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts. Lifted easily into center by Castro. Waiting for it is Nimmo. Puts it away, and it's another 1-2-3 inning for Jacob deGrom. Middle of the second. That's 1. Nationals nothing. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. 6, 7, and 8 for the Mets here in the second. Realize I never gave you the defensive alignment for those Washington Nationals, so I'll tell you after the first pitch from Scherzer to Cano. Even though it's on the screen, I'm used to it. Don't crap my style. Left to right in the infield, Starlin Castro at third base, Trey Turner at short, Howie Kendrick at second, Ryan Zimmerman at first, doing the catching, Kurt Suzuki. 1-0 is low, 2-0, left to right in the outfield. Same as yesterday, Juan Soto in left, Victor Robles, and Adam Eaton.
Yeah, a lot of us here at the Botball broadcast group still getting used to the little sidebar here with all the info rolling around, so it's always nice to just run through the lineup once at the start.
Absolutely, and big props to our janitor Garrett for putting together this new broadcast view, as this one's pulled foul by Cano, 2-2. Really has a lot of great information on it. We keep our crawl at the top. You got the schedule, lineups, standings, really great stuff. Scherzer misses, count now 3-2, and of course along the bottom, you see the website, Twitter account, Instagram account, subreddit, and the command which you can plug into the Twitch chat and get yourself involved in our Discord. Cano fouls off that slider. Count will stay 3-2. Another 3-2 from Scherzer to Cano. Swung on and missed. Beating Robbie Cano up high, running that fastball towards the top of the zone. Third strikeout for Scherzer, and there's 1 out in the second.
Yeah, Cano's trying to put that one into the apple out center with that type of swing, but just a bit late on it there and swing and a miss.
Bring up Wilson Ramos, who's been heating it up as late of well. A couple of hits for Ramos yesterday. He's had a lot of multiple hit games lately.
And sometimes that's how you just get on a hot streak. String together a couple 2-hit games, and next thing you know, you're going 3 for 4 the next 3 games straight.
You see there, Ramos carrying a 5-game hit streak into this one. 1-1. Swung on and missed. Scherzer brings that fastball high and in. Ties up Ramos. Count 1-2. Got some chat about Bryce Harper going on in the Twitch chat. Basically discussing if Harper is a Ewing theory candidate. Not sure if y'all are familiar with the Ewing theory. This one is swung on and missed. Back-to-back strikeouts to start the second for Max Scherzer. 4th on the game. It'll bring up Brandon Nimmo. Are you familiar with the Ewing theory, P-Master?
I've never heard the term, but I can imagine it involves Patrick Ewing and his value to New York Knicks back in the NBA in like the 80s.
Basically, this was created by sports. The idea was, whoa! Brandon Nimmo deep to right field. Is it going to stay fair? It is. Brandon Nimmo, back-to-back days, home runs in the second inning. Take a look at that. Let's say 436 feet. I got to take a look. 416 feet to right field. A blast from Brandon Nimmo. Had the grand slam to the opposite field yesterday, and a bomb off of Max Scherzer today. What a weekend for Brandon Nimmo. Take another look at this one.
Yeah, definitely a big weekend for him, and that might be a contender for getting out of the whole stadium. You don't see that too often, but looks like that one's hitting the upper concourse there.
Yeah, put it into the Coca-Cola corner in the back rows. What a shot for Brandon Nimmo. Mets lead at 2-0. Here's Jacob deGrom, who's hitting 296. deGrom's always been solid with the bat.
Always solid with the bat, but you typically don't see too many pitches hitting around the 300 mark, so he's definitely having a good year so far.
This one is hit the other way, foul. And as I see now that our nifty sidebar includes the starting pitcher's name in the lineup. So it had just been saying pitcher. So again, props to Garrett for getting all that put together. Swung on and missed. Max Scherzer strikes out the side in the second. 5 strikeouts in his first trip through the order. But Brandon Nimmo, with this huge home run to right field, pushes the Mets lead up to 2-0 after 2 innings here on Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
And I think you're right. That hit the literal last row in that Coca-Cola corner down there.
The first baseman, Ryan Zimmerman.
Just about. So 7-8-9 for the Nats here in the 3rd inning. Ryan Zimmerman, Victor Robles, and then Max Scherzer will all get their first time plate. So the idea of the Ewing theory, posited by Bill Simmons, it says a team inexplicably plays better when their star player is injured or on the bench, or, as that one misses, a team reaches new heights immediately following the departure of a star player. That second one is pretty Ewing theory-esque, as this one is ripped to left by Zimmerman. Cespedes with a nice break on it, catching it, heading back towards the corner for the first out.
Yeah, definitely. And sometimes it's just a clubhouse morale type thing where, you know, one guy is kind of moping around being sad, and all of a sudden he's out of the picture and everyone's cheery, happy, and everyone's playing at the top of their game again.
Yeah, as you take a look at the standings, Nationals 15 games up on the Mets. Mets looking to cut that number to a couple of touchdowns with a weekend sweep here. Nationals get a little bit of a break in their next series. They'll see the Nationals. Of course, they'll see themselves. Nationals get the Giants. And the Mets are going to travel to Chicago to take on the strike one with Victor Robles.
Yeah, if there's one... Sorry?
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, if there's one team they have to feel bad for this year, it's the San Francisco Giants. Just can't seem to figure it out there in the Bay this year.
They did go on a pretty hot streak lately. They were riding all the way in the bottom of the NL West. Now actually tied for 3rd with the Colorado Rockies, 29-41 at the start of play today. In there, strike 3 called. Jacob deGrom with a changeup at the knees. Victor Robles down looking, and it'll bring up Max Scherzer with 2 outs.
Number 31.
Yeah, the Nationals will get the struggling Giants. Meanwhile, the Mets will get to see the Chicago Cubs, who are 46-25. Coming into play today, but maybe they'll catch the Cubs a little bit tired as the Cubs finishing up their 2-game series at River Thames Park in London. Fastball hits the top of the zone to Scherzer, 0-1.
Yeah, those London games can be a real toll on teams sometimes, especially coming back and you have a game within the next day or two. It can just be absolutely taxing on your body dealing with the time change. I believe it's 6 hours between East Coast U.S. and London.
I think it's 5 for London, but it is 6 to get back to Chicago, where the Cubs will meet the Mets starting Tuesday. 0-2 outside, 1-2. It's a little bit weird with the time zones because not everybody changes their time for summertime at the same time or at all. In the case of Arizona, for example. Yes. I expect Doug and maybe Jake Dean, if he's around, to talk about the benefits of full year daylight saving time in the chat. As deGrom runs the count full to Max Scherzer. He was ahead and just hasn't found the zone.
Yeah, umpire's been a little tight on the zone so far today, so both pitchers definitely have to be on their A game as far as locations. Not going to get bailed out too much.
3-2 hit towards right field, and it's going to drop in fair. So Max Scherzer will be the first base runner for the Washington Nationals. Picks up their first hit on a 3-2 from deGrom. Tried to beat Scherzer with a fastball. Scherzer just kind of throws the bat out there, floats it down the line, picks himself up a hit.
Yeah, and the Nationals manager's yelling at the rest of his hitters, see, even he can do it. Come on, guys, get your stuff together.
Now, do you think Scherzer saw that pitch better with the blue eye or the brown eye?
Probably the blue eye, just because the colors blend a little bit, so he probably saw the red stitches a bit better.
Now 2-0 out of Turner, as deGrom struggling to hit the zone here late in the top of the 3rd inning. Now the 2-0. In there for a strike high, 2-1.
I got 2 on the count.
That's up 2-0 thanks to a Jeff McNeil RBI single and a Brandon Nimmo solo home run. 2-1 pitch. In there for a strike, 2-2. The 2-2. Outside 3-2. So even though he might not want to, Max Scherzer will take a little bit of a running start on this 3-2 pitch from deGrom. Winds and deals. Fouled back into the netting. We'll do it again. Scherzer barely leading off of first. He gets moving. Another 3-2. Swung on and missed. Trey Turner goes down swinging for the second time. Fourth strikeout for deGrom. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. Middle of the third. Still, Mets 2, Nationals nothing. Top of the order for the Mets here in the bottom of the third. Rosario, McNeil, and Alonso will make their way to the plate at a minimum. Rosario singled, stole second base, and then scored in the first. This pitch from Scherzer hit to the right side, foul, 0-1. Hey, mister, you want to give us the rundown of the rest of the ball schedule after this 0-1?
1-1. 2 seconds to confirm it with the people behind the scenes here.
Please do. And now 1-1 as that pitch missed low.
Okay, coming up next, we got the Rebels and the Empire coming up. New York Yankees finishing up their series up in Boston. Following that, we're heading out to West Coast. Seattle's heading down the lights of LA to face the Angels for a game. Then we're coming back East Coast for a fun game about an hour or two down the road here. Oakland's coming out here to Philly for a game.
Rosario strikes out on a pitch in the dirt, thrown down by Suzuki for the down.
And then for Ball After Dark here, we're heading back to London to wrap up that 2-game series, Chicago and St. Louis.
All right, thanks very much, P. Mister. So we got 4 more great ball games for you on this Sunday. Jeff McNeil reaches badly for that changeup, 0-1. And remember, folks, you see it at the top of the screen. You can see it on the Twitch page. We are all doing this for charity. We're raising money this week for Black Lives Matter. Please consider a donation to Black Lives Matter. And we got some exciting stuff coming up tomorrow as well. 0-1 pitch.
1-1.
Way outside, 1-1. We are doing another edition of Minor League Monday. We've got 3 AAA games on the schedule for you.
Yeah, it's always fun to break up the Major League season occasionally by going down and seeing some of the top talent in the minor leagues with those games that are going to be run tomorrow.
Yeah, we're very fortunate to be joined by 5 active minor league broadcasters from the relevant teams. This one's inside 2-2. At 12:15, we're going to have the Pawtucket Red Sox visiting the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs. We'll be joined by a broadcaster, one from Pawtucket and one from Lehigh Valley, Jim Kane and Pat McCarthy. 2-2 is hit foul. At 2 o'clock Eastern, we will have the Scranton Wilkes-Barre Rail Riders, the Yankees AAA affiliate, visiting the Buffalo Bisons, who are affiliated with the Toronto Blue Jays. Scranton broadcaster Adam Giardina will be on the call for that, joined by our own J-Man 1993, Jays fan himself. 3-2 to McNeil misses. He'll walk and reach base for the second time. And he'll bring up Pete Alonso with 1 on and 1 out. And then at 3:45, it'll be the Minnesota Twins affiliate, the Rochester Red Wings, visiting the Syracuse Mets. And we will be joined by both members of the Syracuse Mets broadcast team, Michael Tricarico and Evan Stockton. So exciting stuff on Minor League Monday tomorrow, and then we will bring you all 4 Major League Baseball games that are on tomorrow's schedule as well.
It's always fun and exciting times when we get to travel to see some of these lesser-known teams that help feed the Stars of Tomorrow that are kicking around down there.
That one misses inside, 1-0. Crown King Curly W asking about Fresno in the chat. Sorry, Crown King, no Fresno tomorrow. We've just got room for the 3. The 1-0 pitch in there for a strike, 1-1. Minor League Monday, kind of a little bit born out of necessity. This past Monday and tomorrow, having shorter Major League schedules, as this one misses outside, 2-1. We're very fortunate that we've had minor league broadcast in being a part of the bot ball experience and bringing it to you, the fans. 2-1 chop foul, count now 2-2.
Yeah, it's always nice to... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
gonna say, it's always nice that these people are willing to take a couple hours out of the day to broadcast these games virtually, and sometimes these teams can be a little bit picky with how they release their radio talent like that, so it's nice that they're allowing them to do this for us.
Definitely. And Alonso goes down swinging for the second time. 6th strikeout for Max Scherzer here in the 3rd inning. 2 outs now for Michael Conforto. And we did have the benefit last week during the Amarillo Sod Poodles and the Frisco Rough Riders to get a homepage feature from Twitch.tv as Conforto takes strike 0-1. And we had quite the influx of viewership. Our peak viewership during that Amarillo-Frisco game, over 3,000 viewers.
Yeah, it's always nice when you're able to get a big spike like that. It helps get the message out that, hey, even though the major leagues might not be able to figure out a season, we at least got something cooking here that might be able to fill the void outside the KBO.
We're happy to bring it to you. Count now 0-2 to Conforto, who lined out sharply to Turner in the first. Pitch. This one is lifted to left field, sending Soto towards the wall, and he's going to run out of room. Michael Conforto goes the other way for a 2-run shot. The Mets have put 4 runs on the board against Max Scherzer in the first 3 innings. 15th home run of the season for Michael Conforto. That gives him 41 RBI, and it gives the Mets a shocking 4-0 lead against Max Scherzer.
Yeah, and people have been trying to search all year for Max Scherzer's kryptonite. They may have just found it down in Flushing Meadows in Queens. New York Mets absolutely tearing him apart right now.
Very similar to the home run that Brandon Nimmo hit yesterday, the grand slam off the end of the bat, going to left field, and it just carried out there. The impressive thing for Nimmo was that he did it with the wind blowing in. I didn't catch what the wind was in this one, but either way, impressive opposite field power from Michael Conforto. Mets now up 4-0. Here's Yoenis Cespedes. Takes a strike right over the heart, 0-1. And Crown King, you asked about El Paso. We've just got the 3 minor league games scheduled tomorrow, and we're not really sure when our next minor league games might be. Took a long look ahead into the future. 0-1 to Cespedes is in there, had to hit the knees, 0-2. And at least all the way through the All-Star break, every day has at least 7 Major League Baseball games, so the next minor league day may not come until July. But we're real excited for Minor League Monday Part 2 tomorrow. 0-2 to Cespedes, way inside, 1-2. Everybody asking about the minor league teams in the chat. No more minor league after tomorrow until at least July. Them's the rules. This is 2-2.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's how it is here at ML Botball, but maybe around the All-Star break we'll be able to squeeze in a couple more games as we reach towards summer here. The games get spread out a little bit more.
Cespedes hacks at that outside slider and misses. 7th strikeout for Scherzer, but this Michael Conforto opposite field home run doubles the Mets lead after 3. Mets 4, Nats nothing. You're watching Major League Botball on Twitch.tv. Love the enthusiasm about the minor league clubs, but the M in ML Botball does stand for major, so we're going to bring you Major League Botball and Major League Baseball at every opportunity that we can. Jacob deGrom, now staked to a 4-run lead, faces Adam Eaton to start the 4th, misses in the dirt inside, 1-0. Duct Tape Man says if we get to the All-Star break, we should broadcast the Futures game. Now that's a sharp idea.
I will definitely be on board for broadcasting that game.
Yeah.
It's always fun to watch the young guys go out there and show a lot of people what they can do.
Fouled off by Eaton, count now 1-2. We are still internally trying to figure out what All-Star comes around, but rest assured, we'll have answers for you in due time. Count now 2-2, and the best place to find out about what those answers will be on, you see it at the bottom, mlbotball.com/m. 2-2 in there, strike 3 called. 2nd strikeout looking, recorded by Jacob deGrom. 5th strikeout of the game, and there's 1 out in the top of the 4th.
Yeah, deGrom's just wheeling and dealing right now against the Nats. They're having trouble getting up there. Seems like the only person to be able to make solid contact so far in their team has been the pitcher.
Suzuki did have himself a nice fly out to left field. I think it was Zimmerman. Well hit fly out to left that Cespedes was able to track down. Soto 0-1 now. He struck out swinging to end the first. Thanks to EBTO for explaining the machinations behind minor league days and why they are happening. Oh, and 2 to Soto. Swung on and missed. Back-to-back strikeouts for Jacob deGrom here to start the 4th inning. And this is the best Jacob deGrom has looked in quite some time.
Yeah, he's just absolutely wheeling and dealing right now. Basically being able to pitch whatever, and that's as he's going to start swinging at it.
Here's Howie Kendrick, lined out to Pete Alonso in the first, takes a fastball low and away, ball 1. 4 hours and 20 minutes into our stream here on ML Ball today, and the Mets blazing the Nats 4 runs in the first 3 innings as this one is grounded. Alonso steps on the bag himself, and it's another 1-2-3 inning for Jacob deGrom. Middle of the 4th, Mets 4, Nats 0. Remember, folks, we're all doing this for charity, raising money for Black Lives Matter this week, tomorrow during Minor League Monday, and possibly all week. We need to figure out for sure. But one of our ball broadcasters, Adam Giardino, also the Scranton Wilkes-Barre broadcaster for the AAA Yankees, this past week he launched the African American play-by-play broadcaster grant initiative, raising money to help give African Americans more opportunities in the field of play-by-play broadcasting. So we are going to be raising money for that initiative at least tomorrow, potentially all week. The first pitch from Scherzer to Cano is in there for a strike, 0-1.
Yeah, and it's definitely a place where you'd like to see a little bit more variety in the presentation and broadcast up in the play-by-play booths. And the minor leagues is where all those people get their first crack. So it's nice to see him trying to at least help out financially a little bit, get some of those people into the right spots.
1-1 now from Scherzer to Cano, who struck out in the second, fouled off, count 1-2. Yeah, the original goal set was $3,000, and the response from the broadcaster community was remarkable. And they blew past that goal within the first couple of days. Cano rips it foul, count will stay 1-2. Scherzer brings it home. This one's hit the other way, into the glove of Starlin Castro. Good reaction time down at the corner from Castro for the first out.
Yeah, good reaction time, and I'd say the best way is good job flailing around, getting the hand to the ball there. That was a very unconventional catch, but he made it nonetheless.
Lost you for a second there, P-Mister.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. My mic can be a little bit of a pain in the butt sometimes.
All right, might have been me too. This computer I've got has shown some signs of starting towards giving up, maybe. Scherzer got a strike to Ramos, and now just misses out.
Yeah, Scherzer having a little bit of trouble so far, giving up 4 runs already, and just doesn't seem to have the usual breaking command that he does.
Scherzer giving up a couple of home runs in the 1-1. Just misses inside. Count now 2-1. Waiting on deck, Brandon Nimmo, who hacked that homer to right his first time up. 2-1 pitch. Outside, 3-1.
Yeah, the umpire giving absolutely no breaks today for either pitcher, expecting them to bring their A game in. He's calling the zone fairly consistently that way.
Scherzer looking to work his way back into this at bat. 3-1 pitch to Ramos. Just gets the outside half. 3-2. Now the full count offering from Scherzer to Ramos. Grounded foul. Keep it 3-2. And for Scherzer, you look at that pitch count. Only 1 out in the 4th inning, and the count's up to 7. Not very efficient pitching. Max Scherzer. Another 3-2. Way high, ball 4. Second walk issued by Scherzer in this one.
Yeah, and that kind of goes back to the fact that he hasn't been on his point for control or his break usually, and he's just been getting tagged a little bit too much today with the Mets putting several hits together and a pair of home runs.
Here is Brandon Nimmo, who hit the first of the 2 home runs for the Mets today. Shot to deep right field, way up in the second deck. That one's in the dirt, going nowhere as Ramos 1-0.
It looks like he's just going to sit put there, and unless there's a hit, he isn't going to move more than 3 inches from the bag.
Yeah, not the kind of guy you expect to get moving on anything in the dirt that even remotely skitters away. Count now 1-1. 1-2 Nimmo. Way inside, 2-1 slider. And Scherzer just released a little bit late there. Ramos on first with the 1-out walk. Mets lead it 4-0. Swung on and missed. Count now 2-2. Jacob deGrom waits on deck.
Yeah, but if Nimmo can get a hit here and put another run in scoring position, that would give a huge chance here for the Mets to put a real nail in the coffin here of the Nationals early on in the game.
Nimmo waits for the 2-2. On the way from Scherzer. In there, strike 3 called. Nimmo pulled back the attempted swing, and Scherzer just slides that fastball in high and tight for his 9th strikeout. 2 outs in the 4th.
Yeah, pitch counts fairly high, but he's been getting a lot of outs on strikeouts, so he's definitely been a little bit dealing when he has it on point, but just hasn't had it consistently all day.
Here's Jacob deGrom, struck out his first time up, takes a fastball over the heart, 0-1. Mets leading it 4-0, looking to get a sweep of the division-leading Nationals. The 0-1. In there, strike 2, just catching the bottom outside corner. Is Scherzer looking for strikeout number 10, but he hasn't had any help from the offense in his own 6th third. The 0-2. Swung on and missed. Strikeout number 10 for Max Scherzer. He's got the K's, but he doesn't have any offensive help after 4 innings. Mets 4, Nationals nothing. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
Yeah, that last one was definitely a pitcher swing. Very interesting how he went at that one.
We talked about how it was going to be 2 great pitchers going at it today. And, if you take away 4 hits for the Mets, Rosario, McNeil, and then the 2 home runs from Nimmo and Conforto, Max Scherzer has looked his usual dominant self, but you can't take those away. And even though Jacob deGrom hasn't racked up the strikeouts the same way, he does still have 6 through 4 innings and a 4-run lead as he'll face Suzuki, Castro, and Zimmerman here in the 5th. Only 47 pitches through 4 innings for Jacob deGrom, and he's looking like he could go deep into this one, P-Mister. Maybe 8, maybe even 9, depending on the way things go.
Yeah, deGrom setting himself up to go really deep in this game, but we're kind of seeing the 2 ends of pitching here. One just being efficient, not worrying about the strikeouts, and the other one almost exclusively strikeouts on the outs, but the pitch count can run really high sometimes, so it's a nice polar opposites today for both pitchers.
deGrom missed the first 2 times to Suzuki, gets him to swing at that one, 2-1. Fastball on the outside edge. deGrom, who commonly over the past few years has struggled to get some run support, has 4 runs behind him today, and he's pitching like he has that added confidence. Grounded foul, 2-2.
Yeah, and that can sometimes happen, especially when your team puts 3 or 4 runs on the board early. Just helps to relax yourself to know that you got a little bit of wiggle room if you do cough one up.
2-2, pop foul over the screen to another 2-2. 2-2 Suzuki. Swung on and missed. Strikeout number 7 for Jacob deGrom. Gets it of the 5th inning.
Yeah, gets a beautiful curveball in the lower inside corner. Taking more of a golf swing at it to try to put that one out into the field, but just a complete miss on that one.
So far, the only base runner for the Washington Nationals was Max Scherzer on a 2-out hit in the third. Starlin Castro misses.
Yeah, the Nationals manager must be livid right now with some of his hits of the fact that we're through almost 5 innings here, and the only person that's gotten a hit is the pitcher.
Nope. Outside.
Fastball outside, 1-1. Pitch to Castro. Fastball misses high, 2-1 now. And this is the thing for deGrom. He has sometimes this year struggled with the zone, just kind of letting pitches fly a little bit loose, 2-1. Just like that. And that's his pitch where you don't need to worry about, it's Starlin Castro, you're up 4 runs. If he gets a double on you, it's not going to be the end of the... No need to try and come inside because you could risk missing that badly. Castro ahead now, 3-1. The pitch, hot foul, 3-2.
Yeah, the thing with missing that far in is if the batter is paying attention and doesn't mind taking a hit, that can easily plunk him, and he's automatically on first.
Now the full count offering from deGrom. In there, strike 3 called. Back-to-back strikeouts for Jacob deGrom here in the 5th. That gives him 8 on the game. It'll bring up Ryan Zimmerman, 2 outs.
And those last 2 strikeouts are a perfect example of what deGrom brings. An absolutely devastating curveball in the first one, and just picture-perfect placement with the fastball in the second one there.
First pitch to Zimmerman, inside, 1-0. Mets giving Jacob deGrom the run support today. 1-0, outside, 2-0. Jeff McNeil, an RBI single as the second batter for the Mets in this one. A Brandon Nimmo solo home. And a Michael Conforto 2-run opposite field shot as this one is lifted to left center field. Coming over for it is Nimmo. He settles under it, makes the catch, and it is another 1-2-3 inning for Jacob deGrom. Middle of the 5th, Mets lead it 4-0. The Mets will start their 3rd trip through the order here in the bottom of the 5th. Rosario, McNeil, and Alonso. Same duo up to start the 1st and the 3rd. First pitch hit the other way into the glove of liner for Rosario. Out of the 5th.
Usually the hot corner's down on the third base side, but that one came in on him quick and nice reaction timing to get the glove there for the out.
Well, many years of playing third base for Washington, helping Ryan Zimmerman out on that one. First pitch to McNeil, off speed for a strike, 0-1. Now that 0-1 pitch.
Oh, that's out.
Outside, 1-1. Now, if you're Dave Martinez, P-Mister, there's going to be a tough question to answer in the top of the 6th inning. 1-1 pitch. This one is lifted to right center field, sending Eaton back, and he is going to run out of room. Jeff McNeil, his 11th home run of the season, 3rd home run of the game allowed by Scherzer, and the Mets are now up 5-0. Good try by Adam Eaton getting back on that one in that weird little nook in right field, but could not get there in time. McNeil deposits it over the wall, stretching this Mets lead.
Yeah, Scherzer hasn't had too much damage done, but when there has been good contact, it's been damaging. That's the 3rd home run of the game, and I believe we're at 5 runs so far in the day, so hasn't had too many issues, but when he has an issue, it's always been a big one.
Yeah, and that kind of answers the question I was going to ask, I think, which was, do you take Max Scherzer out for a pinch hitter in the top of the 6th inning, considering you're down by 4, but now you're down by 5. And no matter how good Max Scherzer is, he just hasn't had it today. And the Nats are going to really need to turn to a bench bat if they want to start making their way back.
Yeah, not probably going to be a pinch hit situation just because you try to find some spark today against Jacob deGrom. And sometimes that guy coming off the bench can be exactly what you need, as they have Austin Voth up in the bullpen.
Voth has been a stalwart in that Nationals bullpen, although he was responsible for blowing Max Scherzer's last start Monday in Atlanta. This is low, 2-1. Scherzer, his last time out, on Tuesday, went 8 innings, 7 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 walk, 13 strikeouts. Left the game with the Nationals leading 5-2, and then the Braves scored 4 runs off a combination of Sean Doolittle, who blew the save, and then Austin Voth came in and gave up the last run to end that one. 2-2 to Alonso. Swung on and missed. Strikeout number 11 for Scherzer.
Yeah, Scherzer just wheeling and dealing, but again, just giving up those few costly mistakes here. Again, just a great breaking ball there to get Pete Alonso out in front of it.
Pete Alonso, 3rd strikeout of the game, gives him the sombrero. Also gives him 99 strikeouts for the season. Here's Conforto.
Yeah, that's definitely a stat. That's definitely a stat you don't want to be approaching this early in the year. You're hoping that you hit that mark by hopefully September, so that way there's not much time left to add to it.
Alonso has struggled a lot with the strikeout this season. 0-1 to Conforto, outside 1-1. So Scherzer with the pitch count up at 88, down 5-0. Gotta imagine he is going to be done after 5 in this one, and after a great start on Tuesday in Atlanta, getting to face the Mets, even though on the road, going to be disheartened with this one. 1-1 pitch. Fouled off, 1-2.
Yeah, you might want to hide all the spare bats and water coolers there, because Max Scherzer might be wanting to go destroy some stuff walking back. Again, just a fairly decent day overall, but just got dinged up early and often.
Curveball in the dirt, count now 2-2. And it's almost a little bit confounding. 11 strikeouts so far. Only 5 hits allowed, but the 3 homers is really what's done him in.
And sometimes it's how it is. You give up 3 or 4 bad pitches, and sure enough, the team's going to have 6 runs on you.
2-2 missed. So now it'll be a full count offering to Michael Conforto. And misses again. So Michael Conforto draws himself a walk with 2 outs here in the 5th. And that'll bring up Yoenis Cespedes, who's got a couple of strikeouts.
Thank you, Cespedes. Sorry.
That is going to bring about the end for Max Scherzer. He's only going to go 4 2/3. Davey Martinez taking the ball isn't going to let Scherzer finish out the inning. And we're going to see if it's going to be Austin Voth or more of a middle relief guy to just get this last out with the pitcher spot due up 2nd in the 6th inning for Washington. It is going to be Voth. Very interesting managerial choice here by Davey Martinez.
Definitely an interesting call here. Maybe Voth's been taking some BP lately and been hitting the ball off the cover, so maybe they'll leave him in there, but definitely not the guy you expect to be a one-out guy.
Yeah, so I'll give you the final numbers on Scherzer momentarily as Voth gets ready to face Yoenis Cespedes. His first could be his only batter. Third walk issued by Scherzer here. Just that was the end of the line for Martinez. First pitch a strike from Voth to Cespedes. Oh, 1. Outside, 1-1. So the final line for Max Scherzer. 4 2/3 innings, 5 hits, to be determined on earned runs. Should Conforto score, that'd be an earned run. This misses, 2-1. 3 walks, 11 strikeouts out of 14 outs recorded.
It's one of the most confusing stat lines I've ever seen. Without that strikeout number, you would think he had a really off day, but
Cespedes to right center, running it down, making the catch is Robles for the final out, but Jeff McNeil takes Max Scherzer deep to right, and after 5, the Mets lead the Nationals 5-0 on Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. The line is the book is closed on Scherzer. That'll be 5 earned runs against him. He is in the loss in this one. It'll be Robles and then the pitcher spot and Trey Turner here in the 6th to face Jacob deGrom, who has been carousing in this one.
Yeah, he's had very little issue so far in this game, but getting towards the back half here, arm might be getting a little tired. So expecting that to be looking to put one out of here or string a couple of hits together.
Big swing and a miss by Robles to start the inning. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and missed again. 0-2. 90-mile-an-hour slider for deGrom. A very dangerous weapon to have on the mound. deGrom ready. Robles ready. The 0-2 pitch.
Outside, that's the ball.
Outside, 1-2. deGrom just about to throw pitch number 66 here in the 6th inning. The 1-2 to Robles. Oh, and inside, 2-2.
And this is what deGrom has been kind of sprinkling in all day. It's just a little bit of control issue, but hasn't really come back to haunt him just yet.
2-2 to Robles. Fouled off. Count will stay 2-2. I think that was Jacob deGrom's start I called earlier this season where he ran the pitch count up towards 120. So he's got a lot of length in him. 2-2. Outside, 3-2.
Yeah, deGrom potentially able to go deep. I believe it was him, and then I think Kershaw earlier on in the year also went about 130 pitches in a game, and I think he only went 8 innings that game.
Yeah, I was on that Kershaw one. He went 129 pitches over 8 innings. A really remarkable number. Something you don't see in the modern game. Another 3-2. Another foul ball. So Victor Robles staying alive here to start the top of the 6th.
Yeah, this
Making
is what
Jacob deGrom work harder.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I was talking about earlier. Getting later on in the at-bat, guys are starting to hit stuff.
Talking about hits, that is hit sharply past Ahmed Rosario's position at shortstop. Second hit of the game for the Nationals. A leadoff single from Victor Robles.
Austin Bond.
And you're seeing deGrom's line. 5 innings so far with very little issue, but up at 71 pitches, so the arm might be getting a little tired here. The breaking balls might not have as much breakers early on. Fastballs losing a little bit of velocity. Overall, if you're Washington, now's the time to try to take a stab at this lead and cut it a little bit.
And Voth is going to hit for himself here. Looks like he's just going to attempt to bunt Victor Robles over. Squares around. Gets the bunt down up the first base line. Alonso flips to deGrom. Sacrifice bunt laid down by Austin Voth. And it'll give the Nationals their first runner in scoring position here in the top of the 6th inning.
Yep, and in the pitcher spot there, that's almost exactly what you want to do. Be able to move the guy over the second and give your leadoff guys a chance here to bring him in.
Trey Turner 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. Try and get the Nationals' first run home, or at least closer to home. First pitch. Outside, 1-0.
Yeah, thinking about it there for a second, but able to hold up early on the motion, so no swing there.
Now the 1-0. Swung on and missed. 1-1. Good 2-seam action from Jacob deGrom there. One to Turner is lifted into shallow left field. Moving back on it is Rosario. He'll make the catch for the second out.
Yep, and deGrom here potentially set out to get out of this inning with really not much of an issue after the after a little bit of a rough start he had.
Eaton grounded out to third in the first, struck out looking in the fourth. Trying to get the ball in play here. First pitch. Up and away, 1-0. Now the 1-0. In there on the inside, half for a strike, 1-1. Nice changeup from deGrom coming inside. 1-1. Top of the zone for a strike, 1-2. Jacob deGrom gave up a leadoff single, but he's trying to strand that runner out at second. The 1-2. Lifted foul. We'll do it again. Nice balanced outing from Jacob deGrom there as he just reaches 80 pitches on the afternoon.
Yeah, he's had a really good day overall as far as keeping his pitch count in control, as that one's in the dirt.
Swung on and missed. Throw down by Ramos is in time. 9th strikeout for Jacob deGrom. and it ends the 6th inning. The Nats get their second hit. They get them to second base, but can't do anything else. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. Middle of 6th, Mets 5, Nationals nothing. The 6, 7, and 8 for the Mets. And they've had, so far, the exact same runs through the lineup. First inning, third inning, fifth inning all had the first 5 batters hit. Strike to Cano, 0-1. Wander Suero getting loose behind Austin Voth, who's already got a third of an inning recorded. We're going to have a nice and easy 6th against Cano, Ramos, and Nimmo.
Yeah, Voth probably going at least to the 7th, hopefully.
Cano lifts this one down the right field line, and that one is just going to hook foul, 0-2.
Again, not sure what's in the water down here in Queens, but it seems like the Mets are starting to tag the ball really nicely off any pitcher they're facing.
It's just that New York City tap water. It's the best, baby. I'm drinking it right now. Here in New York City, are very proud of our tap water. 1-2. Fouled off. That looked like it was almost going to hit Cano. Took a hack at it, managed to just get it off the inside of the bat. Just punch it away. 1-2. Inside, 2-2.
That was almost a Seattle bad swing there. Just nearly plunked him, but still started to take a crack at it.
2-2 swung on and missed. Cano goes down on strikes 4 the second time in this one. The 6th. Pitching there from Voth.
Yeah, and again, Cano just wasn't in it really. You saw the one where it nearly plunked him and he took a crack at it, so he obviously wasn't seeing the ball and was just guessing up there.
Yeah, with Strasburg going down to injury, there was discussion about moving Voth into the rotation to fill that spot. First pitch to Wilson Ramos is grounded towards short. Trey Turner, easy play to get the slow-footed Ramos for the second out. But Voth has been pitching so well out of the bullpen, and in his role as a long man, extended innings, the Nationals decided to go to the up-and-down Eric Fetty, bring him up for his first stint in the majors this year, and it looks to be an extended one. Keep Voth where he is.
It's very easy to find a starting pitcher. It's much tougher to find a relief guy that's able to go 3, 4, 5 innings and not give up any runs. So when you're able to find that guy, you stick him in that long relief spot and you just leave him there.
1-1.
And Nimmo swings and misses at the curve. Count now 1-1. Play here in the 6th inning. Clouds parting a little bit. Nimmo shoots it the other way. Played by Castro. Jumping throw gets Brandon Nimmo. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Austin Voth. First 1-2-3 inning for Nationals pitching in this game. After 6, Mets 5, Nationals nothing. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. 7th inning now. The big fun Derek Arment P. Mr. 3 bringing you this National League East matchup. Jacob deGrom scoreless through 6 innings, getting much the better of Max Scherzer, who did not make it out of the 5th. First pitch from deGrom to Soto here in the 7th as a high fastball for a strike, 0-1. A 1 pitch on the inside corner, strike 2. So deGrom working both sides of the plate expertly today.
Yeah, it's almost a pitching clinic how he's been able to control the ball today.
Tries the inside corner again and misses, 1-2. Soto, Kendrick, and Suzuki due up here in the 7th. Soto 0-for-2 with a couple of strikeouts against deGrom. 1-2. In the dirt, bounces away, 2-2. Now the 2-2. This one is grounded sharply to Alonso in the shift. Set up, steps on the bag for the first out.
Now back, second base.
Yep. And deGrom doing what he's been doing all day, getting ground balls, flyouts, occasionally a strikeout, but not worrying too much whether it's a ground ball or a fly ball.
And that is the, I think, just the 4th out recorded on the ground. This one is a strike high in the zone to Kendrick, 0-1. Had the ground out by Eaton in the 1st, ground out by Kendrick in the 4th, sacrifice bunt by Voth in the 6th, and then that ground out just now. in most strikeouts and grounders in the air. Or grounders in the air, excuse me.
I mean, there is a possibility of grounders in the air. It's very tricky to pull out.
Lifted by Kendrick towards left field. Moving back, Cespedes makes the catch. 2 outs in the 7th.
The catcher, number 28, Kurt Suzuki.
By comparison, that's only 6 outs recorded in the air. So deGrom doing a good job of balancing the way he's been getting Nationals hitters out in this one. First pitch to Suzuki, way outside, 1-0. deGrom scheduled to lead off the bottom of the 7th. Can't imagine that anyone that Luis Rojas is imagining taking deGrom out even as his pitch count just hits 90. deGrom can go real deep into it. 1-0 pitch lifted by Suzuki to left field, sending Cespedes back towards the corner, and that one's going to be over the fence. There goes the shutout. Kurt Suzuki, his 14th home run of the year. You see the frustration in the body language of Jacob deGrom. He was pitching so well, and just like that, the shutout is gone. Suzuki homers on back-to-back games, taking deGrom deep. The score is 5-1.
Yeah, and depending on how the manager's going to look at it here, I think deGrom's up around 90 pitches right now. That might be the day for him. As we're starting to get late here, the bullpen's getting warmed up a little bit probably.
Well, Starlin Castro will be up here to try to keep the good vibes going for the Nationals as they finally break through against Jacob deGrom. First pitch. Outside, 1-0. deGrom finally with a mark against him. Only 3 hits allowed. 1-0 pitch. Just misses. 2-0. Now the 2-0 to Castro. Swung on and missed. Fooled badly by that changeup. 2-1. One offering. Fastball at the knees for a strike. 2-2. So Jacob try to bounce back from allowing these solo Suzuki by getting Castro to end the 7th inning. 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Strikeout number 10 for Jacob deGrom gets us to the stretch. Kurt Suzuki with his solo homer to left gives the Nationals their first offense. Middle of the 7th. It's 5-1 Mets. Stretch time in Queens. Go listen to Lazy Mary by Lumon. Full experience. Jacob deGrom will get a chance to hit for himself as Austin Voth will get a chance to continue pitching in this one. deGrom has struck out twice, and Luis Rojas looks like he's going to give him the ball for at least the start of the 8th inning.
Yeah, definitely an interesting call here, but again, besides the 1 hit, he's been stellar today, so I'm not surprised he's going to try to give him some work in the 8th.
Voth misses deGrom, misses again, count now 2-0. And for Voth, not too bad to go potentially 2 1/3 innings here, as the Nationals do have an can heal up for the Nationals start their series with the Giants. deGrom ahead 3-0 now. There is action behind Voth in the bullpen. Wander, Suero, Hunter getting loose. 3-0 to deGrom. Just catches the bottom of the zone with a changeup. deGrom, not a huge fan of it, turning to the home plate umpire, saying he wants that call when he takes the mound again in the 8th.
Yeah, definitely pitcher trying to work the umpire here while he's got the chance here. You don't see this too often.
3-1 popped into shallow center by deGrom. Coming on for it is Robles. Slides back to his left, makes the catch for the first out.
Now batting, shortstop, Ahmed.
Here is Ahmed Rosario. Singled, stole a base, and scored in the first. Nothing since for him. A strikeout in the 3rd and a lineout in the 5th. First time Voth is facing Rosario in this one. Rosario with a sharp grounder under the glove of a reaching Castro. Going towards second base and sliding in is Ahmed Rosario. Got aggressive with the 4-run lead. Soto able to fire it into Kendrick, so give Ahmed Rosario a single, and Juan Soto an outfield assist, 7-4. Here's Jeff McNeil, takes the ball outside, 1-0.
Yeah, it may be 4-run lead, but that's definitely not the time to be aggressive here. You're just trying to add on another run or two to bury the Nationals here.
Out now 2-0 to Jeff McNeil, who has reached base all 3 times. He's come up in this one, had third, and then a solo home run. Two and 0 coming from Voth. Swung on, hit the other way, into the glove of Starlin Castro. So the Mets get a hit from Ahmed Rosario, but he runs himself out of it. After 7 innings, it's Mets 5, Nationals 1. So 4 2/3 scoreless inning. 2 1/3. I looked at the wrong number. 2 1/3 scoreless from Austin Voth. Just the 1 hit against him. So he kept it pretty balanced as the Mets are warming up. Edwin Diaz and Chasen Shreve in the bullpen. Shreve, who was a minor league invitee to a major league invitee to training camp, spring training, has been with Syracuse all year. With David Peterson going down, Mets needed to bring somebody up. Chasen Shreve gets the call to be added to the 40-man roster and come up to the bullpen. Hasn't pitched yet this weekend, but could get a chance here in the 8th inning. Zimmerman, Robles, and then a pinch hitter, 2 up for the Nationals. This one is grounded foul, count 1-1. Shreve has bounced around. And with the Braves, the Yankees, the Cardinals, now finds himself wearing the pinstripes of the New York Mets. 2-1, swung on and missed. Out now 2-2 to Ryan Zimmerman. 0 for 2 with a couple of flyouts, and this one hits 3 digits. That was pitch number 100. Here's 101. Lifted into shallow right field, moving out Cano, moving in conform. Catch over the shoulder for them.
Now batting, the center fielder, Victor.
deGrom at 101 pitches now. Probably just getting the 8th here, and then you bring in your closer for the 9th here. But hopefully you can work it out here as Victor Robles is going to step in.
Robles, until Kurt Suzuki's homer in the 7th, got further than any Nationals. Porto back on it, makes the catch. 2 outs in the 8th inning. And if it's a quick out in for whoever the pinch hitter is here, deGrom could be considered to take a shot at a complete game. He's already got one this through a shutout back in April, and could pick up a complete game here if Luis Rojas trusts him to do so. As Drupal Cabrera will pinch it. First pitch to him, low and away, ball 1.
Yeah, and ideally you want the pitch count under 106, 107 if you're thinking about potential 9th work here.
Rom ready. The 1-0. Swung on, grounded, foul on the outside of the third base bag. Count 1-1. That viewer count still in the mid-50s as Cabrera sharply to Cano make another 1-2-3 inning for Jacob deGrom. Middle of the 8th. Mets still lead this one 5-1. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. New pitcher for the Washington Nationals will be Wander Suero.
Number 51.
Yeah, 23 appearances on the year. Hasn't had too much luck. ERA at 5.2. 30 strikeouts for 13 walks. Both hitters are about hitting 300 against him. So definitely a chance here for the Mets to put some more runs on here to help bury the Nationals a little bit.
3, 4, and 5 of the Mets due up here in the 8th inning against Suero, Alonso Conforto Cespedes. Alonso 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts. Takes it low, 1-0. Another strikeout would give Alonso even 100 on the season. Takes a strike from Suero, 1-1. The Mets, whether it is Jacob deGrom looking for a complete game or a reliever, will to finish this weekend sweep of the division-leading Nationals when we head to the 9th inning. See if they can add some more insurance runs to this. 1-1. Just misses outside, 2-1. Suero tried the cutter. Nationals will have the top of the order due up in the 9th. Turner, Eaton, Soto. 2-1 to Alonso. Grounded towards the shifted infield. Kendrick moves to his right and scores it. A wild throw from Howie Kendrick. We'll see if it's toward an E4. Probably will be. Unless they're going to rule that Alonso might have beat that out anyway, and they don't. So Alonso reaches for the first time on an error. Wild throw from Howie Kendrick. Had to rush that one a little bit because it was hit weakly to that shifted infield on the left side. The Mets get a gift of a base runner from Michael Conforto, who's got a 2-run home a walk. First pitch from Suero on the way. Catches the knees with a curveball, 0-1.
Duct tape man making the mention that the first baseman isn't 8'5", so that definitely should have been an error on 6, not the first baseman there.
And Conforto fouls that off, count now 0-2. Howie Kendrick, generally a solid defensive second baseman, uncorked that throw there. Now the 0-2 from Suero. This one is hit weakly and caught by Kendrick on a line at second base for the first out.
Yeah, again, might have been more beneficial if he had let that drop in the outfield there, but had a good read on it, so get the sure out rather than trying to go for 2 there.
A lot of breaking up Yoenis Cespedes, 0 for 3 in this one. And despite going 0 for 3 so far, Cespedes has been better overall over the past week or two. And looking to maybe pick himself up here in the 8th. Grounder weakly. Castro. Kendrick. Return throw not in time, so Alonso, who reached on the error, is retired. Cespedes reaches on the 5-4 fielder's choice. Still a base runner on, but now 2 out.
Again, just good job clucking it there. Make sure to get the sure out at second and maybe try first there, but it was definitely going to be a tight one either way.
I'll bring up Robinson Cano with 2 outs here against Wander Suero. Cano 0 for 3, a couple of strikeouts and a lineout. You can put one in the gap. Cespedes definitely has the top speed to come around and score. Swing and a miss. Cano fooled badly by the changeup. 0-1. And now the 0-1. Long on and miss. Suero ahead 0-2. Big question looming over this game right now. Will Jake shot game victory, or will Luis Rojas let him be done after 8? 0-2 from Suero to Cano. Swung on and missed, strike 3. So Wander Suero works around a leadoff error and a fielder's choice to get himself out of the inning. No runs, no hits, 1 left on base. We head to the 9th. Mets leading the Nationals 5-1. You're watching Major League Baseball.TV. And Chasen Shreve will make his Mets debut and try and get the last 3 outs of this one.
Yeah, only 3 appearances last year, and definitely wasn't a good appearances as his ERA is sitting at 9. But again, with such limited action, that number could be a little bit inflated.
First pitch from Shreve to Turner, a strike. So Shreve called up on Friday. Didn't pitch in either of the first 2 games of this series. Is brought on partly because of Eaton and Soto to follow Turner, but he's ahead 0-2 now.
Yeah, and this is a relatively straightforward save chance for him here, so this is a good test to see if he can hang out in the majors for a while.
0-2 pitch. Grounded. Foul just outside the first base bag. Now another 0-2 from Shreve. Swung on and missed. Chasen Shreve in his first big league action of the year. Gets the strikeout of Turner. As you see the line there for deGrom. Stellar pitching today. 3 hits, just 1 earned run on the Suzuki homer in the 7th. 10 strikeouts, no walks. That is the Jacob deGrom Mets fans know and love.
Yeah,
Shreve now facing Eaton. This one is lined into left field for a base hit.
Yeah, and that stat line there from deGrom is what's expected of your ace, big-time superstar. Being able to go 7, 8 innings, giving up maybe a run or 2.
Shreve with his first blemish will now face Juan Soto. The pitch, low and inside, 1-0. And should Shreve struggle here, if Soto's able to get on base, Mets could turn to the bullpen as it is right-handed bats the rest of the way in this Nationals lineup. 1-0. Swung on and missed, 1-1. Good splitter from Shreve. The 1-1 in there for a strike. Jason Shreve brings that 2-seamer to Juan Soto, who's 0 for 3 with a couple strikeouts. 1-2. Low, 2-2. Eaton.
I'm sorry.
No, you're all good. 2-2. Swung on and missed. Jason Shreve gets Juan Soto reaching. And the Nationals are down to their in this second base. We'll see if Luis Rojas sticks with Shreve or switches it up as Howie Kendrick comes to the plate. And Shreve will get the opportunity to finish this one off. First pitch to Kendrick. Low, 1-0.
Yeah, and the way that last slider broke there, that's definitely a confidence one from the manager saying, okay, this guy's got this, because that was a beautiful slider outside there.
Eaton, short lead off first, the 1-0. Grounded to the right side, foul, 1-1. Adam Eaton not considering going anywhere anytime soon. Don't want to get yourself caught stealing. Don't want to get picked off to end the game. 1-1 pitch. In there for a strike, and the Nationals are down to their last strike of the game. 3 home runs for the Mets off of Max Scherzer, setting the pace in this one as the Mets try to finish off a weekend sweep of the Nationals. The 1-2 from Shreve. Floated towards shallow right center and into the glove. Cano. The Mets take this one 5-1. They sweep the Washington Nationals behind fantastic pitching from Jacob deGrom and home runs from Brandon Nimmo, Michael Conforto, and Jeff McNeil.
Yes, great job from deGrom there, keeping the bats at ease, and good job by the Mets taking advantage of the opportunities when they were presented there. 3 home runs on the day, so definitely had a good power outing today.
Mets are going to carry this great series against the Nationals. They'll hope to bring that positivity to the north side of Chicago. A 3-game series starting on Tuesday against the Cubs. Meanwhile, the Nationals will pack up and they will head back home to meet the struggling San Francisco Giants. Player of the game, unsurprisingly, Jacob deGrom pitched one of his best starts of the year outside of his shutout, in my opinion. 3 hits over 8, 10 Ks, no walks, just the 1 blemish, the Kurt Suzuki 7th inning homer. Max Scherzer, a strange loss, 11 strikeouts over 4 2/3. As we head to the highlights, first inning, second batter of the game for them, Jeff McNeil sharply hitting this single down the left field line. That brought home Ahmed Rosario. Then in the second, Brandon Nimmo for the second straight game cracking a home run. This one towards the back of the second deck in right field. That ended up being all the offense Mets would need in this one. But they would add to it in the 4th inning. Michael Conforto going the other way off of Scherzer with this high 2-run homer to left field. That brought home McNeil for his first run of the game. Made the score 4-0 at the time. You see Scherzer here getting Yoenis Cespedes chasing a slider. 1 of 11 strikeouts recorded by Max Scherzer. Got 11 of his 14 outs via the K. as you see another one here, getting Jacob deGrom to strike out for the second time on a curveball inside. He had the out pitch, he just got knocked around a little bit.
Yeah, and again, sorry.
Jacob deGrom had the strikeout pitch working himself. That was 1 of 10, getting Castro to look at that fastball for the second out of the 5th inning. And then in the bottom half of the 5th, Mets would finish up their offensive output with this Jeff McNeil home run to right field. Couple of batters later, Max Scherzer was done in this one. A very strange start for Max Scherzer.
Yeah, strange start indeed, as he didn't really give up too many hits, but the hits he did give up were either homers or really costly.
And this was the one blow that the Nationals got against Jacob deGrom. Kurt Suzuki with that 2-out homer to left. And here is deGrom, next batter after that home run, bouncing back to strike out Starlin Castro for the second time in this one. deGrom ended up going 8. And here is the final out of the game. Chasen Shreve, his first action as a New York Met, gave up a hit but got a couple of strikeouts, and this pop out by Howie Kendrick to end the game give the Mets a 5-1 win and a series sweep of the Washington Nationals. Mister, any final thoughts on this one?
It was a very interesting day down here in Botball land, as the Mets seemingly come out on top almost out of nowhere and sweep the Division League Nationals, who seem to be on a tear coming into the weekend.
Yeah, well, that is the beauty of baseball. Any given series, a team who's hanging out in the bottom of their division could just rise up and pull off a sweep, and the Mets do it here pretty comfortably. A 4-2 win on Friday, a 6-3 win yesterday, and the 5-1 win to close it out today. You look at the box score, 12 strikeouts by the Washington Nationals, 2 of them coming against Chasen Shreve in the 9th. Just the 4 hits and no walks in this one. Kurt Suzuki is 14th homer, 43rd RBI. Max Scherzer, very strange line. Meanwhile, the Mets, despite striking out 13 times, strike for 6 hits and 5 runs. Nimmo, McNeil, Conforto once again taking Max Scherzer deep in support of a great outing. Jacob deGrom knocking his ERA down by about 20-plus points in this one.
Yeah, definitely a good one from deGrom, bringing his numbers back down, and Scherzer's going to have a little ERA difficulty. But thank you to Sir Ramon23 for the near 100 bits he just threw at us.
Yes, thank you very much. I don't really know how the bits stuff works because I'm not super familiar with Twitch like that, but I'm going to assume that it is good.
It's cash donations, essentially built-in Twitch cash donations that you can basically throw anywhere you want.
Well, that's great. Thank you then, Senor Ramon, or SR Ramon 20, for donating a little bit of money towards Black Lives Matter week. As we head out of this one, we do have a little bit of time before the next game. I'm just going to do my neat little sign-off, and then we can head to the chat. Once again, the final score from Queens. The Mets take Game 3 of the series 5-1 over the Washington Nationals. Jacob deGrom picks up the win. Max Scherzer takes the loss. Next game is going to be Aiden Blanc and Special FX bringing you the Yankees. So, for Mr. 3, I am the Big Fund, Eric Arman. We now turn it over to Boston. It's the Yankees, it's the Red Sox, it's Major League Botball on Twitch.tv.
Thank you, Big Fund, and that was just a great game that we just watched right there. Mets pulling off the sweep against the division-leading Nationals, so might throw some chaos into the standings, coming up. Looks like we're running a bit ahead of schedule, so we might be doing some quick simulations, live for you guys while, we've got the chance, because we can't broadcast every game, unfortunately. So we're just going to do a couple of here before we get you to the Yankees and the Red Sox. Always a great matchup. How you doing today, Aiden?
I'm doing well. I'm going to enjoy hopefully being that Vascursion for the night, although we were talking about it earlier, technically Dave Fleming, because in reality, ESPN would have had the London series, so it would have been Matt Vasgersian in London, and Dave Fleming would have filled in on Sunday Night Baseball. But we're going to enjoy some Sunday Night Baseball. Going to be a really fun matchup. The Yankees going for the sweep, and the Red Sox just looking to take one from a hated rival, which is always good.
Yeah, I mean, this is always an interesting series. You want to circle every matchup on your calendar because Yankees and Red Sox don't like each other. They've never liked each other. And it doesn't matter where they are in the standings, you're always going to get a good matchup. As we take a look at our first sim result, we got Tampa Bay Rays beating the Baltimore Orioles 6-4. So Tampa Bay giving the Yankees some threat, in that AL East lead.
Yeah, I think I did a Yankees game a few weeks back against the Rays, and they're not going to lose the division. I'm pretty confident they'll win the division, but the Rays are in a bit of a tough situation because we talk about it all the time, and we'll talk about it right after this on Botball tonight. That the Rays kind of have they're in a tricky situation. In reality, they should be a wild card team, yes, but they are competing against such great teams from the American League Central for that wild card spot, the Indians and the White Sox, that maybe they don't end up getting that wild card spot like they did last year. So it's going to be a very tough year. I think, in my opinion, they have to win the division to get into the playoffs. If not, it'll be very tough for them to grab a wild card spot.
Yeah, it's a lot easier for them to just win the division right now than it is to make it into a playoff, into a wild card spot. 5 games back of the White Sox in that second spot versus just 3 games back of the division-leading Yankees. And as much of a detriment as that is to the Tampa Bay Rays, you got to be winning some more games. You can't take away any credit from how good the AL Central has been. Minnesota, Cleveland, Chicago, all with 45-plus wins on the year, and you take those Chicago White Sox sitting in 3rd place in the AL Central, you put them in just about every other division, they're atop that division. Only one that they're not is they'd be 1 game behind the NL Central's Cubs.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting matchup. I'm looking forward to the matchup coming up this coming weekend, starting on Friday, then moving through the weekend. They're going to Cleveland to take on the Indians. So the White Sox made some big offseason moves. They were one of the top 5 or so teams that really made moves in the offseason. It was clear they were going to be buyers and not sellers. They made some good trades. They have some great players on their team. We'll see how far they can go in the playoffs, but they're certainly not a team to overlook by any stretch.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a magnificent season so far. They're just in a tough division. And, another tough matchup, Atlanta Braves, Los Angeles Dodgers. We see Dodgers coming out on top 4-2 to take the final game of that 3-game set out in Georgia. And Atlanta, as much as they're having their successes early on, they need to keep winning some games. Now only have a half-game lead on the Diamondbacks for that second wild card spot, and maybe they could, kind of like the Rays, they could come and win the division instead of going through the wild card, only 2.5 back. But still, you want to ensure that you're in a playoff spot as much as you can for the season.
Yeah, the Braves and Dodgers, 2 teams that are favorites to win their respective divisions. The Braves and Nationals are probably the 2 biggest contenders. The Phillies, I honestly am not sure quite yet if they're for real or not in that National League East, but the Braves and Nationals are going to be in a very big race for the National League East, very much like they were last year, although this year it's kind of a little bit different. Last year the Braves ended up winning the division. This year everybody's kind of assuming the Nationals will end up winning the division, but the Braves are a good team. Something that really surprised me is the Milwaukee Brewers. They were so good at the end of last season, and now they're 11 games under 500, and they lost again today to the Cincinnati Reds, they're 2 very teams headed in opposite direction. The Reds, a very surprising team. I know we did their game against the Dodgers. They took 2 of 3 from LA. They're a very surprising team. And the Brewers, surprising, but not for the right reasons. They're 11 games under 500. Remember, 2 years ago, they were in the National League Championship Series. They are a very good team. They have some really good players. It's disappointing to me that they're as bad as they are.
just one game away from making it to the World Series against the Red Sox. I don't know if they would have fared any better than the Dodgers, as that Red Sox team was stacked with talent, but still, like you said, it's just very surprising. You know, they kind of stuttered a little bit last season, but still made the wild card game. And if it weren't for that error out in right field, they could have been world champions, or at least, you know, made some noise in the playoffs. But of course, the Washington Nationals were the ones that ended up knocking them out in the wild card game. And yeah, it's just very disheartening for Milwaukee fans. You know, they thought that their window is finally opening. All of a sudden, it's, I don't want to say shut. They've still got some great talent, Christian Yelich, Lorenzo Cain. But this spot ball season has not gone to plan. 11 games below 500. Doesn't help that they got to face Chicago Cubs and the Cincinnati Reds, who are both having fantastic seasons so far.
Hey, remember last year they were in the wild card game. They were playing the Nationals. If they beat the Nationals, they move into the division series, and obviously the Dodgers didn't do so well. The Nationals were a very good team, but I think a lot of that victory for the Nationals in the division series was that the Dodgers just had some sort of malfunction, and their pitching started to implode, and they couldn't trust everybody. So I think it's totally possible that if they had won that game against the Nationals, maybe they make it to the division series and win, and they're back in the championship series. I don't think that St. Louis was going to win that championship series no matter who they played, whether it was LA or the Nationals or the Brewers. So you know what? They could have very easily, if they hadn't had such bad luck against the Nationals in that wild card game, they very well could have made the championship series, and who knows, maybe even made the World Series. I don't think they've ever played in the World Series.
They have, made it to one World Series. They've never won it, though. That was back in the 70s, before I was born. And I think from earlier broadcasts you said that's before you were born.
Yep.
But, Milwaukee, not known for baseball success. They've come over from the American League to the National League, and they've had some great teams. They've made the playoffs, made some deep runs, but just not able to climb that final mountain and get that World Series title. And going back to just even last year's playoff run, you got to wonder what could have happened if they had Christian Yelich healthy. You could either take that as the long run, what they could have done at the end of the season, maybe won the division and avoided that wild card game. But even if they did manage to get into the wild card game, Christian Yelich is probably the man out in right field. And I have a hard time believing that he's going to make that same bobble, allowing the Nationals to score 3 runs and take the lead. So, it's a big old what if Christian Yelich was healthy, but still it's a question that I think really needs to be asked if you're a Milwaukee Brewers fan.
The American League West, we take a look at that right there. The Athletics on top, they will be in action tonight, but so will the Angels. The Angels are only 5 games back. They're a game over 500. We talked about this in Bot Ball tonight, that the Angels and the Athletics and the Astros are all going to be fighting for that one division crown. It's, again, the American League wild cards are essentially taken up, or at least we think they will be. The American League West is certainly a very fun division, and it's certainly going to be a very fun division to watch, with even the Rangers, the Astros, the A's, and the Angels. 4 of those teams, any one of them could win that division title.
Yeah, Athletics starting to slip away with that one. And it was really disappointing to see for the rest of the AL West teams, as Oakland had a stretch where they were, playing below 500 ball for maybe 10, 15 games, but no one wanted to claim the crown. And Oakland has restored their lead back up to 5 games now, but still, first place and 5th place only separated by 10.5 games. That's easily the closest, division race top to bottom out of any of the leagues that we've got here in this Bot Ball season. So while I don't see the Mariners, coming back with the team that they've got, it's still anyone's ball game in that AL West division.
The 3 Sunday night games, 2 of them will feature teams from the American League West. We'll see Philadelphia and Oakland in action. We'll also see the Mariners and the Angels in action. That'll be the 7 o'clock game, Philadelphia, Oakland, the 9 o'clock game. And we finish out with the London series at 10:45. Get a look at this Red Sox roster and their starting lineups for today, which we can certainly go through, as we get ready, coming up on 5:30 on MLBotball.com, and getting set for the Sunday night baseball between the Boston Red Sox and the Yankees. For the Red Sox, they'll line it up very similar to how they will all weekend. It'll be Jose Peraza, Jackie Bradley Jr., JD Martinez, the DH tonight, Rafael Devers at third, Mitch Moreland at first, Kevin Pillar in left, Christian Vasquez, the catcher, Alex Verdugo in right, and Michael Chavis rounding out the order at second base. As far as the Yankees, it's a different lineup than what we've seen in weeks past for them because Andujar and Chris Iannetta both have the night off. So instead of Andujar at third, it'll be Urshela getting the start. And behind the plate, Kyle Higashioka, only in his third game with the big league club, will get the start. So those are the two main changes. And other than that, it's a very, predictable lineup. You got LeMahieu, Torres, Judge, Stanton, and the rest of that Yankee order. Hicks is going to be in the lineup tonight, along with Luke Voit, Brett Gardner, and then Urshela and Higashioka, the two newcomers, if you will, getting the start in place of Andujar and Iannetta, who we can assume have the night off.
Yeah, I mean, Chris Iannetta, you can see that off in the corner. Just a little bit of an injury. I don't think that's going to keep him out of the lineup for very long, but Yankees having to go to their third-string catcher now, Gary Sanchez, of course, on the injured list, and Iannetta having to take a couple days off. So we've got Kyle Higashioka stepping in at catcher, getting his first major league reps this season after, a couple of games earlier this year. But it's very, it's a very strong Yankees lineup despite having to sub in a couple of players. And that just goes to show you, how great this Yankees team is, how great they've built their bench. And, you can kind of just plug someone in and not really feel like you've lost much of anything.
We'll see. Again, Higashioka, at least with Urshela, he has a little bit more experience on this big league team. With Higashioka, it's only his third game with the Yankees. We don't know. I didn't take the time to look, but it's possible he was in the minor leagues for a little bit, but he has not been really playing with this big league club. This is only his third start, so we'll pick some uniforms and get this thing going. It is the finale of the series. Both of these teams have very odd schedules coming up because they both have a 2-game series followed by a 4-game series. For the Yankees, they're at Pittsburgh on Tuesday, Wednesday. The Red Sox will host the Braves on Tuesday, Wednesday. Then they're both on the road. The Yankees will play Minnesota for 4. I believe Boston is only in Chicago for 3 with the Cubs. But the point is they'll go for 2 and then either 3 or 4 over the weekend.
Yeah, some nice interleague matchups that we're going to get next week. And, it's always an exciting ball season, but getting to see some teams that don't usually play each other with the interleague matchups, those are the ones I always look forward to. But I'm sure the one that everyone here has been looking forward to, Yankees and Red Sox, as we finish out this 3-game set. Like you said at the top, Red Sox just trying to scrape 1 game away from the Yankees, as Yankees came into this series expecting to dominate, and they have so far.
Yeah, the Yankees won yesterday 3-1, and they will go for the series sweep tonight as Boston takes the field on Sunday Night Baseball. Colin McHugh gets his 10th start of the season, only 2-2 with a 2.68 ERA.
Yeah, he's been coming mostly out of the bullpen this year, as you see, only 53 2/3 innings of work, but that 110 whip is promising. He came over from the Houston Astros, where he spent quite a majority of time, including that World Series run back in 2017. And he's translated some of that success with his new team.
LeMahieu, Torres, and Judge on this Sunday night. And a breaking ball misses away. The Red Sox 10 games under 500. They're 4th in the American League East because the Blue Jays have played considerably better than they did last season. But, again, they're 31-41. There's still time to turn it around as we move into the final months of ball. Now the count evened out on the leadoff man, LeMahieu.
Yeah, I mean, it's disappointing to see the Red Sox this low in the season, but they've got the talent, they've got the coaching staff, and, they've got the team just as a whole that can really make a comeback, and I don't know if they'll make the playoffs, but at least get themselves to a more respectable spot in the division race.
66 degrees as we get ready for first pitch, the 2-1, now 3-1.
Yeah, and as tough as it is to do, you can't be nibbling at the corners against this dangerous Yankees lineup. Don't want to give them in too good accounts.
LeMahieu hitting .336, a pair of hits for him yesterday. He's been a big factor for them this weekend, especially considering, and we talked about it a little bit before the game, that the Yankees have really not had much offense this weekend, and yet they won the first two as LeMahieu draws the leadoff walk.
Yeah, I mean, Yankees have been able to rely on just one half of their team if they needed to. The offense is cooling off. The pitching staff is dominating. Pitching staff gives up a couple of long bombs. The offense is right there to pick them back up. That's why they're leading the AL East. You know, they've built a fairly complete team. And, you know, they might not be the best team in the leagues right now, but I could still see them making a very lengthy postseason run, maybe all the way to another 28th World Series title.
So now it's Torres hitting .310.
0-1.
Takes a strike, 0-1. These first four Yankee hitters are all hitting at or above 300. Stanton at 300, Judge at 306, LeMahieu 336, and Torres 310. The count evened out.
Yep, and all of them are doing very good in wins above replacement, just the kind of summative statistic that defines how good you are relative to other players that would be replacement level.
A diving stop by Devers. He makes the play at first. The runner will advance. LeMahieu goes to second. But Torres does his job. A very nice play by Rafael Devers. Give him credit.
Yeah, not making the clean catch on the ground ball, but still able to stick with the play. Fire on to first, get the sure out, and get you one step closer to that dugout.
One down, and now Aaron Judge, the right fielder, a hit yesterday, 14 home runs and 41 RBIs, has been exactly what he has been for these past few years. Obviously, that number not correct, in 947 average, but he's not putting up that good numbers, but he's doing exactly what he's being paid to do.
Yeah, let's get some coffee to the guys on the truck. I think they meant to say that was his career OPS, which still, that's a very impressive number, approaching 1,000. And he's just been consistent for the Yankees, putting up big numbers, power, and even with the batting average, staying over 300, getting himself into good counts like he finds himself right here, 3-0.
Stanton waiting on deck. If you can get two on and only one out for Giancarlo Stanton, it'd be a great start for a Yankee offense that has been nowhere all weekend long. In for a strike and now 3-1. I wouldn't have held up maybe on that kind of pitch if I'm Judge. That's a pitch right down the middle and a perfect one for me to hit.
Yeah, still, that was kind of lower in the zone. You know, Judge kind of likes to go for the high ball, so 3-0, it's got to be the perfect pitch if you're going to swing at it.
He whiffs on a breaking ball, so it went from 3-0 to 3-2, and now the count is run full on the Yankee slugger. There's the high fastball you talked about. Would have been ball 4, but he fouls it away, and the count remains at 3-2.
Yeah, very tempting to go up in the zone and try and swing at that one.
He swings again, lashes it foul right side out of play. So he fouls off a pair of pitches, and now another 3-2. This is a very tough start for McHugh, and a fly to right center field. Verdugo and Bradley. It'll be Verdugo. LeMahieu remains at second. So a runner in scoring position with 2 outs as Giancarlo Stanton steps to the plate.
Yeah, not much Judge could do in that at-bat. At least he got McHugh to throw a few pitches. And now we're going to see Giancarlo Stanton leading the team in home runs and tied for third best in the AL RBI total. So good man to get up with a man in scoring position.
2 hits and a pair of RBIs yesterday for the former Marlin, who really crowds the plate. You can see that front foot for him. Really likes to crowd the plate, swings and misses. You want to keep it low with him. You don't, like Judge, want to give him anything upstairs or too high for him to hit.
Yeah, keeping it low, it's harder for him to elevate that pitch. Not impossible, though. We've seen him do it a few times, but those moonshots have generally been pitches on upper part of the strike zone.
He drives one out to left. This ball is way back, and an early mistake for McHugh is going to be costly. Stanton rounds the bases with his 24th home run of the season, and the Yankees lead 2-0.
I mean, we were just talking about it. Don't throw a pitch up in the zone, especially not a breaking ball. I said it a few times on my earlier broadcast, but that was a cement mixer right there, just spinning around, hanging up in the zone and doing absolutely nothing of service for you. And Giancarlo Stanton not going to miss those. Going to take a look at his swing, loads up, drives it out to left field, and he's hit it high enough, doesn't have to worry about hitting it too deep, but still launches a moonshot over 440 feet, and it's 2-0 Yankees.
Looked like it may have cleared the green monster at that point, may have gone on to Lansdowne Street, and a few balls this weekend have, as Hicks takes an inside strike. The Yankees a 2-0 lead. For those that are just tuning in, Aiden Blanket special effects. Getting your Sunday night started. Sunday night bot ball immediately following this. Then the Angels and Mariners, A's and Phillies, and a drive out to right. It's back-to-back in the first, and the Yankees lead 3-0.
Just another mistake pitch here from Colin McHugh, and Aaron Hicks came into this game having a bit of struggles of late, but I'm sure that's going to kickstart his offense back up. No doubt home run out to right field, just curving around that pesky pole out in right. 423 feet is the tail of the tape, and Yankees are up to 3-0, already tying the number of runs they scored last night.
So they get to the six-hitter, a pair of two-out home runs, Stanton and Hicks, after LeMahieu reached base, and a 3-0 lead for New York. What a crazy start to this game as Voit stands in. He's also hitting above 300 at 333.
Yeah,
he's a very good hitter for a first baseman. A big guy and someone you can really trust in the lineup.
Yeah, another dangerous bet in this lineup, and if you're Colin McHugh, you need to get this man out if you want to have any confidence going through the rest of the game. Back-to-back home runs are never comfortable to live with, but if you can shut down the next batter, you'll at least, have a better feeling in yourself. Maybe trust your teammates to get you some runs right back.
2 balls and 1 strike, and the Yankees on top 3-0. It's Luke Voit versus Colin McHugh, who throws his 25th pitch of the night and misses away, so now 3-1. It's been a very similar at-bat to every other at-bat he's faced tonight. It's been a very average at-bat. He gets really far behind in the count because he's trying to pitch away from these Yankee hitters. It's a problem that a lot of these pitchers have. Belts one foul, very well could have been their 3rd consecutive home run.
Yeah, and I don't think the issue with him is his movement. We're seeing the pitches move around the strike zone a lot. Just that it's moving too early, although that one looked pretty good right there with the cutter. But for most of his pitches, they were moving too early, and it was too easy for the Yankees to see where it was going to go into the strike zone.
He strikes out the final batter. Yankees with 3 runs on 2 hits as we move along on what would have been Sunday Night Baseball. It's now Sunday Night Bot Ball. James Paxton, the only Yankee pitcher, that is, that has a heat symbol next to his name in the stats video. He'll take the mound for only his 3rd start of the season. He's been out of the bullpen a little bit, and he's been on and off, but he's starting to bear down and get some really good quality starts.
Yeah, I won't see him going too long. You want to limit that pitch count as he's coming back from quite a long spell not being with the team.
And fly up to Gardner.
That's going to help him out. That's going to help him out to keep the pitch count down. First pitch out to left field. Solid contact, but just hit it right at the left fielder. And unfortunately for the Red Sox, it's just 1 pitch out.
Gardner, Hicks, and Judge in the outfield for the Yankees tonight. Urshela, Torres, LeMahieu, and Voit all on the infield. Higashioka behind the plate, and Paxton is on the mound. The Yankees at 43-28, very much contending for the best record in bot ball. Paxton's third pitch, this to Jackie Bradley Jr., now 2-0. Always fun when these two teams get to meet up. Even you always throw the records out when you see these two teams. It was really fun a few years back when the Red Sox ended up winning the World Series. Maybe not fun to be a Yankee fan, but you knew that these were going to be two teams that were both very, very good. It's always fun when the Yankees and Red Sox meet up because they're contending for a playoff title. Checked his swing, rung him up, and 2 quick outs for Paxton. That's a very good start for a guy who, again, like you said, is coming off an injury, looking to recover and try and shut down a Red Sox lineup that, while they were gutted a little bit in the offseason, still has some power hitters and big names. A fly ball out to left. Gardner is near the monster and watches it go. So the bats are starting to come alive after a pair of quiet games in this series. The Yankees put up 3. The Red Sox respond with a with a JD Martinez home run, and now it's 3-1.
I mean, I didn't even get a chance to say, what I was going to say about JD Martinez. First pitch swinging, drives it out to left. He's got that great pull power. He can also go the other way with it, but of course, most hitters love to pull the ball out to, left field if you're a right-handed hitter. Pokes this around the foul pole and doesn't go quite as far as a Stanton home run, but still pretty much a no-doubter right off the bat.
And this is going to keep the inning alive. A ball that is hit way back and nearly cleared the fence. It's off the wall in right center, and will put Rafael Devers on second base with a stand-up 2-out double, his 21st of this season. He really likes to leg out those double baggers.
Oh, and it looks like these Red Sox have missed James Paxton in the Yankees rotation just as much as they have. They've been teeing off, after those first 2 quick outs, with the home run and then extra bases on the double from Devers. Now we've got Michael Chavis, who's, quietly got some power to him. We'll see if he can do anything about this 2-out rally.
He bats in place of Mitch Moreland, who was originally supposed to hit. Chavis was going to go into the 9 spot. And the count quickly 0-2. So Paxton looking to bear down. Not the worst first inning anybody has ever had. This is away 1-2. He got off to a hot start, retiring Peraza and Bradley, but Martinez and Devers both reach base. Fouled off, now 1-2. One-two pitch. Misses inside, and it rides up and hits him. So Chavis reaches first. And a tough at bat there. Paxton was up 0-2, throws a ball and then hits him.
Yeah, Paxton, after getting those first 2 outs, having some trouble with the 3, 4, 5 guys in the lineup, having some trouble commanding his pitches. And, he'll have a lefty-on-lefty matchup right here, but we'll see if that's going to help him out.
Nope, back down.
Ball 1 misses low. Mitch Moreland, who is 2 for 9 versus James Paxton. Ball and no strikes, 2 out and 2 on. The Red Sox looking to tie things up, and Moreland could certainly do it. Misses outside, now 2-0.
Well, he couldn't. He might not just tie it up. He has the power to give the Red Sox the lead here in the first inning. Already 4 combined runs and got a couple of ducks on the pond for a great hitter in Mitch Moreland to try and bring home.
Moreland, Verdugo, and Velasquez, if we can get there in this inning. Now 3-0 as he misses upstairs. Verdugo is hitting just above 200. 2 home runs and 12 RBIs. 3-0 from Paxton, in for a strike 3-1.
Yeah, good location on that pitch. Fastball grabbing the outside corner. Still got a ways to go if he wants to battle back and shut down this inning.
Facing the 6-hitter, Clearly, this is not going to be a one-sided game, and it's not going to be a defensive battle as we've seen all weekend. Hangs up and gets down. Gardner plays it off the wall. 1 run is in. On to second goes Moreland. Runners in scoring position for the Red Sox, and they cut the deficit to just 1.
I mean, if Colin McHugh is feeling bad about himself, he's got to be pumped up. His team's got him 2 runs right back, plus they still got 1 more out to work with. 2 guys in scoring position. Mitch Moreland just doing a great job not doing too much with that ball. Drive it into the corner and just legs out that 2-out double.
He scores Devers and a fly ball for Gardner, who comes in and ends the inning. We are going to see a lot of offense tonight. The Yankees put up 3. The Red Sox counter with 2. Boston and New York, a classic rivalry on Sunday night. And we're back from Fenway Park. The Yankees will come to the plate in the second, maybe not as secure as they felt in the first. It'll be Gardner, Urshela, and Higashioka, 7, 8, 9 for New York. And the Yankees leading by 1. Paxton was able to get out of a tough first inning and a bouncing ball foul on the left side.
Yeah, as dangerous as the Yankees lineup is, this is probably the part you can attack the most. It's the 7, 8, and 9 spots. Gardner, not what he used to be. Never really was much of a power threat, but still getting up there in age, not producing as much as he used to.
And as he gets up there in age, he's kind of developed that power, I feel like. He's kind of developed the muscles, and he's hitting a lot more home runs and balls off to the fence than he was early in his career. Two and two to the right field, or the left fielder rather, who saw a lot of action in that last inning. A hanging curveball hit in the air to left center. Back at the wall, Pilar does make the catch for the first out of the inning. Always good to retire the leadoff man, and Gardner, not your typical 7-hitter.
Not your typical 7-hitter, indeed, and not your typical 8-hitter. Gio Urshela having a cool down year this year, but really broke out last season, having to fill in for Miguel. Or hold on, I think I have myself mixed up. I think it was Miguel Andujar filling in for Urshela. But still, he's usually a great hitter, not doing too well, batting just above 230 on the year.
Hitting .231 with only 1 home run and 12 RBIs. Higashioka is the one who's going to try to start at catcher tonight. It'll be interesting to see how the Yankees go at it with this catching situation. Not your conventional catchers. They're going to try to kind of fill the role with guys that maybe can't hit very well. Iannetta and Higashioka. A fly ball to shallow, very shallow, right center field. And on the lip of the outfield grass, it is Chavis for the second out.
The catcher, Kyle.
Yeah, no, it's going to be very interesting to see how the Yankees are able to survive the loss of Gary Sanchez for quite some time. But Gary Sanchez hasn't really meant too much to these Yankees. As you can see, with their record, they're still leading the division by quite a few games. Chris Iannetta has been doing a great job filling in, and now Higashioka is going to have to fill in for a couple more days, try and keep the Yankees treading water up at the top.
Yankees leading by a run on this Sunday night. Misses low in the count 1-1. LeMahieu, the leadoff man, who scored 1 of 3, waiting on deck, and now the count 2-1. Plenty more to come on our Twitch live stream. It'll be Bot Ball tonight right after this. And immediately following that, the Sunday night games, which begin in Anaheim. The Angels and the Mariners, important game for the Angels. Every game's important for them now. Followed by the A's and Phillies. And we finish in London with the Cubs and Cardinals. That ball was totally misplayed by Devers. Trickles through to left, and the Yankees get a 2-out base runner. he was thinking a step ahead special. He kind of looked like he was trying to barehand it, and he just totally whiffed trying to grab the ball.
Yeah, I mean, that was really the only way he was going to make the play, just a soft tapper, and he was playing back over there at third base, so going to be tough to make the play. Only way he could do it was with the bare hand, and unfortunately, he's going to miss it, and that's going to be a base hit there for Higashioka.
Leadoff hitter LeMahieu, 2 hits yesterday, and he's got one more today. No, it's caught by the shortstop Peraza. And we are going to the last of the second, the first clean inning we've seen all night. Velasquez, Bradley, and Peraza due up for Boston. So LeMahieu lined out to end the second, and well, either end the top of the second, and now the bottom of this second is going to be Peraza. And a fly ball to left field, and Judge, beg your pardon, right field, and Judge is underneath it for the out.
Batting ninth, the center fielder, Jackie Bradley.
Yeah, Red Sox, you know, shut down inning in the top half of the second. They're going to try and keep the bats hot, take their first lead of the game. Once again, you know, bottom of the lineup, not going to be the best spot to get some offense going, but still, you know, you'd love to get out in front of these Yankees and really jump on James Paxton, who's had some limited playing time with his injury.
Beg your pardon, that was Alex Verdugo from the Dodgers.
1-1.
And now Jackie Bradley Jr. takes a ball. 1-1 to the 9-hitter.
Back outside.
And we've got a question here in the Twitch chat from Mythical Goat. Are the playoffs going to be simulated on this channel? And, you know, once it gets October time, I think the plan is to, you know, simulate the playoffs, see what would happen in the simulated season. And I'm sure it's going to be very exciting playoffs, probably featuring these Yankees and maybe the Red Sox if they can start to pick it up a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to see some real fun games and some real fun playoffs. On to third, over the back, Urshela to first, and just missed it. He tried to go with the little Derek Jeter action, the jump throw over the back, but couldn't quite get him at first. A very good effort, though, from Urshela. I would call that an infield single.
Yeah, he hit that one against the shift. Not really much of a chance for Urshela to make the play. And as we're going to see Wally out there trying to pump up the crowd, get some noise going, top of the order, trying to keep this rally going and maybe get their team the lead.
Back to the top of the order with Jose Peraza. Strike one, 0-1. 1 for 4 last night with a base hit to his name. Paxton keeping it to 26 pitches, so it hasn't been horrible for him. It just was a few batters in that first inning that kind of got out of hand, and luckily enough, he was able to retire things before the lead was vanquished. The Yankees still with that 1-run advantage. 1-1 pitch in the air to left, and it's played off the monster by Aaron Hicks. Chavis was late to run, so he's only getting to third. On to second with a double is Peraza. A very, again, one of those hits that kind of just is very weird in this ballpark. It goes off the monster. It should have scored Chavis, but he had to tag it. He had to wait to see if he needed to tag up a little bit.
0-1's the count.
Yeah, it's always tough to judge how things are going to play off that green monster. And that's one of the things that makes Fenway Park such an iconic stadium. So, you know, Red Sox a little bit log-jammed up on the base pad.
A great play at second by LeMahieu. The run is going to score, and we are tied in the bottom of the second. Chavis moves up, beg your pardon, Chavis scores, and Peraza moves up to third.
I mean, that was just a great job of doing your job, Looks like Higashioka was maybe looking for the throw home, but LeMahieu didn't think he had a chance. Gets the short out over at first base. We're tied up at 3 here in the second inning. And JD Martinez a chance to do some more damage.
JD homered back in the first. It was one of 3 runs that the Sox scored and a high strike called. We talk about how this Red Sox team was kind of almost gutted for all of their talent after that World Series season, and they lost some guys went cold. This is lined out to left, and the inning is over. We'll finish up that conversation when we come back, but we got a game. The Yankees and Red Sox tied at 3 as we head to the third. Welcome back to Fenway Park with special effects. I'm Eden Blank. Yankees and Red Sox, and Heidi Watney reminding us to donate to Black Lives Matter. Very easy to do it. It's right there on your Twitch page. Also reminding us that there's plenty more still to come. 3 games and bot ball tonight, which will begin right after this.
Yeah, 3 more games after this one, but I'm not sure if they're going to match this excitement level. 3 runs for each team in the first 2 innings. After seeing, maybe 6 combined runs throughout the rest of the series, we're in for a slugfest tonight, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, this is all that pent-up offense kind of just coming out, and these are the 2 pitchers. Like McHugh is usually not a starting pitcher, and you've got Paxton coming off an injury, so everything kind of just played out perfectly. Swing and a miss. Torres down 0-2. But yeah, everything just kind of played out perfectly tonight. And 6 runs over these first 2 innings. You said it, there were basically 6 runs scored all weekend. Ball and 2 strikes.
Something I've really liked seeing from McHugh in these past couple innings, his breaking balls and even the fastballs with a little bit of movement are looking a lot sharper, breaking a lot later, and it looks more like a fastball coming in only to change direction and fool the hitters.
2-2 to Gleyber Torres, 0 for 1 with a ground out back in the first. Fouls it off. He's staying alive as he falls out of the batter's box. Two-two to the leadoff man Torres, and he swings and misses at a nasty slider. He certainly wants that at bat back.
Just like he said, a nasty slider there from Colin McHugh, just his 2nd strikeout of the game. And like I was saying, that break is just so much later. Looks like it's going to hit that bottom outside corner as a fastball. And then the ball darts low and away from the hitter, well out of the zone, but he can't hold back his swing at this point. He's already committed.
A long drive out to left. Pilar at the track and makes the play. We've seen a few balls. We've seen obviously a few that have gone over, but a few balls have been all the way back there, and it's so tough to tell with that camera angle, but we've seen a few long fly balls that almost carried out in left field.
Yeah, I mean, as tall as the Green Monster is, it's very close to the field of play, only about 310 feet from home plate down that left field line. So as long as you can hit it high enough, you don't really even have to hit it too far for it to get over. So it's always dangerous. And of course, even if you just hit that wall, bad bounce can turn a single into a double, double into a triple.
Yeah, you're right. It's almost like a short porch, like they have that in right field at Yankee Stadium. It's sort of the opposite way at Fenway Park, almost like a short porch, and we've seen a few of the Yankee hitters take advantage as Stanton will fly out into foul territory on the right side. We are mid-3 in Boston, and a very good game between the Yankees and the Red Sox, a rivalry matchup on Major League Bot Ball with special effects. Aiden Blank.
Leading off.
Interesting to see how long it takes both of these teams to go to their bullpens. Both starting pitchers seem to have slowed down, but it kind of feels like tonight was going to be a bullpen night anyway for the Red Sox. They're starting McHugh, maybe only planning for him to go 3-4 innings, and then they can work out the bullpen a little bit. They do have an off day tomorrow, so not much to worry about in that department. They have an off day, and then 2 games versus the Braves, and then another off day before 3 with Chicago.
Yeah, Red Sox definitely have some flexibility in their schedule to kind of mess around with the pitching staffs if they want to. And so do the Yankees. You know, they've got the off day tomorrow before heading to Pittsburgh. And, you know, great pitch right there from Paxton, his second K, getting the changeup low and inside. Devers swings right through it, and he's going to try and bounce back. You know, he came into the ball game. His first pitch was thrown with a 3-0 lead, and now the game is even, so he's got to buckle down and try and get his team back into a winning position.
Chavis was hit by a pitch back in the first. Was one of 2 that got stranded for Boston. If they had brought even one of those in, they'd have the lead right now. Swing and a miss up and in on the strike, 1-1. And a breaking ball that just misses on the inside part. It was a good location. He hit his spot there, just missed.
Yeah, a couple of close calls here from the umpire, most of them going to the batter. And that's not going to help Paxton right there, as he's down to a 3-1 count now. Don't want to put a guy on for Mitch Moreland, who's already taken him for extra bases in this game.
3 balls and 1 strike, and Chavis takes a strike 3 and 2. Paxton from the windup, and the payoff pitch misses inside. He loses his first batter of the night. He did hit a batter, and that was Chavis back in the first. But now he walks him, so Chavis has gotten 2 free passes via Paxton tonight.
Yeah, no official at-bats for him today. Trying to go back to that changeup low and in that worked so well against Devers, but missed well inside this time. Not going to get a swing and miss. Now he's got to face Mitch Moreland.
Moreland fouls one off, 0-1. 0 for 4 in his last game yesterday. He was not doing too hot against Garrett Cole.
Already having a better performance.
Yep. He doubled back in the first.
Now he's got a
Chavis
chance.
has gotten free passes, and Moreland has kind of turned things around. Not tonight, though. He strikes out. It's Paxton's third, so I would argue this has been an all right outing for him. The scoreboard wouldn't say it, but I think this has been an okay start for him, and we'll see if he can settle down.
Yeah, I mean, he's still in the running for a quality start if he can make it through 6 innings. And even if he doesn't make it through 6 innings, if he can limit himself to just those 3 runs allowed, I think the Yankees will take it. You know, maybe had some struggles early on, but if he can settle down and get through some innings quickly without allowing too many runs, they're going to take it and give him a chance to win the ballgame.
It is Torres to LeMahieu. The 3rd inning is over, and we are tied at 3. On to the 4th at Fenway Park.
Your attention, please.
Back on Sunday Night Ball, and as we predicted, it's going to be a bullpen kind of night for the Boston Red Sox. They go to Martin Perez. It is his 24th game this season. So McHugh likely not going to get the win. He gives up 3 runs and pitches just 3 innings.
Yeah, it's kind of a little weird, you know, McHugh usually coming out of the bullpen for teams, and Martin Perez usually a starter, but we got the flip-flop of that tonight. And I'm sure, you know, the Red Sox, if they end up with the win, they're going to look like the geniuses by mixing that around. But Perez, you know, just a solid veteran guy in this pitching staff. He's going to eat some innings up and maybe give up a couple of runs, but still keep it a close game for his teammates.
Hicks with the 2nd of the back-to-back home runs back in the first. Stanton and then Hicks. Stanton's was a 2-run homer. Obviously, Hicks, who came up next, only hit a solo home run, but without it, the Yankees would be behind instead of tied. The 1-2 to the 5-hitter for New York. Checked his swing, dropping very quickly, but the first baseman, Moreland, turns around and makes the catch for the first out.
Luke.
Yeah, a little bit tougher now with Aaron Hicks. He was practicing all of his swings batting lefty and then come to a lefty out of the pen. So as a switch hitter, now he's got a bat righty in just his second at-bat of the game. Jammed him on the inner half with the, I believe that was the cut fastball, and got the nice easy pop out.
Ball one misses inside. Luke Voigt has had a very good career versus Perez. 4 for 7 with a home run. The numbers are certainly trending in the first baseman's favor. The 1-0 pitch. Low again, 2-0. You can see neither one of these Red Sox pitchers have really wanted to throw anything down the plate, because as soon as they do, you get back-to-back homers like you do with Stanton and Hicks. Fouled away now, 2-1.
Yeah, got a little bit lucky with that last pitch, leaving it up in the zone right down the middle on 2-0. That's usually the special for what you're looking for. And, you know, now he's fallen back down 3-1. He's got to throw one in there or avoid putting a man on base for Brett Gardner.
3 balls and 1 strike with an out in the 4th and the base is empty. Yankees, who took a 3-0 lead, have seen it evaporated in the last few innings. He loses the second batter of the inning, Voigt, so Gardner will come up with a man on and 1 out.
The left fielder.
Voigt reaches for the first time tonight, and look at that. The Yankees are 4th in walks, a very odd statistic, but they're 4th in walks, and I think you could definitely see that because not many pitchers are wanting to really pitch to any of these guys.
Yeah, well, I mean, not just having the walks, but even getting into those better counts is going to improve this Yankees offense as the season goes on. As this one's skied out to center field, but looks like Bradley going to be there to make the catch.
He's got it for out number 2. That was the at-bat you needed. Gardner's now flown out twice, and Urshela will bat.
Urshela.
With a man on and 2 down in the top of the 4th. Yankees and Boston tied at 3, the finale of a weekend series that has been a lot of fun to watch. The pitching is dominated, as we mentioned, but tonight the offense has kind of taken the front seat.
Yeah, I mean, Urshela's still looking for his first hit in the series. Got shut down those previous 2 nights, but you can guess, you know, with the offenses going as well as they have so far today, he'll probably be finding a hit, maybe even 2 or 3, and really driving in the runs to keep this game high scoring as it has been.
Fly ball. Left center, and it goes down. I lost it a little bit in the sunlight. The throw beat him to third, and he's out. The perfect throw to retire Voigt at third. He tried for the extra bases, but instead we're mid-4 and a 3-3 game here on Sunday Night Baseball.
Don't make the first or last out at third base. Luke Voigt did not follow that rule. And more importantly, I don't think he saw where that ball had landed. You know, it was very shallow out in left field. Kevin Pillar, with a nice easy throw over to third base, got him by a mile. And, you know, it was a little bit deceiving. It looked like the batter got more of that, but still, you can't be too greedy, and you just ran your team out of an inning.
So the Red Sox will bat in the bottom of the 4th in a 3-3 ball game. First of a few more left on this Sunday night. All the Sunday night games featuring at least one playoff contender. The Angels in action. The Oakland and Philadelphia game will have 2 teams that are really, you could argue, playoff contenders. And, of course, Chicago and St. Louis, always favorites to hang in there and make the playoffs. A fly out to Judge to start the inning.
Yeah, I mean, we've got that London series. We saw these 2 teams there last season having an unbelievable offensive output. And we're going back there with another very heated rivalry, Cubs and Cardinals. Very historic rivalry as well, as those teams both have great histories, just like these 2 do. So it should be a fun matchup. Once again, despite the records being quite far apart, you know, Cardinals are sitting in 4th place in the NL Central, but still going to give third place. They're still going to give the Cubs a run for their money.
Back toward the middle and by the second baseman LeMahieu, although he was playing nearly directly in back of the bag. He cannot make the play, so a base hit for Chavis, or Bradley Jr. rather.
Yeah, I think that did get by Torres. They were shifted over to the right side of the infield with the lefty at the base, and he just hit it right through the shift. That's what you need to do. Find the holes, and you don't even have to hit it that hard. Just a simple ground ball up the middle that's going to put him on base.
Who would you like to see in the London series next year? Maybe the Dodgers and Giants. That would be the rivalry that I'm thinking about in terms of we've seen Yankees, Red Sox, Cubs, Cardinals, probably the second best rivalry in baseball. But Dodgers, Giants, I think, would be a lot of fun for people to watch.
Yeah, that one is always a very historical battle. I mean, there's not too many others. There's a lot of teams that obviously just came up recently. Maybe, go for a new type of battle within just the past decade or so, but get Toronto, Texas out in London after the Jose Bautista, Rougned Odor business.
Fly out to center. Yeah, that could be fun. A lot of that is in the past, but I feel like that those two teams, have developed kind of a rivalry. They played each other in the playoffs before. That might be a very fun series to watch. Maybe Mets Yankees, or maybe Mets Phillies is probably a rivalry that I would think about, like the All-American kind of rivalry. The Yankees have the Red Sox, the Mets have the Phillies. So here's Pilar, and now the count evened out at 1-1.
Nope, that's the ball.
Inside, and the count 2-1.
Not getting any help on that inside corner. We've seen that a couple times already with that breaking ball. Looks to have hit its spot, but just called the ball.
In for a strike, 2-2. We're coming up on August. The Yankees would have had a fun. Both of these teams would have fun Augusts. The Red Sox would have played in the Little League Classic against the Baltimore Orioles. Although it would have been very interesting, given everything that went down in the offseason with the sign stealing, that Little League would promote the Red Sox and bring those kind of players there. But would have been fun to watch. And then, of course, the Yankees would have played the Chicago White Sox in what might have been one of the most high-rated or most interesting Major League Baseball locations ever in the Field of Dreams game. We're still working on a field to play that at, but that might be a fun game to. That would have been very fun to watch, and I hope that they reschedule that for next season.
I don't think there's any doubt, maybe not next season, but that is going to be coming, as soon as baseball comes back and as soon as they feel comfortable playing a game at that location. Just an iconic movie, one of the best baseball movies that was made of all time. And I'd love to see a play a game, even if it's not directly at that location. As we see a pickoff throw to first, Bradley's going to be hung out to dry, or not, as he gets under the tag, and that's going to be a stolen base for Jackie Bradley Jr.
Yeah, look at that. That's all LeMahieu missing the tag there. The throw beat him by a mile. But credit to Bradley. Slid very well, and you can see the Yankee dugout is aggravated. The inning should have been over right there. Paxton into the 60s with his pitches, still very much sore coming back from that injury. This ball is blasted and off the wall. It's going to give the Red Sox the lead as Bradley scores, and on to second with an RBI double goes Kevin Pilar.
Yeah, now you got to wonder how that stolen base might have impacted it. Runner would have been off at first, so you can argue he probably scores anyway, but you can't say that for sure. But, now coming off of second base with 2 outs, he's easily making it in at home, and the Red Sox take the lead.
That was so quick. That whole sequence was so quick. I forgot that he was stealing a base with 2 outs. Very interesting. Although, technically, it wasn't a stolen base. It was really just a pickoff, and he was forced to steal the base, but Paxton, I think we can agree, would have been much better off just trusting his catcher to throw him out and letting him steal. Martinez, the 3-hitter, 1 for 2 tonight with a home run. It is rocketed, but right at Gardner, and it will end the inning. The Red Sox get one back. Kevin Pilar with the RBI double, and Boston takes their first lead of the night, much to the home crowd's delight. A 4-3 lead for the Red Sox after 4. Higashioka will lead things off. The bottom of the Yankee order due up in the 5th. 9-1-2 for the Bombers.
Yep, and after that great start to the first inning, you know, with those 2 home runs back-to-back, absolutely nothing from the Yankees, just a couple of men on base scattered throughout the rest of this ball game, and that's not a recipe for success. It looked like they were going to have a field day against McHugh, but he battled back and, you know, got his way through 3 innings, handed off to Martin Perez, who's done a great job in the 4th inning, and a little bit behind here to start out the 5th.
Fouled off down the third base line. Martin Perez in for Boston in relief, his 2nd inning of work. After McHugh got the start, gave up 3 and was taken out. DJ LeMahieu waits on deck, walked, scored a run, and lined out in his last at bat. 3-1 in for a strike, now 3-2. Yankees have done a very good job tonight being selective of those pitches. They're not doing anything less than perfect. Swings and bloops one. No, it does not get down. Verdugo with a diving catch for out number 1. Or at least I think that was Verdugo, if the starting lineups were, at least defensively, were correct. What a catch.
Yep, that is Alex Verdugo, formerly of the Dodgers, out there in right field. He got a great jump, saw it right off the bat, knew where he had to be, laid out and made the catch. And, you know, looking in the chat, Grazer MC47, we greatly appreciate it, recommending that we should be actual MLB broadcasters, the 2 of us. We want to direct you guys down to the feedback link for broadcasters. You know, we want to hear what you guys think of us, of all the other broadcasters, and what we're doing here at ML Botball, good, bad, or ugly. Don't hold back on the comments. I won't be offended, and I won't get too big of a head if you compliment me to the moon. So we want to hear what we want to hear what you guys think. We want to make this experience as great as we can for all you guys, and, you know, hope you guys love what you're watching.
We certainly do. I know that I do games, obviously. Most of us are, a lot of the cool thing about this is a lot of these guys that are doing games on here are broadcasters outside of Botball. And personally, I wish that on a real broadcast, on a real live sports broadcast, I had a broadcaster feedback button like that. But it certainly helps. A swing and a miss. LeMahieu is down. He's having a very cold night. A walk, scored a run, a good start in the first, but he lined out and he struck out. He's only 1 for 3. That's not what you want out of your, I mean, I think it's safe to say best hitter on the team at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue either him or Giancarlo Stanton, but LeMahieu's at least a bit more consistent with the bat. And, you know, now you got to rely on Gleyber Torres to start something here with 2 outs. You know, it's really important you guys get your leadoff hitter on base. Yankees haven't been able to do that since the first inning. And, you know, it's reflecting in the score sheet, scoring all 3 of their runs in that first inning.
Ground ball to third, picked up by Devers. The inning comes to a close, mid-5 in Boston, and the Red Sox have taken the upper hand in this rivalry matchup. Back from Fenway Park with special effects, Aiden Blanks. So glad that you could join us. Appreciate you hanging with us on what would have been a Sunday Night Baseball broadcast. I think technically it still is. Just not as early as the game, a little earlier than the game would have been in reality. A low strike for Paxton. Devers hitting .357, very good numbers against the Yankee starter. 0-1 pitch, low 1-1.
This is a very important inning here for Paxton. He's got to keep that 1-run deficit right where it is, and he's going to want to keep himself into the ballgame, so he's got to pitch really efficiently. That's going to help him out with a pop-up behind the plate.
Higashioka grabs it. Those pop-ups behind the plate always seem to be a pitcher's best friend, prematurely ending the at-bat.
Yeah, well, I mean, just a very nice pitch to get the pop out, and it just really takes the oomph out of a guy's bat, kind of demoralizes him a little bit because, you know, didn't even get 5 feet past home plate, and it's already an out.
Here's Michael Chavis.
Ball one, no strike.
Ball one misses low. 4 runs scored in the last 6 games. So while a lot of these Red Sox hitters have been ice cold, Chavis has been not red hot, but hotter than most.
Well,
Beautiful Fenway skyline.
He's found his way onto the base paths, you know, hit by pitch and a walk today. And up in the count 2-1, even with that swing and miss. So he's got a good chance, good hitters count right here.
2-1.
Ball 3.
Misses inside, and now Paxton behind 3-1. This is not the situation you want to be in. Mitch Moreland waiting on deck. Pretty good numbers for him, too. Chavis, Moreland, and Velasquez all due up in this inning. The 3-1 in for a strikeout or half. So now it's 3-2. He's really got to protect. Fouls it off. We'll do it again. Reminder, as you can see on the left side of your screen, Mariners, Angels, A's, Phillies, and the final game of the night, the London series, Chicago and St. Louis, still to come. A walk as Paxton just misses, and that's a tough loss for him in the at-bat.
I mean, what eye surgeon is Michael Chavis gotten? Because I need to check out with him. Maybe I can get rid of these glasses that I'm wearing. But 2 walks in the game and also hit by pitch, so you don't need your eyes too much for that. But still, great job taking some close pitches, making sure he's getting on base, setting up some of these rallies as the Red Sox mascot, Wally, trying to get the crowd hyped up.
And they certainly should be when you can play like this, play a game like this with the Yankees. Nobody is more hated around those parts than the Yankees. And nobody is more hated in the Bronx than the Red Sox. So it is, I truly believe this is the greatest rivalry in all of baseball. Some may want to debate. I don't think many would really have a leg to stand on. The amount of great moments this rivalry has produced. It's no doubt that these two teams were playing a year ago. It's interesting. The other thing is that they play on the anniversary of the first Major League game in London, which they both played in. Very interesting. They both end up playing each other one weekend, almost a year to the day later. Although I guess it was a little bit. It was in July last year, but they play on the same weekend of the London series.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. This is definitely the best rivalry in all of baseball. I would go as far as saying it's the best rivalry in all of sports. Only one I can think that maybe rivals it is the Green Bay Packers, Chicago Bears. But so much history between these two teams is Moreland is backed well off the plate. That breaking ball not coming back anywhere close to the zone. But it's harder to find two teams that hate each other so much, who are consistently good as much as these two are, and who produce such great content like these two do.
3-2 and a fly ball that is caught by Judge out in right for out number 2. So he puts a man on, but he's able to recover. I think that's the important thing with Paxton. He's given up 4 runs, but he's been able to recover. He's been dealt blows, and then he comes back and just resets.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you can keep your team in the ball game, that's all they can really expect of you. If you're expecting anything more, you're just being greedy at that point. No one's going to pitch a perfect game every single game. No one's even going to do a complete game shutout all the time. If you can keep your ball club in the game, keep them close, I think that's all you can ask for. And that's what Paxton's been doing, like you said, putting a couple men on base, but for the most part, shutting down this offense, giving up 4 runs, and it's only a 1-run ball game at this point.
In for a strike, and now it's 2-1. From the stretch with a man on and 2 out. Pops it up. This is dropping quick, and it's down on Hicks in center. Only 1 base for everybody, but now 2 on and 2 out. The Red Sox, they can rally.
they can rally, especially, even if it is getting towards the bottom of the lineup, still dangerous bats. Christian Velasquez and Jackie Bradley Jr. as, Higashiyama is trying to calm down his pitcher Paxton right there. As you saw, that pitch not too far out of the zone, but still, you need to get those first pitch strikes if you want to have any success.
Ball 2.
Two balls and no strikes, rather. The Cats of Christian Velasquez. The Yankees and the Boston Red Sox, we thank you for finishing up your weekend with us. Yankees and Red Sox finishing up a weekend series. We've got Bot Ball more tomorrow. Another minor league day. I know that was a big hit the last time we did it. I'm not sure how publicized it has been, but there will be another minor league day tomorrow. Plus, as we did with last Monday, there will be some major league games as well. 3-1 with 2 on and 2 out, and now it's 3-2.
Yeah, Paxton just had to throw that one right down the middle. Hope that Vasquez couldn't do anything with it. Luckily, he couldn't, but now the runners are going to be off with 2 outs, 3-2 count.
The payoff pitch on the ground and through into right. Judge will throw home, but it's cut off, and the Red Sox bring in another run as Chavis crosses the plate. Off to second goes Vasquez, and Verdugo has himself an RBI.
Not doing too much with that pitch, just breaking towards the outside corner, stays back on it, punches it out into right field, and with the runners going, that's an easy run across the board. And 5-3 Red Sox, they've got a chance to add on to it with a guy who hasn't been retired yet today.
Ball and no strikes to Jackie Bradley Jr. 2 singles, 2 runs. Is how his day has been. Came in only batting .240. That number will certainly go up. The question is by how much? 2-0. Paxton is in trouble, and I think you can see he's not perfect coming out of this injury. But he's certainly getting there. And I think within a few weeks, maybe you give him a little bit more time, like an inning at a time out of the bullpen for the time being. But the question is, who do you replace him with in that starting rotation? And I'm not sure there is anybody, but it'll be interesting to see if they try and give him a little bit more opportunities to go 1-2 innings here and there, just to kind of ease back into it.
Yeah, it's been very upsetting. We've seen some good pitches from him tonight, but we've also seen some bad pitches. And you need to, change that ratio if you want to have success, not just in the ball game, but over the course of a season. Just because you're leading the division in June doesn't mean you're going to make the playoffs. You got to have consistency throughout the season, and Paxton is expected to be a big part of that.
Ground ball back up the middle, and it's through. It'll score another run. His throw is cut off, and the Red Sox put on 2 in the inning. They lead it 6-3.
The batter, number 3.
Third hit of the game for Jackie Bradley Jr. He's an early pick for player of the game for me. Just very consistent, not doing too much, only 3 singles, but scored 2 runs. Now he's driven in another. And Red Sox starting to pull away from this one, as we're going to see that's the last pitch of the night for James Paxton. Good start, but just couldn't have any consistency. And he's going to end up being the losing pitcher unless his team can mount a comeback.
So Paxton is done. Again, he gets the loss unless the Yankees can win. He exits a 6-3 Boston lead, and Tyler Lyons will come into the game. It is his 10th game he's pitched in. He's 0-2. He wouldn't get the loss unless he gives up an incredible amount of runs.
No, he's not in line for the loss. Only way he could be is, if he can shut down the inning and then the Yankees, manage to take the lead back, only for him to give it right back up. But, unlikely series of events. Right now, his main task is getting out of the inning with no further damage. Tough task to do with Jose Peraza top of the order back up.
1-0 is hit in the air down the right field line. It is down on Judge, and the Red Sox bring in a 4th run, 7-3. it has not been the inning for New York. Paxton gives up a few more. The Red Sox offense that has really been with, I believe, 1 run and then no runs. They scored 1 run yesterday. The big problem that we were talking about is in Bot Ball tonight is that the Red Sox just haven't been able to produce offensively. Their pitchers were good. Rodriguez gave up 3 runs yesterday. You should be able to beat the Yankees, but they could only score 1 run today. That's not going to be a problem. A fly ball, and finally the inning is over. We go to the 6th, and the Yankees trailing by 4. If anybody can come back, it is them, but they trail by 4 on Sunday Night Bot Ball. On to the 6th, here from Boston, a 7-3 lead for the Red Sox with special effects. Aiden Blank welcoming you back to Fenway Park. 3-4-5 with Judge, Stanton, and Hicks all set to bat this inning, and Judge fouls 1 off.
Yeah, Martin Perez doing a very good job coming out of the bullpen. Now he's got a bit more of a cushion to work with instead of just that 1-run lead.
Shoots one to deep right field, and it's going to be a ground rule double. Bounces and goes out. It is his 12th double of the season. That ball looked like it might have been able to carry out.
I mean, in most ballparks it would, but out in Fenway, they've got that very sharp curve out there down the right field line. Almost looks like a hockey rink, you know, with how much curve there is to it, but you know, lots of distance to get out to the fence. Just takes a hop up and over with that short wall. And Yankees are trying to get back into this game, right part of the lineup to do so.
Here's Giancarlo Stanton, a home run earlier in the game, and a ball that is strike the count. Perez in for his 3rd inning of work. He might be in line for the win if he can go more than 3 innings. McHugh only went 3 innings. You gotta look at that beautiful purple skyline that is engulfed Fenway Park. It is a perfect summer night. 3-1 now.
Perfect summer night for some baseball and perfect action going on between these two teams. Red Sox up to the lead here in the 6th, but Yankees threatening. You know, 3-1 is now in the strike zone, but still a dangerous count for a hitter like Stanton.
3 balls and 2 strikes. The Red Sox a 7-3 lead, and Stanton is rung up. He's retired for the 2nd time tonight after a home run in the 1st. He flew out and now is struck out. A perfect pitch, a cutter at 89. And a 4-inch break. That was perfect.
I was just about to say, might have gotten a little bit of help on that outside corner. Might have been a good framing job, but also sometimes the break of the ball really fools the umpire. You know, a cutter's going to break into a right-handed hitter against the lefty, and it just does grab that outside corner, or so the umpire says.
Aaron Hicks with a ball that is dropping very quick, but is caught by Verdugo out in right. So Judge led off the inning with a double. Hicks and Stanton both retired, and now Luke Voigt comes up with a man on and 2 out.
After the great start to the inning, you know, you had Aaron Judge with the leadoff double, Stanton in a 3-1 count, but you know, Martin Perez not going down quietly. He wants to fight for his team. He wants to get the win. And he's been pitching masterfully, trying to get through his 3rd inning of work out of the bullpen.
0-1 with 2 out in the 6th. On the ground to short, picked up by Peraza. Goes across the diamond. The inning is over. Mid-6 in Boston, and the Red Sox fans are certainly having a good time. Their team set to avoid this sweep, up 7-3. We welcome you back to Fenway Park. Special effects and Aiden Blank, a very special weekend that we've had with the London series and Yankees Red Sox. It's been a big weekend. And that'll only turn into another big one next weekend. A few really good series that we're looking forward to watching. Yankees in Minnesota, the headliner. The 1-0 swing and a miss. Martinez now even 1-1.
Yeah, the Yankees and the Twins in that very important matchup between two division leaders. I'm going to be calling the first game of that 4-game set up on Thursday night for some Bop Ball After Dark. But, you know, the first series that we went through was very impressive from both teams. We saw a walk-off from the Yankees, although the Twins ended up taking 2 out of 3. And, you know, now we're going to Target Field out there in Minneapolis, so it's going to be an interesting series for sure.
Yeah, the Yankees did not do too well in that set, although that was right after they had the game against Seattle where they ended up losing Chapman. They came in leading in the inning. They were looking to close. They lost Chapman. They lost the game, and then they lost a few versus Minnesota. It was a very difficult series for them to play. Things will be a little bit different this time, but again, those are, in my opinion, the best two teams in the American League playing. So should be a very interesting series. I know, obviously, the White Sox and Indians, very important in the wild card race, and a few other series that we're looking forward to. This is hit in the air and down and into the gap in right center field. On with a base hit is Rafael Devers, a regular Martinez,
The third baseman.
who now leads the team in hits.
Yep, 70 on the year. Top on the team in hits. That's what he's been paid to do on that 5-year deal with the Red Sox back in 2018. Ended up winning the World Series with them that season, and he's been a big part of this lineup. You know, and it pains me to say this. Was a former Tiger. We couldn't do anything with him, as we only made one playoff appearance with him on the roster and got swept by the Orioles. But I'm at least glad to see that he's become such a great hitter. He learned a lot of his stuff from Miguel Cabrera out in Detroit, you know, with that front arm hitting the ball to all fields. And you've seen it translate into a big money contract and probably even some more money coming out of this deal.
There are a few more players from that Tigers roster that are a little bit more notable, even more than JD Martinez, that just never got that championship. You played in that one World Series, and then that was kind of it. You never really heard from them other than that playoff run the next year. You didn't really hear from them very much anymore, although they did make the ALCS in 2013. They ran into a very good Red Sox team. This is going to go all the way out and may even score a run. They'll hold everybody up. Martinez to third, and Rafael Devers on his second with a very long double, a ground ball that just kept rolling there in the outfield.
Yeah, I mean, just great job finding the gaps just out of reach of LeMahieu, but a good job by Aaron Hicks to cut it off and prevent that run from scoring, because 4-run deficit is still not out of reach for the Yankees, but, you know, 5, 6, 7 runs, all of a sudden, you know, you're battling back at an almost insurmountable deficit.
Ball and no strikes to Michael Chavis. In for a called strike, inner half. 213 average with runners in scoring position, so the numbers might favor Lions in this situation.
Still, though, not a situation you want to mess around with. 2 on, both in scoring position, nobody out.
Swing and a miss, and now it's 1-2. This strikeout would certainly try to turn the tide back in the Yankee favor. Remember, New York's still chasing 4 runs. They've only gotten runs off home runs tonight.
And all those runs came back in the first inning. It looked like they were going to have a field day. But, you know, McHugh battled back. Martin Perez has been fantastic out of the bullpen. Red Sox have shut down this Yankees offense.
1 ball, 2 strikes, and a fly ball that may get down. It is certainly getting down. It's going to go, actually. It's going to carry over the monster, and the Red Sox put up double digits. What an impressive weekend from them. After starting the weekend with back-to-back losses and very little offensive capability, they put up 10 tonight And the Yankees are not leaving Boston on a very good note.
Not a very good note indeed. At the very least, they've got an off day tomorrow to try and just cool their heads. But this game is all but over. Michael Chavis getting out in front of a fastball, driving that out to left center field. And, I mean, you were right. It did eventually come down, but not until it found the glove of a fan out there in left center field. And that's going to be it for Tyler Lyons. We're going to see another pitcher. Ben Heller, only with his 6th appearance on the season. Yankees rolling with some, you know, very unpolished guys out of the bullpen. And this is probably the best situation to get them some work. You know, 7-run deficit. Don't have too much pressure on you. You're just trying to do your stuff.
Fly ball to left center. This time it's going to stay in the park, and Gardner makes the catch. It's only the first out.
Now back, the right fielder, Alex.
Yep, I mean, that's one way to get the first out. You know, good swing there. But, you know, just right at the man out in left field. And, you know, even with the hard contact, it's still positive feeling for Heller to get that first out of the inning, really try and settle into the ballgame.
Ball 1 misses to Alex Verdugo. Chad Green up in the Yankee bullpen. Verdugo hitting 7th tonight and playing out in right fields. 2 balls, no strikes. At 98, Heller can certainly hit the velocity on that 4-seam fastball.
Yeah, velocity is always great, but you need to have the location with it, making sure you're not leaving it way down the middle or leaving it too far out of the strike zone. That's a great pitch right there, grabbing the high inside corner on the 97-mile-an-hour heater.
2-1 to Verdugo. Inside, and that's going to be flown out to short. Torres will make the catch for the 2nd out in the bottom of the 6th. A very frustrating inning. Frustrating game it's been for the Yankees. They had that 3-0 lead, and then they've given up 10 unanswered.
Yep, it's been, you know, one for these Yankees fans to forget, one for the Red Sox fans to cherish, especially having a bit rough of a season sitting in 4th place in the AL East. But we've said it, you know, all throughout this broadcast. They've got the team to build around and rally around. They can try and make a push for the playoffs. I don't know if they're going to make it with this hole they've dug themselves in, but at least, you know, fight for a better position and, you know, have some excitement coming into next season.
10-3 Boston lead. The Red Sox around this time last year started to make a playoff push, and a lot of people thought potentially they could grab a wild card or maybe even the divisional title, but it just never panned out for them. This is going to get down and to right. A base hit to put a man on with 2 outs for Boston in the 6th, and an inning that just seems to never end for New York.
Yeah, good swing there, not doing too much, driving it the other way out into right field, and we're going to see Jackie Bradley Jr. coming up. 3 hits in 3 trips, 1 ribby, and 2 runs scored himself.
Ball into strikes the count. This is inside, and now it's 2-0.
That's been a big part of this Red Sox success. They've been getting themselves into good hitters counts, and even when they're not trying to do too much. They're just doing their job, getting on base.
Another base hit, so 2 get on. The last 2 in the Red Sox order get on here in the 6th. That has not been the Yankees' night. A tough night for New York. And Peraza will come up with 2 on and 2 out, trying to keep this rally going in the bottom of the 6th on Sunday Night Baseball. Certainly hasn't turned out the way we figured it would. With a guy like Paxton throwing for New York, you thought maybe it would be just like the other games in this series, a low-scoring affair, a pitcher's duel, but the Red Sox have run away with it, in for a strike, 1-1. If you're Tampa Bay, I'm not sure if we figured out how they did today, but if you're Tampa Bay, these are the kind of days you need to make sure you win because you're not going to get many of these. The Yankees are a good team, as much as a lot of people would hate to admit it. They're a good ball club, and you're not going to get many of these blowout losses for them. If you're the Rays, you absolutely have to make sure you win today's game. I didn't look at who they were playing, but you need to make sure you win today.
Yeah, well, that was actually one of the ones that we were able to simulate right before our broadcast today. And luckily for the Rays, they were playing a much easier team in the Baltimore Orioles. This one skied out to right. Aaron Judge makes the catch for out number 3.
Yeah, but Michael Chavis adding to the Red Sox lead, a 10-3 lead on Sunday Night Ball. So the Rays did get the win over the Orioles, a team the Yankees will play a little bit over the next few weeks. Yankees should probably sweep that 2-game set with Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh, and then they will head to Minnesota. That Pittsburgh series will be a good one to get players some rest and give everybody a chance to reset before they go into a huge series with Minnesota. They usually have Minnesota's number, but again, things can change. Things can certainly change, especially in baseball. That's right at the third baseman Devers for out number 1.
Now batting, the third baseman.
I mean, it's going to be quite the roller coaster for the Yankees in this coming week. Like you mentioned, 2 games with the Pittsburgh Pirates, the worst team in the ball season this year. And then they've got 4 against the Minnesota Twins, who are the best team in ball. So you're definitely going to want to try and win those 2 games when you can in Pittsburgh, because in a 4-game set, it's going to be very tough to win that series, much less even, split it or take a game out of it.
Ball 1 misses, and now it's 3-0. Higashioka waiting on deck, so it is the bottom of this Yankee order. A drive out to left, and it is beyond the reach of Pilar. It'll put Urshela on second. He will take a sharp turn, but hang back there. So the Yankees do get a man on with 1 out.
The catcher, Kyle.
Yup, just a line drive out to left field. Pilar thought he had it in his sights, but just out of reach and misplayed it. And he's lucky that was Urshela running. Anyone even a little bit faster could have maybe turned that into a triple. But good swing, getting out in front of it, keeping those hands level through the box. And that's going to do it for Martin Perez. Having a great outing out of the bullpen. He'll hand it off to Trevor Hildenberger. Try and get himself out of the inning. 4.73 ERA, only 9 punch-outs and 2 walks through 13 and a third. And you can see those batting average against. Needs to bring that down if he wants to see his ERA tick down below 4.
Ball 1 misses low, a ball and no strikes. A 9-hitter Higashioka's done a pretty good job filling in. Again, it is Ionetta's night off, filling in for Gary Sanchez long term. Again, the Yankees are without Ionetta and Andujar, 2 bats that at least could have changed some things in the Yankee lineup. This was not really a very important game in their minds. Obviously every game is important, but 2 of their main starters had the night off, so it is not necessarily it was not necessarily a game that they were really counting on winning.
Yeah, I mean, they were playing against these Red Sox coming into the game, thinking that they could still sneak out of a win, sneak out of Fenway Park with a win, despite having to take those 2 guys out of the lineup. But Red Sox came out firing on all cylinders, and they've not made it easy for these Yankees.
That's down into the gap. Well, not into the gap, but into the corner. It'll bring home a run. So Urshela does score. Higashioka on his second with an RBI double. The first run they've scored all day that is A, outside of the first inning, and B, not on a home run.
Yep, Higashioka actually ends up just staying over at first base. Good job by Pilar to throw it back in quickly, and we see a ground ball double play. 4-6-3 to end the inning.
Please join us for the traditional seventh inning stretch.
Yes, so the Yankees finally get some offense, but now Pilar, Martinez, and Devers, the top of the Red Sox order, due up on Sunday Night Bot Ball with special effects, Aiden Blank. Lots to come still tonight. Bot Ball tonight right after this. And we'll finish things up with 3 late games. The Angels hosting the Mariners, then the Phillies hosting the A's, and finally we head to London for the Cubs and the Cardinals. A 10-4 lead for the Red Sox. First pitch is fouled off.
Yankees last inning looked like they might have been posing some sort of a threat, but that nice one-pitch ground ball double play quashed, any thoughts of a comeback. They can still, they've got time. There's no clock here in baseball, but 6 outs to work with and 6 runs to make up on the scoreboard. So while it's not set in stone, Red Sox are going to win it. They're still feeling pretty comfortable right here.
1-1. To second base, played by McHugh for the first out. So Pilar grounds out. Now it's Martinez and Devers right after. Martinez is 2 for 4 tonight. He's had a very good night. Again, like you said, he's doing what he's being paid to do. He's getting on base. And the Red Sox with a 6-run lead because of it. Ball 1 on the cutter away.
I think he probably had the most important at-bat in this ballgame back in the first inning. 2 outs, bases empty. He just hits what seems like a harmless solo shot. Yankees were up 3-0 at the point, made it 3-1, but it just showed the Yankees, we're not going to sit down and, play to you guys. You guys got to come out and earn this win. And that really just sparked this Red Sox offense to where it is now.
Yeah, I agree. I think in a like with this, the Yankees have really been the dominant team these last 2 years in the American League East, and it's important for the Red Sox to win a few. They always play competitively regardless of what their record is, and it was the same thing that year that the Red Sox won the World Series. They were winning most of the matchups, but the Yankees always came to play, they always came to compete, and they always seemed to fight.
I mean, we've said it already. It's one of these matchups that just brings out the best in both teams. And we're seeing the best of the Red Sox bats tonight, and it's a sight to behold.
That one lasered foul down the line and left. Full count with 1 out in the 7th. We're moving along on baseball. Turned into Sunday Night Bot Ball. Misses, and he loses his first batter. So a 1-out walk. That'll bring up Rafael Devers.
Nice job there by JD Martinez, fighting off some pitches and, decided didn't have to fight anymore if he's just going to get the free bag. So takes ball 4. Rafael Devers also having a solid night, really up and down this Red Sox lineup. It's hard to find a bat who hasn't had a good night.
No balls and 1 strike to the cleanup man Devers. Heller on the hill for the Yankees, 27 pitches in. The second Yankee that has come out of the bullpen tonight. Now 0-2. Red Sox and the Yankees, classic American League East rivalry. We haven't seen it that much. We only saw it. We saw it earlier in the season. It was in New York. And now we see it again in Boston.
Yeah, it's always it's always hard to tell when these division rivalries are going to play out. Usually, you get a lot of them at the beginning of the season, a lot of them at the end of the season. So, I haven't seen too many to start with the Yankees and Red Sox. I'm predicting, based on the schedule, we're probably going to see a lot more closer battles come August and September, and that's going to be real clutch time as the postseason races are finally starting to shut down.
Popped him up. Second baseman LeMahieu will make the catch. 2 quick outs for the Yanks.
Now batter,
here in the 7th.
Michael Davis.
Yankees have struggled, maybe not in the offensive department, but all weekend they've just struggled offensively. They've been lucky enough that the two pitchers that have thrown this weekend have been able to kind of shut down the Red Sox lineup, but as Boston has proved today, when the Red Sox lineup comes alive, they can really be volatile, and I think, and I've said it a number of times, they are one of the most dangerous teams in ball. Them and Houston, two of the most threatening teams in the American League because they're, 10 games under 500, but tonight they're playing like a team that is a first-place ball club.
They can strike at any time, up and down the lineup. Very difficult to find a weak spot. And Michael Chavis is only getting that one at bat so far today, but it was a big one with his 3-run shot. Kind of really put the cap on this one.
We got 3-2.
3 balls and 2 strikes. We've seen a lot of full counts work. These hitters have been very good at fighting pitches off and being selective. Misses low, and another walk, his second of the inning. To put 2 on and 2 out.
And Chavis' 3rd walk of the game to go with a hit by pitch. So, his stat line's going to stay at 1 for 1. And I was just about to say Heller's getting up there in pitches. He needs to come out of the game. He will come out of the game. Chad Green having an uncharacteristically bad season. 45 innings, 6.40 ERA. Still good strikeout to walk numbers, 59 to 17, but you can see those batting average against 366 against righties, and then just below 300 against the lefties. So luckily for him, maybe only 1 out to get, and then they might go to another arm in the bullpen, but more likely he's going to have to try and finish this one out for the Brahmers.
Fly ball to center, playable for Hicks, makes the catch. We go to the 8th. Final 6 outs of the night scheduled to come. Torres, Judge, and Stanton. We're back from Fenway Park with special effects. Aiden Blank jump-starting your Sunday night. Butt ball tonight coming up right after this. My virtual self and virtual Eddie are standing by waiting to bring you everything you need to know from what happened yesterday, what's going to happen for the rest of the week. We're looking forward to it. The debut episode right after this. Meaty ball right in on Torres. Could have easily hit that out of the park. He's 0 for 3 tonight. That's a very uncharacteristic number for Glaber.
Yeah, and I think he was trying to be a bit patient in this at-bat. Unfortunately for him, that first pitch was right down the middle. And a good swing right there. He's had a couple of those tonight, but hasn't found the grass. Instead, he's found the leather yet again for out number 1 in the inning.
Good swing, and again, it's a frustrating night. He's 0 for 3. He struck out, grounded out twice, and then there he could have been 1 for 4, but instead it's caught by the second baseman, Chavis. So now Judge, who's again 1 for 3. The top of the Yankee order has really struggled. Judge with a double to lead off the inning in the 6th. Now standing in, he flew out in his previous 2 at-bats in the 1st and in the 3rd. And swings and misses, now down 0-2.
Yeah, and that 6th inning was definitely a big turning point. It was only 7-3 at the time with the Red Sox in the lead. So Judge's leadoff double, Giancarlo Stanton got into a good hitter's count. You thought the Yankees might be coming back in this game. But then strikeout and then a couple other quick outs. Yankees, got out of the inning as there's a swing and a miss there from Aaron Judge. And then Michael Chavis, just really put the seal on this one with a 3-run home run in the bottom half. Judge not able to pick that one up as he got the string pulled on him from Hildenberger. And last shot in the 8th is going to be Giancarlo Stanton.
So here is Stanton batting with the bases empty and 2 outs. Strike 1 is called. 2-run homer back in the 1st. That's all he's got to his name. Struck out and flew out in his other 2 at-bats. 1-1 the count. The Yankees are off to Pittsburgh on Tuesday and Wednesday. The Braves are here take on the Red Sox on Tuesday and a Wednesday as well. So both of these teams have interleague matchups, but 2-game series coming up on Tuesday and a Wednesday. The Yankees will have 4 against Minnesota in Minnesota. And the Red Sox are off to Chicago to take on the Cubs for 3 right after. Stanton is going to get a base hit. He's going to be 2 for 4. This is rolling around. Double. He will turn and take a nice wide turn, but hang on at second. So a nice double. He goes very much against, I don't know if you would call that a shift, but there was certainly a larger amount of space open out there than usual.
Yeah, they did shift on him. He's more of a pull hitter throughout his career, but good job going the other way, staying behind on that ball. And Verdugo had a long way to run to get that ball and get it back into the infield. And I think that, you know, if it were a closer game or if the Yankees were leading, Stanton might have tried to push the issue and go for 3. But, you know, 6-run lead, as hard as it is to come back, you still want to play smart baseball on the base paths.
Bouncing ball foul. Hildenberger set to throw pitch number 20 to Aaron Hicks. Home run and a pair of flyouts to his name tonight. Swing and a miss, and the inning is over. Last of the 8th, likely the last Red Sox offensive chance as we move along on a late night in Boston. The Yankees and the Red Sox on MLBotball.com. The Yankees looking to bounce back tomorrow or on Tuesday. I believe both of those games in Pittsburgh will be streamed. Not entirely sure, but I believe last I checked, at least one of those, if not both, are set to be streamed. So here's Alex Verdugo. He's 1-4 and a 6-run lead for Boston. They're basically just taking BP at this point. Swing and a miss. Chad Green hitting 99. Impressive numbers. He's the most veteran in this Yankee bullpen. He's the guy that you really need to. Goals a lot. Been struggling this season. He's the guy that now more than ever you need to be bearing down and doing what he does best, and that is pitch and relief.
Hasn't panned out for him statistically on the year. You know, got that veteran presence, but really that's all that's going for him today. ERA coming into the ballgame over 6, and at least he's got less pressure, you know, down by 6, to just do his work and pitch to these Red Sox hitters. Try and get the nice easy outs.
Play to first, then they do get the out. So a quick one here for New York in the bottom of the 8th. Bottom of the order, so not much in terms of threatening hitters for the Red Sox, although you do say they have a lot of Christian Velasquez here. Green's first pitch misses away, ball 1. Velasquez, Chavis. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I did want to say that the New York Yankees-Pittsburgh Pirates first game of that series on Tuesday, it's going to be in the same 5:30 time slot as we have tonight. Don't have the Wednesday game scheduled just yet, although there are a couple of games to be announced. So, you know, maybe Yankees-Pittsburgh fills into that spot.
Back up the middle and a base hit. Red Sox Braves likely going to end up being streamed too. That should be a fun series. The Braves in a playoff race of their own behind the defending champion Washington Nationals. Looking to catch up there. So Vasquez gets the 1-out base hit. And now here's Michael Chavis, the 9-hitter. Beg your pardon, it's Bradley Jr. The 9-hitter, 4 for 4 tonight. Not usually with this Red Sox team that you see your 9-hitter go 4 for 4. That's impressive.
I mean, Jackie Bradley Jr. is a consistent veteran. Great job, you know, he's only got the singles, but still great bat in the lineup.
Caught by Gardner out in left. They will throw it back in, so Vasquez unable to tag. Gardner
That's a
makes
little
the
bit
catch.
unfortunate. That's a little bit unfortunate there. That was probably Bradley's best swing of the night, but it's going to end its perfection run. Still a very impressive night, 4 for 5 on the ball game, 4 singles.
That ball looked like it might be carrying out. This is going to go back up the middle, so 2 on and 2 out here in the bottom of the 8th. Even with a 6-run lead, the Red Sox have continued to hit. Tonight has been a great night for the Red Sox offense. It really reminds you of the offense that they used to have back in, 2018 when they won the World Series. Their offense was very much like this. No matter what any team did, you just couldn't beat this team.
I mean, you saw it in those 2018 playoffs. I can't remember if it was Game 3 or Game 4, but in the Bronx, they just blew out the Yankees. That was Game 3. It's coming back to me, but up and down this lineup, every single year they've got contenders, and a great throw there by Higashiyama is going to get Kevin Pillar, who's been one of the low points, still with a hit on the night for Boston.
They throw him out at first. Yankees down to their final 3 outs on Sunday Night Buttball.
Your attention, please.
Buttball tonight standing by right after this. We'll spend 20 minutes in the home studios and then head out to Los Angeles, across the United States for our first of 3 Sunday night games. We'll start out west and then keep making our way east. We'll go from LA to Philadelphia with the A's and Phillies, and then we will head all the way east to Europe and to London for the Cubs and the Cardinals. All still to come, all being streamed with announcers just like us on Major League Buttball. And don't forget to donate to Black Lives Matter, our charity that we've decided to benefit, and we really do this all for free. So if you can spare a dime and donate, please do. We'll have a new charity tomorrow. Adam Giardino's Black Play-by-Play Broadcaster Fund. And then I believe we'll go back to Black Lives Matter. Although I think we do, it keeps changing on me, but I believe that we do kind of change it every week. This is going to carry and go for a ground rule double. Looked like it might carry out, but Voigt's got himself a ground rule double.
Yeah, not enough steam on that one. That's going to be Voigt's first hit of the ball game, just hopping up over that short fence out in right center field. And yeah, we've got a lot of great charities that we've been supporting all season. This is our first week doing Black Lives Matters. We've been doing Meals on Wheels for quite some time. But, in light of recent events and also just the fact that there are so many charities that are struggling right now with the COVID-19 pandemic, we just want to, expand our reach and try and donate to just about every cause that we can. So we've been putting it to a vote every week, trying to mix in some new and some old charities. Like you said, next week it's going to be Adam Giordano's, one of our fellow broadcaster. He's running a charity. This one's ripped out to right field. Brett Gardner trying to get the Yankees back into this ballgame with a 2-run shot out to right.
Yeah, he hits the home run there, and no doubter. It's the Yankees' 3rd tonight. Gardner goes yard. We've seen our fair share of long balls. Balls have been flying out on both sides of the diamond tonight. They've been flying all over the place, and now it's down to a 4-run game. Nobody out in the 9th. The Yankees trying to come back into this game. Is it too late is the question mark.
I mean, in baseball, it's never too late. We've seen bigger comebacks than this. Still got to keep the offense going. Gio Urshela trying to keep up his great day at the plate, 2 for 3. And, just going back to what I was saying, I want to just finish up my thought, but one of our fellow broadcasters is doing great charity work, trying to raise money for some people of color who are looking to get into the broadcasting world. Unfortunately, it's not as diverse as some of the other jobs, and so we're just trying to create opportunities for everyone with this charity, and so that looks like what we're going to be featuring this next week in Buttball.
Yeah, always great to help out the charities, especially since we're really doing this for free. There's no money whatsoever being used here as that ball's pulled foul down the line. everything, all the time and effort that we put into this. It's for free. All we ask is that you consider a donation to one of our great charities. 2-2, and he strikes him out. So the first out of the inning is Urshela goes down on strikes. For the first time tonight, he's going to finish up 2 for 4, looks like.
Takes him out of the zone with the slider. Great pitch, you know, with that late break. Looks like it's going right down the middle, then all of a sudden takes a big old right turn and takes him out of the strike zone.
Ball, back inside.
Ball misses inside. Ball and no strikes. Now a ball and 1 strike as Higashioka. It's been a long day. Swings and misses. And now it's 2-1.
Yeah, baseball, probably the worst sport in terms of trying to pronounce the names, maybe them and hockey. Lots of foreign players, which honestly I love about those two sports, is you get a lot of the international audience, not just, you know, watching from America, but you're watching from all these other countries, trying to see the individual players and support their teams.
In for strike 3, back-to-back strikeouts, and the Yanks down to their final out tonight as Hambury comes in looking for, I don't know if this would be considered the save, and he's given up enough runs. I'm not sure it would be considered a save, but looking to close out the game.
Yeah, not quite a save just yet, 4-run difference still, but the Yankees can get a couple more men on base. I think, you know, they'd have to get 3 men on base now with 2 outs, but still the chance for a save opportunity, you know, in this ball game. But more than likely, it's just going to be, you know, no stats going with it, just a good outing from Henry aside from the home run.
Ball, that's out.
1 ball and 1 strike. We know Brother Beard and Chris Sachi are waiting. We'll wait a few more minutes. Here we'll take you to Bot Ball tonight and then move you on to the late games. Bot Ball tonight will be with you every Sunday night, starting tonight. LeMahieu is 0 for 3 with a walk. It has not been his night. Again, the top few hitters, LeMahieu, Torres, have each just struggled tonight. It has been a very weird ending to the series. Obviously not Yankees would have liked, but they still do take 2 out of 3, and they're still going to be in first place once the series is over. Just important that they recalibrate and get a win over Pittsburgh. He walks LeMahieu. That's his 2nd of the night.
Up next for the Yankees.
So the Yanks get a man on with 2 out in the 9th, and that's going to bring up Gleyber Torres trying to reach base for the first time tonight.
Yeah, and as much as we've been, you know, touting this Red Sox offense, how they can strike at any time, Yankees can strike at any time, too. They've got the bats in this lineup. They're in the right part of the lineup for a 2-out rally. Still a long way to go with only 1 out to work with, but I don't want to count the Yankees out just yet. They've been such a great team.
On the ground to second, and it's past Chavis, so it gets through, and the Yankees put 2 on here in the 9th. Trying to create a little bit of a rally.
Yep, and with that, looks like Torres will extend his hit streak, takes him all the way to the 9th to be able to do it, but nice little ground ball into right field. We're going to see Josh Taylor, closer now for the Red Sox, as this I now believe is a save opportunity with the tying run on deck. He's 6 of 8 in those opportunities, not giving up an earned run, which is really surprising. 3-0 on the year, and so it's almost a little weird to see the blown saves, even though he hasn't given up any earned runs. But I was on one of those calls for some no sleep bot ball, and you know, just gave up an error and then gave up a home run. Both those runs were unearned. So, you know, he's had some bad luck contribute to some of his outings so far, but pitching-wise, he's been doing great.
That's a ball.
Ball misses upstairs. Aaron Judge is at the plate. Tying run is on deck, and that would be Giancarlo Stanton. Looks back the man at second, the 1-0. 2-0.
You don't want to play around with this Yankees lineup. You want to keep that tying run in the on-deck circle. You got to pitch to Aaron Judge, and you got to, unfortunately, throw him maybe some good-looking pitches, but, you know, challenge him. Make sure that you don't put yourself in a situation where you can tie the game.
A deep drive to right, and it is going to make it a little bit closer. No, it is caught at the wall. A very weird ending. Looked like it may have gone out, but no. Judge flies out, a long fly out to end the inning, and the Red Sox able to salvage the finale of this. Take it 10-6.
Yup, I mean, that's just been the theme of the game tonight for the Yankees. They've been doing great, but just close and no cigar for them. That loss is going to be their 29th on the year. Red Sox with win number 32. And, you know, Yankees still have a good lead in the division, but slowly catching up are those Tampa Bay Rays. Red Sox, you know, still quite a ways out of a playoff position, but they're making the right moves, winning some games, and, you know, putting themselves in the best situation.
Get a look at some highlights in just a minute. The Red Sox get the win 10-6. They salvage the finale of this series. Yankees got off to a hot start, though. They took the early lead. Stanton with a home run to left, first of two. First of back-to-back homers in that inning. The Yankees end up taking the 2-0 lead as Stanton conquers the monster. And then one batter later, Aaron Hicks goes opposite field, and a 3-0 lead for New York, 423 feet. And the Yankees jump out to a 3-0 lead.
Those are the kinds of swings that the Red Sox did not want to see to start out the game. They wanted to see something more like this. Big swings from their best, JD Martinez, 337 down that left field line. That's enough to get it over the monster and get their team on the board, and that really jump-started their offense.
Yeah, the Red Sox would counter. They gave up 3 in the first, but they would get 2 back. This is on a Moreland double to left field that would score the second run of the inning. It was back and forth for a little bit, it looked like, and this would give the Red Sox their first lead of the night as Pilar hits it on a hop off the monster in center, brings home a run, and they took the 4-3 lead, and then Higashioka with a fly out to right. A diving catch from Alex Verdugo. That's a web gem, player of the year kind of thing. The Red Sox would jump up 7-3. Peraza, a hit to right. That's the longest single you're going to see in baseball. He kind of just paints the line there. Then Chavis with a home run to get him into double digits. The Red Sox, again, struggling offensive team. They really shouldn't be. The names they have in that lineup, they really should be scoring double digits on a nightly basis. And again, today kind of reminded us of that World Championship. Gardner homered to right to keep the game alive in the 9th, but the Yankees were unable to come up with those 4 runs, so Boston gets the win after losing the first 2 of the series. The Yankees win the series, but Boston wins the finale. Judge with a long to right field to end the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was never really over until it was over. Just a couple more feet. I mean, you could even make an argument that Verdugo robbed him of a home run right there, but Red Sox come out on top 10-6, and they're going to try and look to carry that momentum into that interleague series with the Atlanta Braves, and New York trying to beat up on the Pittsburgh Pirates.
You get a look at the final box score from tonight. We are going to send you to the inaugural edition of Bot Ball Tonight. Still plenty to come, which will begin with Bot Ball Tonight, then the Angels and Mariners, the Phillies and A's, and finish out after dark with the London series. But for special effects, I'm Aiden Blank. The Red Sox win 10-6. They lose 2 out of 3, but salvage the finale of this series. Enjoy Bot Ball Tonight, everybody.
I go to sleep for yikes, telling it honor a lie, right? right. Soon as I left, I got right. This is precision and detail. See, life is a beach, seashell. I sold the bags for retail. I'm from the block, no email. Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, it's a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big houses. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars.
Coming up on Bot Ball tonight, the race for first in the AL West is red hot. The Angels take on the Mariners for the Big A as the Halos look to pass Oakland and claim the top spot. Then we'll take you to Philadelphia, where the Phillies hope to turn things around while the A's go for the sweep before they head out of town. And in Bot Ball After Dark, to London we go. The Cubs and Cardinals with Flaherty and Quintana both set to throw. We welcome you to Bot Ball tonight, presented by Meals on Wheels, and we welcome you into our ML Bot Ball studios with Eddie McCarthy in New Jersey, Aiden Blank in Connecticut. Eddie, this is a brand new venture in the history of ML Bot Ball. There's never been a show like this, and I'm not sure there ever will be.
No, it's another brand new initiative here on Major League Bot Ball, and thanks to Zoom, you and I, about 200 miles away, able to do this together. Of course, we had our inaugural minor league showcase day on Monday. That was a roaring success, and I have no doubt that this new Bot Ball Tonight idea will be just as equally successful. And so really excited to start what should be a good tradition here on Major League Bot Ball.
We got 3 highlights for you, then we'll talk game previews, and we'll finish up with some games that we would like to watch next week, games we probably will end up watching next week. We start out in the great city of London. The biggest series this weekend, Eddie, regardless of the team's records, is the London series. Last year we had the Yankees and the Red Sox, and another rivalry matchup this year with the Cardinals and the Cubs. The Cubs were a very peculiar story coming in. They came in struggling at 3-7 in their last 10. The Cardinals, the exact opposite, 7-3 in their last 10. But both teams had opposite starts. The Cubs started great. The Cardinals could use a little work. But we'll take you out to Mike A and TARDIS 16. They're going to take you through Game 1 of the London series.
Kimbrel pitching the 8th, and Winkler getting through the 9th as they dust off the hated rival Cardinals. The Cubs extend their National League best record, their 46th win of the season, and drop the Cardinals down yet another game below 500 in the standings. If my math is correct, that now sends the Cardinals to 32-38 on the season, while the Cubs are 21 games over 500 now at 46-25.
I think that sounds about right. Good math job there.
They're just a well-pitched game by Darvish. I know he got in some trouble, but was always able to find his way out of it. What were your impressions of the game there, Tarvis?
No, the Cubs kept doing what they were doing. They had a good offensive showing, at least in the first inning. They were kind of quiet after that. And they had another great pitching performance from their whole staff.
So, yeah, we take care of business here in the first game of this international series. If you want to catch the second half of, we'll call it, since we're over here in England, the Derby, you can catch it, I believe, on Bot Ball After Dark tomorrow, correct, TARDIS?
Yeah, that is correct. And you will be on the Phillies open call, right?
The Cubs scored 4 in the first. That's all they would need. A miraculous pitching performance from Chicago. Eddie, it was a great game all around for a team that really needs to have a lot more of them if they want to win a very tightly packed National League Central.
Yeah, great game all around for the Cubs, and really highlight Yu Darvish. Nice to see him pitch well today. He's a guy who's been struggling on the year, but he got into the 7th today. He threw 6 1/3, only gave up 1 run. It's a really good sign for Darvish, kind of getting back on the horse right there. And now from London, we will move to Boston, as it's the second game of a 3-game set from Fenway Park, Yankees and Red Sox. And after a light scoring affair in Game 1 that the Yankees would win 3-2, we would have another light scoring game today. The Yankees, they would get out to an early lead, but would they be able to hold it? To find out, let's send it to Heinz AF and Tyler Danberg from Fenway Park in Boston.
If you scroll down, there's a PayPal link to donate to Black Lives Matter. We are now rotating charity to donate to every week, so Black Lives Matter is the one of this week. None of this money goes to us. We're just here for the baseball and the fun. Here to bring you just a little bit of baseball during this void. As you can see, DJ LeMahieu with that homer, 418 feet.
That really got things started for the Yankees. That error on Chavis's part was big, but that really opened it up.
And here is that diving stop by Luke Voigt. Tosses it over, Sessa covering. And what do you think about this Boston offense? What's been the problem? They had 2 runs yesterday, held to 1 today. What do they need to do against good pitching? I mean, they didn't even face Garrett Cole.
Well, I think, Alex, it's a lot of that's just in their head. They got down early like that Stanton home. You go into the bottom of the 4th down, 3-0, and your defense doesn't give you a lot of support. I think a lot of it was just in their heads, a lot of mistakes by the opposition. Luis Sessa made some pitches that could have been taken into the gap or even out of the ballpark, and the Red Sox just couldn't come in full for a nice run opportunity.
Well, here's a great defensive play. One of a few. This one by the Red Sox. Jackie Bradley, look at that cannon of an arm. Throwing the runner out at the plate. This was after they already ran into and out on a double steal. So that could have been even worse.
Quite the seed from JB.
And this is the consolation that they got. An RBI single before Mitch Moreland hits one way high, though a couple of 100 feet away from being the tying homer.
Well, the Red Sox would rally. They'd get 1 in the 9th, but it wouldn't be enough. And Aiden, once again, these Red Sox bats pretty cold throughout the game. And Eduardo Rodriguez, who pitched well, he goes 6 innings, only gives up 3. Your classic quality start, he's dealt an unfortunate loss.
Yeah, he really did not deserve to lose that game. I'm a Yankees fan, and I thought today couldn't have been better for New York. DJ LeMahieu hit a home run. It was just a great day all around for the Yankees. I think what was most impressive is that they only scored 3 runs. We expected them to come in and have an offensive kind of weekend, and they still could. But the first 2 games, they have been basically shut out. Well, not shut out, but, shut down by this Boston pitching staff. And I think it's been really impressive that they've been able to step up. They really, for the last few weeks, have not been able to deal on only 1 or 2 runs from the offense. They've needed big productions, but today was a lot different, and this weekend has been very different. And I'm really excited to see how the series ends up. Obviously, we're recording this on Saturday night, so we don't know how the series ends up. You guys do, but a really interesting series that they've had so far. And they got They got Pittsburgh during the week and then Minnesota on the weekend, so should be a fun matchup. But we're going to finish our highlights off with a matchup deep in the heart of Texas, and one of the more high-scoring matchups this weekend. The Rangers and the Indians. The Indians got off to a very big start. They led by 9 after 6, but the Rangers were not going down without a fight. We will throw things out to Texas. Cook Guy 40 and Chris Sachi. Take us through this one.
I'm Chris Sachi, alongside JD Gregory. JD, let's look through the highlights here.
Oh, there's the one that got it started off for the Indians right there in the top of the second. Home run by Franmil Reyes that got the Indians on top.
Time of the ball game, 3 hours and 59 minutes.
Yeah, Corey Kluber continued to struggle in this game. Cesar Hernandez with another home run for Cleveland.
Those were back-to-back.
That's all they would score in the second.
The Rangers would be, but it would be Indians wouldn't look back after that.
And then with the bases loaded against Kluber, yep, there's Roberto Perez. In this 4th inning, the Indians scored 7 runs even. Francisco Lindor adding to the party. Bases were still loaded at that point as it hops against the wall, 6-0 Cleveland.
And that was off of Cody Allen. Cody Allen just didn't get the job done today, Chris. There's another double by Oscar Mercado that scored a run. Disappointment, I'm sure, like I said earlier, for both of these two.
Both Kluber and Cody Allen, former Indians, struggling today. Here was the first run for the Rangers. Santana, even with the 9-run lead, tries to get the out at home.
Again, I think he tried to be too cute on that, and that was a couple of mistakes we saw from first baseman today, but most of the time Santana doesn't do that.
And then Joey Gallo working a tough at-bat, fouled off a few difficult pitches. And the Rangers here in the bottom of the 6th are making this ball game interesting.
Well, that was a little run, and that kind of changed the complexion of this game a little bit. But the Indians' bullpen was the big story of this one.
Yeah, once Adam Plucto came into the game, just a beautiful play by Lindor, just shy of getting Guzman to end that 6th inning.
But like you said, that saved more than one run from getting there, and that could have injected a lot of life into this Rangers ball club. Great job by Lindor right there. And the strikeout by Hand to end it.
So the Indians are now just half a game back in the American League Central, and Eddie, the team that leads that division is the Twins, the best team in ball.
Yeah, how unfortunate for the Indians, isn't it? They have the second best record in ball. Right now, they're stuck in that first wild card spot because the Twins have also been so good this year. But how about the Indians? And we got to give a lot of credit here to Terry Francona and the job that he's done with that team. Again, not a club that we were expecting to be, sitting with one of the best records in Major League Baseball, but right now that is right where they are. And all the credit in the world to Terry Francona and the job that he's done with that team. They can hit, they can pitch, they're disciplined on the base paths. He has worked them into a well-oiled machine. I think they can be a contender. They can make some noise, and I'm really excited to see what they can do as we head into the All-Star break and down the stretch.
Yeah, it should be a fun team to watch. A lot of people think the American League Central is going to end up having 3 teams in the playoffs, a division winner and 2 wild cards between the Indians, the other 2 teams that I can't think about right now, the White Sox and the Twins, of course, in the American League Central. Should be a very fun race as we move into really the final few months of Major League Baseball. So we talked about what has come, and now we're going to talk about what's going to come. It's our Black Lives Matter game previews. The Mariners and the Angels. The Angels are in a wild card hunt trying to overtake the Athletics in the West. The Mariners used to basement life in that division by this point.
Yeah, but it's an AL West, Aiden, that even the Mariners, who, like you said, they are in the basement, only 9.5 games back. It's the one division where there's not one clear team that's kind of pulled away. The A's, who are sitting as we record this episode at 40-30, only 9.5 up, as I just said. But this one, it's a good pitching matchup in the sense that it's 2 guys for the Mariners. It's Yusei Kikuchi, and he's a prospect that the Mariners are very excited about. Left-hander from Japan, but 2-5, 4.50 ERA on the year. Not really living up to their high expectations thus far. But then, Aiden, on the other side of the coin, it's Andrew Heaney for the Angels. And what a story this guy's been this year. He's 8-3 on the season, a 3.1 ERA. He was kind of pegged as a middle of the starting rotation kind of guy. He has surprised everyone with his 8 wins, that ERA just above 3. And if the Angels are going to make a run, look for Heaney to be at the forefront.
Yeah, should be a very interesting matchup. That's the 7 o'clock game out west. Yusei Kikuchi versus Andrew Heaney. Brother Beard and Christopher Sachi have the call. That is coming up right after this. You don't need to change the channel. It's right here on Twitch on the ML Botball account. That'll be the first of 3 tonight. The second of 3 tonight is back east in Philadelphia. They are hosting their former team in a way. The Oakland Athletics used to be the Philadelphia Athletics. The A's look to finish the sweep. They won the first 2, trying to stay away for the rest of the division. Phillies, they really just need to get their act together if they want to contend with these big names in their lineup.
Yeah, two teams with big storylines, each completely different. Like we said just a moment ago when we were discussing Seattle and the Angels, the Phillies, the A's, they're really looking to kind of distance themselves from the pack. But on the other side, the Phillies, they're a team, Aiden, that they really have to get their act together because the Nats and the Braves, both in the NL East, playing some really good baseball right now. And those two are in danger as far as the Phillies are concerned. Those two are in danger of really pulling away from the rest of the division and leaving the Phillies lagging in the dust if they don't get their act together. But for the Phillies, not a great guy to be putting on the hill if you want to spark a run. Vince Velasquez, 4-5 on the year, and yikes, a 7.14 ERA. He will try and start some kind of run for the Phillies. His opponent, Sean Manaea, 5-6. 3.32 ERA on the year. As you mentioned, Aiden, A's going for the sweep. Phillies looking to salvage one.
Sean Manaea versus Vince Velasquez at 9 o'clock. Mike A, as of now, as we record this on Saturday night, has the solo call. Finishing up Hot Ball After Dark internationally, a fun matchup yesterday between Chicago and St. Louis, and we do it again second half of the London series after the Cubbies won the first game 4-1. Not as nearly as much offense as we saw last year between the Yankees and Red Sox, huh?
No, although it was certainly looking like it in that first inning, which was explosive. The Cubs got 3, but from there, all the offense would kind of slow down, and I'm looking for things to kind of stay the same, as I think it's going to be a pitcher's duel out in London for the second of 2, as it's going to be Jose Quintana. He'll toe the rubber for the Cubs. He's 4-3 on the year, 2.46 ERA. Quintana guy, he's been around the block quite a few times. He's an old veteran. He knows how to get hitters out. Look for him to put together a good performance. His opposite, Jack Flaherty, the ace for the Cardinals, 5-6, 2.76 ERA on the year. The 5-6 record, Aiden, not great, but the 2.76 ERA, not bad at all. That kind of tells you his team is really not providing that run support for him.
Yeah, and we kind of saw the same thing earlier in the Yankees-Red Sox game. Eduardo Rodriguez had amazing runs. Well, other way around. He pitched very well, but did not get amazing run support. Runs win baseball games, folks, as much as we hate to admit it. The pitchers help, but runs win baseball games. So we talked about those game previews. We will finish things up with a segment that we'll have every week. Games to watch for this upcoming week. Eddie, you want to start us off? What games, what series do you want to watch, and what will you be watching in the next 7 days?
Yeah, Aiden, I'm eyeing the 3-game weekday series next week, which is starting on Monday. It's going to be the Oakland A's. They are hosting the Los Angeles Angels, and it's such a big series because, as we've said a couple of times now on this show, the AL West, that one division where there's not really that one team who is pulling away. The A's are, as we sit recording this one right now, they're 4 up on the Angels. I think this is a big series that's going to kind of a good way to gauge where the AL West is at. Is there going to be somebody who kind of creates some distance in this division, some separation? Or is it going to stay tightly contested throughout the year? So I've got my eyes at the Oakland Coliseum next week.
Should be a fun one in the AL West. I got a lot of games, but they're all weekend games. We're going to try to stay during the week. Minnesota and the Yankees, Atlanta at Washington, the Mets and Phillies. I think the one that I'm going to call on Friday is going to be Indians and White Sox. That should be fun. Those are all this weekend. But what I'm looking for this week is the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers. I know our good friend Dugout will be very happy about this. This is a chance for Arizona to prove themselves. The Snakes have a 4-game series. As of Saturday night, they're 4 games back. So as of Saturday night, if they were to sweep that series, not that they will, but they could potentially really gain some ground in the National League West, a division the Dodgers have won for the past bunch of years. It's been a while since anybody but the Dodgers won. So it's going to be a very interesting series there. I'm going to enjoy 4 games of Duggo and the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, 7 consecutive years now that the Dodgers have won that NL West. But this year, although they do lead that division, they've kind of been relying on individual talent more than a collective team effort as far as putting some distance between themselves and the rest of the teams in that division, which is, I think, the main reason why the Diamondbacks are still so close. Granted, the Diamondbacks have had a good year thus far, but the Dodgers, I think, are far and away the most talented team in that division. The question is, can Dave Roberts find a way to put all the talent on his squad together and use it to their advantage and propel them to the success that they have enjoyed in the regular season in the past couple of years?
Our Sunday night triple-header begins out west. The Angels and Mariners, followed by the A's and Phillies. And we'll finish up internationally with the Cubs and Cardinals. That's going to do it. We really enjoyed spending 10, 15 minutes with you on this Sunday night. We'll be here every Sunday night for the rest of the regular season. For Eddie McCarthy and our entire Botball family, I'm Aiden Blank. Enjoy the final 3 games of this Sunday triple-header. And we will begin with the Angels and Mariners. Have fun and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Join their pantheon. For all the times they never heard your battle cry. Now even angels sing along, 'cause a good song never dies.
Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get into the beginning of this triple header here. Mariners going to be facing off against the Angels here in the 3rd game of this series. I am joined in the broadcast booth by my partner, Chris Sachi. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. Just watched a fantastic episode of Botball tonight, setting us up so well for 3 games tonight. So not only do we have Botball after dark, but we got 2 more before that. Excited to bring you a matchup out west.
Indeed, and before we get going here, we're going to take a look at some roster moves. I do believe some guys coming back off of the injured list here.
Always gotta love some roster moves.
Brother Beard, are you okay with sending Shedlong down to AAA? He's fixed, but he's still playing for baseball.
Yes, I am definitely okay with that. He needs to get his legend figured out, as I spent a lot of effort pumping him up to the Botball universe, and he lets me down in big ways. Well, it's just about time for the first pitch here as we take a look. Mariners going to be in their alternate blues on the road tonight. Of course, this game against the Angels, following up 2 games in this series. Mariners able to pull out the win in dramatic fashion last night. A 9-7 shootout against these Angels in a day in which a lot of guys got some rest. In my perusal of the box score from last night, I see Kyle Seager took the day off. Dan Haggerty got the start out at 3rd base and led off and went 2 for 5 and had a really solid game out there. And it's good to see the Mariners able to put together 9 runs in total to pull out a victory against these Angels.
Yeah, Haggerty had 2 runs scored at the top of the lineup last night in that victory. Also, Daniel Vogelbach did not get the day off, and he had a home run and 2 doubles. So not too shabby. Like you said, a shootout game. The Mariners scored 3 runs in the top of the 9th. The Angels scored 1 in the bottom of the 9th, but it was not enough. 9-7 victory for the Mariners last night.
Well, we're going to head out to Los Angeles today, get some afternoon baseball. Andrew Heaney is going to get the start. The big left-hander making his 15th appearance on the season, an 8-3 record, a 3.1 ERA across 87 innings of work. He's struck out over a century's worth, 102 Ks to his record. He's going to face this Mariners lineup starting here at 4:45. Big lefty kicks and delivers. First pitch missing outside, ball 1.
Yeah, Andrew Heaney, originally drafted from the Marlins, first round in 2012. He came up with the Marlins in 2014. Then in that offseason, the Marlins traded him to the Dodgers. He was a Dodger for 5 hours before being then dealt to the Angels, and he's had himself his first true breakout season in Anaheim.
Gotta love those deadline moves. You end up a member of 4 or 5 clubs in a matter of hours. So Malik Smith showing patience here in his leadoff AB, 3-0 the count. Probably not the way Andrew Heaney wanted to start this ball game off, as he gets a curveball in there for strike 1. The 3-1 pitch is going to get Malik to swing through. He'll miss the curveball. Full count now. This one's going to be grounded over to third base. Anthony Rendon able to round that up. And that'll be an easy out number 1 here to lead off the ball game.
Great job by Heaney to bounce back, trailing 3-0 in the count. A 3-0 curveball was a beautiful job to get a looking strike. And then he gets a swinging strike on 3-2, and then the ground out.
Kyle Seager taking his cuts in the number 2 spot today. He's going to swing at the first pitch and ground out to second base. David Fletcher with the good off-balance throw to get him. So quickly here, 7 pitches, 2 outs. We'll see Mitch Haniger stepping in on a bit of a slow start here in these last 4 games. Only 2 hits out of 16 registered plate appearances. First pitch to Haniger misses low, ball 1.
Yeah, Haniger was an all-star in 2018. First rounder back in 2012 as well.
Strike 1 there to Mitch. Yeah, he's one of these guys that Jerry Dipoto has built this team around with Scott Servius for the next few years. He's been able to produce. He was able to produce in the 2018 season. Was out with some rather debilitating injuries and surgery last season, and so he's making a comeback this season. So he's not doing a whole lot here in his first AB. That'll be the 3rd out. We'll go to the bottom of the 1st. And these Angels with their first ABs, they're going to face off against the left-handed pitcher Yusei Kikuchi. Coming straight out of the land of the rising sun. Yusei making his 15th appearance here. 2-5 record with a 4.5 ERA. He has not had the greatest outings of late. Getting chased in less than 5 innings in his last couple of starts.
Yeah, his second full season with the Mariners. He's made a bit of a jump, as his ERA last season was over 5, close to 5.5, but still looking for a bit more from the left.
Well, the first pitch is going to get lifted into center field, and it gets down out of reach of Malik Smith. And just like that, Tommy LaStella with a leadoff base hit.
Yeah, Angels lineup. Sorry there, Angels lineup is pretty solid. You have LaStella, Fletcher, then Trout and Rendon, and Upton later. This is a lineup that can hurt you. Not a lot of soft landing spots, especially towards the top.
First pitch in there for strike 1 to David Fletcher. And this is the kind of problems that Yusei Kikuchi has had this season so far. He's a fastball splitter, breaking ball kind of pitcher, and he has a tendency recently to leave them up over the middle of the plate, and he has just gotten rocked.
Yeah, if you hang it, they'll hit it in the big league.
Another
No doubt
fastball
about
here
that.
from Kikuchi that's going to get fouled off. 0-2 the count remains.
I got to count 1 and
The 0-2, they'll try and get him to chase one in the dirt. 1-2. So this is going to be hit into second base. Shiner's going to take it over to second for the double play. 4-6-3. They roll it up.
Batting third, the center fielder, Maeda.
A great piece of pitching there from Kikuchi. Stella led off with a single. He got Fletcher 0-2, bounced a curveball to change things up on him, changed the eye level a bit, then goes back with the splitter. It was hit hard, but right at second for the double play.
Well, that brings in the MVP, Mike Trout. As he's off to another stellar season at the plate with these Angels. And if you can get me to say that, that's saying something.
Yeah, I think the signing of Anthony Rendon, giving him a legitimate batter behind him to be very fearful of, has helped Mike Trout have a season that, like you said, he's so great every year, but to even step above that, you've seen it so far in 2020, Bob.
2-0 pitch to Trout. He's going to lift this one into shallow right field. Evan White is going to take off and make the catch on the run for the third out. Some good defensive first baseman play there from the young guy. We'll see him in this top half of the second. We're going to start with Daniel Vogelbach.
Leading off for Seattle.
Yeah, Vogelbach, like I said in the open, 3 extra base hits yesterday, 2 doubles and a homer.
Yeah, he seemed to have gotten his bat together more recently. He has been hanging around the Mendoza line for hitting for quite a while now, and he seems to be climbing up slowly back to where the organization would like to see it. So with all of that praise, he's quickly 0-2. It never fails. The curse of the broadcast booth. Say good things and bad things happen. But Daniel Vogelbach is one of these guys that is generally always swinging for the fences, as he has that natural power base. I mean, just look at him. He's built to hit home runs.
Yeah, he's built like a bus. His first All-Star season last year, as he goes down on strikes, and even 30 home runs. And you mentioned his batting average. Last year, just above 200 at 208. This year, actually a bit of improvement heading into this game at 217.
So he's going to strike out here to lead off the inning. That'll bring in the left fielder, Kyle Lewis. He's hitting 286 on this Mariners lineup. He's been a diamond in this rough that is the Mariners lineup. The 0-1 pitch to Lewis, going to miss low, ball 1.
Yeah, Lewis can be a good young piece for the Mariners. He was their first-round pick in 2016, the number 11 selection. So a positive sign that, like you said, despite the Mariners offense struggling a bit in 2020, he set himself a fine campaign.
And this whole AL West division has been struggling of late. A couple of bright spots in Oakland and the ever-talented lineup of the Angels, but pitching all around the division has been highly lacking in the championship quality caliber. You see Kyle Lewis is going to strike out here. Back-to-back strikeouts for Andrew Heaney. So the first baseman, Evan White's going to step in here.
Oh, that's low.
Face off against the lefty. Yeah, he'll watch ball 1.
Yeah, White made that fine catch, retiring Mike Trout to end last inning. See if he can stay on.
Well, he rips this one over to Rendon, who corrals it easily to end the inning. Nice, easy throw across the diamond. Still scoreless here through the top of the second. We'll see that third baseman, Anthony Rendon, lead off.
Leading up for the Angels, the third baseman.
Yeah, Rendon's been great in his first season out here on the West Coast. And like I said, the signing of Rendon makes it a lot easier on Mike Trout. Now you have 2 MVP candidates in the middle of your order for the Angels.
Well, they'll say Yusei caught the strike zone here, 0-1 against Rendon. Of course, Rendon coming over from that World Championship Washington Nationals team. He'll put a right into this one and just gonna hook foul.
Yeah, Rendon signing that 7-year, $245 million contract. It's through 2026 if you're scoring at home.
That's going to be a liner over to his counterpart, Kyle Seager at third base. He'll corral it just as easily as Rendon did to end the inning. It'll be 1 away for these Angels. We'll see the old guy, the machine, Albert Pujols, stepping in.
Yeah, the machine, like you said, getting a little bit long in the tooth these days. But despite the numbers, despite whatever might be happening for Pujols in 2020, he's still an imposing presence in that right-hand batter's box.
The 1-0 pitch from Kikuchi. This one's going to get fouled away. Counts even at 1 here.
Speaking of big contracts, I mentioned the Rendon one earlier. Pujols is in year number 9 of a 10-year, $240 million contract.
Well, Yusei is going to miss below the zone here, 2-1. Yeah, they still got another year of that big, massive contract. You wonder if the organization will buy him out or just let him play it out. This one's going to get lifted deep into left field, and that one is in the bullpen. Albert, if you're listening, I'm sorry I ever talked shit about you. That's proven me wrong once again as he puts over his 9th home run of the season. This one going 384 feet.
Yeah, Beard, you were saying maybe the Angels for next year, they might buy him out. Maybe he'll play out the string. But like you said, his 9th long ball of the year, trying to get himself into the plans for next season.
Of course, now he's got a battle with one Shohei Ohtani for time at that designated hitter position. Earning it here today. We'll see Justin Upton waiting on this one, ball 1. The 1-0 pitch. Outside, says the home plate umpire. 2-0.
Yeah, Upton, number 1 overall pick back in 05. He's had himself a very solid career since breaking in 06.
You can see a 2-1 pitch here from Yusei Kikuchi. The double kick and delivery. This one gets fouled off down the third baseline. Counts even at 2. Two-two pitch. He's going to foul it off This time, the opposite direction into the seats. We'll see another one here.
Well, Beard, you mentioned that Kikuchi's been making mistakes in the middle of the plate this season, as he does get Upton here. And Pujols at this stage of his career is a mistake hitter, so that home run makes a good deal of sense.
Well, this slider able to get Upton here for Yusei's first strikeout of the ball game. With 2 away, we'll see the shortstop, Andrelton Simmons. First pitch over for strike 1. Kikuchi kicks and delivers. Strike 2.
Good looking strike there in the off speed pitch. Now he's got him on the ropes.
The 0-2 pitch.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Count.
Make him dance in the box. That slider inside. At about his shoe tops. The 1-2.
That's ball 2.
They'll say he missed the inside corner there. 2-2 is the count now for Simmons.
Kikuchi is really working with his off-speed stuff, even the first time through this.
Yeah, Yusei doesn't have the overwhelming speed. He can run it in there up to 93, 94. But see here, those mistakes left out over the plate. And Simmons going to put a ride into this one. No doubt about it. That's his 5th home run. Going 420 feet out straightaway center field. Now the Angels are leading 2-0.
Yeah, we mentioned it at the Open, and it was kind of prophetic, huh, Beard, that he makes mistakes. That was a changeup just below letter high. And I said it earlier, Major League hitters, no matter who they are, will crush mistakes. Pujols and then Simmons go yard.
Batting eighth, the right fielder.
So we'll see the right fielder, Brian Goodwin, step in here. Kikuchi's going to miss high, ball 1. Yeah, I mean, when you get to this level, you have to be able to place your pitches, and Yusei has had trouble with hanging those pitches that are supposed to break down and out of the zone. He's having trouble leaving them high, and they end up not getting the drop that he wants on it, and they just end up getting crushed.
Yeah, they don't come back in the yard.
Brian Goodwin's going to ground this one over to his first baseman, Evan White. He'll take it himself, 3 and assisted to get the 3rd out, but not before the Angels put up 2 runs on a couple of big flies. Pujols and Simmons give the Angels a 2-0 lead here at the end of the 2nd. We'll see the catcher, Austin Nola, dig in here. He's hitting about .221 on the season. He's taken over for the injured Tom Murphy, and having a little bit of success here recently.
Yeah, Nola's still a young player. Was last season was his first in the big leagues. I made a mistake. He is not a young player. He is in his age 30 season, but he is an inexperienced player, as this is just his 2nd year in the big league.
Well, counts even here on Nola, 1-1. They'll miss outside, 2-1 now. 2-1 delivery from Heaney. In there, strike 2. Yeah, Nola's, I believe, the guy that they're looking at to be the catcher of the next few years. Of course, Tom Murphy brought in and at the deadline last season, and ended up having a really hot start to this season as well, able to produce some runs and have rather good defensive work behind the plate. Austin Nola is going to strike out here as he's caught looking.
Jake Shiner.
Well, we'll see the young second baseman, Jake Shiner, getting the call up the other day to step into that second base role. We'll watch the first pitch in there for strike one. The 0-1 pitch. Inside 1-1 now.
Yeah, for the Mariners, that injury to D. Gordon saps a lot of that life and that energy at the top of their lineup. And not only that, you lose Gordon. You have to go to a young player in his seat.
Yeah, of course, D. Gordon starting off the year at second base. When he went out with possibly season-ending injury, he was replaced by one Shed Long, who continued to struggle out there at second base and ended up going down with an injury as well. And then we had Dylan Moore step in for about a minute and a half, and then go down with an injury. It's been a cursed position so far this season for the Mariners, but Jake Shiner, one of these young guys that, what can you say? This whole team is super young, so it's kind of a who can we put out there to get some work at the major league level.
Yeah,
Tim Lowe is
crazy. I mean,
another one of these guys.
yeah, I was just going to say it too. Especially the bottom of this order is filled with young players trying to establish themselves. That's what injuries can do to a ball club, especially when you have 3-4 guys at one position go down.
Yeah. Well, Heaney losing Tim Lopes here, 3-0 with 2 away in the third.
Nope, that's up there.
Ball 4 as Tim Lopes will get a 4-pitch walk. That'll take us back to the top of the order. And the leadoff hitter, Malik Smith.
Yeah. Lopes, born in Los Angeles, California. So you have to assume, hey, maybe he's got some friends, family in the stands tonight. He's the first base runner for Seattle today.
There we go, guys. Come on.
Heaney delivers the first pitch to Smith, will be outside, ball 1. You see the matchup there between Malik Smith and Andrew Heaney. 2 for 13 with 7 strikeouts. 1-0 pitch. He checks his swing, but the umpire says that's in there anyways. 1-1's the count.
Well, that's off the plate.
This curveball missing outside, 2-1. Take a look at manager Joe Madden over there in the Angels bullpen. Of course, his team's sitting at about 500 on the season. They're trying to make a push to take that first place spot from the Oakland Athletics. Oakland just able to get out to an early lead in the division and has held on to it ever since. Malik Smith going to draw the walk here. So a bit of control issues for Andrew Heaney here in the third as he has walked 2 batters with 2 outs.
Yeah, and not to mention both these men that he walked have pretty solid speed in the base paths, especially Malik Smith at first. So you walk 2 men, and then you have the dangerous Kyle Seager at the plate.
Kyle, of course, has been trying to hit dingers every time he comes up to bat. His batting average sitting below 200 coming into today's game. But he does lead this Mariners ball club in home runs. Ball 2 here from Heaney as he has thrown 10 straight balls to these Mariners hitters.
Yeah, he was cruising along. He was retiring every hitter before these last 2 walks. Not exactly sure what's happening.
3-0 as he cannot find the zone. Well, this is a dangerous situation to be in against Kyle Seager. 3-0. Couple of runners on. Ball 4. So he walks the bases loaded on 12 straight pitches.
Now batting, right fielder.
Yo, what a strange sequence of events. He was flawless. He had 3 strikeouts. He got the first 2 outs of this inning, no problem. A strikeout of Austin Nola and a ground out from Shiner. And then all of a sudden, bases are loaded. He hasn't been close to the strike zone.
Mitch Haniger going to step in with the bases loaded here. That's 13 straight balls here from Andrew Heaney. The 1-0 in there for strike 1. So lucky number 14 was what did it.
I'm sure you get the sarcastic cheering from the Angels faithful as well.
1-1 pitch, and he goes right back to it. You know, you hate to see a pitcher struggle like this. I just can't help it. The 2-1 here from Heaney. This is ball 3.
This at-bat, he's been close to the plate. We'll give him that, but that fastball looks like he just yanked it as it ran in on the hands. He's got nowhere to go here.
Well, and if you're Mitch Haniger, you're looking for a fastball in one position, and everything else you're leaving alone. As he got it, but he took what looked like a fastball, but was actually a sinker. So he's in a full count here with 2 outs and the bases loaded.
Here goes the merry-go-round and move.
Runners go, and that's ball 4. So he walks a runner across, and the Mariners are on the board here.
Designated hitter, Daniel Vogelbach.
So Tim Lopes will come around to score, and we'll see Daniel Vogelbach step to the plate with still the bases loaded here in 2 away in the top of the 3rd.
Yeah, 4 straight walks from Heaney. He still hasn't allowed a hitter to reach via the hit. These 4 straight walks were the first batters to reach. If I'm pitching coach Mickey Callaway, I have to see what's going on. I'm surprised he hasn't been out there yet.
First pitch inside, ball 1 to Vogelbach. Yeah, I got to agree with you. I'm surprised we haven't seen the pitching coach yet.
Especially, I mean, he had 12 straight pitches, 13 straight pitches out of the zone. This could be something, you know, health-wise for him. He is really struggling after looking so great through the first 8 hitters.
I mean, that's 2 strikes and 18 balls.
Yes.
I think we're at 18 balls in a row. 18 of 20 have been balls. As he gets a little bit of help from the umpire here, strike 1. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Counts even at 2 here to Vogelbach. The 2-2 pitch. Daniel's going to ground this one over to the first baseman, Tommy LaStella. He'll take it himself for the 3 unassisted. And the inning is over. Mariners score 1 on 4 walks. No hits. Angels still lead this 2-1. As folks, I'm going to take this moment to remind you that we're still raising money for Black Lives Matter. Go hit that donate button down below. Stand in solidarity with our communities. Help us support them in any way that we can. That includes any subscriptions that we receive on Twitch. That money also is going to go to Black Lives Matter If you feel like it, please do. In the meantime, enjoy some more bot balls. We see Max Stassi step in here to lead off the third inning.
Yep, that ball went out.
We'll start with ball one here, 1-0. One-0 pitch from Kikuchi, missing low, ball two.
Yeah, Kikuchi's both runs today that he's given up, home runs off hanging pitches. And it doesn't help when you're trailing in the count. He has to come into the zone.
Stassi's going to foul this one off over into the bullpen. Dugout, not bullpen. 2-1, swing and a miss. He tried to put that one over the fence.
Yeah, Stassi was fooled there, way out in front of the slider. He must have been looking fastball dead red.
2-2 pitch. Let's say that's ball three, although it looked like strike three to me.
Yeah, good pitch regardless by Kikuchi, just off the plate, according to the home plate umpire.
3-2. In there for strike three looking. So he starts off the third inning with a strikeout here against the catcher. Of course, take a look at the American League West standings. The Mariners sitting 10.5 games back at 31 and 41. The Angels sitting 5 games back from Oakland at 35 and 34. Of course, the Oakland Athletics will be taking on the Phillies later here on ML Bot Ball. Stay tuned for that game and more as we get into the After Dark portion of Bot Ball here on Twitch.tv. This one's going to be a ground ball up the middle. Lopes is there to get the out, or I believe that would have been Kyle Seager in the shift. Playing over here to get the second out. We'll see David Fletcher step into the box now.
Good start for Kikuchi. In that first at-bat against Stassi, he battled back down 2-0. And a quick out for Listell, the leadoff man.
A broken bat hit here. This one's just going to be straight back to Yusei. He'll catch it and walk off the field. Nothing doing here in the third. Take another look at this broken bat blooper by David Fletcher. Score still 2-1 with the Angels leading.
I sure do miss Heidi Watney on quick pitch, Beard. I do have to say.
I'm going to show my ignorance here, but what is quick pitch?
The MLB Network.
Okay.
Mornings.
Okay.
It's like a 1 hour quick run through of last night's games. Kind of like what we did at Bot Ball tonight. You know, same kind of deal, just hopping around the bigs, and Heidi Watney has primarily been the host for that.
Wonderful. Well, Kyle Lewis gonna watch the pitch here. Counts even 1-1 now. Heaney delivers the 1-1 pitch. Kyle's gonna take a swing at it. 1-2. Heaney delivers a 1-2. That one way inside. 2-2. 2-2 pitch. Kyle Lewis puts it right into this one into left center field. But it looks like Justin Upton is there to make the catch in plenty of time. One away here in the top of the fourth.
Number 12, Evan.
Well, I was going to say it, Beard. Lewis has a lot of movement in his batting stance. A lot of hand movement. But he's led the Mariners in batting average this season. So it seemed to have worked for him, for the former first-round pick.
Yeah, I had a lot of the same thoughts, and I imagine Mariners hitting coaches are going to have some words with him about it, but it seems to be working so far. And you don't fix what isn't broken. As Evan White's going to get a base hit here. I believe that'll be the first base hit for these Mariners. See Austin Nola step in here.
Yeah, Heaney last inning walked 4 straight and threw 13 straight pitches out of the zone. We'll see if the Mariners can have some more success against him in the 4th, or if he can get some more composure.
Austin Nola lines one out into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Evan White able to beat the throw into second base, as that was directly to Brian Goodwin. Came up firing, as that's back-to-back base hits here from the bottom of the order. We'll see the number 8 hitter Jake Shiner step in.
Yeah, and there again. Sorry there, Beard. Heaney just seems to be a little bit off with his control. I don't know what happened. He was masterful through the first 7 hitters, and ever since it's been a little rocky for him.
Well, we'll see a 1-0 pitch. Heaney takes a look at the runner at second. This one's going to get lined out into right field for a base hit. Runner's going to round third. They'll throw into home plate, but the throw is going to be off target, and the runner will score. Evan White coming around to score from second. And finally, we'll get a visit from the pitching coach here as the Mariners tie this ball game on an RBI single.
Yeah, great job there by the Mariners bottom of the lineup, like you said, Beard. 6, 7, 8. All singles in a row, and now finally Mickey Callaway will talk to his pitcher.
Tim Lope's gonna step in here in the top of the 4th. He was the first of many walks in that 3rd inning. And it's all fallen apart for the starting pitcher Andrew Heaney with Tim Lopes in the last inning. As he gets strike 2 in there, looking to make up for that embarrassment of an inning.
Yeah, and you look at this Mariners lineup, you start to question towards the bottom of the order what kind of production they can have, but a great job from them of putting together a rally here.
0-2 pitch. This one's going to get lifted out into right field. That's going to be another base hit, as they will hold at third. Tim Lopes continuing the hit parade here for the Mariners as they load the bases here with only 1 away. Brian Goodwin getting a lot of defensive reps here in the 4th.
Yeah, 4 straight walks for Heaney last inning. This inning, it's 4 straight hits.
First pitch to Malik Smith in there for strike 1. The 72nd pitch of the ball game. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 2.
And here's a big chance for the Mariners here. Smith, if he just gets the ball in the air, can give them a lead over this struggling pitcher. If not, you can potentially get him off the hook with the game still tied.
This one's going to be grounded up the middle. That's going to be a base hit. They will... Wow, runners from first goes all the way to third, chasing 2 home on what was a base hit off of, looked like the thinnest part of the bat here. Swing that probably never should have been. Turns it into a base hit up the middle. Nobody's able to get to it, and the Mariners have a 4-2 lead here in the top of the 4th. We'll see Kyle Seager step in here with runners at first and third, with only 1 away. First pitch to Kyle is going to be in there for strike 1. As we take a look, double barrel action out in the Angels bullpen. Jamie Barria and Dylan Bundy, a couple of righties up getting loose as their starter seems to be falling apart here in the 4th. Kyle's going to ground over to third baseman. He'll take it around the horn. 5-4-3 double play to end the inning, but not before the Mariners put 3 on the board and put themselves in the lead 4-2 here in the 4th.
And leading up for the Angels.
Well, Mike Trout's going to lead off here for the Angels in the bottom of the 4th. 0 for 1 on the day. First pitch just outside, says the home plate umpire. 1-0 to Mike Trout.
Great opportunity for Kikuchi, who gave up a 2-run deficit for his team after the second inning, but now is pitching with the lead.
Mike Trout's just going to foul this one off. 1-1. Yeah, you say struggling in the first couple of innings, as you said, giving up the 2 runs, but the Mariners able to rally behind him, give him a couple of runs of support as they now lead this 4-2.
Yeah, he gave up a home run to Pujols and Simmons back in the second, but then had that 1-2-3 third hit.
This is going to be a base hit down the first baseline. That's going to get all the way into the corner and snag on something there. Hanover's going to have to go dig it out himself. That's a stand-up double from the leadoff Mike Trout.
Well, we saw the Mariners scratch out a rally, 5 straight hits earlier on last inning, but Mike Trout with 1 hit starting a rally of his own.
Yusei takes a quick look out at second. Delivers. Fastball high, ball 1.
We'll see if Yusei decides to pitch carefully Rendon here. You have first base open, but on deck is Albert Pujols, who, like we mentioned earlier, hit a home run in his first at-bat.
Two-0 pitch. In there for strike 1. The 2-1 from Yusei. That one's in there. Counts even now, 2-2.
Good job by him. Back-to-back fastballs spotted at difficult locations to hit.
Swing and a miss at a curveball way inside, probably at the back of his shoe tops. Take another look here at the strikeout. Anthony Rendon looking silly, swinging at that pitch for the strikeout. Mike Trout still standing out there at second base, 1 away here for the machine, Albert Pujols, who, like you said, homered back in his first plate appearance. Strike 1 over with that fastball.
He's found some life with that fastball in the past 2 hitters at 94 each time in a tough location.
Missing outside, 1-1's the count now.
And Beard, I think if Kikuchi can get a lot of confidence in that fastball, you saw how silly Rendon was after 2 fastballs and then the off-speed pitch. If he can find that fastball and spot it at 94, he can become a great pitcher.
Mike Trout stealing third base here, and he'll get in there, says the third base umpire. Takes off here, the throw a little off target as Austin Nola throws to the outside of third. Kyle Seager making a good stop, but not able to make a play on Mike Trout.
Well, you don't see that too often these days, huh, Beard? A steal of third base. Trout, I guess, caught Kikuchi napping a bit, and he's so fast he has the ability to steal whenever he wants.
Well, you say that, but I've watched Malik Smith steal second and third twice in one game.
That's true. You are blessed with Mr. Alex Smith there.
He is leading the American League in stolen bases for a reason. This one's going to be a base hit RBI single out in the right field. Haniger's going to bring it back in. Albert driving in the run. This lead is cut to 1, 4-3 for the Mariners.
Yeah, Pujols jinxed him a bit last time before the homer. Continuing to stick it to you, huh, dude?
He just loves to prove me wrong even when I don't say anything. It just goes to show you that contract of his is well deserved, and to be completely honest, I've never questioned the value of that contract in the first place, because it's Albert Pujols. You know, when you can say that you have Albert Pujols as a backup option in your designated hitter spot, I'd say that's a pretty good situation to be in.
Quite the luxury.
You know, when you're when you're bringing in Albert Pujols to replace Shohei Ohtani, you know, this Angels lineup has always gone out and bought enough pieces to fit around Mike, and you know they have no shortage of spending available to them.
Yeah, including this guy Upton. Here signed him a big contract a few years ago.
And only most recently one Anthony Rendon, as this one's going to get popped up behind shortstop. Lopes is going to range out into what is basically shallow left center field to make that play.
That is one thing I will note about Podball. Man, these infielders love to go out to the outfield and catch these baseballs, and the outfielders don't call them off.
I will say at least that saves some injuries, but you wonder how lucky those guys running out are going to get when they turn around and try and continue to backpedal. A 1-0 pitch from Kikuchi. He'll just foul it off here. And of course, Andrelton Simmons with that other big home run. A 1-1 pitch, missing high and inside, 2-1. Kikuchi kicks and delivers in there for strike 2.
Yeah, there he is again, spotting the fastball. Got to continue to do that in this ballgame.
2-2 pitch. This one's lifted out into left center field. Ranging back is Kyle Lewis on the run. He makes the catch to end the inning. Angels put up one more on the board, cutting this lead to 1. Seattle still leads it 4-3 as we go to the top of the 5th.
Leading off to the Mariners.
We'll see Mitch Haniger step in here.
Mitch.
Right fielder walked an RBI in. First pitch to Mitch is inside, ball 1.
Yeah, it looks like Heaney is trying to get a lot of looking strikes with that curveball. He loves his curveball. We know that. He's thrown it on 3-0, 3-1, but eventually he's got to come in with the smart stuff here.
1 ball, 1 strike.
He gets a swing and a miss on the curveball, 1-1. This one in there with the sinker, strike 2. So already through the top of the 5th, this being the pitch number 80. Missing inside with that curveball, 2-2 to Mitch Haniger.
Yeah, Heaney's had himself a chaotic outing. 4 straight walks in the 3rd, and like you mentioned, Haniger with that 4th one that drove in the RBI, and then 4 straight hits in the 4th to give the Mariners the lead.
Well, Haniger is going to ground out to Andrelton Simmons out at shortstop. 6-3 for the putout. 1 away for the Mariners here. We'll see Daniel Vogelbach step in. He struck out and ground out in his 2 appearances. Fouled here, 0-1. swinging at the first pitch. The 0-1 pitch from Heaney, catching the bottom of the zone there, 0-2 with that sinker. The 0-2 pitch, Vogelbach rolls over this one. It's hit into the shift, but through it. Daniel Vogelbach with what should have been an easy ground out, turns it into a base hit.
Yeah, I'm sure Heaney is not too happy on the mound. He had two beautiful sinkers that went for a foul ball and then a swinging or looking strike, and then gets another third single. He triples up on, gets a ground out that he wants, and somehow Vogelbach, despite hitting it into the shift, they're stacking up on him. Stands on first base.
So we'll see Kyle Lewis step in here with a runner on first. 1-0 is the pitch now. Heaney takes a look at Vogelbach, who is not going to try and steal. Runs that curveball in there, 1-1 now. And he really, really likes that curveball.
Yeah, keeps tossing it in there. I'd like to see him continue with that sinker. I mean, despite the single by Vogelbach, he got the ground ball on it, and he got the first two strikes, like I said. That curveball has been looping today, but if he hangs that too, he's been missing with it, and if he hangs with that, it could be dangerous.
2-1 pitch to Lewis. This one's a ground ball up the middle. 4-6-3 double play, and the inning is over. So despite the seeing eye single by Daniel Vogelbach into the shift, he's able to get out of trouble here, inducing the double play. We'll see 8, 9, and 1 out of these Angels here in the bottom of the fifth. Brian Goodwin stepping in for his second AB. He grounded out back in the second.
What a find Goodwin's been here for the Angels. Former first-round pick from the Washington Nationals. He sprays it here into the corner.
Such a good hitter. He's leading off with a ground rule double. As this one gets a little hop over the short wall out there in right. So Max Stassi's going to step in here with a runner in scoring position.
Nope. Ball one.
Ball one outside.
I wouldn't mind a bunt here in this situation. You get Goodwin over to third with one out and two cracks for La Stella and Fletcher to tie the game.
Yeah, this one's going to get
or even
ripped
better.
To right field down the line. Haniger is going to corral it, but Goodwin's going to come in to score. So an RBI double, as that right field line is getting a lot of work here from the Angels.
And they must be listening to our broadcast. We've had a lot of jinxes today, including that one from me, asking for a bunt, and Stassi delivers with a base hit to tie the game.
So the 1-0 pitch from Kikuchi is going to get lifted out into left field. Kyle Lewis makes the catch easily, and there's one away.
Now batting, second baseman.
Runner's going to stay right there at first base. First pitch is going to get lifted out into center field. Smith is going to range over to make the catch. So 2 outs here for the Angels.
The center fielder, number 27.
They tie the ball game here in the 5th, but quickly there are 2 away. Mike Trout stepping in now. First pitch to Mike's going to get ripped down the third baseline and foul.
This is a huge at-bat here for Kikuchi. Last time up, Trout doubled and later scored. If you want to keep this game tied, you got to retire him here because it could be dangerous as you get towards the middle of the order.
Well, he's on his way here as the count's now 0-2. Kikuchi sets and delivers. Just inside with that fastball, 1-2.
That's a great pitch there on 0-2. Bury the fastball in, and now he can go anywhere. Off speed low, another fastball high. Let's see. Or even go with the splitter.
This one's going to go foul, 1-2.
He goes with the change low, but because the fastball was hard and in, Trout was out in front of the changeup.
This one ripped down the third base line. That one's going to stay fair. Kyle Lewis going to corral it, bring it in. The runner's going to move up from first to third on that stand-up double for Mike Trout, his 20th double of the season.
Man, this guy rakes. And like I said, if you didn't retire Trout, it'd be dangerous. Another extra base hit for him, and now you have another dangerous hitter in Rendon.
Yeah, Anthony Rendon stepping in with 2 runners in scoring position here. Tie ball game, and the bottom of the 5th scores tied.
And Beard, we haven't seen any action in the bullpen yet, as if not yet from the MLB The Show graphics. So even against this string of right-hand hitters, Trout, well, you had Fletcher, Trout, Rendon, Pujols, Upton. No thought of a move from the Mariners. You're going to stick with their southpaw.
Yeah, they're hoping to get at least through the 5th here with Kikuchi, regardless of what it takes. Their bullpen has gotten a lot of work all season long, so any chance we can get 5 or 6 innings out of a starting pitcher is going to be valuable rest for the bullpen. The 3-1 pitch in there for strike 2.
So another situation here where Kikuchi, he has Rendon with the base open, but on deck, Pujols has now tagged him twice for 2 RBI.
3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss and a big strikeout from Yusei Kikuchi. Anthony Rendon goes down swinging, chasing a fastball at about the level of his ball cap. And the inning is over. Tie ball game here in Los Angeles. We'll go to the top of the 6th. Jamie Barria is going to make his 29th appearance of the season, a 6-4 record, about 58 innings of work. 4.97 ERA. He's struck out about 47, walked about 27. Better against lefties than righties. He'll face the 6, 7, and 8 hitters from this Mariners lineup. These guys who got the rally going to put the Mariners on the board. Evan White rips a liner out into right field. That'll get down for a base hit. Goodwin brings it back in. So a leadoff single here for Evan. That's his 2nd hit of the ballgame.
Yeah, you said it so well, Beard. Last time up in the 4th inning when the Mariners took the lead, they had this exact part of the lineup. White leading off with a single. Barria last night, by the way, he struggled. 2/3 of an inning, 3 earned runs.
Well, Mariners got to be salivating to see him back in on the mound here tonight. Not often do you see a guy come out 2 nights in a row, especially if they struggled and gave up a bunch of runs. We'll see a look over to first. Devin White's going to have to dive back in, but he gets there. Austin Nola up to bat. 1 for 2 on the day. He had a single in his last AB. 1-0 pitch. Missing low, ball 2. Of course, we got Ryan Butcher, the lefty, and Kenyon Middleton, the righty, out in the Angels bullpen getting loose. And still no look at the Mariners pen yet. 2-0 pitch. This one's lifted out into left field. There to make the catch is going to be Upton. The runner's going to have to tag and go back to first.
Up next for Seattle, the second baseman.
Well, Nola right there. Good piece of hitting. Just hit it pretty much right at Upton. Barria on the mound was quite lucky there. That pitch had a lot of play to it. And this will be his third batter. He's struggled so far. Could be his last, but we shall see how this at-bat goes.
Ball one, no strike.
Shiner watches the first pitch at about eye level, 1-0. Barria delivers the 1-0. That misses outside, 2-0. Pitch. This one's lifted out into left field. That'll get down. That one will get down over the wall. That'll be a home run. Jake Shiner with his first Major League home run here in the 6th inning here in Los Angeles. It's a 2-run shot that puts the Mariners back on top, 6-4. As he walks off the diamond and celebrates with his team. We'll take another look. Gets his hands extended, a full extension on that swing, and just drives it over the short porch and left. What a shot to start off his Major League career here. Shiner getting the cold treatment from his teammates and celebrating. Get that ball from the fan there and put that on your shelf there, kid.
Yeah, he's got to feel great. And earlier, Beard, you mentioned the amount of injuries the Mariners have had at second base. D. Gordon, of course, the starter, he got hurt. Shed Long was in there, he got hurt. It's got to feel good for the young fella to step in, get an opportunity, and give his team the lead here. A pretty big game.
Well, Tim Lopes is going to swing at a pitch here, evens the count up 1-1. As Jaime Barria missing high. He seems to be missing with those high fastballs on a regular basis. I don't know if he's quite found the release point as he drives one in there 2-2.
Yeah, and he struggled last time. He had 3 earned runs in not even a full inning last night. And Joe Maddon going right back to him. You said it, Beard, before this inning began, that the Mariners probably were a bit excited at the prospect of facing him again. You don't usually see a reliever 2 nights in a row, especially if they struggled the night before.
As he's had trouble getting through the second third of this inning, he walks Tim Lopes, and we'll go back to the top of the order. Malik Smith going to step in here with a runner on first and 1 away.
And Madden's going to stick to him here, even getting back to the top and 2 lefties.
Yeah, at what point do you question the decision-making of Joe Maddon here?
Hey, we'd love to hear it in the Twitch comments, everyone. If you're kind of with us here and wondering what Joe Maddon's doing, we'd love to hear it. Any other comments, too, about us, about the ballgame? We'd love to hear it on Twitter.
1-1.
And there is Joe Maddon, so if you want to question him.
What do you say, Joe? What are you thinking down there? I would probably make some different decisions, but then again, I'm not Joe Maddon, so.
Yeah.
We'll see Barria try and pick off the runner over at first. Lopes able to get his hand in there. We'll see another pickoff attempt, and they get him. So the pickoff attempt is successful as Tim Lopes is not able to get his hand in there quick enough. Looked like he took an extra step. They'll say he was out. And a good tag over at first by La Stella. They're 2 away here for Malik Smith. We'll watch this one low, ball 2, 2-1.
That's a big break for Barria. He's given up 2 runs in the inning. He's gotten 1 out, via contact, and then 1 out on the pickoff, and here's another.
Alex Smith going to ground out over to the first baseman. He'll take it unassisted, but Jake Shiner with this big home run, just squeaking it over the wall, recording his first major league homer, and it's a two-run shot. We'll see Johan Ramirez getting the call here in the 7th. The bottom of the 6th. He, of course, got the victory last night, a 3-5 record, 5.69 ERA. He'll look to bring that number down a little bit. Take a look back at Albert's big home run. That was the first score of the ball game. First pitch from Johan, missing high, 1-0. As our first look down at the bullpen, we'll see Eric Swanson and Matt McGill up and stretching. It's going to be a bullpen game from here on out as Johan delivers the 1-0. Fastball in there for strike 1. Albert's going to foul this one off.
Yeah, and both teams this year have had up and down bullpens, mostly down, so the score may not hold where it's at too much longer.
See a 1-2 pitch here from Ramirez. Albert's going to foul this one off. That's the 3rd foul ball in a row. And he'll just try and stay alive as he fouls off this one. Count remains 1-2. Trying to work that outside with the fastball. Albert just gets the bat on it and fouls it off.
Well, Ramirez keeps going right back to the fastball. Pujols is fouling them off, but I'd keep going to it because he doesn't seem to be able to be on time on that pitch. He's just staying alive. This time goes to the slider. Overall, great 2-strike approach from Pujols. He's been good today. A home run and an RBI single, and a good at-bat here.
Yeah, no fooling Albert in any of these pitches. That's the 8th pitch in the at-bat. And all but the 1 ball have been fouled off.
2-2.
Johan says, stop fouling it off, old man. You are not going to swing at this one, as that's ball 2. And as Harry Carey would, as Bob Uecker would say, that was just a bit outside.
Hey, can't help but name drop 2 legendary broadcasters, though. I love to hear it.
I just get them mixed up a little bit. They're both kind of ridiculous, and I love it.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, growing up a Mariners fan, it will never, nobody will be able to live up to Dave Niehaus in my eyes, but
of course.
That's what happens when you grow up a Mariners fan. So Albert not content to let the count get full here as he fouls this one off. This time a bit early as he pulls it. We'll see a 2-2 pitch from Johan.
Yep, pitch number 12 of the at-bat. And now we'll see 13 after that.
So this one being number 12. Lucky 13 inside ball 3. Count is full, and regardless of the outcome here, this has been quite the at-bat for Albert Pujols.
Yeah, especially with the reliever just coming in fresh into the game. Never easy. Throwing so many pitches.
3-2 pitch. This one's lifted out into left field. Kyle Lewis is there to make the catch. And it took 14 pitches, but they finally got an out here in the bottom of the 6th. That will definitely cut into the amount of work that Johan can get in here tonight, as he is also coming in after working last night as well. We'll see Justin Upton step in now. First pitch to him is going to miss a bit outside. Austin Nola not able to get his glove on it. Second pitch in there for strike one. Counts even at 1 now. The 1-1 pitch. Inside, ball 2. Two-1 pitch from Johan. That one's over. He'll put a right into it, but it'll hook foul. Counts even now at 2.
Yeah, Johan was lucky there. That was a fastball, belt high.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And that's 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Justin Upton chasing a ball outside of the zone, out in front of it. And just like that, there's 2 away. See Andrelton Simmons step in here. He hit one of the 2 home runs here for the Angels. The 0-1 pitch from Johan. This one's going to be grounded up the middle. There to play it is going to be Lopes. The throw pulls White off of the bag. So we're going to score that an error on the shortstop. E6. As that should have been an easy put out. Throw off target gets Evan White to come off of the base. So instead of being the end of the inning, we'll see Brian Goodwin step in here with a runner on first and two away.
Did I read that correctly? That's 16 errors for Lopes at shortstop. For a team that's in last place in the Mariners. Can't afford to be giving outs away like that. Now,
unfortunately, that has been the trend with more than just Tim Lopes on this ball club.
Yeah, usually last place teams' defense is where it begins. It hinders your pitching. And Lopes did not play any shortstop in his rookie 2019 season.
Well, this one's going to be lifted out to center field. Malik Smith is going to finally take the catch. We'll get the 3rd out, and we'll see the 2, 3, and 4 hitters here in the top of the 7th. Mariners lead this one 6-4.
Leading off to the Mariners, the third baseman, Kyle.
Of course, with Kyle Seager leading off here, he's 0 for 2 on the day with a walk back in the 3rd inning. First pitch to Kyle. He's going to put a right into this one. It's going deep, and an absolute moonshot out into the stands in right. Kyle Seager with a big solo shot on the first pitch. That's his 17th home run on the season. And now the Mariners lead 7-4.
Seager, the longest. Now you can correct me, Beard, but I'm very confident in saying he's the longest tenured player here in Seattle.
He is.
All-Star in 14, came up in 2011.
Yep.
And his batting average, like this season, not where you'd like it, but he's continued to be a power threat. He's had at least 20 home runs in every full season of his career, 2012 onward.
Yeah, he's kind of the lone hangover from the Jack Zarenzik era. Of course, Kyle Seager and Dustin Ackley being the big prospects that were supposed to develop in that era of Mariners baseball. The height of the King Felix era really is what it was, but Kyle Seager able to stick it out and be productive enough to continue to earn that starting position over at third base. Of course, earning some Gold Gloves and all-star positions, all-star starts at third base helps your resume as well. I believe at least one Silver Slugger is in there as well.
Let's hit a baseball reference. He does have the Gold Glove and the All-Star. All-Star was in 14 for Mr. Seager, as was the Gold Glove.
Unfortunately, no silver slot.
Maybe I'm just misremembering, as Mitch Haniger is going to draw a 4-pitch walk here against the reliever Kenyon Middleton. So 4 pitches out of the pen and a leadoff. Am I having deja vu here, or are we seeing a repeat of the 4th inning? First pitch to Vogelbach, missing high. That's 5 balls in a row here from Middleton.
And this Angels bullpen has really had their problems this year. And this was a back and forth game, but then Correa comes into the game, gives up 3 runs, and then Middleton comes in and he's not throwing a pitch in the strike zone yet.
2-0 pitch. Vogelbach tries to put this one over the fence, but a little early on it, as that'll hook foul. 2-1's the count now. Middleton delivers. This one's a sharply hit ground ball. They'll stop it at second. They'll go 4-6-3 for the double play. A beautiful defensive play out there at second base by David Fletcher. From the double play depth, he makes the diving stop, and from his knees, the throw to his counterpart at the base. And from there, it's routine play. So Kyle Lewis going to step in here with 2 away. First pitch to Kyle's in there for strike 1. A 2-seam fastball running in at 95 miles an hour. 0-1. That 97 mile an hour 4-seamer on the outside corner gets him to swing and foul it off. 0-2. Try to get him to chase one just out of the zone. Ball 1.
Good take there by Lewis. I like Kyle Lewis. He's a good young player. Like I said earlier, 1st round pick in 2016, number 11 overall from Mercer University. He goes down, but he could be a piece here for the Mariners.
Well, that'll do it here in the top of the 7th. Get up and stretch, folks. It's the 7th inning stretch as the Mariners are leading here in Los Angeles, 7-4. Kyle Seager with the big moonshot out into right center field.
And leading up for the Angels,
We'll see the catcher Max Stassi leading off for these Angels. First pitch in there for strike 1. Johan back out for another inning of work. And he has been the go-to guy coming out of the pen. Of course, he started the season in the number 5 spot in the rotation and got off to a miserable start as a starter, but has been rather reliable coming out of the pen, as his ERA doesn't exactly reflect that, but a lot of that is hangover from his starts.
Yeah, and he's a valuable pitcher in the era of the 3-batter minimum. I think you'll start to see a lot more pitchers who have more stamina, who can go multiple innings. He got the win last night, and so far trusted for a 2nd inning of work today.
See, racks up Max Stassi here looking. Stassi wants to know where exactly that hit the zone. We'll take a look here, just catching the inside corner. 96 mile an hour fastball.
Ball 1, no strike.
This one missing inside to Tommy LaStella, 1-0.
Yeah, Ramirez looks like he's got some tools. I mean, a fastball, he can ratchet that one up to 95 plus. Work that off with the slider and a changeup as well. And pitcher going into the bullpen, as a former starter, you can let loose on that fastball a little more, pitch more max effort. It helps your velocity.
Count 3-0.
2-0 pitch missing low and outside. 3-0 here to to Tommy LaStella. David Fletcher on deck. I see a name on the screen and I'm going to say it. 3-1. 3-0 pitch. Fouling it off here. 3-1. Of course, folks, don't forget to continue tuning in. We've got 2 more games on the schedule here. Athletics heading out to Philly for the 3rd game in that set. That game coming up next. Then we got the 2nd game in the London series. After that for Ball After Dark. Stay tuned. Lots of fun coming up. 3-2 pitch. This one's lifted out into deep center field. Ranging back is going to be Malik Smith. Can't come down with it at the track. It bounces off the wall. Kyle Lewis is there to back him up. So we'll hold LaStella to a double. And this is another example of the shift getting the better of the fielders here. As you see them all shifted over to the right. Malik Smith after ranging back from a shifted position. Normally that'd be an easy fly ball for him. As David Fletcher is going to swing at the first pitch and rip one into left field. That'll score LaStella from second. Angels put another on the board here. The lead is cut to 2 as we're now 7-5.
Yeah, with these bullpens for both these teams, no lead is safe, huh? And here comes Mr. Trout.
Of course, Mike Trout 2 for 3 on the day with a couple of doubles and came around to score. First pitch is they're gonna say, no, you cannot. 1-0. Missing just inside, 2-0 here. That fastball getting in there at 97 miles an hour from Johan. Already up to 40 pitches here in the bottom of the 7th. In there for strike 1. 2-1 the count now to Mike Trout.
Great battle back pitch there by Ramirez, just at the knee, a position where Trout couldn't do too much damage with.
He lays one out there, but Trout's going to check his swing as he saw it at his eye level. So 3-1 the count here to Mike Trout. 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 2 on that curveball in the dirt. Johan Ramirez changing up the speeds here. That one coming over at 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, I love that pitch, and now let's see if he goes back to the fence.
Strike 3 swinging on Mike Trout. In case you didn't hear that, Mike Trout just struck out. My favorite outcome of any Mike Trout at bat. We'll see Anthony Rendon step in here. He's 0 for 3 on the day. 2 away and a runner on first. He'll try and drive him over. Watched him the first pitch here. 1.
That was such a great at bat against Trout there by Ramirez. Especially he trailed 2-0 and went back to strike him out.
Anthony Rendon puts a drive into this one. It's deep into right center field, and that'll hit the track and bounce off the wall. Malik Smith will corral it. They'll hold the runners at second and third here. So a big double from Tony Two Bags. As you see a couple of hurlers out in the Mariners bullpen. Eric Swanson and Yoshihisa Hirano up getting loose as we see Albert Pujols step in here. Runners at second and third. He's 2 for 3 on the day. And he's going to pop this one up Ranging back is going to be Evan White. He'll take the catch for the third out. So getting out of trouble here with runners in scoring position. Mariners still ahead, 7-5. We'll see 6, 7, and 8 from these Mariners lineup here in the top of the 8th. Kenyon Middleton's going to stay in and work the 8th inning. First pitch to Evan White in there for strike 1. 0-1 pitch. Evan White going to swing through it. 0-2. Not wasting any time as Kenyon Middleton, as he'll throw it low and outside. They'll appeal down to the first base umpire to say if he went around. They'll say he did not. 1-2. He checks the swing again here at a ball outside. Counts even at 2. 2-2 pitch. One's in the dirt. Stassi's able to get his body on it, but with nobody on base, he'll let it go. 3-2 is the count now to the first baseman. 3-2 pitch. Middleton delivers. Evan White with a liner out to right field. This one gets down just inside the line. So another base hit from Evan White out in right field. He's been going inside to out all day long.
Yeah, third hit out there to right field. All 3 of them have led off an inning. He led off the 4th and the 6th innings with singles and scored both times.
Well, Austin Nola is going to step in here. He's 1 for 3. He singled and came around to score. I believe those were separate instances. This one's going to be lifted out into right field. That'll get down for a base hit. Brian Goodwin can't come down with it. Evan White is able to beat out the throw as he had to go halfway and stop. So a couple of good hits out in right field. Nobody away here in the 8th inning. We'll see. We'll take another look at Jake Shiner's very first Major League home run, and it came in his last AB.
Yeah, you gotta think. Sorry, Beard. You gotta think he's got his eyes lit up here with a couple of runners on as you see a big hack. Kind of to my point. He's trying to hit another.
Well, with a perfect average with runners in scoring position, you gotta feel very confident in yourself. This being his second opportunity. 0-2 to Jake Shiner. He'll shorten up his swing and play a little more defensive. The 0-2 pitch from Middleton. He takes a good cut at that one, but it's going to hook foul back into the seats. Count remains 0-2. Well, they say he's going to shorten up his swing, but it looked like he put just as much into that one. As he gets around on this one, it squeaks through the third base and the shortstop. Runner's going to round third and head for home. The throw not in time. So Evan White able to score from second, pushing the lead out to 3 runs. Jake Shiner able to get his bat out in front of this ball on the outside of the part of the plate and pull it out into left field. A big single from the rookie. He chases Kenyon Middleton. We'll see Ryan Butcher step in here. It's his 15th appearance on the season. A 1.74 ERA across 10 1/3 innings of work. He'll look to shut down this rally here in the 8th as there's nobody out. Runners on first and second. First pitch to Tim Lopes. Over for strike 1. Lopes, as surprising as it is, 1 for 1 on the day. Couple of walks for the guy. In there for strike 2.
So Evan White had 3 singles into right field to lead off the inning. In the 4th, the 6th, and the 8th. And Beard, he scored every time. This 6, 7, 8. Well, really, this bottom part of the lineup for Seattle has been productive all day.
Yeah, these bats seem to have definitely come alive, as I did not expect this sort of production out of them here today. It's very nice to see. 1-2 pitch. This one's going to be a ground ball up the middle. It's going to go straight to Butcher. He's going to take it himself and overthrow second base. So that's going to be for that an error on the pitcher.
Yeah, I think he barehanded that ball, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right.
And then sometimes that results in you not getting the proper grip. And he rushed it. Either that or it was the grip. Either way, bases are loaded and still no one out.
Yeah, perhaps trying to turn the double play there, going to second. Instead, there are nobody out. Of course, you have Malik Smith coming to plate. He's 1 for 3 on the day. Bases loaded once more. Malik's trying to put this one over the right field wall, but it's going to hook foul as he was a bit early on that one. One pitch. This one's a shot down the third baseline. Rendon is going to take it, throw on back to home. They'll get the lead runner for the first out. You see a good defensive play here. They get the force out at first, but Malik Smith is able to beat out the fielder's choice. They can't turn the double play. So no score change here. Score still remains 8-5. Runners, bases remain loaded, but there's one away, and we see Kyle Seager stepping in his last AB. He hit an absolute moonshot out to right center field. First pitch in there for strike one to Kyle.
And Beard, if Rendon doesn't make that play, if he doesn't stop the ball, that's 2 runs. Huge play over there at third to keep this to 3-run game.
Yeah, showing his elite glove over there on the hot corner, making that big play, playing right on the infield grass. There's a reason why they call it the hot corner. The 0-2 pitch to Seager, missing low, ball 1. Folks, if you're tuning in looking for the Philadelphia Phillies versus Oakland Athletics, stay tuned after this ball game is over. They will be right here on ML Bot Ball as Kyle Seager strikes out looking here. A big second out from Ryan Butcher here in the top of the 8th. So Mitch Haniger is going to step in here. He's 0 for 2 on the day. With bases loaded, he'll look to do something. He'll watch the first pitch in there for strike 1. The 0-1, outside, ball 1. Couple of curveballs here to Mitch Haniger.
Yeah, Butcher's done a good job of stopping the bleeding. Bases loaded, nobody out, and yet, ever since his error, nobody has scored. And here they come.
Haniger with a big RBI single out into center. 1 run will score, 2 runs will score, and the Mariners push their lead to 5. Mitch Haniger with a big RBI single. He drives in 2. Just stays with this one, doesn't try to do too much. Extends his hands and gets the barrel of the bat on it. That's a big base hit. First pitch to Daniel Vogelbach is over for strike 1. Mariners lead this ball game 10-5.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Missing outside, ball 1. I gotta say, I think this is the first time I've seen the Mariners score 10 runs this season.
Oh, really? I mean, and the difference, Beard, has been the bottom of the lineup. I mean, I came into this game looking at the lineups, thinking the Mariners, to be honest, had some underperformers, some dead weight down there, but they've been the best part of the lineup today for the Mariners. Excuse me.
Well, Daniel Vogelbach's gonna hit a lofty out to Mike Trout in center field. The inning is over here in the 8th, but the Mariners extend their lead to 5 runs. We'll see Eric Swanson come in to pitch the bottom of the 8th. This is 36th appearance this season. 6-2 records across 49 innings of work, a 6.06 ERA. He'll face off against Justin Upton, 6, 7, and 8 hitters here. And speaking of the bottom of the order, this bottom of the order from these Angels has not been anything to sneeze at as well. As he put the ride into this one, Justin Upton with a big leadoff solo home run. That's his 10th home run of the season. And the Angels cut this lead to 4.
Beard, yesterday's game was a 9-7 victory for the Mariners, and quickly now we are at just as many runs. Both these teams have bullpens that have struggled, and their pitching staffs overall have struggled. And this one will not be over until it's
The batter, number 2, shortstop.
Yeah, we've still got 9 outs to record here before we can think about a decision. But Eric Swanson's going to have to do a bit better than giving up another home run here. Andrelton Simmons already hit one today, back in the 2nd. The 0-1 pitch. He'll swing and foul this one off. Looking a little off balance there as he swings through that one. 0-2 quickly to Simmons. He'll foul off fastball out of the zone, but the count remains 0-2.
Swanson was an 8th-round pick of the Texas Rangers from Iowa Western Community College, so he's had quite the journey to the big leagues. He's in his 2nd full season.
And he gets the pop out here as Tim Lopes is going to range into shallow left field to record the out. And he gets him to swing at a pitch just out of the zone and pop it up. A good outing so far from Eric Swanson, even giving up the big fly. Brian Goodwin's in here.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I just want to ask you, Swanson, he pitched in 27 games last year, started in 8, so he's someone who has experience starting and relieving. What did you see in him last year on the mound?
To be completely honest, I didn't see a lot of it last year.
I don't blame you.
That's because I'm not the greatest baseball fan. I don't watch. I have a habit of not watching the baseball games, mostly because I don't watch TV. But this has been a lot. This has been the most baseball that I've gotten in this season, working with ML Bot Ball, and I gotta say this is the most fun I've had yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, you said it before me. Bot Ball is kind of got you back in, you know, and it's been great for so many people, including myself, to get a much-needed baseball fix. And even if baseball were to come back this year, it'll look much different than the classic 162-game season that we get to enjoy on Bot Ball.
The 3-1 pitch here to Brian Goodwin. He's going to foul this one off into the stands. So a full count here. Swanson delivers, swing and a miss. And a big strikeout here against Brian Goodwin. Swanson getting his first strikeout of the ball game.
3-2, pulls out the slider. I'm sure Goodwin was looking fastball there, as he was a bit out in front. And that slider bending down and in. Beautiful pitch there from Mr. Swanson.
Well, we'll see the catcher, Max Stassi, step in here. He's 1 for 3 on the day. He singled and drove in a run. We'll watch the first pitch in there for strike 1. The 0-1. He'll foul it off. Quickly 0-2. Here's the 0-2 from Swanson now. Swing and a miss, and the side is retired. Justin Upton puts another one on the board here for the Angels, but they're still down by 4. They'll get another shot at putting some runs on the board, but not before the Mariners do as we go to the top of the 9th. We'll see Justin Anderson come in to pitch the 9th inning, his 8th appearance on the season. 7 innings of work, a 7.71 ERA, 7 walks and 6 strikeouts to his record, so he'll look to have some solid ABs here against the 5, 6, and 7 hitters from these Mariners. First pitch in there for strike 1 to Kyle Lewis. Strike 2 got him swinging. Of course, Kyle Lewis 0 for 4 on the day. Hasn't looked the most comfortable out there. The 0-2 pitch from Anderson. Swing and a miss, so 3 straight pitches gets Kyle to sit back down. First strikeout here from the reliever. He'll face off against Evan White, who does not get to lead off the inning.
Yeah,
3 for 4 on the day.
Yeah, I mean, it bears repeating because it's just so cool. 4th inning, 6th inning, 8th inning. Evan White leads off for the M's and singles into right field and later scores.
Anderson comes set, the 1-0 pitch. He takes a big, healthy hack at it. 1-1 the count. He'll take another ride at this one. This one going out into right field. A very familiar landing spot for his hits today, but a bit too much under this one as Brian Goodwin is able to get there for the 2nd out. So with 2 away, we'll see the catcher, Austin Nola, step in. He's 2 for 4 on the day with a couple of singles. First pitch to him, misses high, ball 1. Anderson comes set, delivers the 1-0 pitch, just misses outside, 2-0. Dual pitch in there, strike 1. The slider just catching the corner there. Anderson comes set, the 2-1 pitch. Missing high with that one. 3-1 here to the catcher, Austin Nola.
So, Beard, we're talking about the production in the bottom of the lineup. These are my unofficial counting from my scorecard. It looks like from the 6th spot on down, the Mariners have enjoyed 8 hits and 5 RBI, 3 walks from all those hitters today.
Amazing production out of the bottom of the lineup. 3-2 pitch, gets him swinging. Austin Nola strikes out here in the top of the 9th. Mariners still out in front, 10-6. Angels with their last chance here, put some runs on the board. They're going to need 4 of them just to put this into extras. They'll go through the top of the order. Tommy La Stella digging in to lead off the inning. And Eric Swanson's going to stay in to work the 9th. First pitch, Tommy La Stella is going to get swung on and fouled off.
Yeah, Swanson started last inning with the home run given up to Upton, but then recovered with 2 strikeouts to end the inning.
0-1 pitch, just missing the top of the zone, 1-1. Swanson delivers the 1-1, gets him to swing through this ball that breaks through the bottom of the zone. Changing it up on him, pulling the string, whatever you want to call it. He gets him looking with a fastball on the inside. A big strikeout to start off the bottom of the ninth here from Eric Swanson.
Yeah, that Upton home run maybe hit him right in the eyes, you know, as soon as he came into the game, because since then he has been shut down.
First pitch to David Fletcher is going to miss inside, ball 1. Yeah, his first pitch giving up that big home run to Justin Upton. He's been lights out ever since, as he's been able to effectively mix up his pitches. So he goes with a changeup outside. Counts even at 1 here.
Good point, Beard. I mean, he's used changeup, slider, fastball, all very effectively throughout the zone.
As he induces the pop-up here out to left field. Quickly, there are 2 away. And these Angels are down to their last opportunity here. Mike Trout, no one better that you would want at the plate here in the Angels' last opportunity. Big test for the reliever, Eric Swanson. First pitch just inside. 1-0. In there for strike 1. Counts even at 1 here.
Yeah, I had a feeling he'd go back to the changeup low after fastball high, and beautifully done for the looking strike.
Throws one outside. 2-1 here to Mike Trout. Swanson delivers. This one's grounded to the right side. Where was the second baseman? Where, as Mike Trout, with a terrible base running decision, is going to get the third out on trying to extend a single into a double. I gotta say, that is a... What are you thinking? This guy is an MVP with base running like that?
Yeah, I mean, they always say you don't want to make the last out on the base pass, especially not the last out of the ballgame. I mean, yeah, you were down by 4 runs, but you had a base runner on with 4, 5, 6 coming up. Despite that, hey, the Mariners will take it the humorous way to earn themselves a win.
Well, you say Kikuchi is going to get his 3rd win of the season. Jaime Barria is going to take the loss. That pushes him to 6-5 on the season. Of course, the 1-inning pitch, he gave up 3 runs on 3 hits. And Yusei Kikuchi going 5 innings, giving up 8 hits, 4 strikeouts, and 4 earned runs. And I think, was it EB? Was it EB that called it? Yep, EB called it. Jake Shiner is going to get the player of the game. We'll take a look at the highlights from this one. It all started way back in the 2nd with this big solo shot from the machine, Albert Pujols, making me eat my words to begin the day. Followed up by Andrelton Simmons with a big home run out to center field. 420 feet out into the rock face. Out in center field there. And we go to the top of the 4th. Malik Smith driving into on this fluke single up the middle. And then, of course, Jake Shiner with the big home run, his first of his career at the major league level. Driving in a couple more. That pushed the Mariners out to 6-4. Kyle Seager getting a moonshot here. A 400-foot home run to right field. Pushed the Mariners out to 7-4 in the top of the 7th. We weren't done there yet, as Daniel Vogelbach gonna ground into a double play. This is the big defensive play from David Fisher. 4-6-3 double play. And we go to Albert Pujols popping out to the pitcher here in the bottom of the 7th. And, you know, the Mariners able to look to get out in front and really never look back as Mitch Haniger is going to drive in a couple more runs here in the top of the 8th, put the Mariners up 10-5. Of course, the Angels weren't done there, as Justin Upton with a big home run out to center field. It was only a solo shot, but that cut the lead to 4. And then Mike Trout, the third out of the ball game, as Mariners caught with their pants down defensively, position-wise. Mike Trout tries to extend his single to a double, but some heads-up fielding by Haniger goes straight to second base. Tim Lopes is there in plenty of time to tag him out, and the ball game is over. So the final line on this one, Seattle takes the victory, scoring 10 runs on 13 hits, the 1 error. Los Angeles 6 runs on 13 hits, the 1 error. Yusei Kikuchi getting the win, Jaime Barria getting the loss. Jake Shiner, the player of the game. We are joined now in the booth by Mike and Michael. They're going to be calling this Phillies and Athletics ball game. How you guys doing?
Doing great, Brother Beard. Chris, how are you guys?
Doing fantastic, man. Did you see my Mariners? They're looking great today. I'm in a great mood.
Yeah, I see that. They were teeing off there.
I love to see it.
It's back-to-back wins, too.
It is. Well, I will say for Chris, I'm Brother Beard. This has been another broadcast of Mariners baseball here on ML Bot Ball. We're going to send it on out to you guys out on the East Coast. Have a good one.
Thanks a lot, guys. And yeah, we will be staying in the AL West in some sorts, as we'll have the Oakland A's coming up, but we will be jetting back across the country. ML Bot Ball has those magical powers. We'll get you on over to the Eastern Seaboard as we wrap up a 3-game set here between the A's and the Phillies. It's been all A's so far, most notably a big shutout victory, 6-0 last night, as Mike Fiers was on fire shutting down this Phillies lineup. But Phillies going for at least a salvage of the series here in the 3rd game, as I am joined by Michael. And sorry we didn't get too much time in the practice channel. Is it just good to call you Michael? Do you want any specific name?
Michael, Mike, anything works. We got a lot of great baseball players, both named Michael and Mike, so I don't mind either one.
Yeah, I had to change mine to Mike way back in the day just because there were so many Michaels in every single classroom I was ever in that I just decided I'd go by Mike, and that way we could erase some confusion. So I'll just stick with Michael for you, and I can be Mike, and that way we have a little bit of difference.
Michael and Mike in the evening.
There we go. And we'll hop right into this one, as there you see Philly starter Vince Velasquez, the much embattled 5th starter in this rotation. The 4-5 record doesn't seem too bad, but that 7.15 ERA sure stands out like a sore thumb. He has had all kinds of trouble early and often throughout the season. Plenty of decent relievers in the bullpen for the Phillies, as that one is going to get things started quickly. Ground ball to Segura, and that's the first out of the game. So Velasquez, that's one of his hallmarks, is getting into trouble early in games, sometimes even in the first inning. So a big 1-pitch, 1-out there. As before we can even introduce ourselves, we are off and running here in Philadelphia. Philadelphia as Ramon Laureano stands in. Good fastball
for Velasquez.
0-1 count here to Laureano. Velasquez deals good. Curveball swung on and missed. 0-2. Sorry, you were saying something about Velasquez.
To start, strong. When you get that, 1 pitch, 1 out, it makes it even better because you want to try to pace yourself if you're going to get length as well as obviously get, not getting up a lot of runs. So when you get that 1 out, you kind of can play a little bit more with the other 2 outs at the inning to try to, maximize the chance of getting the out.
As that one runs outside 1-2, you make a good point there, and it's one I've made before, is Velasquez fires, gets Laureano chasing down and away with a good slider. So that's 2 quick outs for Velasquez. And I've said it before here, you know, a lot of people say that those last 3 outs in the 9th are the toughest to get, and I don't argue with that. But if you're a starter, and especially a fringe starter, a struggling starter, someone who hasn't been getting the breaks recently, those first 3 outs can be real tough to get. And when you get them, they can really be a springboard into what could be a good day. As Velasquez, sharp early, burns one right at the kneecaps at 95 to Matt Chapman, 0-1 to Chapman.
Count, 0-2.
Good knuckle curve, swung on and missed. Velasquez looking like a man on a mission so far. As he rocks and fires again, Chapman on a fastball, fouls it back, and count remains 0-2.
I got the count, 1-2.
Velasquez deals low, 1-2.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Trying with the curve again. This time just a little bit too far down in the zone. Chapman spits on it, counts 2-2, 2 outs here in the first. Velasquez deals outside with a slider, and that's going to run the count full to the very dangerous Chapman. Velasquez into the line. The 3-2 pitch is grounded. That's going to be just foul down the third base line. Got on top of a breaking ball and rolled over it.
Attack Chapman here. Don't give him a pitch that he's going to want to hit.
And there Velasquez burns him on the inside corner. Absolutely freezes Chapman. So 2 strikeouts there in the first inning. A clean first for Velasquez. We go to the bottom half. Phillies getting ready for their first at bat. It's 0-0 here in South Philly. As we get ready for the bottom of the first, taking a look at your starter for Oakland, it's Sean Manaea. Manaea entering play with the 6 record, 3.32 ERA. Author of a no-hitter a couple of years ago. His first customer of the night will be Adam Hazley. Fresh off the, I guess not injured list, he was day-to-day for a while there, was out of the lineup. But back in now, swinging away as he's been doing all season, and he's going to find open spaces in left center. That one rolls all the way to the track. Hazley easily going to scoot in with the stand-up double. And just like that, the Phillies in business here in the bottom of the first.
For the Phillies, and nice cut up the middle, and kind of placed it perfectly so that he would be able to get extra bases.
The way Hazley's been going, the Phillies desperately needed him back in the lineup. They have not been able to find any sort of leadoff hitter other than Hazley throughout the last year plus. He's hitting well over 300 when he went down with a bit of a nagging injury. Not a lot going in his stead while he was on the shelf, so glad to have him back here and trying to spark a rally early on, as that one's going to be grounded right back up the middle. Hazley digging around third. 3 pitches into this game, the Phillies are going to take a 1-0 lead as a double followed up by an RBI single by JT Realmuto has the Phillies on top early. That'll bring Bryce Harper to the plate. Harper on a bit of a power outage lately. He's been stuck on 9 home runs for the better part of the last half month or so. 32 runs driven in, right around the 250 mark. So the Phillies not quite getting their money's worth so far out of Harper this year. I would argue that last year he probably gave them everything they paid for him. He just didn't get the help he needed. Here down quickly, 0-1 in the count. So Manaea gets one over, up and in. Realmuto stands on first, an RBI single already. Quick throw over. He's back in time. Manaea sets at the letters. Deals to Harper. That one's fouled. And back of the plate, 0-2. Manaea throw over to first again. Call that his C move, not even a B move. Realmuto drops back.
No, he's in there.
Game kind of glitched on me there. I'm not sure if he threw over again or not. Count's still 0-2. Manaea sets and deals. That one's going to miss low and away, 1-2. Realmuto still on first. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and lofted in the air to left. Not deep. Going to be a can of corn there. Charging in and firing to make sure that Realmuto doesn't get any big ideas.
The first baseman
Is Chad Bender, left fielder for the A's, and that'll be one down here in the first as Rhys Hoskins digs in.
He's having a pretty nice season, 9th in the All-Star vote.
Ball that's upstairs.
Yeah, Hoskins has been very hit or miss. For the longest time, he was well under the 200 mark. As you see, he's caught, I guess you could say caught fire. Believe it or not, that's what it's taken to get his average up to 221. But he's led the team in home runs and RBIs throughout the season. It's just been that whenever he's not hitting it over the wall, he's not doing much of anything else.
It's been a trend recently also that like average is not as high just for everyone, and it means a little bit less also just because everyone's hitting long ball now.
Fouls that one off, 1-2. And I guess it's kind of frustrating to people like me who don't buy in as much to the analytics. There's definitely something to it. But it's frustrating to see these guys as rookies come up and hit nearly 300 and then have the front office say, no, you can hit way more home runs if you just change everything about your swing, and then have them hit 15 more home runs the next year, but they're also hitting 210. As Hoskins sends that one the other way, that one's going to find a hole and bounce through for a one-out hit. Realmuto on to second, and the Phillies still rallying here. One-out base hit by Hoskins, and that's what you saw from him when he first came up. He would go the other way. He would stay on pitches, wasn't trying to yank everything over the left field ball. And every once in a while, you see that opposite field not only hitting, but power to the opposite field come through. And he makes it first and second with one on here as Didi Gregorius digs in. Good fastball on the inside corner by Manaea. Quickly ahead, 0-1.
I'd just like to say, as a Yankee fan, I am a huge fan of Didi Gregorius. I'm kind of sad that we didn't re-sign him previously, but I kind of knew it was going to happen.
Yeah, and covering a lot of Phillies games, we've talked about it here repeatedly about Gregorius, his situation, and the Phillies situation. And I guess you could even extend to the Yankees how it kind of works out as Gregorius might have ended the inning here, 6-4, 2-3, good dig out of the dirt. Manaea is going to escape more danger, but not before the Phillies put a run on the board here in the bottom of the first. We go to the second inning. Philadelphia 1, Oakland 0. But yet a backtrack on Gregorius, the Yankees just are paying too many people too much money on too many long-term deals, and Gregorius was one of the next ones up to get a big deal, and they just weren't interested in an older guy looking for big money, so they cut him loose, especially coming off of a couple of injury-plagued years. The Phillies, on the other hand, could have used a shortstop. They have Bryson Stott, who's one of their top prospect shortstop-wise in all of baseball, but he was a year or two away, so they said, hey, Didi, we can't give you a big contract. Nobody's giving you a big contract. What we will do is pay you $14 million for 1 year. So if you have a good year, that's great. You're going to get big money and long years from someone else, and that's fine by us because we already have the replacement for you that we can pay a lot less for a lot longer. as that one is going to be driven to left field to the wall, but Kingery right there, a little bit of a scare. Velasquez elevated one up in the zone, but not quite enough on that one. One quick out here.
Now kind of when they hit it, is it going to be gone or not? And sometimes it's like that one where it's kind of, you think it may be, and then you react, but then something like that where it just gets right before the warning track.
Yeah, I think the reputation of the A's may have cost them a double there, as Kingery, knowing that this team swings for the fences all the time, was playing very deep. And even though that ball made itself well onto the track, Kingery only needed to take a few steps back and planted himself under it. So Olsen takes that one on the outside corner, 1-1. Velasquez deals inside with a slider. That one misses, 2-1. Olsen rips that one. He's going to beat the shift and send that one into right center. Hazley, a good job to get over and cut it off. Keeps Olsen to just a single. But they're an absolute trace around through the right side of the infield. And the A's have their first base runner, their first hit of the game. Bring up Robbie Grossman to the plate. Grossman, the right fielder for the A's. Phillies lead 1-0 here early on in South Philly. Looking to get at least one game in this series. Runners going on the play. Going to be a bang play. Throw just a bit high from Real Muto. And Olsen's going to swipe that one. I think that was a botched hit and run. Olsen not known for swiping bags, but a good jump and a little bit of a high throw allows Olsen to take that one. And the A's now have a man in scoring position with one out, but an 0-2 count now to Grossman. Velasquez fires. That one's going to be grounded over to third. Bohm has it over to first. 2 down. Olsen can't go anywhere with the ground ball on the left side. So Velasquez doing his job, making good pitches in the right spots, kind of dictating where the A's have to go with the balls put in play. Austin Allen now stands in. Allen, first pitch swinging. He's going to flare that one. Great play by Bohm. Over the shoulder catch. So Bohm, a couple of good plays here to end the inning. A's threat is denied, and we will go to the bottom of the second. Your score still Philadelphia 1, Oakland 0.
Struck by Velasquez escaping from that jam. Good sign for him early as well, as he hasn't had the best season so far.
Leading off the bottom of the second here for the Phils is Scott Kingery. Kingery mired in a slump. It's 5 hits over the last week.
That's out.
Manaea deals just eyeball one here. Kingery fouls one back, 1-1.
Younger players in the game, Philly's hoping to see a leap from him over the next few years.
Yeah, Kingery, a unique situation. They signed him to a 6-year contract before he ever played a game in the show. As Kingery ropes that one to left, coming in and making the play is Pinder, and that's one down here in the second.
And that seems to be the new trend in the MLB. A few other teams did it. I remember the White Sox did it with one of their players. It may have been Giolito, but I could have that wrong. And it's just kind of becoming a new thing that players are doing just to make sure they get some money rather than possibly striking out in free agency, which has been a hit or miss with some of the players now.
Bohm wheels around on that one and sends it deep to left, but hooking foul. I think it just shows supreme confidence. And, you know, Kingery isn't a can't-miss prospect. He's not supposed to be an all-star every single year, not a, Hall of Fame candidate. But the Phillies just felt that they had a guy who was going to be solid both defensively and offensively for a decade. And so instead of getting 3 years out of him and then having to pay him maybe millions in the arbitration process, they threw out a much lower average annual value at him before he ever had to play on that $500,000 rookie contract. And what rookie's going to say no to that? So, if he keeps on producing, the Phillies are going to get great value. And if not, Kingery's got his money before he ever had to worry about what his first 3 years were going to stand up to an arbitration. 1-2 to Bohm is swung on and tapped in back of the plate. Count remains 1-2.
Another thing with these long-term deals as well is, the CDAs in 2021, it protects from anything from that affecting their salaries.
Boom taps that one back through the middle. Great backhanded play. Running into shallow center, but getting the ball across the infield is Barreto. Incredible play, ranging hard to his right.
And one of the harder plays in baseball is doing that when you're going the other way, going one way, you have to throw it the other. I remember the Yankees, Robinson Cano did that all the time, and it was very fun to watch. And it has become a thing that every second baseman can do now.
Yeah, same with your Yankees. Probably the pioneer of the jump throw while going away from the bag is Derek Jeter. So many throws from shallow left field that he was able to gun guys down on. 2 outs here in the second for Gene Segura, Phillies second baseman. Count runs to 1-1 on Segura.
I know we talked about Didi earlier, but Segura could possibly slot in at short next year if Didi is not re-signed and their prospect isn't ready for the MLB yet.
Yes, Segura was the full-time shortstop last year for the Phillies in between a few injuries. They had kind of a merry-go-round in the infield last season as Segura chases one out of the zone. Great changeup just falling off the table by Manaea. And he goes 1-2-3 through the Phillies in the second. We go to the third here in Philadelphia. Phillies up 1-0.
Love the movement on that pitch by Manaea.
Leading off for Oakland.
Leading off the third here for the A's, it'll be Franklin Barreto. He of that outstanding play defensively out at second base last half inning. Barreto, good average, a little light on the power, but that's why he's batting at the bottom of the order, as he is going to be picked off by Segura with his own backhand. Second baseman on second baseman violence there. And one down on one pitch here in the third.
Manaea.
It starts the inning for Velasquez again.
Now we get the always entertaining American League starter having to dig into the batter's box. Sean Manaea not looking like the most confident guy up there. He watches a couple of pitches, one for a ball, one for a strike, 1-1.
As more leagues are getting into having a designated hitter, it's going to be. It could have been a while since he last hit. He has some experience, probably little league, but he's going to have.
Yeah, that's not good. You saw Velasquez wincing in pain after that last pitch. Trainer's out and looking at something maybe in the rib cage. Sometimes pitchers, when they extend their arm like that, they can pull those intercostal muscles. There's the always dreaded oblique that can nag at you for a while. Really anything to do with your core. Hard to do anything without moving that. And it looks like Velasquez is going to have his day cut short. Was having a good day. We'll have to leave this one with just one out in the third. I mentioned at the top of the broadcast the Phillies have been auditioning fifth starters throughout the season. Velasquez has maintained the role despite having that ERA north of 7, but a guy like this and Cole Irvin, Nick Pivetta, Ranger Suarez, all of them in the bullpen as long guys, middle relief guys, but all of them have the ability to come in and be a starter, although Irvin rudely greeted by a rocket shot by Manaea. Luckily for the Phillies and Irvin, that one goes foul, but Manaea apparently not impressed with what Irvin's bringing to the table.
And the good news for the Phillies is you have one out. You're facing a pitcher, which is a likely out. So you have one.
Now batting.
You have one out you're playing with, and then you can figure out how to bullpen the rest of the game. You already can figure out, okay, how many innings did I get from each person, hypothetically, to try to get out of this unfortunate situation.
And there, Irvin does get the job done. Manaea grounds out to short. That'll bring the top of the order back up with Marcus Semien.
Oh, that's off the
Irvin loops in a curveball there, misses outside 1-0. Irvin, mostly a fastball curveball guy, a little bit of a changeup, probably the lack of a definitive third pitch or a big out pitch that's keeping him from being in the rotation to begin with for the Bills.
ball. That's outside.
As he misses outside there, 2-0. Irvin deals. Semien sends that one to first. Great pick there by Hoskins. He'll take it himself. And that'll do it for the A's here in the third. So no runs, no hits, no errors. However, Vince Velasquez out of this game due to an apparent injury. We'll see if we can get you any more information as the game goes on. As there we see Heidi, not sure if she has any info yet, but so far seems like a bit of a pitcher battle, although that's been shaken up with Velasquez leaving the game.
And just a quick thing with Hoskins ending the inning. Nice thing also about him is his positional versatility, as he can also play the outfield, and obviously now he can play first base. So you could put him in different spots based on the personnel you have for that game or for that season.
The pitcher, Cole Irvin.
It's now Cole Irvin, talk about being thrown into the fire. Has to enter on short notice there in the top of the third, and now he leads off the bottom of the third. Manaea runs one up and in, just out of the zone, 1-0.
Just missed that pitch. Maybe a little bit frustrated for Manaea.
Yeah, I don't know where Manaea's head's at, but if I was a pitcher and I only got to swing the bat maybe 1 or 2 series a year, so maybe 2 or 3 games a year, as an AL guy, and I hit one 350 feet just shy or just left of the foul pole, I would probably let my thinking get the better of me and take that one back out to the mound, because how many opportunities as an AL pitcher are you going to get to hit a home run?
Yeah, it's pretty well hit. Just missed. Manaea was hoping he'd get that dugout treatment for first home run, and all the things that come with that home run by a pitcher.
It's a swing and a miss there, makes it 2-2. 2-2 pitch. Irving goes down swinging, went fishing there, came up empty. That'll be a quick out here to begin the third for Manaea.
And then back to the top of the lineup, where he did struggle in the first inning, gave up a couple of hits. So it's going to be key to him to bear down here and not let the damage, not let them make any damage.
Count 1-0.
In steps Adam Hazley, getting right back into the swing of things after about a week and a half on the shelf. 1 for 1 with a double on the first pitch he saw back in the first. Came around to score on the JT Real Muto single. That's the difference in the game right now as he stares at 2 out of the zone, 2-0 to Hazley.
Manaea having a little bit of trouble with control his innings, already gotten behind with 2 balls in both batters so far.
Hazley takes a healthy cut at that one, but fouls it back over the third base dugout, 2-1. Manaea into the wind. The 2-1 pitch is swung on and belted. That one's going to find more open spaces. Deep to right center, 1 hop off the wall. It's going to be 2 doubles and 2 at-bats for Hazley. And that injury is not showing any lingering signs as Hazley back with a vengeance at the top of the lineup for the Phils.
This first one was to left field, this one's to right field. So he's been spraying it around the ballpark, which is tough as a pitcher because you can't go outside, can't go inside if they're going to be able to hit it anywhere.
It's crazy how Hazley has rocketed up the system. A first-round pick out of Virginia in 2017. Was promoted mostly as a stopgap, an emergency guy when The Phillies lost both Andrew McCutchen and Jay Bruce within about a week of each other last season. So they threw Hazley right into the fire, and he responded. He's played well enough to make himself an everyday starter. In fact, he's supplanted McCutchen, who remains healthy but on the bench here for the Phillies. Bruce has been up and down with injuries, but it's clear that Hazley is the future for at least one-third of this Philadelphia outfield.
And McCutchen, it's a little bit surprising, but he got injured last year. They signed him to a pretty decent deal, but McCutchen obviously still has a lot of ability to has speed. He still has the ability to put the ball in play. So they may decide to use him in the other parts of the outfield as Hazley is being used more and more.
Yeah, McCutchen, you would think he'd still be dangerous, but he is just striking out in alarming fashion this season as the 1-2 to Real Muto just misses. Manaea probably thought he had one there, but instead the count runs 2-2.
It's the second time this inning he's had a borderline pitch called for a ball, so he may, umpire may be squeezing the zone on him.
As Real Muto takes a hanger and belts it deep to left. Will it stay fair? It will. A rocket shot right out to left field, just staying inside the bowl. That's a 2-run home run, and the Phillies triple their lead. Real Muto with all 3 RBIs on the day. Hazley and Real Muto getting the job done. A combined 4 for 4. And here in the bottom of the third, the Phillies take a 3-0 advantage.
And the top of the lineup for the Phillies has been outstanding today. And Manaea going to be very frustrated, especially with that pitch that was called for a ball he may have thought was a strike.
Yeah, I think he knew that one was gone as soon as it left the bat, and compounding that with the frustration of being able to have gotten rid of Real Muto had he gotten a borderline pitch just one before. So yeah, Manaea really going to have to battle not only physically but mentally here as he finds himself down 3-0, and Harper's going to tap that one in front of the plate. Quickly pouncing in front of it is Allen. It'll be 2-3 on your score sheet, 2 down here in the third.
Despite the fact that he's given up 3 runs, he isn't very high in the pitch count, which means if he settles down now, he could still go 6-7 innings in this game and save most of the A's bullpen.
Yeah, that's how the Phillies have been feast or famine this year. They are a free-swinging bunch. They will take their hacks, and if they hit you early, they can hurt you. But if not, pitchers have had a tendency to really run away with things, kind of bury them early. They can work through 3, 4, 5 innings on low pitch counts, and if their team's up, they can just make better pitches then. As Hoskins is going to send this one straight up the chute. Allen again under it. He makes the catch, and that'll get the A's out of the third, but not before JT Real Muto strikes again. Hanging curveball punished by Real Muto. Laser beam down the left field line. Just sneaks inside the pole for a 2-run shot. And it's 3-0 Phillies as we head to the fourth.
The center fielder, number 22.
See how long the Phillies give Irvin a leash. Obviously, he came in to see how long they'll even let him go, because he didn't get to warm up as much as he would in a normal bullpen appearance.
Center fielder Ramon Laureano leading off for the A's. And yeah, when a pitcher gets hurt, you do get all the time that you need, but that's kind of a loaded statement, because when you're on the actual mound in front of 40,000 people, it's a little bit tougher than going at your own rate in the bullpen, pitching at your pace. They say that you have all the time you need, but really they're ready to get things going after a minute or two. And so, yeah, tough spot for Irvin, but for the Phillies' benefit, he is a starter. He's got a stretched out arm as he saws off Laureano. Hoskins right there in foul territory. Little humpback liner. Line out for out number 1 here in the fourth. But yeah, Irvin, probably not going to go deep into this game, but I think the Phillies are confident that as long as he's getting outs, he can get them, 2, 3, maybe even 4 innings, depending on how quick he can work.
I can also see them putting someone in the bullpen for a good amount of time if they plan to pitch them for Velasquez if Velasquez is hurt for a long time.
Yeah, we still are waiting on word. It didn't seem overly serious. He wasn't quite doubled over in pain. But then again, the midsection, it's really hard to isolate that. It's hard to rest it as well. There's not much you can do without using your stomach, your abs, your obliques, your ribs, anything like that. So hopefully not one of those things that's going to nag for weeks on end. Two-one count here to Matt Chapman. Chapman checks his swing. They're going to say he went around. Chapman not sure about that, but the count runs to 2-2 here with one out in the fourth. Irvin deals low fastball. Line foul down the first base line. Count remains 2-2.
Swing from Chapman. Obviously saw him hit it at the very last second, so he may be expecting an off-speed pitch.
Yeah, and you can understand that coming from Irvin, who doesn't have a put-away fastball, facing a great hitter, a great fastball hitter in Chapman. Probably thought he was going to do exactly what he just did there, try to get a backdoor curve in, and now he comes back with a 3-2 pitch. He goes back foot curveball and has Chapman waving over it. So great piece of pitching there by Irvin. As Chapman down on strikes 2 away here in the fourth.
Across the zone, and really nice pitch for him in a pressure situation.
1-0.
So Mark Canha now standing in. 0 for 1 on the day, a fly out back in the second inning. Irvin, the 1-0 pitch, leaves that one out there, a hittable pitch, but Canha just behind it. Fouls it off over the first base dugout, 1-1.
And it's a little early, but a nice called game for Real Muto so far. Very good at mixing up the fast speeds and the off speeds.
That is what is going to get him paid, whether it be by the Phillies or someone else, as he is a free agent after this season, as Canha lines that one foul 2-2. He calls a good game. He's got the best arm behind the plate in the game. He's one of the better runners of catchers in the game. He's shown the powers. That one's going to be lined out to left. That's going to be off the wall. Kingery quickly up with it. Going to hold Canada just one. Canha probably feeling a little bit cheated there as he laces one. Just a trace around the left field off the wall. But that's a long, loud, scary single. And it'll bring Matt Olson to the plate.
Yeah, and it's annoying as a hitter when that happens. You hit it really good, but you end up getting hold of this single. And speaking quickly of Real Muto, you don't got a lot of great catchers in the league. It's a little bit of a dearth for them, so it may even increase the amount he gets paid and the length he gets in free agency.
Yeah, you've got some elite guys. Yasmani Grandal comes to mind, but it is a very, very slim first tier. And the drop-off, there's some good catchers out there, but the drop-off from the first tier to the second tier is massive. There might be some great hitters, there might be some great game callers, but there are a few as well-rounded in this game as JT Realmuto. Irvin deals to Olson, takes a big hack there and fouls it away 1-1.
Yeah, that's one of the good trades the Phillies have made is for Realmuto. They've had some ones that have been criticized, but that's been a good one.
Olson gets his bat out in front of that one, lines it to right. That's going to fall in front of Harper. That'll be a hit. 2 for 2 for Olson. And the A's have something cooking here with 2 down here in the fourth. As there you saw Harper respecting the power of Olson, playing almost with his heels on the track. No chance to get to that flare to right. That'll bring up Robbie Grossman with 2 on and 2 out here in the fourth. Grossman flares one foul down the right field line, 0-1.
And we'll see how much of it leaves Girardi gives Irvin, see if he warms them up, if the Grossman gets a hit here.
Yeah, it's a tough call here. You don't want to leave Irvin out to dry, but this Phillies bullpen has been taxed by the A's in this series, but it looks like Irvin's going to get out of it. Grossman lofts one into shallow right. Harper catches it on a trot, continues that trot right on into the first base dugout, and Irvin gets out of the jam. We head to the bottom of the fourth. Phillies on top, 3-0.
Yeah, and Irvin, nice job getting out of the jam. I could see him going at least one more inning as he's going to be facing the bottom of the eighth of the A's lineup, so it's going to be a little bit of an easier inning, and we'll see when they get to the top lineup if they keep him in or if they try to go somewhere else in the bullpen.
Yeah, and that'll be an interesting call for the A's. Just as interesting as seeing pitchers bat in the American League is how American League managers manage the pitcher's spot in the batting order. Manaea, as you've mentioned, has not thrown poorly. If he could just get rid of JT Realmuto ruining his life, he'd be having a good day, but his spot due up in the order, still a manageable pitch count, still a manageable game, so it'll be interesting to see how they treat him when his spot comes up in the order, especially if he's able to have a clean inning here. Gregorius stands in the 0-1 pitch. Good front door slider, I believe. No, that was a two-seamer, but just misses inside 1-1.
As a hitter, you're rarely going to swing at that because he looks like a ball the entire time, so it's a really nice pitch, that slider.
Yeah, especially lefty on lefty, that two-seamer breaking back into you. It's tough to get lefties to swing at that one. Gregorius.
He did have that one season.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
One season where he hit really good against lefties, but for the most part, when you're facing a lefty hitter, that really is in a pitch that the hitter just hates to see.
Gregorius challenges the shift and will come up empty. Always hate the ground out to the softball short fielder. Barreto is there charging in, making a good backhand play, throwing on the move. That's one down here in the fourth, and Scott Kingery now standing in. Manaea deals. Carves one off. Good slider catch in the inside corner. 0-1 to Kingery. Kingery swings through one, 0-2. As you see on the left hand of your screen, the AL standings, the A's not quite running away with it, but opening up a healthy lead here in the AL West as Kingery swings and misses. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Down on 3 pitches. Third strikeout victim of the day for Manaea.
Yeah, and the surprising thing in the AL West is the Astros struggled. Made it to the World Series last year, and even though they lost, their manager and GM, you'd expect them with their talent to have a much better season so far.
Yeah, definitely some adversity issues, you could say, to be putting it very mildly. Maybe it's starting to wear on them. However, as bad as their record is, they've got all the talent in the world. Would not surprise me at all to see them make a charge as the season goes on. Boom, smacks that one foul, 1-1. Manaea into the wine. Good fastball right on the inside corner. 1-2. Alec Bohm, 3 home runs in his first week and a half in the show. Has had the power quieted since then. Philly's top prospect entering the season was brought up mid-April to try to put a punch into a struggling offense. He's done okay. Was injured for a while, but has become the everyday third baseman for this club.
Recently, you've seen prospects get up to hot starts. Think of Cody Bellinger, think of Aaron Judge, you think of Gleyber Torres, but somehow pitchers eventually adjust.
Yeah, and it's pretty standard. Although the guys know that they can probably get you with the breaking stuff, if you're a rookie, you're always going to get challenged by the fastball because that's the easiest to throw, the easiest to control, the easiest to limit a starter's pitch count. So until you prove that you can hit a major league fastball, that's what you're going to get. As Bohm rifles that one out to right center field. Long run, but going to be tracked down. And that will do it for the Phils. Here in the fourth, we go to the 5th inning. Phillies still on top, 3-0.
Much needed inning for Manaea after getting up that 2-run homer last inning. But next inning will be key as he's going back to face the top of the lineup.
Yeah, and that's where the decision's going to come. I think, depending on the situation, you could do just about anything if you're the A's. You could leave Manaea in there. You see, I think the wheels are turning there in the dugout. It is entertaining for me to see these American League managers try to figure out what to do when it comes to dealing with the pitcher spot.
Doesn't work out, it'll always be criticized. We know that.
Exactly, and how do you even respond to it? Because you never have to respond to those questions. It'll be catcher Austin Allen leading things off. Cole Irvin's still in the game for the Phils. I think a lot has to do with what happens with the first two guys. If you've got two runners on, it might be time to just shoot your shot, put a pinch hitter in, ask the bullpen to carry you the rest of the way. However, if they go down quietly, it's still a 3-0 game. It's within reach. If you think Manaea's got another inning or two in him, maybe just let him take his hacks. That one's going to be tapped up the middle by Allen. Gregorius over to it. Great range, great throw across his body. Hoskins digs it out of the dirt. That's a web gem, if ever there was one. Didi Gregorius contorting himself in all sorts of fashions to make that play.
Gregorius has turned into a nice defensive shortstop. Initially, when he was on the Yankees, he struggled a lot, making a lot of errors. But by the time halfway through the season, he became a solid defensive shortstop, and you can see that there. He made a really nice play.
Yeah, perhaps being able to get healthy over the offseason, that's probably a big reason why he's not still with the Yankees. They weren't willing to wait on the health to come around. And the Phillies able to get him on a 1-year deal. We're saying, hey, yeah, if you're good enough to play, come hang out with us for a year. And he is making them proud so far, doing well both defensively and offensively. So far, that signing working out as Irvin gets one across the knees, 2-1. Barreto swings right over the top of one there, 2-2.
I don't know if you remember, but when Jeter retired, a lot of people were like, who's going to be the next shortstop? Because it wasn't so many great shortstops. But now there's so many great shortstops in the league that there's arguments over even the top 5 because there's just like 10, 15 great shortstops in the league.
Barreto is going to fist that one into center. Good pitch by Irvin, sawed him off, but credit to Barreto, gets his hands through and is able to take that one right off the label into shallow center for the single. And yeah, I agree. We are in a rare era of great defensive shortstop play. Manaea is going to hit for himself. He's going to bunt. He'll get the job done. Score it 3-1. Good play by Hoskins there. We've seen him be aggressive for the Phillies on these bunts throughout the season, oftentimes trying to get the out at second, but they're choosing to get the second out. Knows that runner at second doesn't matter too much for the time being.
And a lot of times in the AL, a pitcher will bunt it automatically.
But that's the thing is, you think that's the easy play. Don't ask the guy to swing the bat, but bunting oftentimes can be just as hard. And if you're not used to it, if you haven't been at bat in a while because you're an American League pitcher, so it's fouled off by Simeon 1-1, it's probably more terrifying to square up and just stick your face right in front of whatever's coming at you.
And obviously there's always the risk when you're running that you're going to get injured. A lot of pitchers' injuries have happened from AL pitchers trying to do something they haven't done.
Simeon shoots that one up the middle. Another great backhanded stop by Segura on to first. And that's going to do it for the A's. So they get a runner on, but can't do anything with it. We move to the bottom of the 5th. Phillies on top, 3-0.
Irvin coming up this inning. We'll see if the Phillies pinch hit for him or if they let him swing and try to pitch him 1 or 2 more innings this game.
Yeah, I think that's going to depend on what the predetermined pitch count for him is. He has been a starter before, so at one point he was capable of going 80 or 90 pitches. I don't think that's quite the limit now. That's probably down a considerable amount, probably more like 55, 60, 65 range. Again, it could be determined by what Segura does. If he gets on base, maybe you have Irvin in who has experience with bunting, and then leave him in to see if he can get an out or 2 more before you get the rest of the bullpen involved. as Segura sends that one just foul down the third base line. On the other hand, if Segura makes an out here, maybe you just pull the ripcord there, say good job, Irvin, and see if everybody else can take it the rest of the way, as that's a check swing, appeal down to first. Segura did not go. That's going to run the count full. Manaea deals. Segura pops that one out. Shallow right. Barreto takes care of that. And one down here, so decision time for the Phils. Will Irvin stay in this game?
Your attention, please.
He will not. It's going to be Andrew McCutcheon coming on. Have not seen the Phillies bullpen, but again, they've got no shortage of guys with decent arms, decent long arms who can go multiple innings if needed. So McCutcheon fouls that one back.
You're at least calling up one pitcher tomorrow, likely because you Velasquez is hurt, as well as you pitched Irvin a couple of innings. So you could also rely on that for that person to kind of burn a couple of innings next game if something drastic happens.
Yeah, and the wheels are always in motion. That might be why they let Irvin go as long as he did. Just knowing that they're going to have to call somebody up, hopefully, turning the rotation over. They've got Aaron Nola going in their next start. So hopefully he can pitch a nice long outing, not tax the bullpen too much. But crazy to see how those things work. The players are playing hard on the field. The manager is trying to do what's best for today. But I guarantee you, in the offices up there in the bowels of the stadium, they're more concerned about calling minor league affiliates, as McCutcheon's going to ground out here for out number 2. But yeah, team president, the scouting director, the minor league brass, they're all on the phone right now trying to figure out rotations in Lehigh Valley and over in Scranton, and figuring out what they're going to do here, as the Phillies look like they're going to need a starter for at least the next week or so.
Is the opener, and you pitch a guy, now there's a 3-batter limit, which changes it a little bit, but you can still do an opener, do one guy, and then 3 or 4 innings with the next guy.
Yeah, that's a very interesting thing there with the opener, and I mean, it's paid some dividends. Kevin Cash and the Rays certainly seem to have made a reputation out of it. It's the 1-1 to Hazley. Hazley free swinging, and why not? 2 for 2 with 2 doubles, but he misses that one. 1-2.
This will be a big pump out, strikeout if Manaea gets it here, as Hazley has tortured him all day.
And he does get it. Manaea goes up in the zone, and Hazley can't catch up. He goes down swinging, and Manaea didn't quite help the rally last inning, although he did get the bunt down, but they trusted him to go back out there for the 5th. He gets through his inning. And it'll be on to the 6th, as the Phillies are going to call on Robert Stock. Stock really the only big move in this Phillies bullpen and rotation throughout the season. Everybody's been healthy and pretty productive. Stock, the one call-up about a month ago, now already making his 10th appearance.
This is likely just to bridge it to your setup guys, because he's only pitched 9.1 innings this year in 9 games, so he can't go that long.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is. The Phillies have the back end of their bullpen ready for this one. They really need Stock to just get his inning here and not have to make any more moves before the 7th. And so far, so good, as Laureano out in front of the changeup there, 0-2. Stock sets at the letters. The 0-2 pitch is swung on and laced to left. That's going to get down. Base hit there. That's not something you want to see out of your relievers. Left that one a little bit up in the zone, a little too hittable on an 0-2 count especially. And Laureano has the A's off and running. Man on with nobody out.
I don't think there'll be a big leash for Stock. But remember, there's that 3-batter rule, so you can't put anyone in until there are 3 batters in this inning.
Yeah, no. Phillies preparing for some of the left-handed power coming up in this A's order, as Ranger Suarez and Jose Alvarez, both lefties, up in the bullpen. Big rip there by Chapman. This is going to be a big challenge for the young Robert Stock. Chapman, the biggest power threat for this A's team. Granted, he can't quite tie it, but he could do a lot of damage to the Phillies' psyche here. As that one's going to get through the wickets of Real Muto, runner advancing. Just a spike slider. Real Muto trying to get in front of it, but it took that low skip right through the legs. Score that one a wild pitch.
You want to throw one that they may have to chase during 2 strikes, but that one was not to get close to the zone, and there's almost no way Chapman was going to chase on that one.
Yeah, and that could be, exactly what I just mentioned. Stock a rookie, Chapman a big power hitter. He just really got on top of that one, tried to overthrow it, and instead ends up putting one right in front of the plate into the dirt where it is tough to handle. The 2-2 pitch to Chapman, that one is going to be laced foul down the third baseline. Chapman out in front of that one. Big pitch here for Stock. Chapman seems to be sitting on that slider. And that one's going to miss just below the knees. Good pitch by Stock, but couldn't get the call.
I thought Stock will go low. Your last 3 pitches have been low. Chapman's going to be expecting it, so you may try to go high and in or a little bit on the sides.
Stock goes back to the fastball, but misses well below the knees. There was a base open, but in giving in to Chapman now, you let the tie and run come to the plate. And really not much of a dip in power threat as Mark Canha steps in. He's 1 for 2 on the day. So Stock officially in the jam. Canha first pitch swinging, launches that one to deep left. Kingery to the wall, back on the wall. Now coming in, and he's going to fire into third. Throw's going to be offline. Runner will tag. That didn't look great for the Phillies off the bat. Didn't quite get a weather report on where the wind was blowing, but that might have been saved by the wind, as that ball was tagged by Canha, but stays in the yard, and for the moment, the Phillies retain that 3-0 lead.
I'm surprised Stock is still in the game. He's had the 3 batters. He's given up a hard hit, a walk, and a long fly ball. So I'm surprised that he's still in the game.
Stock living on the edge, and very shocked now, especially with the 2 lefties up and ready in the bullpen, and the lefty Matt Olson up now 2 for 2 on the game. Cannot believe that you are not seeing either Ranger Suarez or Jose Alvarez in this game.
Trying to save the bullpen a little bit, playing on the edge as well as Girardi's doing.
The 1-1 to Olson, great changeup at the bottom of the zone. But I don't know why you would save the lefties, because the A's don't have that many lefties, especially for a power-hitting team. It's sticking with Stock, and Stock once again with the changeup. Backs up a great changeup with another great changeup. Olson beside himself. Swung through one, frozen by another. And Stock pitching his way right back into this inning. Now 2 down with runners on the corners. And Robbie Grossman now batting from the left side up to bat.
That was an absolutely filthy pitch right on the corner.
Grossman's going to flare that into no man's land. Not great contact, but
now batting.
The Phillies playing deep in the outfield, trying to limit extra bases. Grossman's able to flare that one into shallow center. Finds a hole. The A's with their first run of the game. It's now 3-1, and now the Phillies will go to the bullpen once again as Ranger Suarez makes his 36th appearance this season.
You wonder if that 1 run will mean anything later in the game, as gave Stock a little longer leash than expected, ended up giving up a run, although not completely his fault. It was just a little bit of a lucky Texas leaguer.
Suarez coming in throwing bullets. Fastball at the knees for strike one to A's catcher Austin Allen, 0 for 2 on the day. And yeah, give credit to Stock. He pitched himself into a jam, but very nearly pitched himself right out of it. He is credited with 1 earned run given up. He's responsible with 2 more on base. For the moment, it'll be Cole Irvin still in line for the win for the Phillies. Especially if they can get out of the inning here. They need 1 more out. They need 1 more strike. After that one paints the top of the zone, Suarez delivers to Allen, the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Great changeup down in the dirt. Allen couldn't lay off of it, so Suarez comes in and is absolutely filthy, dispatching Allen on 4 pitches, maintaining the 2-run lead for the Phillies. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Phil's on top 3-1.
Huge changeup, 2 big changeups this inning for front guys. See if they keep Suarez in the game though next inning. Obviously, you got more arms in the bullpen to use.
Yeah, they had 2 men up, righty and a lefty, Victor Arano and still Jose Alvarez. Suarez is one of those guys who started before, so he's got the ability to continue as JT Realmuto continues to harass A's pitching. That one nearly missing a double, so he just goes foul down the third base line. The 0-2 pitch to Realmuto, foul back. 0-2 again. So yeah, not sure, not too many lefties coming up for the A's in the immediate future for Suarez, but he is a starter. He's got a little bit bigger repertoire than most relievers, so maybe they keep him in, especially because barring a big rally, the Phillies will not get close to his spot in the lineup here in the 6th. Great fastball by Manaea. Just misses 2-2. Give Manaea credit. He is battled.
This is probably Manaea's last inning with the pitcher spot coming up next inning. And it's
2-2 upcoming to Realmuto. And yeah, Manaea might just be trying to prove a point here that he can get Realmuto out. He misses high here, 3-2. Realmuto, an RBI single in the first, a 2-run homer in the third. That's been all the Phillies scoring, but that's been enough as they lead 3-1. And Manaea misses just outside. Realmuto on for the 3rd time in as many plate appearances. It'll be a man on first.
It's a little better outcome.
Yeah, the way he's hit the ball, I guess the better option is to not let him swing at it.
No one likes leadoff walks. It never ends well for the pitcher, so we'll see how he can get. Oh, looks like he's coming out of the game.
That'll be all she wrote for Manaea.
Your attention, please. Now
as it'll be Paul Blackburn coming on, making just his 10th appearance of the season. 2-1 records, 2.65 ERA. Bryce Harper striding to the plate for the Phils. Realmuto on first, the leadoff walk. Phillies lead at 3-1 here in the bottom of the 6th. It's been all JT Realmuto so far. RBI single in the first, 2-run homer in the third. A's tried to rally last inning, pushed across 1, but the Phillies were able to escape the jam. As Blackburn gets set for his first pitch of the day. Harper right on a fastball, but fouls it back, 0-1.
Harper can break open the game right here.
Yeah, one over the wall would really break this one open here, and Harper sure is swinging for it. Another fastball up in the zone, fouls that one back. Blackburn pitching to a reverse split, which is kind of weird for a righty reliever. Lefty's hitting about 50 points lower than righties against him. He's got Harper down 0-2 in the count and freezes him with a great curveball there. Harper not sure about it, but I think that one broke right across the knees. That'll be out number 1.
Sometimes with those 0-2 pitches, the hitter will think you're going to wait, and they won't swing because of that. And Blackburn seems to take advantage of that on that pitch.
That's what makes baseball so great, in my opinion, is it's such a mind game. The people who say there's no action, I'm not going to argue them. I get it. The ball's not in play all that often. But if you know the game, then you know how much goes in between each, 30-second stretch between the pitch and the next pitch. Who's on base? What's the count? What are we doing? What's the situation? It's great. It's a chess game. It's exciting.
I remember reading 60 Feet, 60 Inches with Bob Gibson and Reggie Jackson. They talked a lot about that, and it was very interesting to see kind of what goes through their head in between pitches or in between at-bats and kind of how they use that to affect their approach.
That one clips the top of the zone. 2-1 to Hoskins. Phillies lead it 3-1. Bottom of the 6th. Real Muto leads off first. Hoskins chases one low and away. Gets a piece of it. Fouls it back 2-2. That has been his kryptonite this season. Has not been able to lay off of that low and away pitch, especially coming from right-handed pitching. And they're trying exactly that kryptonite, but bouncing it in front of the plate. Good stop by Allen. Count runs 3-2. Blackburn with the payoff pitch to Hoskins. Swung on and spoiled. Good pitch, low and away.
Low away, a very difficult pitch for those power hitting or those tall hitters because it is harder to reach down and kind of reach onto the other side of the plate.
And there, Blackburn may have gotten away with one. Hung a curveball. Hoskins a bit out in front of it, able to foul it back, but that could have been trouble if Hoskins had been a little bit more centered on that pitch. But there, responds with another slider low and away, and true to form, Hoskins swings right over it. Big strikeout there for Blackburn. 2 away.
I wonder if Hoskins can inch up a little bit more in the batter's box to kind of protect that weakness a little more in the future.
Gregorius first pitch swinging. He's going to slap that one into right. Real Muto moves up. Runners on first and second. And, I think that boils down to what we mentioned before, Michael. How front offices and computers are now dictating how proven hitters try to approach hitting. When Hoskins broke into the league, he was a great low ball hitter. He was a great low and away ball hitter. He went the other way. And now all of a sudden he can't do it. And I think it's because the Phillies are saying we would rather you hit 35 home runs, 40 home runs to left field just trying to pull everything than we would you hitting, about the same amount and hitting for a higher average, but not hitting as many home runs with you protecting that low and away. As this one's going to be sliced into the gap in right center. But running it down there is Grossman. So the A's escape some trouble here. They keep the lead right where it is. Blackburn, good job out of the bullpen. The score remains 3-1 Philadelphia as it'll be Franklin Barreto leading things off in the top of the 7th. Ranger Suarez still on the mound for Philadelphia.
Well, hold your breath moments last inning. That fly ball as well as that deep fly ball for the Athletics in the top of the inning.
Yeah, that one from Canna really that had me gasping a little bit. Off the bat, I thought that was all kinds of trouble. Beretta laces that one over the first base dugout. 0-2. Suarez winds and deals. That one grounded to Hoskins. Great backhand. He'll take it himself. Long run, but he beats Barreto to the bag. And that'll be one down here in the 7th.
That's an advantage of Hoskins being someone who can play the outfield, as he has that speed where, the pitcher doesn't have to go make that play with a kind of a slower first base, and you probably have to get the pitcher there, and it's a closer play at first.
Yeah, Hoskins really has come on as a good defensive first baseman this year for the Phils. So we'll have a pinch hitter here, Steven Piscotty. He wastes no time. First pitch swinging. Ground ball all the way to the track in deep right center. Piscotty's going to have himself 2 bags. And the A's have a man in scoring position here with 1 out in the 7th. Piscotty, great feel-good story, came up with the Cardinals. The Phillies are going to go to the bullpen and Victor Arano. Piscotty, a valued member of the Cardinals, but grew up in the Bay Area. Close relationship with his mom, who took ill. He wanted to be close to her, and the Cardinals arranged a trade to get him to Oakland for basically not pennies on the dollar, but for less than they could have demanded, just to do right by him. So Piscotty went over to Oakland, has been a valued member of their team ever since, and a good piece of baseball humanity in a time where baseball doesn't seem to be very humane to the rest of us who want to see baseball.
And the home run he hit last year after his mom sadly passed away, it's just an emotional moment, and you can see how much it meant to him, and just how much emotion it gave his teammates. And it kind of just shows how closely knit that clubhouse is.
Simeon sends this one to right. Harper tracking back. He's got it. Piscotty won't be able to go. Strong arm by Harper. Good job in setting his feet, getting behind that ball, and making sure he could deliver a strong throw to keep Piscotty right where he is. So that'll bring Laureano to the plate now with 2 outs here in the 7th. Arano still on the bump for the Phils. Good slider on the outside corner, 0-1. There you see the Phillies bullpen. Adam Morgan, I believe the last lefty that they have in tow. He's warming up along with closer Hector Neris. It's another good off-speed pitch by Arano. Laureano, left reaching, comes up empty. Counts 0-2. Arano sets at the belt. 0-2 pitch. And tries again with the slider outside, but that time Laureano just holds back. Crowd on their feet, going wild here, sensing the gravity of the moment. Arano deals again. Swung on, grounded foul down the third base line. Count remains 1-2. Phillies lead it 3-1. Oakland, man on second, 1-2, 2 outs. Bounce foul. Count will remain 1-2. Arano fires. That's outside, and that's a Yahtzee. For all of our Twitch streamers who know how much I love Yahtzees, that's a 2-2 count with 2 outs to number 22. I get them whenever I can. 2-2 pitch is blasted into left. Kingery tracking back. He's going to get that one just shy of the track. And Arano's going to get out of this one. Another scare put into the Phils by the A's offense, but we will go to the bottom of the 7th. Phillies lead 3-1. And the A's will go to the bullpen with J.B. Wendelken making his 34th appearance of the season. Phillies third baseman Alec Bohm leading off.
Pitch to Bohm is fouled off. 0-1 on the count.
Nope.
Wendlekin sets and fires. Looked like he caught the outside corner, but he doesn't get the benefit of the doubt there. Count will go to 1-1.
Anytime you can steal a ball or steal a strike, it is a key pivot, key turning point in the bat.
Yeah, it really is, especially in a 3-1 game. You know, relievers trying to get big outs, and a lot of that has to do with having the count in your favor. As Wendlekin does now, he's got Bohm 1-2 in the count, trying to get him to chase, but he doesn't. Curveball in the dirt, 2-2.
We got 3-2.
Another curve. Bohm doesn't offer. And while the power has kind of gone out on Bohm, he has continued to have a great eye at the plate. Payoff pitch upcoming. That one swung on and fouled back. Spoils a good pitch on the outside corner. Wendlekin sets, delivers. Bohm rips that one right to third base. Good play by Chapman. He's up and throwing, and one down here in the 7th.
Chapman is so smooth defensively. He's really come into his own over the last few years and become one of the main stars of the league.
Yeah, you can chalk it up to, I guess, East Coast bias or something. The fact that no one's awake for some of the A's games, but you're right. Chapman, he's about as well-rounded as you're going to find in any third baseman anywhere in the league.
Count 1-0.
Segura steps in, takes one high, ball 1. That one catches the outside corner, 1-1. Phillies lead it 3-1, did most of their damage early. All of it done by JT Realmuto. RBI single in the first, 2-run homer in the third. Oakland answered with one back in the 6th. And that's where we stand right now as Wendlekin sets and gets ready for a 1-2 Segura. Hanging curve, Segura couldn't pull the trigger. And maybe Wendlekin got away with one. That was a very hittable pitch, but it freezes Segura. And he'll be down looking for out number 2.
Your attention,
To
please.
this bat that didn't really break much. He had also that changeup for striking that didn't really didn't do much. Almost looked like a fastball that sunk a little bit at the end. So we'll see if we can get a little bit more of that break back for the end for at least this batter.
So Phillies going to the bench. Utility man Josh Harrison on to pinch hit. Arano already has been in the game, so wonder who they'll go to for their setup man. Would think it would probably be Adam Morgan. Count quickly 0-2 to Harrison. Wendlekin sets and fires. Swung on a miss. He deals with Harrison in short order. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, and a 1-2-3 inning for Wendlekin. And we will head to the 8th. Phillies still on top, 3-1.
If the A's middle lineup, I can also see them putting in there just to deal with them, but they are putting in Morgan, at least for now. Probably going to pitch Neris to the 9th, or if Morgan gets into trouble.
Yeah, Neris definitely the closer. But running into that string of lefties in the A's lineup, Chapman not one of them, but they're coming up with Olsen and a few others after him. So have to think that's the rationale here by Girardi. It'll be Chapman leading off the 8th. The 1-0 pitch by Morgan over with a good slider there, or changeup, I'm sorry. Don't know if that was a miss or not. Usually you don't want to throw an inside changeup, but counts 1-1. Morgan sets at the letters. The 1-1 pitch. That one misses outside. 2-1. Morgan doesn't seem too eager to challenge with the fastball.
Outside, that's the ball.
There he does burn it on the outside corner, but can't get the call. 3-1.
Clemens has worked the count a lot this game. At least 15 pitches thrown to him already. Just a Chapman at bats.
Morgan's going to let that one go low. So exactly what you don't want out of a reliever coming on in the late innings with a lead. He walks the first man he faces and now just ventures farther into the teeth of this A's lineup as Mark Canha steps in. Canha missing a home run by, I would say maybe 5 feet last time up.
And looking for a little bit, trying to hit the ball a little bit further this time maybe to tie up the game.
That one in the dirt. Real Muto not only blocks it, but tries to catch Chapman, leading too far off at first. But 1-0 pitch now coming to Canha. Morgan needs to start being more competitive with these pitches, as that one misses well low and in. 2-0. Morgan needs to do something. He's got to bring the fight to these bats. Sets and deals. That one's going to miss outside. Now 3-0.
You have to wonder if they end up putting Neris in this inning, if they could pitch him through the ninth as well, or they're going to try to go through an untested guy to close the game.
Morgan gets that one across. 3-1. Neris has proven that he can go for a 2-inning save, but that is not what is on Girardi's menu, especially having gone through most of his more trusted relievers. They'd really be down to bare bones here if they have to use Neris and then somebody else. As Morgan might have been done a favor there. It was a good pitch, running hard low and in to Canha. He fouls it off, and now it'll be a payoff pitch upcoming. Man on first, nobody out. And Canha smokes that one deep to left field. That one's not coming back, and this game is tied up. A monstrous 2-run home run by Mark Canha. And the A's have pulled even here with the Phillies here in the top of the 8th.
It's got to be demoralizing for the Phillies. You put in 2 of your kind of guys that weren't as trusted, and they did the job, and now you put in one of your guys that you trust the most, and then he blows the game for you guys. So now basically it's a tie game, it's a clean slate, and it's a race to the finish.
Absolutely no doubt about that one. That might have been second deck out there in left field. Takes a pretty good pop to reach those outskirts of Citizens Bank Park. But now Morgan's still in. He's got more work to do as Olsen, who can also rifle one out of here in a hurry, takes a big swing and fouls one off. 0-1.
Phillies may have second thoughts about putting in there, but they don't have a lot of guys left to pitch. Because it is a tie game, you may not be in a safe situation, but who else do you trust from that bullpen?
Yeah, there's not many. I mean, Neris is going to have to do something. Alvarez is more of a short-term lefty guy, but he can go a little bit. If this would start to venture deep into extra innings, you're going to have to rely on Nick Pivetta.
And I guess emergency, you also have the pitcher on their stretch today. They can pitch 2 or 3 innings, although it's not ideal.
So 1-2 count here to Matt Olson. Good pitch by Morgan. Olson spoils it. 1-2 count remains. So 3-3, brand new ball game here in the top of the 8th. A 2-run blast by Canha has knotted things up, and Olson trying his best to match it. Rifles that one, but well fouled down the right field line. Count still 1-2.
And if this game goes extra, you have to think the A's have the advantage, as Manaea definitely went longer, and Velasquez would have went long if he didn't get hurt. Unfortunately, the Phillies did have to burn 2 extra relievers due to that.
So Morgan is going to get Olsen in the shoulder. And, that one leaked up and in. Olsen definitely didn't lean into it, but at the same time, that is the tried and true, I'm turning right into this one while trying to make you think that I'm turning away from it. Sticks that shoulder blade out there. He'll take the pain for the free base. And that's going to do it for Adam Morgan. A disastrous outing for Morgan as Alvarez is going to come in here to try to get the Phillies out of the 8th that still has nobody out.
Phillies running short on bullpen guys, so you're going to have to hope that Alvarez can shut the A's down and maybe even get into the next inning if he's able to get this one quickly.
Robbie Grossman now standing in for the A's. The 1-0 pitch. That one skied to right. Harper on the run. Tracking into right center. He's going to track it down. Great play there by Harper. Needed a good read off the bat to get that far into right center field. But he runs it down, and that'll be the first out here in the 8th. That'll bring up Oakland catcher Austin Allen. He is 0 for 3 on the day. Allen, check swing there, didn't go around. Off-speed pitch, runs away, 1-0. Alvarez delivers high, 2-0.
To calm down here, you need to get out of getting Zala guys left.
Great fastball on the outside corner to ring up a strike there. Comes back to the inside corner and doesn't get the call. And it's now 3-1. So Alvarez, big pitch here, doesn't want to let anyone else on. Go ahead run already at first. So that one is going to be shot out to left. Kingery under it. He'll make easy work of that one. Out number 2.
The batter number 1, second baseman, Franklin Barreto.
There's doing a nice job cleaning up this little bit of a disaster of an inning so far for the Phillies.
So Franklin Barreto now steps in. Barreto 1 for 3. A little C&I single earlier in the game. Alvarez pumps one over, 0-1 to Barreto. Go ahead run still at first, 2 outs here in the 8th. The A's tying it earlier in this inning on a monstrous 2-run shot by Mark Canha.
Nope, at the ball.
Alvarez deals low, 1-2. Alvarez sets the belt. 1-2 pitch. Good pitch. 2-seamer just below the knees. Can't get the call. Count will go to 2-2. Alvarez again at the belt. Fires high. Barreto swings right through it, and that'll do it for the A's here in the 8th, but not before Mark Canha ties this one up. An absolute monster shot to left field, no doubt about it. 450 feet, a 2-run bomb ties this game at 3-3 as we head to the bottom of the 8th.
Alvarez could possibly pitch another inning.
Your attention, please.
Here you see the A's making a double switch. It'll be former Philly Jake Diekman on the pitch. Anybody on the Twitch stream, we cannot hear the PA announcements as to who the other part of that double switch is. If you could help, that would be much appreciated. American League always stepping well out of their comfort zone, having to make double switches. But it'll be Diekman on to face Adam Hazley. Diekman with that crossfire action can run it well up into the high 90s. A terror on left-handed batters, and he's quickly ahead 0-1 on Hazley.
No ball, 2 strikes.
Diekman fires, swing and a miss. Good slider on the outside corner, 0-2 to Hazley.
It's always so different seeing a guy who has like a little bit more sidearm, even maybe a little bit more of a diagonal approach, just trying to kind of see the ball. It's just so different, and the hitters have to adjust.
And Hazley could not. Had no chance there as Diekman just ate him up. Hazley trying to be aggressive, swinging at a couple, but chases one outside and it gets tied up inside, and he is down on strikes quickly. But that'll bring up JT Realmuto. He has been everything for the Phillies offense so far today. RBI single in the first, 2-run homer in the third, and the Phillies sure could use one more big swing out of their catcher right now in the bottom of the 8th. Diekman sets the 1-0-1 pitch. That one's going to be grounded to short, quickly over to first, 2 away. So now another lefty on lefty matchup. Harper's won his fair share of these, but at the same time, Diekman seems to be dealing, dialed in right now. Misses low and away here, 1-0.
Harper not having a great game, but at any time he could hit a long ball.
Yeah, he's never going to get cheated on swings, so if you mess up and throw one in his swing path, as Diekman did there, gets away with it as that one's line foul. You know, if you throw into Harper and he hits it, he's probably going to hit it hard. So 1-1 count, 2 outs here in the 8th. Diekman fires, Harper swinging again right over the top of a good fastball. 1-2.
Luckily for the A's, with this game, you're still up by a lot, even if you do lose, as opposed to the other divisions much closer. So it's not as bad if they lose, but obviously you do want the win.
Yeah, they've taken 2 so far here in Philadelphia. Would love to get the sweep, especially after trailing for much of this game. As Diekman fires up and away, 2-2. So Harper grinding out this at bat. Harper's been known to be a little too aggressive, swing at too many, and end at bats quickly. But here, waiting out Diekman after falling behind early. Now the 2-2 pitch is swung on, and did he get a piece of that? Yes, he did. He'll stay alive. Good slider, and Harper just touches it. 2-2. We'll do it again.
Count is 3-2.
Diekman goes farther low and farther away. Harper lays off, and now a payoff pitch upcoming to the Philly right fielder. Diekman delivers, and Harper swings right through a slider. Diekman 1-2-3 carves up the Phillies offense here in the 8th. We go to the 9th. We've got a brand new ball game, 3-3.
Leading off for Oakland, the second baseman, Chad Pinder.
They are keeping Alvarez in the game. He didn't have too much trouble last inning, and not a high pitch count.
Count 1-0.
Yeah, and with the Phillies going through so many relievers early in the game when they thought they might be able to just get through this one in regulation, they really don't have too many more choices. They've got Pivetta, they've got Neris, and I don't know, maybe one more option there.
Yeah, Neris will be next inning.
Yeah, the early exit via injury by Vince Velasquez really hurting the Phillies here. They've been running on bullpen fumes since 1 out in the 3rd. Alvarez sets the 2-2 pitch to Pisner, is lined to right field. Is that one going to stay fair? No. slices foul. Could have been 2. That could have been all kinds of trouble. Bisner fouls another one back. Count remains 2-2.
Came in a double switch last game that you saw. And he's had a pretty nice career for the A's.
He lost that one into left center. Long run for all parties involved. Hazley's going to track that one down just shy of the 374 mark in left center. Great read, great run by Hazley. Saving the Phillies all sorts of headaches here. And it'll be one down in the top of the 9th as the lineup turns over and Marcus Semien up to bat for the A's. Alvarez with the 1-0 to Semien. Good slider catches the bottom of the zone. 1-1. Semien rifles that one foul down the first baseline. Seems that the ball girls in Philadelphia have been replaced by ball boys here. Semien shoots another one foul. Count remains 1-2.
Ball boy or ball girl's job is so unappreciated. I mean, you're sitting out there in the hot sun all game. At least, with the players, you get to go in the dugout for half the game at least.
Yeah, you were getting baked if you were sitting down on that stool. You don't even get back support. It's always a stool. Why can't they get them a chair?
And they probably don't even get food either. So you got all these fans eating food and you get to smell it, but you can't even have it during the game.
Yeah, if I was in that position, I'd bring $10-20 every day. At least get someone in the front row. I will give you the first foul ball I get if you get me a hot dog in the 5th inning.
Well, now with the Nets, it's even more difficult. I mean, you're not going to try to put it through the net. It may ruin the food.
Semien putting up a battle here. He's fouled off 3 straight. Count remains 2-2. Alvarez battling. Game side 3-3 here in the 9th. Great pitch on the outside corner, but does not get the call. So payoff pitch upcoming to Semien. A's trailing for much of the night. Tied at last inning on McHugh. 2-run shot. And Alvarez is going to lose Semien on the walk. So A's with the go-ahead run aboard with 1 out here in the 9th. And it'll be Ramon Laureano up to bat. Alvarez deals, misses up and away, 1-0. Nice fastball there. Evens the count, 1-1. Don't think with a lefty. Go ahead.
I think you were about to say that it's maybe his last batter. They may put Maeda after this or some other reliever.
I got 2-1 the count.
Yeah, possibly, except the Phillies bullpen is so depleted. Hard to tell, because that one's going to be laced. Great backhand stop by Gregorius, onto Segura, onto Hoskins. And what could have been a rally starter turns into a rally killer. The Phillies turn an incredible 6-4-3 double play to end the inning and send this one to the bottom of the 9th. What a play by Gregorius.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Very nice board between Gregorius and Segura. It may have helped that Segura once played shortstop because he kind of know the angle of the ball that Gregorius is going to throw it at. And so he can position himself better to receive it and throw it to first. And obviously Gregorius has become a really nice player at shortstop, as I said earlier.
So it is now officially a battle of bullpens. War of attrition here. Lou Trevino on to pitch the 9th for the A's. As Hoskins trying to end it in one pitch, swings right through an elevated slider. They can't get to it. The A's probably with more depth, more firepower in the bullpen as we inch towards possibly extra innings. The Phillies could walk it off here. Hoskins still trying his damnedest to do that. He swings through another one up in the zone, 0-2. Trevino sets at the letters. Hoskins once again swings and misses, and Hoskins ambitious with all those swings, but can't put anything on it. He's down on 3 straight, and that's 1 down here in the bottom of the 9th.
2 in a row, Diekman last inning and Trevino this inning with a kind of not over the top delivery, a little bit more to the side. Not as much as Diekman, but Trevino still kind of a little bit of an abnormal pitching style.
Yeah, normal, abnormal, when you're thrown at 98 at the top of the zone, you're probably going to get the job done. That's what he relied on against Hoskins. That's what he tries against Gregorius here, but misses high. 1-0 upcoming to the Phillies shortstop. That one's going to miss low, 2-0. A 3-3 game here, bottom of the 9th. Phillies let it throughout before a Marcana 2-run home run in the 8th tied it up. Phillies could walk it off at any moment, but they've got to deal with the hard throw in Trevino. And he'll put that one across the kneecaps, 2-1. Gregorius, plenty of drama, plenty of extra base hits. Almost all of his hits, doubles or home runs this season. Phillies would love to see either here. There he chases a fastball up in the zone, fouls it off, and it's 2-2. Trevino sets and fires. That one off speed and leaks inside, 3-2. Trevino doesn't like the grip on that one, gets a new baseball. Tense times here, doesn't want to let the potential winning run on base. Payoff pitch upcoming. Here's the set. 3-2 pitch. He swung on in the base, but foul down the right field line. Gregorius seemed to know what was coming. That was a hittable pitch just out in front of it. We'll do it again. Here comes another 3-2 from Trevino. Swung on in the lace. That's going to beat the shift and get down into the corner. Long run for the left fielder. That's going to be a stand-up double for Gregorius. And the Phillies, just like that, have the winning run on second with 1 out here in the 9th.
The pitcher, when you have the shift and you end up hitting right where the third base would probably be on that flag. So the shift works most of the time, but when it doesn't work, it is frustrating for a pitcher when you pitched him the right way and just the shift, you lost to the shift.
Yeah, that's maximum frustration because that was not Gregorius trying to beat the shift. He was just late on a fastball. However, he beat everybody who thought he would be in front of it. And it ends up with a double. And Gregorius could be your winning run as Kingery now steps in. Trevino fires great fastball right on the outside corner. Quickly 0-1. Kingery could win this one with a hit. But instead he's going to try to bunt his way on. Great bunt down the first base line. Even better defense by the A's. They're going to erase him at first. Kingery upset, probably thought he had an easy hit. But some great defensive moves. Pitcher's fielding practice paying off. He moves Gregorius over, but with 2 outs, still going to take a hit to win this game for the Phils, and it'll be the rookie, Alec Bohm, stepping up the plate in a chance to probably record what would be his biggest hit so far as a Philly.
Choice of the bunt there. Obviously, probably trying to get a hit because moving him over doesn't do much. Gregorius is fast enough that he'll score on almost every single that someone would hit. But now it is Bohm's chance to win the game.
Yeah, that was absolutely a bunt for a hit. And I don't think it was a bad one. Just great execution there by the A's defense. Maybe with nobody out, I would have less of an issue with it, as the 1-0 is going to be tapped right back to the mound. Trevino takes care of business, and we have got some free bop ball. We venture on to the 10th. 3-3 here in South Philly. The Phillies will be going to the bullpen. It'll be a double switch, I would assume.
Your attention, please.
On the right-hand tap, that it will be that guy. Yep, Nick Pivetta.
And batting in the 6th spot.
Again, Twitch users, if you could help us out on who the other half of that double switch is.
Batting 9. Number 9.
On the Twitch stream, whoever Luke Archer is, I hate you, but thank you for watching.
Ball one, no strike.
Matt
Those
Chapman.
20 innings, we're going to have a finishing player pitching.
Well, I can tell you it's not going 20 because the Phillies do not physically have the pitchers to get through that due to the early injury to Velasquez. But Pivetta on now, the 1-1 count to Chapman's ground to third. Bone, great backhanded stop, throwing on the run. Good stretch by Hoskins, and Chapman has put away one down here in the 10th. Thank you, EB in Toronto. Jay Bruce now in the game, playing left field.
In the outfield for the Phillies, but nice hitter off the bench for them.
So Canna, first pitch swinging, flies out to right. Harper puts it away. Canna tied this game back in the 8th with a 2-run shot to left. But he's erased on one pitch here. 2 up, 2 down for Pivetta here in the 10th, and it'll be Matt Olson, another dangerous Oakland bat, standing in here in the 10th. Pivetta misses high, 1-0. Pivetta got, oh wow, Girardi not happy all of a sudden. Letting the home plate umpire hear about it. I thought that one was a bit high.
Inside, ball 2.
That one maybe he'll take more exception to. That one looked like it burned the corner, but 2-0 now to Olson. Olson waiting for his pitch to hit. The curveball breaks off at the knees for strike 1.
Muto has benefited from having a former catcher as the manager. Obviously, Girardi playing in the late 90s and early 2000s as a catcher in the majors. So, interesting dynamic there as well, with already a great catcher.
Olson gives that one a ride, but to the wrong part of the ballpark. That's about as deep as you're going to get here at the vault. Hazley camps under it and puts it away. We go to the bottom of the 10th. Still 3-3 here in Philly. And yeah, I agree with you, Michael. I've always been a proponent of catchers becoming managers because it's always the guys doing the grunt work and seeing how the game plays out that you really want to manage the team. And I think catchers fit that role in Major League Baseball. I think that in football you want offensive linemen. In basketball you want guys who are coming off the bench and not the stars. It's always the guys that you want seeing and experiencing the entire game from every perspective that seem to have a better transition into going from playing to coaching.
Sure, almost like a middle linebacker of the field, where commanding everyone where to go and throw it, and kind of taking control of what the defense does because you're seeing it from a different side.
Exactly. You see it all. You know the limitations. You know the strengths. That one's going to be shot out to second. Simeon on to first. And that'll be one down here in the 10th.
Number 9, Jay Bruce.
Pivetta had less than 10 pitches, so he probably will go a second inning unless Girardi decides he wants to put in Maris for facing tougher hitters.
Yeah, I think it's Pivetta for the long haul here. Another one of those guys that can go 3-4 innings if you need them. And here is the second half of that double switch you heard about at the top of the last inning. It'll be Jay Bruce. He's struck out plenty of times, but he can still hit a long ball with the best of them. the Phillies would be just fine with that right now, as 1 run would win it for the Phils here in the bottom of the 10th. Trevino is still on, second inning of work for the A's. He's got a 2-0 hitter's count to Bruce, and you know Bruce is just looking for a fastball. Trevino can burn him, but Bruce can hit him. And there he goes chasing up and away, 2-1. Trevino sets at the letters, 2-1 pitch. That one's a lace opposite side, doesn't beat the shift. Tried to. Chapman in the usual shortstop position is going to get the L5. Put that down in your scorecard. So tough luck out for Bruce there. Hit it on the screws. Tried to go away from the shift, still lined out. And now it'll be Hazley up to bat again. Hazley, a good day, 2 doubles, 2 for 4 on the day. A couple of runs scored. Oh, 0-1 from Trevino, down low and in, 1-1. Trevino being taxed a bit, but not giving in one bit. Still hitting the high 90s with that fastball. The 1-1 pitch. Good breaking stuff, but low and in, 2-1. Hazley goes hunting for possibly a game-ending home run. He's hit him before, but swings under that one up in the zone, 2-2. Trevino sets and fires, tries to get Hazley to chase again. That time he lays off of it up in the zone. And we'll have a payoff pitch here. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the 10th, 3-3 game here in Philly. Trevino deals. Swung on and lined to deep left. Going back and caught at the fence. Plenty of drama here in the 10th. Hazley giving it a ride. But this one will trudge on into the 11th. Still tied at 3. And it'll be Pavetta continuing on for the Phils on the mound. As we are going deep into the bot ball night.
Nope, inside, ball 2.
Then it deals up and in, 2-0 to Grossman. Grossman 1 for 4 on the day.
That's ball 3.
That misses again, 3-0. Last thing you want is a leadoff walk in extra innings. Better deals that one right down Broadway, 3-1.
3-0 pitchers. More hitters recently have gotten the swing sign just because they know pitchers are going to lay it in there, but not this time.
Grossman lines that one foul. Now the payoff pitch. That one's going to be looped into left field. Long run for Kingery. Lays out. Can't get it. That one's into the corner. Grossman's going to have 2. And that's a leadoff double for Robbie Grossman. And the A's have something brewing here in the 11th.
You go back to that double switch, right? Bruce is in left field now, so maybe if you have to, if you don't have him in there, the play is made because Bruce is a slower outfielder.
Yeah, you are right.
For the rest of the Phillies ones.
You are right. Thank you, Michael. I thought that was Kingery still out there. You were keeping far better attention than I was. That was Jay Bruce, and still give him all the credit in the world. He tried to lay out, but yeah, if that's Kingery, that might be an easier play. Instead, turns into a leadoff double, and now Pavetta in defense mode. Although he pumps a good fastball down in the zone. Getting ahead 0-1 here. A's with the go-ahead run at second, nobody out. Top of the 11th inning.
Ball 1. Got a ball 1 strike.
That Curveball goes low, 1-1 to Austin Allen. Allen flares that one into the left. They're testing Bruce again. That time he runs it down. Good spin and fire.
Hitting for the Athletics.
Prevents a tag up. Will be one out. Go ahead run still at second. And we're going to have a pinch hitter, it would appear, for the A's. It'll be Chris Davis. Big power threat. Davis batting well above his career average. Supposed to have a day off, but now trying to win this game here in extras, trying to complete the sweep for the A's. It's Pavetta trying to stave off this leadoff double here in the 11th. The 1-1 pitch to Davis leaks inside. 2-1.
And Davis, look at those numbers. Almost MVP-like numbers. Not saying he's going to win MVP, but the A's are winning their division, and Davis is finally hitting for average. He always has the power. So great season by him.
3-1 pitch now coming. Wouldn't be surprised if they just kind of stayed away from the power of Davis. But Pavetta challenges him. And Davis fouls it off. Count now 3-2. Davis, probably the most improbable record in MLB history. 4 consecutive seasons he batted .247. As he fouls that one off. And that was not like pinch hitting spot duty. That was full-time player, 162 games, managed to bat the exact same mark 4 years in a row. As Pavetta with the huge 12-6 hammer, great pitch, gets Davis swinging a big second out here in the top of the 11th. Chad Pinder now the batter. Pavetta really dug down deep, but he's got to do it for at least one more batter. The 1-0 to Pinder. Good fastball, grounded foul to the first base side, 1-1. Pavetta sets at the letters. 1-1 pitch is swung on. It looked like it was well up in the zone, but Pinder was ready to swing. Got a hold of that one. Lines of foul down the left field line, 1-2. Pavetta deals chopper to Bohm. Bohm up with it on 2 hops on the first. And Pavetta is going to get around the leadoff double and pitch his way through the 11th inning. We go to the bottom half of the 11th, 3-3 here in Philadelphia.
Coming up for the Phillies, you got Real Muto, who is driving on all their runs today, as well as Harper Hoskins, who we know and hit the ball out of the ballpark.
So the A's now diving deeper into their bullpen. I can pronounce Yusmiero. I have not done enough digging to know whether it's Petit or Petit. Forgive me, Twitch
I believe
audience.
it's Petit.
Okay. It is spelled like Petit, just didn't want to be loud wrong on the air, but I will trust you. But if there's anyone the Phillies want up right now, it's this guy, JT Realmuto, 2 for 3. He's got all 3 runs batted in for the Phils, a single RBI single in the first, 2-run homer in the third, but now down 0-2 in the count as Petit fires and Realmuto spoils that one back our way. Count's still 0-2. Petit sets the 0-2 pitch. This is below the knees, 1-2. Crowd on their feet here at Citizens Bank, but Realmuto swings through that one. Good fastball. Out and away. And he fans right through that one, out in front of it actually. One down here in the 11th for the Phils.
success for Petit to start off, but a nice start, obviously, by him striking out Philly's best hitter today.
Bryce Harper on. He's had a rough go of it so far, but could definitely end it with one swing here. Petit, though, a great outside fastball catch in the corner. 0-1 to Harper. Petit deals, took something off of that one. Harper swings right through it. Great changeup, 0-2. Going right after the heart of the Phillies order. He grounds that one, Harper does, to first base. Olsen takes care of that one, and 2 quickly down here in the bottom of the 11th. That'll bring up Rhys Hoskins. Hoskins 1 for 4 on the day. He's had his share of very clutch hits. The Phillies could use one right now. Game tied 3-3, bottom of the 11th. Petit burns one in right at the top of the zone. 0-1. That one misses outside 21.
He doesn't throw it very fast. Low 90s fastball, so it's more based on control and break in terms of his success on the mound.
Petit sets and fires. Check swing doesn't go. That one leaks low. 2-1. And yeah, when you're dealing with less velocity, you've got to stay ahead in the count. This is where it gets dangerous. 2-1 hitters count. Petit fires. That one looked low, but Hoskins went after it. Grounds a foul behind the plate. 2-2. Hoskins just lays off. He's been rung up on plenty of those low and away. But now a payoff pitch upcoming. And that one is swung on and driven to deep left field, but that one's going to hook foul. Could have been the game, but Hoskins knew it right off the bat. That one was hooking all the way. So we'll do it again. Another payoff pitch by Petit. That one swung on and fouled off again. So Hoskins, a strikeout victim far too often if you're a Phillies fan this season, but still can run an at-bat way up there in the pitch count. Another payoff pitch is swung on and fouled off again. This will be the 9th pitch upcoming in the at-bat. Petit sets at the belt. Fires to Hoskins. That one's going to leak outside. Hoskins draws the walk. And the potential winning run now on first base with 2 outs here in the 11th.
A walk before his here. I believe Bruce is up next, and obviously can hit for power, but not as much of a threat. Or actually, sorry, the pitcher spot's up next, I believe.
You saw Petit with the hands on the hips. He's not tired yet, just 17 pitches thrown. As Gregorius is going to slap that one into left. That's going to get down for a hit. Hoskins will stop at second, but now Phillies with runners on first and second. Hoskins the winning run. 180 feet away with 2 outs here in the 11th. You see there the Phillies bench options. Backup catcher Devi Grullon, who looks like he might be coming out right now. Not sure why they do that with Roman Quinn still on the bench, but it is what it is. Either way, a hit will do it. And Petit fires low and away, 1-0. So Philly's in great position to win it, but at the same time running out of options on the bench and in the bullpen. So if they're going to end it, they want to do it quickly. Need Grullon to come up big, as he tried his best to stick his elbow into that one, but it just misses. Runs inside 2-0.
You know, if there's an injury in the Phillies face, it's going to be really hard. They may have to put a pitcher in position player, or just put players out of position. So you got to hope here.
Yeah, and all this stems back to the 3rd inning injury for Vince Velasquez. They were put in emergency mode from the start. As here the 2-1 is swung on and driven deep to left field by Gruyon. This one's going to be gone. A walk-off 3-run home run by Debbie Gruyon. What an ending to this one. His first major league home run is a walk-off. Celebrate all you want, young man. The Phillies walk it off in 11. Oh my, did not see that one coming. That's the kind of action you get here on Late Night ML Bop Ball.
Signature moment for this season for him. And a little bit unexpected for the hero, but this game was anything but expected.
Hanging slider there by Petit and Gruyon all over it. Laces a line drive deep into the stands in left center. And the Phillies are going to walk off happy here. Looked like they might have squandered a lead that they held for much of the game. Tied up by the Mark Canna 2-run home run in the 8th. It was 3-3 into the 11th. And then Real Muto, who's the player of the game, he knocked in the first 3 for the Phillies. But it's Gruyon knocking in the final 3 on that 3-run shot to make it a 6-3 walk-off victory for the Phillies. Although here, as we watch the postgame, it'll be JT Real Muto, your player of the game. I don't know if that's fair. You got to give it to the rookie with the first career home run.
Yeah, I mean, like, first career home run, I don't know. I feel like the best thing you could do, like, that walk-off 3-run homer, it's to be remembered forever, not just by him, but by Phillies fans. A huge walk-off for that, and avoid the sweep as well.
Yeah, that big spot for the Phillies there is they were in danger of falling back to 500, 35-34 heading into this game. They've been toying with that 500 number for most of the season, really. So big move there to avoid the sweep and get a win over the AL West leaders to salvage this series here and do it in dramatic fashion. Once again, your final score here, 6-3 Phillies in 11. JT Real Muto knocking in the 3 runs in regulation, and then Debbie Gruyon, backup catcher. Bold move by Joe Girardi, substituting him in for a pinch hitter in the 11th. The Phillies basically out of options both on the bench and on the mound after a third inning injury to Vince Velasquez. But Gruyon says, don't worry guys, I got you. We don't have to do any more handiwork with the lineup. I'll just deposit this one about 380 feet into left center. So plenty of heroes here for the Phillies, and most importantly for the Phils, getting the 1 win here in the 3-game set against the Swingin' A's. What a game, Michael, and I know that this is your first call, so welcome to Bop Ball.
I really enjoyed doing this game. It felt, it just, back and forth, and all the drama, and I do miss this. Baseball, it's just such a fun sport to watch.
And here you see a few of the highlights of the game there. The Matt Canna home run that tied this game and sent it unnecessarily into extra innings as we were already running behind on the Bop Ball schedule.
Yeah, so late night's gonna be midnight now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if Janitor Garrett is on the controls, we don't need to see all these highlights. We can just run it right into the next game. As I see, we already have Hines and Tardis in the on deck circle here as we await what is usually late night Bop Ball, but it'll be late night Bop Ball. They don't put any consideration or originality into the very late night shows, so I won't either. And it seems like you guys are going to be probably getting some overtime, I would think.
Yeah, pretty much. And technically this game should be on tape delay. It's like 4 in the morning in England. So.
Yeah, that is right. We are across the pond for this one. So this is breakfast Bop Ball, I guess. I mean, this is prime time. Everybody rising up early with nothing to do on a Monday morning in jolly old England. They are going to be treated to the Cubs and the Cardinals, rounding out the international series over in London.
Yeah, grab your tea and get ready for a game.
Here we are running down the box score, but in the interest of time, I will just turn it over to you guys. We won't waste any more of your time. Everybody who saw it on Twitch knows how dramatic that was. deGrom with the dramatic walk-off 3-run home run, the first of his career. Phillies win this one 6-3, salvage the series. But now we will take the quick Concord flight over across the pond to London to get you ready for Cubs, Cardinals, and some London bop ball action.
All right. Thanks, Mike. Well, Tardis, I'm sure you're happy with this result.
Oh yeah, definitely. I was hoping Debbie would get his first home run here sooner or later, and that's the perfect way to do it.
There's an injury to Velasquez. Looks like it's just day-to-day at this point, so...
Now he's going down to AAA anyway, it doesn't matter.
Oh. Well, he's at least not injured, but he still has to figure stuff out. Looks like we're gonna see the lineups for Cubs against Cardinals. Not, of course, in St. Louis, it's in London, so at our River Thames Park.
And remember, all home uniforms today, like they did last year.
Yes. Looks like we're going through AAA. I guess could still do this. I was just trying to check what Brad Wick looks like because the Cubs only have one left-handed reliever currently, Kyle Ryan, who has an ERA of above 6 right now. So just for future reference, we'll see how long he lasts in this bullpen.
There's Chatwood. He's injured. I don't remember how long, but good stats. Hopefully he gets back soon for the Cubs.
Yeah, I didn't see him when I was looking. I didn't notice whether or not he'd come back from his injury. I knew he was coming back soon, I hope. Probably to replace Jarrell Cotton, who actually hasn't been that bad at all. He's also coming off of a day-to-day injury, so he should be available for his Wednesday start, though, against the Mets back at Wrigley.
Garrett, straight home uniforms. I know you're in this away, but there you go.
Yeah. All right. Double white. Looking good. Well, first game of the series ended 4-1 in favor of the Cubs. Only 5 hits for them, 4 of which went for extra bases. So they had the power stroke in. Maybe not necessarily that batting average, but it's enough to just power past the Cardinals, who haven't really had the greatest of offensive years this year.
Oh yeah, it was a fun game yesterday. There was a bunch of home runs in the first inning, and then it was just pitching pretty much the rest of the game. It was very interesting. It was rainy, just like it'll be here today. Beautiful day in London, and hopefully today is as exciting as it is yesterday.
Well, and we got 2 big pitchers on the mound, Quintana and Flaherty, both with ERAs well under 3, so maybe we'll see another game which goes for low-scoring affair, unlike that Yankees-Red Sox series last year.
Oh yeah, 50 home runs or something crazy?
Yeah, 50 runs of some sort, and then there are plenty of homers too. I don't want to hazard a guess how many, but there's plenty. I'm sure someone will end up finding it for us.
70,000, probably.
Around there, I would say. Yeah.
Players seem excited to be in London in the rain again.
I don't know about being excited to be in the rain, but I would say it would be fun to play out in London, get to play for a whole new fan base. But Jack Flaherty on the mound, 5-6. I think someone brought it up earlier. It might have been during our bop ball tonight that's just a testament to how poor this offense has been.
Leading off the afternoon for the Cubs.
Yeah, their offense is not great. The Cubs have been on fire everywhere. Chris Bryant, their leadoff hitter, being one example of that.
Well, I'm certainly happy to see that Chris Bryant's finding his power stroke this year. And the first pitch to start the game here in London, first fouled off by Bryant. Everyone thought he had an off year. I mean, I'm guilty of this too, but he hit 282 last year. He certainly did not have a bad year. by any means. That's in there for called strike 2, so quickly 0-2 on Chris Bryant in the leadoff spot. That's down and in from Jack Flaherty.
Mel wants to know what we did for Ball tonight. It was a 20-minute pre-recorded segment. It'll be in the archives later on. It's also on our YouTube channel right now. Watch it after this game.
And that is swung on and missed by Bryant. A great slider from Jack Flaherty. So first batter of the game is a strikeout, and we'll probably see a fair amount of those coming from Jack Flaherty today.
Oh yeah, he's one of the better pitchers in the league. He's already started off great here. He's got a good ERA. He's got great stats. He's looking to continue that.
It's 1-0 here on Anthony Rizzo. Found his power stroke as well this year. He's got 16 homers. The average probably lower than most people would like it, but when the team's doing as well as they are, I think they'll take that any day. He swings and misses.
I don't think average is that important. I know the Phillies' first baseman Rhys Hoskins is leading the team in home runs, RBIs, and is still hitting like 200.
That's fouled back, and Rizzo's teammate Schwarber, who's batting in the 4-hole today, is a very similar hitter, though I think coming from him it's much more expected. He's hitting around 240 with the team lead 17 homers on the season.
Yeah, that sounds about right. He's always good for a couple of home runs.
2-2 pitch from Jack Flaherty is lofted high, deep out into right field, but catch will be made out there in right. So it's out number 2 here in the first inning.
The shortstop,
And that's another good at bat there. Flaherty getting through, and only the first 2 guys and 9 batters.
So that'll bring up Baez, one of 2 players on this Cubs team, along with Chris Bryant, with batting averages above 300. He's leading the team in RBIs as well. Definitely having a great season. I think David Ross really, with that shuffle of the batting order, to have him batting third with Bryant followed by Rizzo to start it off, it's really worked out for them this season. So that's 2-1.
I was kind of shocked to see Bryant leading off, but it works, so I guess that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, I was skeptical as well. I honestly thought that either we'd need to bring someone in, which obviously the moves by the Cubs front office was very minimal, but I don't know who would have been in the leadoff hole. I mean, Rizzo did fairly well, but Bryant didn't necessarily seem to be the move, but it's paying off.
The leadoff hitter is always an interesting spot for everybody. It's an interesting place to sit at. Sometimes it can mess up your thinking. Chris Bryant's taking it in stride.
3-2 here to Javier Baez. Flaherty looking to get a 1-2-3 first here and try to keep his team, into it this whole game. That's just hit the other way. Goldschmidt picks it up and tags the bag. So 1-2-3 first from Jack Flaherty, and it'll be the Edmund, Carpenter, and Goldschmidt lead off the bottom of the first for St. Louis.
Yeah, and the top of the Cardinals order is a little bit slow. Carpenter and Goldschmidt are great. Edmund's been a little rough to start the season. They got to face Jose Quintana, who's been fantastic this season.
Yeah, you can see that ERA of 2.46. It's a surprise this year. I know I was expecting him to be, sort of a bang average 4-starter, but proving that he's, besides, the whole rotation's been really good, so he's probably still their 3-starter, but man, he's really overachieved.
We've seen a lot of overachieving pitchers here this season. This first pitch was in for a strike. Cubs, there's their record there. They're absolutely killing it. They were the last team to get to double-digit losses. And I think it's a pretty close NL Central for the top 2 spots still. They are one of the top records in baseball, if not the top.
Yeah, and the Cubs took think they only took 3 of 8 from the Reds in their last 2 series combined. So those are the games that are going to make or break this team, I think. It's easy enough to maybe beat up on the Pirates or have a, probably an even series against Cardinals and the Brewers, but the Cubs-Reds ones are going to be the ones to circle on your calendar.
Sorry about that, my internet's being a little funky as he flies out there to the Schwarber. Hopefully it should be better now.
The third baseman, Matt Carpenter.
4 pitches for the first out. Nice quick at bat there. Got Matt Carpenter coming up. And the first pitch to him is outside, ball 1.
Something Quintana's going to have to do against a guy like Matt Carpenter is try to pitch him away and try to force him to try to hit it the other way. I think we saw Flaherty do that with a guy like Javi Baez. Just gets him to shoot it the other way.
Oh, and he's going to miss again. Barely 3-0 now. That's not a great count to see anybody in, especially with Paul Goldschmidt on deck. So 3-0 to Carpenter. Misses again, ball 4. Carpenter's going to get on with 1 out. And Paul Goldschmidt's got an opportunity to bring in a run here with a drive into the river, maybe.
Well, and that was the only knock on Quintana's line in his last game. He went 6 2/3, only allowed 2 hits and 1 run against the Reds, but he did walk 3 batters in that period. So similar to what Darvish did last night with 3 walks, if he can not allow them to come around, he'll be in good shape, but has to find the strike zone.
Yeah, definitely with